Since childhood, this young man had been abandoned during an earthquake. At that time, Lang Fan thought he would surely die. Fortunately, a master appeared and saved him, taking him into raise and later becoming his teacher. 16 years had passed, but Lang Fan still could not let go of the obsession in his heart. Today, he dreamed again of the nightmare from that day. Even though he had promised his master many times that he would forget worldly troubles and cultivate in mental purity, he understood that resolving pain was better than stubbornly forgetting. So his master told Lang Fan to descend the mountain and seek the truth to free his inner demon. He took the letter and train ticket his master gave him, then went down the mountain. Lang Fan boarded the train and found his seat, but he saw a young woman sitting there. She was dressed in torn clothes, occupying the seat. He looked at his ticket, then at the woman, but he'd not know how to speak up. Until the woman got irritated, Lang Fan showed his ticket and said she was sitting in his seat. The woman checked her own ticket and sheepishly realized it was her mistake. She quickly gave back the seat, and the atmosphere became quiet and awkward. After a while, she broke the silence. "Hi, I am Zhou. Sorry about earlier. We will be sitting close for over 10 hours, so this is not good." Lang Fan only replied briefly. His cold attitude shocked Zhou, as she was usually well-liked. How could Lang Fan be like a walking iceberg? Just as she was thinking, Lang Fan suddenly leaned in close. He lifted her bangs, making her face flush red, thinking something bad was about to happen. But Lang Fan, with a serious face, said her brow was darkened and she was about to encounter bad luck. "Do not scare me. I do not believe it. You are the one with bad luck." Zhou reacted fiercely. She did not know that while she was kicking and struggling, Lang Fan had been noticed by a thug passing by. That man saw her fair legs and developed ill intentions. At night, while she was fast asleep, he suddenly attacked. He tightly covered Zhou's mouth. Then he tore her clothes and said, "Be good, I will give you 500 after this." "Oh, you have a padded bra inside. I like this a lot." Zhou could not scream. This guy seemed experienced in evil deeds. She struggled but could not match his strength. Lang Fan was lying face to the wall at that time. She despairingly called for help in her subconscious, hoping he would turn to look at her. Right then, Lang Fan suddenly spoke. "I told you would meet misfortune. Now do you believe?" Her eyes opened wide in surprise. She saw Lang Fan from on top of the berth, jumped down and quickly rushed toward that scumbag. But he was blocked by the man's bodyguard, unable to hit him. That bodyguard taunted, "Buddy, my young master is an ordinary person. Using a level 6 superpower against him is too much, is it not?" Seeing his men arrive, that scumbag grew bolder, already taking off his pants ready to act. That bodyguard was full of arrogance. He wanted to kill Lang Fan for daring to meddle in the young master's affairs, but with the 16 years of skills taught by his master, his bodyguard was nothing but a tiny ant. Lang Fan lightly dodged his attack. In counter-attacking, one strike was enough to fell the prey. With one hand, he grabbed the bodyguard's head, his eyes full of murderous intent as he looked at that young master. "Your bodyguard is too weak. Now you have two choices. One is to take one punch from me, the other is to take 10 punches. But Lang Fan had no intention of letting them choose. For scoundrels like this, the more punches, the better. The first punch went to the bodyguard. The remaining punches went to that lecker who had bullied Zhou. He was so scared his teeth bit his tongue, hurriedly begging for mercy. "Do not come here. I will give you this girl. I will give you money. I am from the Li family, of the Li Corporation. You cannot touch me." After that sentence came 9 consecutive thuds. Lang Fan remembered his master's words. Except for those he could not defeat, no one was untouchable. He struck until Zhou had to stop him, afraid someone would die. "Quickly call the train staff and report there is a molester here. My master taught me, if I catch an evildoer I must report it immediately, or misfortune will follow." After speaking, he gave another punch. Zhou was helpless, silently praising his master for being a truly thoughtful person. After the girl's phone call, the security guards immediately stormed in and escorted that bastard away. Only 2 people remained in the compartment. Lang Fan lay down on the bed relaxed. The dark mark on her forehead had faded, so she could finally sleep in peace. "I'm going to sleep too." Zhou shyly said thank you but still had one more thing to ask Lang Fan. That was to use her foot to block the compartment door for her so she could change clothes. Because that despicable man had touched this outfit, Zhou really didn't want to wear it anymore. Besides, it was completely torn. Even though he found girls troublesome, Lang Fan still politely helped her. However, after taking off all her clothes, Zhou realized she hadn't brought any spare clothes. Since she always traveled by plane, which only took a few hours, she never anticipated this situation. Zhou stood on the other side of the screen. As she told Lang Fan about this, she frantically clutched the cloth. Suddenly, she slipped and instinctively yanked hard on the cloth. Lang Fan, who was holding it from the other side, was also pulled down. Luckily, he caught himself with his hands or he would have fallen on top of Zhou. The girl blushed bright red from the shock. Yet Lang Fan remained expressionless, speaking in a righteous tone. "I can lend you some, but I only have 2 sets. So you must return them." Zhou quickly nodded, wanting to escape the awkward situation as fast as possible. Lang Fan's spare clothes were cultivator's attire, which looked incredibly strange on a modern mortal girl. After getting off the train, Zhou just wanted to walk quickly so no one would see her odd appearance. Fortunately, as soon as they left the station, the Zhou family's private car arrived. Zhou Jiaqi driver almost didn't recognize the young mistress dressed like this. The car sped back to the Zhao family villa. Lang Fan naturally followed to retrieve his clothes. While Zhou Jiaqi changed, her grandfather personally received Lang Fan. He was very curious about what had happened between his granddaughter and this young man that she had to wear his clothes. Lang Fan was about to explain. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhou Jiaqi came out, returned his clothes, and invited him to stay for a meal. I'm glad for your help on this trip. Lang Fan did not refuse, so that day he stayed at the Zhao residence and ate a table full of delicacies as if he had been starved for days. Zhou Jiaqi's grandfather looked at the two young people. The atmosphere filled with the scent of youth reminded him of his own younger days. Unfortunately, he was old now, and his legs were crippled. Hearing this, Lang Fan glanced over. He immediately recognized that old Master Chu's injury was caused by an explosive, and the wound had been there for about 20 years. However, Lang Fan's next sentence stunned the grandfather and granddaughter. Treating it isn't that troublesome. I just need 2 minutes. Zhao Jiaqi was extremely surprised. How do you know my grandfather's injury was from an explosive? And it's been 20 years. We've consulted countless famous doctors everywhere and they were all helpless. What can you do in 2 minutes? Her doubt was understandable as it sounded absurd, but Lang Fan was very confident, insisting he didn't need to chant spells or perform rituals. Old Master Shou just needed to sit still without moving. Lang Fan and Zhou Jiaqi were fated to meet. Every cause has its effect. Meeting on the train was probably meant to lead him here to heal her grandfather. After eating, Lang Fan walked up to Old Master Zhu. He certainly didn't believe Lang Fan could heal his legs, but he still agreed to let him try. He wanted to show his granddaughter that she shouldn't trust any random charlatan. However, after Lang Fan acted, Old Master Shu's legs unexpectedly regained feeling. For over 20 years, this the first time he could feel his lower body. Zhao Jiaqi was extremely excited. Lang Fan, on the other hand, remained calm, telling him he could try moving his legs and then diligently recuperate for half a year. Old Master Chu's gaze towards Lang Fan instantly changed. From viewing him as a swindler, he now saw him as an extraordinary little master. Befriending someone like him could only be beneficial. Even letting him be with Zhou Jiaqi would be good. So Old Master Zhu quickly spoke up. Little master, which sect do you come from? Your skills surpass even the divine doctors. If you have any requests, just say them. The Zhao family will surely fulfill them. Unexpectedly, Lang Fan replied without a second thought that he didn't need anything and had to go now. If it weren't for retrieving his clothes, he wouldn't have come here. Old Master Shu still wanted to persuade him, hoping Lang Fan would stay a few more days. If there was anything the Zhao family could also lend a hand. Lang Fan didn't look back. No need, one must reap what they sow. Watching his departing figure without hesitation, Zhao Jiaqi's grandfather was extremely regretful, thinking if only he had known Lang Fan's skills earlier, he would have had a better attitude. He asked Jiaqi if she knew this little master's background. Zhao Jiaqi was also clueless. She only knew that this time she wanted to experience a regular train and met him by chance, not even managing to get his number. At this moment, Lang Fan had already left the Zhao residence, on his way to find a family named Zai. His master had instructed him to give them a handwritten letter, and they would take him in. Following the map his master drew, Lang Fan found a high-end residential complex. As he was observing, a luxury car sped by, splashing water everywhere, and almost soaking Lang Fan. Thanks to his good skills, he just spread his legs and the water automatically parted to the sides. Not a single drop splashed on him. Then, a young girl grumpily got out of the car, muttering to herself, "My dad is something else, always in meetings. Is a meeting more important than his daughter or what? Next time, he can just send the driver to the parent-teacher conference. If he's so good at it, he doesn't need to come at all." This girl was Miss C, the beloved daughter of Ji Hai. After walking a few steps, she noticed Lang Fan staring at her, so she stopped and asked irritably who he was, if he had never seen a beauty before, and if he kept staring she would charge him. Lang Fan replied in a tone like an old cultivator, "Your driver has no eyes, he almost soaked my clothes. A cause has been planted. To end it, I ask you about someone." The person Lang Fan wanted to ask about was a man named Ji Hai. Miss Ji was quite surprised that a rustic young man was looking for her father. She guessed he might be her father's illegitimate son, but looking closer she saw Lang Fan was older than her, so she started to worry that she herself might be the illegitimate one. Miss Ji's mood immediately exploded. She could not accept the illegitimate child scenario, so she was even less willing to let Lang Fan meet her father. Miss Ji then turned away, saying she did not know. It was truly a case of not fearing a strong enemy, but dreading a weak teammate. Right after she denied it, the driver shouted out Ji Hai's full name. He also threatened to call President Xi immediately. Miss Ji was speechless, feeling utterly embarrassed. As for Lang Fan, he let out an "oh," realizing he had happened to pick Ji Hai's own daughter to ask for directions. Seeing his reaction, she quickly went on the offensive. Don't even think about stepping into my house. I absolutely will not acknowledge a bastard child like you." Lang Fan did not overreact. He simply placed the letter his master had given him on top of the woman's head. Whether this letter gets to your father or not doesn't matter. My master told me to come. It's not like I wanted to come and flatter you people. After saying this, he left. Holding the letter in her hand, Miss G felt a little guilty. So he wasn't her father's illegitimate child. She had just spoken bitter words that hurt his pride and made him walk away. Even though the C family wouldn't take him in, Lang Fan wasn't sad at all. He started thinking about getting a job. After wandering for half a day, he stopped in front of a luxurious hotel named Brenham and intended to apply for a dishwasher position. It seemed Lang Fan was having bad luck with cars today. First, he was almost splashed by the Shi family's car, and now he was being choked by exhaust fumes from another supercar speeding by. The car stopped not far ahead. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the car. She was the famous movie star, Li Yan. The moment Li Yan appeared, the crowd became so enthusiastic it was uncontrollable. Curious, Lang Fan also moved a little closer. Then he was astonished to discover that the female star was his own sister, the one his parents had risked their lives to rescue during the earthquake all those years ago. Lang Fan didn't expect to meet a family member again so soon. He just didn't know if his sister still remembered him. Thinking this, Lang Fan ignored the security guard's cordon and pushed through. He ran a little closer to Li Yan. It seemed she didn't recognize her long-lost younger brother at all. I don't know you. Please show some respect, Li Yan said as she stepped backward. But Lang Fan took another step forward. Look closely. Do you really not recognize me? At this moment, the security team intervened. They rushed forward to subdue Lang Fan. Lying on the ground, he looked at his sister's graceful, retreating back and could only sigh silently. It seemed she really no longer remembered him. Suddenly, Lang Fan's strength erupted, sending several security guards flying from his side. They scrambled to their feet, ready to charge again, thinking he wanted to harass the star. Unexpectedly, however, he then slowly walked away. Meanwhile, Li Yan had just arrived at the event when she ran into big trouble. She was being molested by the young master of the Chen family. That man was a true playboy. He liked fooling around with female celebrities, and this time he had set his sights on Li Yan, which was why he had invited her. Although Li Yan resisted forcefully, how could she overpower a man's strength? Her security team dared not offend young Master Chen, the most powerful man in the city. The entire team deliberately looked the other way. Li Yan screamed and struggled, but she was still touched by that Chen bastard's filthy hands. Lang Fan had originally planned to leave, but in the end, he couldn't bear to watch his sister being bullied. He smashed the second-floor glass window and burst in, shouting, "You bastard!" Young Master Chen was sent rolling across the floor by Lang Fan's kick. Li Yan was astonished to see him return to help her, but Lang Fan didn't want to linger. The Chen bastard had no intention of letting him retreat safely. That man threatened that if he dared to leave, he would immediately beat Li Yan to death. Even though they hadn't seen each other in 16 years, Li Yan was still his older sister. How could Lang Fan close his eyes and let that scoundrel bully his sister? So he turned back, intending to use the soul of his shoe to teach that bastard a lesson he would never forget. Just then, a few of his bodyguards drew their guns, boasting that they were former Special Forces soldiers. Lang Fan didn't even bother to look. He grabbed the gun barrels with both hands and bent them up toward the sky. Young Master Chen still couldn't escape being trampled under his foot. Seeing this, his bodyguards finally understood the situation. So Lang Fan was a person with supernatural abilities. Because of this, none of them dared to step forward anymore. Eaten black and blue, young Master Chen began to beg for mercy. Please don't step on me anymore. I'll give you one piece of advice. Never have any bad intentions toward her again. Before Lang Fan could finish his sentence, young Master Chen was already shaking his head frantically, swearing he would never dare to think of Li Yan again. Only then did that man temporarily escape this tribulation. The Chen family bodyguards hurried over to rescue their young master. Lang Fan considered his duty to protect his sister Dun. As he was about to leave, Li Yan grabbed him. She thanked him and apologized for not recognizing him, even mistaking him for a primary school classmate. This feeling was not very pleasant for Lang Fan. He bit his lip tightly. After a moment, he forced out a stiff smile. "No need to thank me. I mistook you for someone else earlier." Li Yan still watched Lang Fan as he left. Even though he said it was a mistake, as a professional actress, she could see the look in his eyes was different. On the contrary, it held a trace of sorrow. Back at the Sea residence at this moment, Shi Hai's daughter had finally shown the letter to her father. Recognizing it as the immortal's handwriting, Shi Hai anxiously asked where the little immortal was. "How would I know?" He threw the letter away and left. "If not for my kindness, this letter would have ended up in the trash." Shi Hai could not bear to scold his daughter harshly, but he had to make it clear that the letter writer was the old immortal everyone wanted to serve. Her driving away his disciple was like inviting a great disaster, and it was not unlikely that the entire Shi family would be held accountable. Just then, Shi Hai's phone rang. It was old Master Shou calling. After Lang Fan healed his leg, old Master Shou had heard about him going to the Shi family and called to seek a connection. After hearing that he had taken only 2 minutes to cure old Master Shou's crippled legs of 20 years, Shi Hai was even more astonished. After hanging up, he immediately vented his anger on his daughter. "You must go find that young immortal and bring him back immediately." He only took 2 minutes to make old Master Shou, crippled for 20 years, walk again. Now Elder Su, who can make the entire Wrong City tremble with just one stomp, is also looking for him. If you cannot find him, then do not come home. Miss Chi left the house in a huff, having been pampered since childhood, now being scolded by her father like a slap in the face over a young man who appeared out of nowhere. She could not hide her anger. The city was so vast, she did not know where to even start looking. Miss Chi recalled that when he left, Leng Fan was also carrying a very large bag, probably preparing to go work, so she decided to check the construction site. After being notified by Miss C, Zhou Jiaqi also joined the search. Hearing that he was going to work at a construction site, she also looked there but still found it somewhat absurd. Someone who could heal her grandfather's leg. How could he be so poor as to do manual labor for money? However, she did not expect Leng Fan to actually be working as a temporary laborer here. At that moment, he was carrying bricks while sneezing continuously. His coworker thought he was sick, but Leng Fan replied that someone was trying to entangle karma with him. Simply put, someone was mentioning his name, which was why he kept sneezing. The older coworker was speechless after hearing this and told him he should not be carrying bricks, but should become a fortune teller instead. Leng Fan seriously replied that being a fortune teller would incur too much karma and would easily lead to a short life. Of course, that coworker did not think he was an immortal. He just saw Leng Fan as one of those kids obsessed with immortal cultivation dramas. Seeing that the day's work was done, he said he had an appointment and told Leng Fan to head back to the dormitory first. He had long seen that the man's brow was thick with black kai, and whether he would make it back tonight was uncertain. The appointment that coworker mentioned turned out to be a date. Leng Fan, feeling uneasy, followed for a while. Those two had actually chosen a spot in the bushes for their date. Just as Zhou Jiaqi was passing by, hearing those ambiguous sounds, her face flushed as red as a ripe tomato. What kind of people were they, doing that sort of thing in a place like this? One should not look at improprieties. I must leave quickly. Zhou Jiaqi shut her eyes tightly. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a scream of terror from the older coworker. Logically, people enjoying themselves could not make such a wretched sound. Out of curiosity, Zhou Jiaqi turned back to peek. The result was seeing that older coworker fallen in a pool of blood, and his human essence had transformed into a monster. Zhou Jiaqi was so scared her limbs trembled. That female monster had also spotted her and lunged ferociously. Not yet full, it wanted to devour Zhou Jiaqi as well, just as the hem of her clothes was grabbed by the monster. A group of people dressed like cultivators appeared just in time. He grabbed the monster's arm and began to suppress it. Bystanders, take shelter quickly, the elder cultivator in the group said loudly to Zhou Jiaqi. Still in shock, seeing these people with strange abilities, she remembered Leng Fan. What on earth is this? Could they all be like him? Humans possessing supernatural powers, she murmured. At that moment, the monster let out a heaven-shaking roar. It seemed its power far exceeded that of this group of cultivators. They fell to the ground one by one, vomiting blood. It was then that Zhou Jiaqi realized in panic that the situation was dire. She had to run to save her life. However, the earlier incident of being grabbed had scared her so much that her legs still could not stand. She could only sit there, trembling, watching the monster charge towards her, silently hoping someone would come to save her. And then Leng Fan appeared again, just like on the train. He once again stepped in to save Zhou Jiaqi from imminent danger. That monster was sent flying dozens of meters away by him. Zhou Jiaqi instinctively shrank close behind Leng Fan, trembling. He looked at this girl with a speechless expression, then asked, "What are you doing wandering around a construction site in the dead of night? Have you got nothing better to do?" Strangely, even though she was being scolded, Zhou Jiaqi did not feel upset. Watching Leng Fan stand firmly in front of her, the corners of her eyes slowly reddened. Then she could not hold it in anymore and burst into tears. "Boo-hoo, why did you only come now? You scared me to death." Zhou Jiaqi cried while hugging Leng Fan very tightly. Initially, he intended to break free, but then he sensed a very pleasant fragrance on her. Oh well, let her hold on for a bit. It was not like he was losing anything. Over on their side, those cultivators approached the female monster once more. But now it no longer had the power to threaten anyone. Its head had been completely smashed. The owner of this terrifying calamity-level ability must have a body as tough as steel. The eldest cultivator cast a glance towards Leng Fan. He saw that the young man was astonishingly strong, taking down the female monster with a single punch that his entire group struggled to suppress. He even entertained the thought of recruiting him. Thinking it, he acted immediately, approaching Leng Fan and speaking amiably, "Young man, may I ask if you have taken a master? Are you interested in joining us? We are a specialized organization for dealing with calamity-level abilities or monsters. Surely you have heard of us. My master's name cannot be casually spoken outside. Also, I have never heard of your organization." Leng Fan replied coldly. His answer was like a hard slap to the other's face. Being dismissed by a young man, he could not help but feel annoyed, but he had to hold back because he wanted to recruit him. Then, with your outstanding strength, have you ever thought about becoming an official? If you join our organization, you will receive the highest benefits, and for life. Not for now. Lang Fan's curt reply left the other speechless. This was the first time he had been so disregarded, but he did not dare to make a move, afraid Lang Fan was stronger than him. Very well then, if that is the case, we are forced to erase all your memories of today's events to prevent future crises. Receiving this man's order, the younger cultivators immediately rushed forward. However, they could not even touch Lang Fan before he shattered their memory erasing ability. Lang Fan even frankly criticized their abilities as too unstable and suggested they train more seriously. Brat, do not be so smug. Who exactly are you? Are you a spy sent by the enemy? The young cultivators, feeling belittled, jumped up. But amidst this commotion, another figure appeared. This young man's ability level is only 6th rank, far inferior to yours. So there is no need for you to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, what was originally nothing would become something. One must be tolerant. Do you all think I am right? The group of cultivators, led by the one called the Bureau Chief, turned to look at a monk. He was called Master Hutang, and his words seemed to carry great weight. But Hu Thongseng said Lang Fan only had a level 6 superpower, which made Director Chen feel it contradicted what he had just displayed. Lang Fan could not hide his confusion. He asked the master why he said he was 6th grade, and how superpowers were graded. Hu Thong smiled mysteriously and explained that there were 10 levels of superpowers in the world, with level 10 being the weakest and level 1 the strongest. But 1st grade was not the strongest, because some people surpassed 1st grade and rarely appeared in the mortal world. Lang Fan said, oh, it seemed his master had once said he was super 1st grade, but that happened 3 years ago. Yet through these people's words, he had become 1st grade. A big question emerged in his mind. Could it be that he had not improved in 3 years, but had actually declined? Since Hu Thong said that, Director Chen did not make things difficult for him anymore. He said that being 6th grade at such a young age meant he would become a pillar in the future, so he could come to him for anything later. He handed Lang Fan a business card, on which were simply the written words, Dragon Base, Chen Hai. Lang Fan did not know what Dragon Base was, whether it was formidable, and Zhao Jiaqi was even more clueless about these matters. After that group of people left, she realized she was still tightly holding Lang Fan's arm, so she quickly let go. She apologized and said she acted that way because she was too nervous. Lang Fan said it was fine, putting the business card in his pocket while asking why she had come here so late at night, whether for a walk or a smoke. Zhao Jiaqi said that girl from the C family told her he had come to the construction site to work, and she never expected him to actually be a laborer. Lang Fan casually replied yes, he was carrying bricks to earn money for food, which made Zhou Jiaqi even more surprised. She suddenly grabbed his arm, telling Lang Fan not to do manual labor anymore. The Xu family wanted to invite him to treat Elder Xu, and if he recovered, he could travel all over Wrong City without worrying about money. After some thought, Lang Fan agreed, so the next morning the Zhao family driver took him and Zhao Jiaqi to the Xu family mansion. Rumor had it that Elder Xu had a chronic leg pain that no one could cure, so they specially invited the immortal who had healed Zhao Loi. But at the gate, Lang Fan changed his mind, because he did not want to form a connection with unrelated people. Zhou Jiaqi quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Father and daughter, Si Hai and Chi Yu, saw Lang Fan from inside the house and hurriedly ran out. Shi Hai called out Little Immortal happily, finally finding him. Lang Fan glanced at him and asked, "Are you the Si Hai my master mentioned?" Ji Hai nodded eagerly, urging Lang Fan to treat Elder Xu's leg. He promised to fulfill any request afterward, wanting to take the chance to introduce him and cling to the Xu family. Si family was where Lang Fan's master had entrusted him, and since Si Hai had made such an earnest request, he could not refuse easily. After that, the several of them entered the villa. Elder Xu had a worse temper than Zhao Leoi. He even warned up front that he was quick to anger. If Lang Fan could not cure this leg, he would break his leg too. Zhao Jiaqi whispered in his ear, telling Elder Xu not to say that. But Lang Fan did not look scared at all. He thought his leg was easy to break, but his master could not even break it, let alone an ordinary man like him. As for Elder Xu's leg, it had been injured for nearly 20 years. During that time, the Xu family had sought many famous doctors, but his meridians only became more blocked, causing him pain day and night. By Lang Fan's words, Elder Xu was extremely astonished. He was certain he had never revealed his condition to anyone, yet Lang Fan had accurately diagnosed it at a glance. It seemed he was indeed no quack. "Don't worry about how I know, the important thing is that I can cure this illness for you in just 2 minutes. Lang Fan sat down and placed his hand on Elder Xu's knee. After a moment, he extracted the stagnant energy that had been clogged in his leg for 20 years. This was the first time in 20 years Elder Xu could move his leg flexibly without feeling pain. He was utterly amazed. The young man's skill was the real deal. Lang Fan stood up to leave, and Elder Xu quickly called after him. His attitude completely changed. "Little immortal, wait, won't you accept a reward? Whatever you want, the Xu family will do their utmost to repay you." "No need. Lang Fan did not even turn his head. I don't need anything, and I certainly don't want to form any more connections with you. Lang Fan knew human nature had its good and bad sides, but Elder Exu had made him uncomfortable from their first meeting, almost making him attack. He felt sorry to his master for having practiced for 16 years yet still not purified his 6 senses. Elder Exu and Chi-Hai were both shocked by Lang Fan's reply. An immortal truly was an immortal, not giving the Xu family's gratitude a second thought. Truly domineering. When Lang Fan was about to reach the door, Zhao Jiaqi anxiously pulled him back. You idiot, don't you want to find work? This is a good opportunity. Seizing this moment, Chi-Hai quickly said his company had a suitable position for him, inviting him to stay overnight and arranging the work the next day. In reality, Chi-Hai saw Lang Fan's profound skill and wanted to keep him. He planned to put him in the public relations department, all beautiful women serving him attentively, surely making him tempted and easy to tie down. No matter how good the conditions, they did not shake Lang Fan, but just then the TV aired a performance by Li Yan. He stopped, staring intently, lost in thought. After a long while he replied, "All right, I will stay." Lang Fan's heart felt heavy, thinking that he could not cut ties with his family and could not return to his world. Zhao Jiaqi saw Lang Fan's strange expression and asked, "Do you like her? She is from the Li family of Jinling. Her talent in singing and acting is outstanding, not someone you can reach." "Where is the Li family of Jinling?" Lang Fan asked back, his face full of pain. "Is it hard to raise a child? I can even raise all the children in the country. How could it be difficult?" Zhao Jiaqi patiently answered, even though she did not understand why he was asking such a strange question. She would not know that the Li family could raise all the children in the country, but 16 years ago, they abandoned their own son in the ruins. Just thinking about it made Lang Fan's heart ache. Zhao Jiaqi guessed he was recalling a painful memory, so she came over to comfort him. After all, Lang Fan had saved her twice. "Even if I don't know what happened to you, let me help lift your spirits." Zhao Jiaqi leaned in, wanting to press her cheek against his, but just then Lang Fan suddenly lifted his head, bumping into her forehead. The strong impact left both of them seeing stars. Lang Fan held his forehead, which was forming a bump, and stared at the person opposite. "What are you doing? Are you trying to assassinate me? Clearly, I am the victim here." Zhao Jiaqi yelled, cursing Lang Fan as a complete idiot. She was not going to comfort him anymore. This scene caught Chi-Hai's eye, making him extremely alert. He guessed Zhao Jiaqi had feelings for Lang Fan and wanted to pull him to her side. But Chi-Hai also wanted the little immortal as his son-in-law, since he had a daughter, Ji Yu. When he turned around, Chi-Hai saw his carefree daughter happily giggling while typing on her phone. Chi-Hai approached, softly telling his daughter to sit close to the little immortal, but Ji Yu refused because Lang Fan smelled of sweat all over. "That is the little immortal. If he accepts this chicken, you will never worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life, and you might even become an immortal. What are you waiting for? Go over quickly," Chi-Hai urged again. "I am still just a high school student. Are you trying to push me into marriage? If you allow it, I still have the numbers of 10 boys pursuing me in my phone. Wait until I finish playing with all 10 of them, then I will go find your little immortal." Seeing his daughter being rebellious, Chi-Hai was so angry his chest ached. He wanted to scold Ji Yu a few more times, but at that moment Lang Fan suddenly walked over. In the blink of an eye, Chi-Hai changed his face faster than flipping a rice paper roll. Turned out Lang Fan wanted to ask about living arrangements. Since Chi-Hai was arranging the job, he wanted to know if room and board were included. Of course, Chi-Hai replied without thinking. He even decided to bring Lang Fan to his own home, creating conditions for him to meet Ji Yu every day. Zhao Jiaqi also wanted to take Lang Fan to the Zhao residence. After all, Zhao Loi liked him very much, but Lang Fan wanted to rely on himself. His master had taught him that staying at a girl's house would easily get him called a freeloader. He followed his master's words strictly, so going to Zhao Jiaqi's house was even more out of the question. That evening, Chi-Hai brought Lang Fan to his luxury apartment. After he finished showering, he pointed to a room and said from now on that was his room. After Lang Fan entered the room, Chi-Hai flashed a sly smile, then whispered to his wife, "Honey, quickly bring a few sets of pajamas for our daughter to change into after her bath. Pick the most see-through ones." Chi-Hai's wife, Bai Rong, could not hide her displeasure upon hearing this. After all, Ziyu was not yet 18, and as her biological father, to want to sell off his daughter so blatantly, where was the decency? Besides, Bai Rong did not believe Lang Fan was the little immortal. In the past, his master on Kunlun Mountain only knew old Master Shi, Zihai's father. Now that the disciple had come, he should go find old Master Shi. "I think you should verify his identity clearly and not rush to sell off our daughter." "What do you mean sell off our daughter? Stop talking nonsense." First, Chi-Hai pretended to be angry, but then found his wife's words reasonable. He said, "Fine, I will call father. The kid has been arranged into Xiao Yu's room. You remember to tell her to sleep in a different room tonight." At this time, Lang Fan was already obediently in the room, but this room was a bit too pink, with quilts, pillows, and stuffed animals. No matter how he thought about it, it did not suit him. As Lang Fan was wondering whether to ask for a room change, a screeching sound like nails on glass came from behind him. He turned around and saw a zombie crawling like a lizard outside the window. He did not know where this thing came from, but it seemed to be coming for revenge for the female monster he had just killed. The monster rammed its head hard against the glass door, then charged into the room. Lang Fan heard Shi Hai's voice from outside, apparently having heard the commotion. "Little immortal, are you all right? It is nothing, just a cockroach, Uncle Ji, need not worry," Lang Fan replied, by now having grabbed the zombie. With one hand he held both its hands firmly, the other hand clamped its mouth. "That is good, little immortal, sleep early. Tomorrow I will take you to the company to start work." "Okay," Lang Fan replied again, this time having twisted the zombie's neck to finish it off. After instructing Lang Fan, Si Hai and his wife went out to call Old Master Si to confirm his identity, but they forgot to tell Zi Yu to sleep in another room. A short while later, she finished bathing and saw no one was home, so she went straight to her bedroom. As Si Yu opened the door, she saw Lang Fan using an energy like blue flames to incinerate a corpse. She immediately slammed the door shut, muttering that she must be dreaming. Gathering her courage, Si Yu opened the door again, saw the room was clean, and Lang Fan holding a teddy bear with an innocent look. Phew, it really was just a dream. Si Yu sighed in relief, then aggressively walked over to question Lang Fan. "Why are you in my room? Get out right now." Lang Fan innocently said Si Hai told him to come into this room, but Si Yu insisted on kicking him out of the room. Lang Fan did not argue with her anymore, but just as he was about to leave the room, Si Yu saw the shattered glass door frame. She recalled the image she thought was an illusion earlier, and suddenly became frightened, so she ran after Lang Fan. "Wait, what were you doing in my room just now?" "Just dealing with a calamity supernatural, what you people call a corpse zombie." Lang Fan did not hide anything. Si Yu felt a chill run through her body. Corpse zombies really existed, the door was shattered, she felt unsafe. So the person who had just coldly driven Lang Fan away suddenly hugged him from behind. "Do not leave me alone, I want to sleep with you." The scene of Zi Yu pulling Lang Fan back into the room was witnessed by Si Hai and Bai Rong. They immediately thought their daughter had truly grown lustful for the little immortal. Zi Hai had just finished a phone call confirming Lang Fan's identity when he saw this, which was too perfect. If Chi Yu and he got together, the Si family could later stand shoulder to shoulder with the two great powers in Rong City, the Zhao family and the Xu family. At night, Lang Fan indeed slept in the same bed as Xie Yu's. He had no other feelings, as at that moment he was still preoccupied with thinking about the zombie from earlier. It was a calamity supernatural. Eliminating it did not increase merits or create karma. But why did that thing still retain emotions? Because Lang Fan clearly heard it screaming for him to pay for its woman's life with his own. Lost in thought, Lang Fan did not remember when he drifted off to sleep. Next morning, Si Hai personally drove him to the company. He arranged for Lang Fan a position in the public relations department, where he only needed to drink coffee and clock in each day. "Thank you, Uncle Shi, just need room and board. I will take care of the rest myself." Si Hai smiled to himself, feeling he had firmly secured Lang Fan as a future son-in-law. Afterwards, Lang Fan got out of the car under the scrutinizing gazes of many company employees. They were naturally curious, as he was personally chauffeured by Si Hai himself. A nosy crowd kept a close watch on Lang Fan, watching him walk towards the public relations department on the first floor. "Hello, I am a new arrival reporting for duty. Uncle Si Hai told me to work in this department." Lang Fan went to the receptionist and reported, "Are you sure you are not mistaken? Our department only has women," the receptionist said with a troubled expression. Right after, the manager of the public relations department, Yuan, a beautiful girl, came out in person to receive him. Si Hai had spoken privately to her. During the 3-month probation, Yuan would directly oversee Lang Fan. After the introduction, Yuan led Lang Fan to change clothes. She explained as she walked that for public relations, image and temperament could not be lacking. The clothes he was wearing were not suitable, but a friend of yours sent a new set this morning. Yuan turned and said, "That is the changing room, the new clothes are inside." Luxurious suit was already prepared. After changing, Lang Fan looked like a cold and aloof CEO from a movie, even making her gasp. "You really look the part." On the way to the office, he asked Yuan who gave him the suit. She thought for a moment, then replied. She said her surname was Zhu. She seemed very busy, handed over the clothes and left immediately. As soon as he heard the surname Zhu, Lang Fan immediately knew it was Zhao Jieki, thinking to himself that it was her. Entering the office, Yuan told him to sit and wait in his spot. She would prepare the documents and then they would go out together. Before he could even warm his seat, Lang Fan was surrounded by curious female colleagues. They sneered without restraint, asking if his suit was genuine designer wear and not a fake. Xiao taunted him for being young yet knowing how to use backdoor connections. Another woman clicked her tongue and asked what his relationship was with President Xi. Xiao leaned in to tease him, telling him to say something fun, and she would teach him the unspoken office rules. Lang Fan ignored her, absent-mindedly looking away. Suddenly Yuan appeared and shouted, "Quiet, it is work hours, what are you gossiping about?" And they quickly scattered. He looked at her and thought, she had helped him just now, which gave him a good impression. It seemed she was quite nice. Yuan turned and told Lang Fan to stand up and go meet the client. He agreed and followed. After they left, the group gathered again to badmouth, saying she was going to find the Heavenly Dynasty group to discuss cooperation. They heard that the other side would not even look at her, and this time she even brought a liability. At the Jinli Hotel, while waiting for the client, she reminded Lang Fan that this was today's battlefield. In the private room, Yuan kept instructing him, when the cooperation client arrives soon, mind his words and actions. The bald man walked in laughing and said, "You are here." He was President Tian of the Heavenly Dynasty group. She quickly went over to shake his hand and greet him, saying she had admired him for a long time. President Tian teased, "No need to rush. Director Yuan's hand is soft like jade." He even rudely looked at her body. She forced a professional smile and replied, "President Tian is joking. Are you the only one coming today?" While immediately pulling her hand back. Lang Fan stood to the side observing. President Tian sat down and laughed heartily. "I alone am enough. The matter is settled, just waiting for Director Yuan to nod." She frowned slightly and replied, "Did we not nod our agreement long ago? We are just waiting for your side to sign." He spoke insinuatingly, "Xiao Yuan, do you not understand my meaning?" President Tian reached out a chubby hand with malicious intent. "Just say yes and I will sign immediately." Lang Fan, who had been sitting by and getting irritated, quickly threw a pair of chopsticks flying through the air. The chopsticks stabbed into President Tian's wicked hand, causing him to scream in pain. He replied indifferently, "Sorry, the chopsticks flew by themselves." Yuan covered her mouth to laugh. President Tian angrily ordered her, Yuan, fire this brat immediately, otherwise do not bother with this deal." Yuan did not bother to beg. She sneered and said, "No deal then. I originally..." She showed no restraint, tearing up the contract in front of him and retorting. She did not want to cooperate either. President Tian left in a great rage, not forgetting to threaten Yuan, "You just wait." Lang Fan stepped forward and asked, "Did I ruin your business deal?" She did not blame at all but instead thanked him, saying did very well. Lang Fan smiled lightly. "You are the first person to praise me since I started working." Yuan asked in surprise, "Working what? Are you not the senior colleague's son? What did you do before?" He replied honestly, "Before this I was just carrying bricks." Yuan's face froze upon hearing the news of the review. Her soul felt like it left her body in a hopeless scream. It was over, losing the year-end bonus. The billion-dollar deal was gone. She thought having him here would keep the senior colleague silent, but he was not the senior colleague's son. Lang Fan poured tea for himself, telling her she thought it was a $1 million deal, but in reality it was very bad. He held the teacup and looked at Yuan asking, "Do you think a transaction of sexual favors with a partner is worth it? If you agree this time, what price will you have to pay when discussing investment next time?" Lang Fan said coldly, "Would it just be playing around or becoming the old man's mistress?" He then calmly drank his tea. She got angry and told him not to use that indifferent expression to say such taboo things. Yuan dejectedly stammered, "But the negotiation failed. Going back will still get criticized." Lang Fan closed his eyes and frowned in comfort. "It is fine." Yuan cheered up and asked, "Do you have a way?" Lang Fan pointed at himself indifferently, "I caused this, so I will take the blame. I am used to getting scolded for this kind of thing." Hearing his method, she was like hit by a stun move, frozen stiff on the spot like Diao Chen. In the office of General Manager C of the C Corporation, Yuan admitted, "President C, sorry, I messed up the project." He clasped his hands together and asked, "What is the reason?" "After half a year on the Heavenly Dynasty project, you ruined it all in one meal." They called saying someone hit him and demanded an explanation. She stammered in embarrassment, because he interrupted to explain, "Uncle Si Hai, it was me who hit him." Knowing Lang Fan hit President Tian, Si Hai was not angry but instead smiled and asked the reason. He said directly, "Although I have never done this work, my master taught me not to work with those of evil intent." That man started groping Director Yuan's thigh as soon as he entered. He is clearly a lecher. His eyes widened in shock, thinking that the little immortal had so for a reason. Maybe he saw something in Heavenly Dynasty's fate. Si Hai overthought, thinking, could it be that something big is about to happen to the Heavenly Dynasty group, and the little immortal was saving him? He broke out in a cold sweat from the scenario he imagined. With that thought, Si Hai stepped forward to shake Lang Fan's hand gratefully, saying indeed one should not work with those of evil intent. Yuan, understanding nothing, had a huge question mark on her face. Si Hai slumped into his chair and sighed, "But the project is gone. The company will have difficulty operating from now on." He smiled lightly. "If the little immortal helps me, the company will improve greatly." Then he handed over a file and assigned the task. "The little immortal is close with the Zhao family. We have an ecological zone project we want to cooperate with them on." Yuan was astonished, not expecting Si Hai to assign such a difficult project to a newcomer like Lang Fan, a project no one could negotiate. What horrified her more was that he accepted it without hesitation. Lang Fan took the file and said, "All right." Outside the corridor, Yuan explained how difficult the project was, asking him what to do. She had made appointments with the Zhao Corporation's person, in charge countless times, but they would not even see her. Lang Fan remained calm and unshaken. Seeing this, she worriedly questioned, do you understand how serious this is? He ignored the question and asked instead, what is the first thing to do when negotiating a project? Yuan answered, contact the person in charge. Lang Fan maintained his indifferent attitude and said, fine. Then let us go to the Zhao Corporation Group. Her eyes wide, she told him he was dreaming. Without an invitation, they could not even step through the door. First connections, second money, he calmly said, you lead the way, I know someone there. He thought to himself that Xiao Jiaqi probably worked there. She asked in surprise, you know someone there? Yuan pointed at the skyscraper and lamented, the whole building belongs to the Zhou Corporation. Compared to them, we are like shrimp. Before she could finish, Lang Fan walked forward to enter, but was stopped by the security guard. Yuan called out, let me finish what I was saying first. Security guard said sternly, to enter you must present your employee card or leave your ID, and state who you are here to see. Lang Fan asked the security guard, I am here to see Zhou Jiaqi, does she work here? Guard disdainfully waved his hand to shoo him away, saying that wanting to see President Zhu was a joke, and to go back to where he came from. President Zhu did not meet with strangers. Even Yuan did not believe it. She stopped Lang Fan and asked him what he was going to do. Zhao Jiaqi was now the CEO of Zhu Corporation, young and successful. What was he thinking? Suddenly, a supercar parked right near them. Zhao Jiaqi stepped out of the car radiantly, took off her sunglasses and asked with a smile, Lang Fan, why are you here? Yuan widened her eyes at him again, stammering, you two really know each other. In the CEO's office, Zhao Jiaqi asked Lang Fan, did you come this time to discuss the cooperation on behalf of Zaihai? She picked up the contract and read through it, then pretended to hesitate. Cooperation is no problem. But, he asked directly, but what? Yuan, standing beside them, was sweating in fear, screaming inwardly as expected. It wasn't simple. Zhao Qi joked, Lang Fan has to come work at company. Yuan was shocked, her mouth forming an O. Lang Fan refused flatly, decisively took back the contract, saying he didn't want to cooperate anymore. Yuan was panicked by his arrogance. Zhao Jiaqi grabbed the contract, regretting and pleading, I was just joking, don't be so tense. Watching the two of them tugging at the contract, Yuan felt as if her worldview was collapsing, holding her face in disbelief. Were they flirting with each other? She picked up the pen to sign, winking as she made a condition, I can sign, but you have to stay with me today. Your clothes are too cheap. I'll give you a new set. Lang Fan agreed immediately. Yuan confirmed her speculation. He was indeed the son of a big shot. After signing the contract, Zhao Jiaqi said professionally, discuss other details with the assistant. Yuan replied respectfully, no problem, thank you, President Zhu. He happily asked why she was so happy. Zhou Jiaqi replied, because if it weren't for you, a small company like Zihai could never cooperate with them in this lifetime. She will be treated like a hero when she gets back. According to her, Yuan would be praised endlessly by Zihai and cheered by her colleagues to actually get the cooperation project with the Zhou group. So amazing, truly a hero. Lang Fan asked about a hero. In his imagination, was it Superman or a sword-wielding heroine? Zhao Jiaqi found his strange thoughts hard to understand. She winked and suggested, let's go, I'll take you shopping. Zhou Jiaqi frankly held his hand in front of all the employees in the company, making them jealous with red eyes. One asked if that pretty-faced guy was being kept by President Zhou. Another gritted his teeth with envy, while another was smug. The remaining two looked at the smug colleague with disgust. In the downtown shopping mall, the two walked together. Lang Fan saw the employees lining up to bow and asked her, are you some kind of big shot? Zhao Jiaqi humbly explained she wasn't a big shot. It's just that she spends a lot of money. Every time she comes, they get tips higher than their monthly salary. Why wouldn't they like her? She admired the clothes and praised, this outfit really suits you. He frankly replied, I still prefer the Daoist robe. Zhao Jiaqi entered the store, pointed at that suit of clothes and asked for a fitting. The saleswoman smiled brightly and replied, no problem, President Zhu. Lang Fan came out after trying on the clothes and asked the saleswoman, this set fits well but costs 29.99 yuan. Did you sew it with 1,000-year snake skin? She was still admiring his handsome appearance, clicking her tongue in praise, this kid is way too handsome. The saleswoman forced a smile at the strange question, no such material, we ordered it from the top master artisan in France. There is only one set in the whole world. He bluntly took off the clothes and handed them back to the saleswoman. If it's not 1,000-year snake skin, then it's just ordinary clothes, useless. Master taught me that such things are fruitless for a cultivator. Zhao Jiaqi pulled out a domineering black card and commanded, I'll buy this suit of clothes. Swipe the card. Lang Fan changed his face in a flash. Since you already bought it, I won't take it off. The saleswoman was overjoyed and praised President Zhu for being generous. Lei Yuan of the Li clan branch, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, laughed arrogantly. President Zhu, I heard you are keeping a young boy. He even started lecturing her. Zhao Jiaqi retorted, but I don't agree. Lei Yuan glanced at him with disdain and threatened, you little bastard seduced my girlfriend, tired of living? Lang Fan glanced at him with half an eye and warned, you want to create bad karma, but I don't want to reap evil results. Being too arrogant in this life is not good. He laughed mockingly at him. What bullshit are you spouting? When Elder Su was making his rounds here, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. Yuan took a stack of money and waved it in front of Leng Fan scornfully. Here's 20,000. If I ever see you flirting with Elder Su's woman again, Elder Su will break your limbs. His face unchanged, he pointed at the suit of clothes. Master taught me that a man must know when to take. Miss Joe bought me a 299,000 suit of clothes. You bring 20,000 and want to beat me crippled. Are you stupid or am I stupid? He was furious, gritting his teeth. Zhao Jiaqi behind him covered her mouth and chuckled, secretly praising him for knowing how to infuriate people. Unable to take it anymore, Li Yuan shouted, "Guards, throw this bastard off the second floor and let him die." Two tall bodyguards rushed over, courteously apologized. "Sorry, little brother, we do this for money, no offense." The bodyguards were about to grab Leng Fan, he just gently blew a breath. The two bodyguards were sent flying by a tornado. Leng Fan grabbed Li Yuan by the collar and rode the tornado. He trembled in fear and screamed, "What do you want to do?" Soon the two appeared at the railing of the shopping mall. He asked coldly, "You like throwing people off? Want to experience it?" He was hanging suspended in midair, begging, "Don't let go, I was wrong, put me down." Leng Fan looked at Li Yuan's crotch, already soaked, and sneered, "Scared shitless already?" Seeing he was miserable enough, he threw Li Yuan back inside. Leng Fan looked at Li Yuan writhing on the ground and warned him not to create any more karma. Next time it wouldn't just be scaring him shitless. Li Yuan scrambled to his feet and ran off, not forgetting to threaten him, "Just wait, you bastard." Zhao Jiaqi came over to praise him. "The way you deal with bad guys is really special." Leng Fan smiled lightly, because most things in this world are ordinary people getting bullied. She dejectedly changed the subject. "Forget it. Do you know who that guy was just now?" Zhao Jiaqi explained, "He is a distant relative from the same clan as the superstar you like, the young master of the Jinling Li family." He suddenly fell silent, his face darkening. Thinking about the Li family, a faint, indescribable sadness flickered in his heart. Abandon me to adopt this kind of person? She noticed Leng Fan seemed unhappy when Lisa was mentioned, so she quickly changed the subject. Zhao Jiaqi held his hand. "Don't think about it anymore, let's go eat." The two held hands, strolling and chatting. She wondered, "I'm still curious, you're a superpowered person, right? What level are you?" Leng Fan replied, "That monk last time said I was 6th grade, you were there at the time." Zhao Jiaqi exclaimed in admiration, "I was too scared to notice then. You being 6th grade is truly amazing. My grandfather said a 6th grade can challenge a grandmaster one-on-one. Leng Fan smugly stroked his chin, thinking he was quite formidable, wondering how strong he would become upon reaching super first rank. She pouted and complained, saying being powerful was useless if he went on a date with a girl without preparing any surprises. Zhao Jiaqi suddenly came to her senses. Her face flushed red and she shyly scolded herself for acting spoiled in front of him. Seeing steam rising from her head, he asked with concern what was wrong and if her face was so red had she taken any medicine. Zhao Jiaqi pinched his cheek, telling Leng Fan he didn't understand romance. Normal people would ask if she had a fever. He rubbed his cheek and retorted that he wasn't a normal person because after forming the heart seal, he would return to the mountains. She asked why he wouldn't stay to protect world peace, then felt she was talking nonsense. Leng Fan didn't answer but instead asked her what she was pursuing. Zhao Jiaqi was surprised, thinking herself a strong woman but always submitting to her grandfather. Thinking this, she closed her eyes and said she didn't know. Leng Fan touched her forehead, saying he could feel she had no goal, her mind was empty. Zhao Jiaqi pushed him away in embarrassment, asking how he could feel that. He said of course it was a lie, not to overthink it, then asked what she was treating him to since shrimp didn't count as a meat dish. She muttered that shrimp were also animals. During the concert, fervent fans chanted, "Li Yan, I love you, you are the best." Li Yan smiled and waved, but inwardly thought the fans' slogans were becoming cheesy. At the end, she bid farewell to the audience, promising to meet again soon and sending them her love. The fanboys scrambled to receive the idol's love declaration, claiming she was talking to them. Back home, Li Yuan ran to Li Yan to tattle, demanding she take charge for him. Seeing his panicked face, Li Yan asked who dared to provoke someone from the Li family's golden mausoleum. Li Yuan cried and recounted that while he was eating with his fiancée, a guy lifted him up, ready to throw him from the second floor, and even the bodyguards were beaten badly. Uncle Qin stepped out and asked the young lady if he needed to make a trip. Li Yan reminded Uncle Qin not to act recklessly, afraid of catching the attention of the security bureau. Uncle Qin arrogantly declared that no matter who it was, if they dared to bully a member of the Li family, they must be punished. He told Li Yuan to lead the way. He turned around and sighed, thinking they both had the same temperament, and when it came down to it, she could only pay extra compensation. In the noodle shop, Leng Fan ate like he was starving, with a pile of clean bowls beside him. Zhao Jiaqi told him to eat slowly. Leng Fan explained between bites that in the mountains, wild beasts often ruin meals, so he had to eat fast. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuan appeared and kicked over the bowl of noodles, arrogantly declaring that this was a wild beast. Not long after, Li Yuan slipped and fell flat on the ground. Helped up by Uncle Qin, he provoked he saying he had been arrogant enough, daring to come eat noodles here. Leng Fan looked at the stain of filth on his pants, sighed, and told him to go change his pants before coming back. The sentence caused Li Yuan to collapse. He covered his pants and screamed, ordering Uncle Qin to hit he for daring to humiliate him. Uncle Qin suddenly appeared behind. He threw a punch and lectured him not to be too arrogant. Zhao Jiaqi anxiously rushed in to stop Uncle Qin, shouting for him to stop. Lang Fan calmly blocked the old man with a pair of chopsticks, coolly asking if he was attacking so fiercely, wanting to kill. Without waiting for Uncle Qin to answer, he used the chopsticks to fling the old man backward, channeled his spiritual energy and announced he would teach the old man a few moves. Uncle Qin could only blurt out 2 words, "You dare." A moment later, Li Yan worriedly asked Han, saying they were almost at the hospital, what on earth happened. She pulled her Mercedes over to the side of the road. Then she quickly ran into the hospital. Li Yan opened the door and saw Li Yuan crying beside the bed, while Uncle Qin was on oxygen. She walked in, composed herself, and asked who had done this. Uncle Qin, lying on the bed, weakly advised her not to provoke that devilish man, because he was too strong. Upon hearing this, Li Yan was not afraid but grew angrier, vowing not to let him off. Li Yuan, hiding under the bed, tremblingly said he didn't know that brat's name, but he was with Zhao Jiaqi. Li Yan immediately took out her phone, muttering that it turned out to be someone from the Zhao family. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhao Jiaqi answered the phone, her voice cautious, asking what the great star Li wanted. Li Yan questioned her, saying Zhao Jiaqi was harboring a subordinate who committed assault, and demanded she hand over the person, otherwise the Li family would not let it go. By this time Lang Fan had returned to the Xi residence. Xi Dai walked out to open the door with a sulky expression, asking where he got the expensive clothes and informing him that his grandfather had also arrived. Old Master Qi rushed out, excitedly spreading his arms and calling him little celestial being, saying he had finally met him. Lang Fan blocked him, saying he was not a celestial being and didn't like men, especially old men. Just then, Jiaqi appeared, out of breath, telling him to come with her. The two left and Xi Dai asked in bewilderment why he wasn't allowed to listen. Old Master Xi told the miner to close his eyes. Lang Fan followed Zhao Jiaqi, asking if it was about beating up the Li family people, if they were seeking revenge. She turned around in surprise, asking how he knew. He replied it was just a guess. Zhao Jiaqi was impressed, saying she thought he had calculated on his fingers, and asked if he wasn't worried that Li Yan was planning against him. Lang Fan rolled his eyes and answered it wasn't the first time if they wanted to target him. Let them, forming karmic ties was fine too. Looking at his expression, she became worried, the corners of her mouth trembling, telling him he looked like he had been abandoned by the entire world. Zhao Jiaqi immediately reassured him, promising that no matter what, she would help him. Lang Fan seemed not to understand, pulled out a chicken, and suggested she help him butcher it. The chicken's struggle made Zhao Jiaqi sit down in fear. She begged him not to come close and to take it away. Lang Fan used this action to refute her words, saying that she could not even kill a chicken for him. He gently patted her head and told her, do not think about helping him anymore, just obediently stay behind him. Zhao Jiaqi was moved and called his name. But not even a second later, Lang Fan poured cold water on her. He said that if he really could not win and had to protect her, it would be very troublesome. Zhao Jiaqi silently cursed him as a rotten man, letting her imagination run wild. At the same time, at the security bureau, in the monitoring room, images of 2 strangers appeared on the camera. Were these not the superpowered individuals of the Li family? Why had they come to wrong city? The woman's name was Lai Bai. The one walking beside her was Yang Long, the son-in-law of the Li family, who was on the phone. He said he knew and confirmed that they were in wrong city. Both quickly entered an alley. Li Bai asked if it was a straight path from here to the Zhao family. The other person replied that it was. Yang Long carried her. Lai Bai, lying in his arms, softly said, "Brother Long, a little gentler." As soon as she finished speaking, he stomped his foot and leaped high, then continued. He asked if there was ever a time he was not pushed to exhaustion by this little enchantress, that every time she told him to go harder. Yang Long jumped onto a nearby rooftop for momentum, then continued moving. Libby scolded him to shut up, asking if she was not allowed to act coquettish once in a while. Very soon the Zhao residence came into view before them. Both jumped straight down from the rooftop, shattering tiles and stones and sending dust flying everywhere. Lai Bai raised her voice in a threat, telling that Zhao fellow to hand over the one who hit her grandchild, or face the consequences. Lang Fan, who was standing below the building, quickly realized that someone had come to the Zhao residence. He said nothing and directly carried Zhao Jiaqi. She asked in surprise where he was going, saying they could call a car. Lang Fan was enlightened and said that made sense. Although he could run quite fast, there was no need to make such a grand display. His master had taught him that showing off too much easily gets one struck by lightning, so one must be humble. Both took a taxi back to the Zhao residence. The driver reminded them to remember to give a 5-star rating and shoot him a heart. Lang Fan took a few steps and then suddenly stopped. Zhao Jiaqi asked what was wrong. He replied that he had a feeling they would meet some familiar people here. A shout came from inside the house. Old man, are you going to hand the person over or not? Zhao Jiaqi panicked and cried out, it's bad, Grandpa. Inside the house, Zhao Loi was being pressured by Yang Long. He slumped down against the TV cabinet, firmly stating that even if he was beaten to death today, he would not hand over young Leng Fan to them. Hearing that, Yang Long angrily raised his fist, saying that in that case, Elder Su would grant his wish. Just as he was about to strike, Zhao Jiaqi appeared in time and shouted for her grandfather. Leng Fan stood in front of Zhao Loi, blocked Yang Long's punch, and then spoke coldly. He said that the person he was looking for was him, and bullying an old man showed no skill. He was knocked back by him, his expression changing drastically. Zhao Loi pressed him, asking why Leng Fan had come at this time, saying that they would not dare lay a hand on him. He immediately denied it, saying if he had arrived even a little later, he might have had his head blown off. The words head blown off immediately stunned the old man. Leng Fan, without changing his expression, told Zhao Jiaqi to quickly take her grandfather inside and let him handle this. She immediately complied, not forgetting before leaving to tell him to be careful. He confirmed, reassured her that if he could not win, he would retreat. Lei Bai heard this and sneered, asking if he could not win and wanted to run. Did he think he could escape? She said that since this brat had bullied the Li family, if he did not give a satisfactory explanation, death would be unavoidable. At the same time, Yang Long was standing, gathering his strength and thinking. He realized this kid actually had some skill. It seemed he could no longer hide his true strength. Li Yan was probably about to arrive, and he could not lose face in front of his junior. The sound of a car outside made him realize she had arrived. Li Yan entered the house with a commanding voice, asking who had injured Uncle Qin. Lei Bai, oblivious, pointed straight at Leng Fan and said that the good niece had arrived. It was this brat. Li Yan immediately recognized him. Her eyes widened, she stammered, saying, Is it you? Leng Fan did not hide it either and directly admitted it was him. He said that by relying on influence to bully others, they all deserved to be hit. His thoughts carried a hint of bitterness. My own elder sister stood up to speak for others. As the master said, the world is indeed full of myriad varieties. Li Yan shed her arrogant attitude from earlier and spoke gently. She told him that he should not have beaten Uncle Qin to such a state, and moreover, making Li Yuan so scared that he soiled himself in front of so many people was an insult to him, and his approach was a bit excessive. Lei Bai became restless and shouted, asking why waste words with him, telling her husband to teach him a lesson. She asked Li Yan how she seemed to know this brat from before, saying that anyone who dared to cause trouble for the Li family had to pay a price. Yang Long listened to his wife and used his dragon scale superpower to charge at Leng Fan. He said that he would not hold back, so prepare to die. Li Yan panicked and shouted for her uncle. That was the superpowered state of her husband. He was showing no mercy. What could be done now? Thinking him so formidable, but he only needed a light hand, and he was sent flying backward. Lai Bai's face darkened. Yang Long was actually knocked unconscious by his fist. Could he have the strength of a 6th rank superpower? Seeing this, Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself thankfully he was unharmed. But soon after, she realized that the person who was hit was her uncle. She asked herself why she was worried about an outsider. So she immediately changed her attitude, gritting her teeth and asking him who exactly he was. Leng Fan calmly replied that he came out of the mountains, no father, no mother, and an older sister who abandoned him. He had lived alone since childhood, a poor forgotten brat. Lei Bai activated her superpower, stepping forward with a murderous aura. She said she did not care who he was. He had hit her husband and insulted the Li family, and this was not over. Her superpower gathered in her palm. She screamed, Leng Fan, I will kill you. Li Yan panicked again and shouted, Aunt, don't. She said that both she and her uncle were no match for him and not to act rashly. At that moment, a terrifying creature suddenly appeared behind Lei Bai. It roared in anger. Her face immediately turned gloomy. Before she could react, she was sent flying far away by it, crashing heavily into a large rock. Li Yan cried out in panic, Aunt. Following that thing were Chen Hai and another person. He announced loudly for everyone to run quickly, that this was a rank 4 disaster level superpower entity, and headquarters was sending superpowers above rank 7, while everyone else should take cover quickly. It accidentally ran into Zhao Jiaqi, causing her to scream in fear. Zhao Loi anxiously told his granddaughter to run quickly. Before it could approach her, a weapon pierced straight through its head. Zhao Jiaqi's mother, Tulan, had arrived in time. She roared fiercely, do not even think about touching my daughter. That thing was still not dead. It continued using its hands to endure the pain and charged forward. Its body still had large holes, seemingly marks left from past battles. Next, it leaped again and charged straight at Zhou Jiaqi. Only then did Leng Fan make his move. He said that it had been a long time since he used this move, feeling a bit nostalgic. He raised one finger, the superpower being absorbed there. That thing was about to embed the self-destructing blade into Zhao Jiaqi, and she covered her face in fear. Chen Hai yelled in panic, be careful, protect the civilian Zhou Jiaqi. Luckily, Leng Fan was a step faster. A flash of green light pierced through the monster's head. Its head was punctured, thick black smoke billowing out. It immediately crashed to the ground, completely motionless. Leng Fan walked over and reached out his hand toward Zhao Jiaqi. He asked without any restraint, you weren't scared enough to piss your pants, were you? Before she could feel touched, she was provoked and told him to get lost. With that move, Leng Fan drew everyone's attention and people discussed his strength. Li Bai thought that if he had gone all out, Yang Long would surely have died. He had held back. Leng Fan looked at that woman and asked if she wanted to continue fighting, while Chen Hai ordered his subordinates to clean up the scene. With blood all over her face, Li Bai replied that he was very strong and the Li family admitted defeat, but if he wanted to cause trouble, the Li family would rather die than lose their dignity. He frowned and questioned, "Is your dignity built on bullying others? How ridiculous." Li Bai was at a loss for words. Li Yan spoke up saying it was actually Li Yuan who started the trouble and even brought Uncle Qin along. Leng Fan turned away, indifferently saying he didn't care who they were. If they wanted to be enemies, he would play it all the way. Li Yan glanced hesitantly at Lai and asked if she wanted revenge, since he had just saved everyone. Before she could answer, Zhao Loi said, "What do you all think of the scale of the power behind him?" Li Bai lowered her head and speculated that he was only about 20 years old. He must be from a martial family clan. 100 Li families couldn't fight him. The scene shifted to the C Corporation. Yuan excitedly announced that the Zhou Corporation agreed to send the contract. Leng Fan was not captivated by her looks. He stopped her and said the successful cooperation was due to her abilities, and also reminded her not to get lipstick on his new shirt. He discontentedly recalled getting lipstick on him last night, having to wash it and then use his ability to dry it. What a pain. Ji Hai spoke up, saying that they specifically requested him to go, so he decided to let Leng Fan be in charge of the project. Leng Fan was stunned, pointed at himself, and asked again. As expected, Ji Hai ordered Yuan to be his assistant. Seeing he couldn't refuse, he whispered to Yuan to take charge herself. He would just go through the motions. Leng Fan was forced to wear a suit for photos, was asked to stand closer, and then smile. Holding the document in his hand, he sighed, saying it was just signing a contract. Why all the fuss? Zhao Jiaqi was about to call out when Yuan cut in, inviting him to celebrate with the department. Leng Fan said emotionlessly that he had no money. Yuan immediately said this meal was on her, and he only agreed because he was too hungry. Zhao Jiaqi stood by, fuming with anger, originally planning to treat him to a meal from last time, never expecting a man to stick to a pretty woman. The scene changed to a pub. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the department signing a big contract. Everyone was happy except Leng Fan, who looked dejected, finding it hard to swallow after a few sips. Yuan and a group of beauties came over to offer him a drink, calling him the great contributor. Xiao came over with a glass of beer to praise him for making a contribution as a newcomer. Yuan anxiously corrected her dialect. Leng Fan was not petty. He let that matter slide because his master also often spoke with a dialect. The two clinked glasses. Xiao drank it all, but he only took a sip. Leng Fan only took a sip. Suddenly, Zhao Jiaqi appeared and yelled for him to get in the car. Everyone was stunned, asking why she was there. Leng Fan got in the car. She questioned him. "You had a great time eating and drinking with your female colleagues, huh?" Zhao Jiaqi suppressed her anger because he said it was okay, truly infuriating. She was startled to realize she had no right to be angry. She had only helped him a few times. Leng Fan asked if she was looking for him for something. She replied that her grandfather wanted to invite him for roasted lamb. He said he wasn't a vegetarian, but he kind of liked roasted lamb. Arriving at the Zhao residence, all his thoughts vanished when he saw the food. He and Zhao Loi ate until they were stuffed. The old man told him if it was tasty, eat more. Meanwhile, a drunk Xiao was going home alone, worried about getting her pay docked, when a pervert suddenly appeared behind her. That man dragged her into a corner. He appraised her figure, said he would love her tonight, and Xiao screamed for help. The pervert approached, lustfully saying he didn't just want to be improper. After the meal, Tulan suggested Leng Fan stay the night. Zhou Jiaqi blushed and questioned her mother. The mother winked and told her not to worry. Her parents were the same back in the day. Leng Fan went into the room and immediately fell asleep. The woman helplessly said the boy wasn't as sharp as his father. Night fell, the moon brightly illuminating the entire sky. Leng Fan's phone suddenly rang in the middle of the night. He answered the phone groggily. The voice on the other end said something big had happened. Leng Fan woke up with a start and asked her what she said. Yuan cried as she recounted that Xiao had been robbed, raped, and killed. Leng Fan immediately put on his clothes to leave. Zhao Jiaqi saw this and asked him where he was going so late at night. He said nothing and jumped directly from the window. She screamed in fear because it was the 3rd floor. When Leng Fan arrived, Yuan spoke up, saying he had finally come. She had already notified the victim's family. She never expected the party to end so heartbreakingly. He observed the scene and the surrounding aura, realizing this was not an ordinary murder case. He called a taxi for Yuan and told her to go home first, but she refused, wanting to stay and wait for the family. Leng Fan firmly said he would stay and wait for them. In the end, Yuan listened to him and got into the car to go home. Leng Fan glanced behind him and saw that the young woman had now turned into a corpse puppet. She was threatening the police officers who had arrived at the scene. Seeing she was about to attack a female officer, Leng Fan stopped her, telling her not to create more karmic ties. He recalled the moment the two of them clinked glasses during the party. Seeming to understand something, he closed his eyes. He activated his ability, and a stream of blue light surged from his mouth. Leng Fan used his ability to bind the young woman tightly, then told everyone to call for the specialized personnel. This was not something they could handle. Some officers fearfully called her a monster, but others refused to retreat, thinking of the civilians. Chen Hai's team arrived quickly. He told Leng Fan that he could hand the scene over to them. He frowned and replied, "She was my friend. I know she is dead, but I want to avenge her." Chen Hai asked in surprise, "You mean you want to help us solve the case?" He confirmed, "That is correct." As Chen Hai's team collected the young woman's body, Leng Fan pondered, "This is neither cause nor effect. It is simply fate. I toast to you, and I return your human dignity to you." Guo Xiang suddenly asked him how he planned to find the killer. He said the killer this time was unusual, a person carrying corpse poison. Leng Fan was slightly suspicious, asking if he knew who the killer was. The old man replied that he did not, but recently the number of female corpse puppets had been increasing. They had nearly found the poison germ in every female corpse, suspecting there was a man carrying the disease and transmitting it through sexual relations. Moreover, the killer was very likely a cultivator with a bizarre technique. A team member suddenly ran over to announce that they had found surveillance footage, and there were two killers. The camera captured the one who had violated the young woman and the one who led the incident. After watching, Leng Fan could not contain his rage and swore he would help her settle this karmic debt. Seeing his attitude, Guo Xiang warned him that he was immortal and must not kill. Chen Hai, standing nearby, whispered a reminder to the old man that he was not immortal. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiang laughed, saying that in that case, he could join their dragon group. The old man continued his recruitment, introducing himself as Guo Xiang, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, and also Deputy Leader of the Dragon Group, and asked Leng Fan if he agreed to join. He was not polite at all and directly refused. He said it was unnecessary. He could still do it without joining their organization. Chen Hai was shocked that this kid dared to refuse the deputy director's offer. Being personally recommended by the deputy director would at least earn him a regional supervisor position. A teleportation gate appeared before Leng Fan. He said he had to go end the karmic debt and advised them not to interfere, or their evil deeds would only accumulate. Having said that, he slowly stepped into the gate, his body gradually fading away. Guo Xiang gritted his teeth in astonishment. This is... He vanished right before his eyes, leaving not a single trace behind. Guo Xiang sighed in contemplation. So it was an illusion. He wondered who that kid was. Even a transcendent first-rank cultivator would find it hard to create such a mental impact on him. At the same time, the two men who had harmed the young woman were happily chatting. One said he alone could hardly subdue that girl, thanking his big brother for helping. He praised the victim's wonderful body and figure. The bald man laughed gleefully and agreed, but he added that he had not had his fill yet. He suggested they go catch another one. The blonde man grinned and asked if his big brother was sure he wanted to do it. He demanded a prior agreement that he would go first, because he had a cleanliness fetish. The two began arguing over who would go first. They shouted accusations at each other, each insisting they had the right. The bald man flew into a rage, quickly struck down the other, and cursed that if he wanted to do it, he should go register in the underworld. The other lay motionless in a pool of blood. The bald man was still furious, saying a piece of trash like him dared to negotiate terms. Just then, Leng Fan appeared. He spoke calmly. "It seems someone has helped me take care of one, saving me from creating another karmic tie." The bald man turned and shouted, "Are you a supernatural? Are you tired of living?" He did not answer, but asked the man if he was the one who killed the young woman. The bald man had a vague recollection of the young woman. He said in a lewd tone, "Ah, that woman, she struggled fiercely and her body was fine. I almost couldn't hold her down." Not letting him finish his filthy words, Leng Fan made his move. He struggled and cried out, asking who he was, telling him to let him go and asking if he knew who he was. He looked the man straight in the eye and said coldly, "Do you know, not every evildoer in the world reaps evil fruits, but you do." Leng Fan tightened his grip on the bald man's neck. His face was streaked with tears, but he still tried to threaten him, saying he was a man of the Chu family, and their elder ancestor was about to break through to innate, advising him to let him go. He continued, "If our elder ancestor steps in, he will definitely slaughter your entire family." Leng Fan paid him no heed. He slammed him hard to the ground, cracking the earth. He declared coldly, "I will wait for your elder ancestor to come and slaughter my entire family. But before that, I must ensure you are never reincarnated." Blood gushed like a fountain. His soul fearfully left his body and hastily fled from Leng Fan. He was quick to seize the bald man's soul and shouted, still trying to run away. He begged miserably, pleading with Leng Fan to let him go, promising to be a good person if reincarnated, begging the Great Lord to spare his life. Leng Fan ignored his pleas and quickly destroyed his soul. He repeated his earlier words, "I must ensure you are never reincarnated." Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Leng Fan seemed to have sensed them. He turned his head, his entire body radiating killing intent, and asked coldly, "Who is it?" The person approaching was Guo Xiang. The old man greeted him warmly, "Leng Fan, young friend, it is me." Leng Fan pointed at the dead man on the ground and feigned innocence. I was just passing by. I don't know what happened to him, but his head exploded. Guo Xiang was completely helpless against his acting. He understood everything and thought to himself, this kid clearly saw it all but still pretended not to know he is truly a talent. He had also noticed that the killing intent from earlier was so solid. Not even a first-rank supernatural could do that, so he became determined to recruit him into the organization. Thinking this, Guo Xiang flashed a warm smile and played along with Lang Fan's words, saying that if someone's head exploded while walking, it was because their evolution into a human had a defect, and told Lang Fan not to be tense. He smiled at the old man and asked honestly, how could he believe such a thing? What I just said, my master would never believe. Guo Xiang walked alongside him heading forward, then helplessly changed the subject. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. The place we are going to is the base of the dragon group. As they walked, Guo Xiang explained to Lang Fan. He was a henchman of the Zhao family, specializing in cultivating corpse aura. We tried to capture him over 10 times and failed each time. He had the strength of a 4th rank supernatural being or higher, yet he was easily taken down by you. The two walked for a while and arrived at Liu Tea House. He suggested, let's go inside for a cup of tea, talk while we drink. But Lang Fan showed suspicion, not intending to enter. He asked, wait, this is probably a shady place. Is a tea house still open at this late hour? Guo Xiang could only helplessly reassure him, little friend, rest assured. This is the Dragon Group's base, absolutely safe. No one would dare do anything. The two chose a small corner in the tea house. Guo Xiang slowly asked, do you know who that person was just now, or rather, the one who self-destructed that you saw? He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and replied, of course I do. That is the one who planted the evil seed. The consequences of his evil actions must be repaid over 10 lifetimes. I only made him experience the first. The old man held his teacup and kindly reminded him, that is not what I meant. That man was a henchman of the Zhao family. Soon an ancient genius will emerge from the Zhao family. You killed their man, I fear you will be hunted. Lang Fan showed no fear whatsoever, even challenging, let them come if they want. Anyway, my master once told me if I cannot fight back, then go invite him for help. Guo Xiang was stunned upon hearing this. Invite your master? That phrase sounds really strange. Your master must be an extremely powerful supernatural being. He could not help but think to himself, could there really be such a master in this world? But Lang Fan's answer left Guo Xiang helpless and speechless. No, I just made that phrase up myself. My master rarely says things like that, and rarely makes a move. We mostly live in the mountains. At this time, the old man finally revealed his true intention. Let's set that aside for now. I want to invite you to join the dragon group to take the position of elder. As long as you join, even if the Zhao family's ancient ancestor personally shows up, he would not dare to touch you. Lang Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened. He asked suspiciously, is it all just benefits? Guo Xiang calmly replied, of course not. If you want to be an elder, you must help us eliminate all the Zhao family henchmen who cultivate corpse aura. In addition, we hope you can intervene in the conflict between the Li family and the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, the teacup in Lang Fan's hand paused. He frowned and asked, what dispute is there between the Li family and the Zhao family? Guo Xiang answered honestly, they have been mortal enemies for a long time. The reason unknown. The two families have always been fighting each other, but fortunately their strength is equal, so no major upheaval has occurred. But this time, prodigy has appeared in the Zhao family. Their ancient ancestor, Ri Tian, has broken through the first rank, entering the innate realm. The old man continued to narrate before Lang Fan's stunned eyes. I know the name Ri Tian sounds very strange, but he really is named that. He also declared to all the people of the Zhao family that he would destroy the entire Li family in 1 month. Guo Xiang's face was strangely tense when he spoke of this. Furthermore, the Zhao family's people have already started moving tonight. An atmosphere of grief filled every word. The people of Lei Yi in Nani City, within a single brief night, 325 people died, and they even spared no newborns. Lang Fan could only shake his head after hearing this. The more one provokes, the more evil karma one sows. Guo Xiang said with a sorrowful face, the dragon group was established to maintain stability and peace. We cannot allow a large number of people to be killed. Therefore, we hope you will intervene to stop the struggle between the two families. Lang Fan was silent for a moment, then said, I refuse. After saying this, he set his teacup down on the table, stood up, and left. Lang Fan brushed past Xiang, but still did not forget to say a few words. I have no desire to be any elder for now, nor do I want to meddle in worldly affairs. Everyone has their own karma. Letting them freely bully others using their power, I fear it has not been just a day or two. Hatred has accumulated for years. Sooner or later, they will meet their retribution. The old man called after him with great regret, this is the elder's token. Little friend Lang Fan, please think it over some more. The next morning at the Tashi building, everyone received a notice. They had to restrain their emotions to see off a close friend, a close colleague, to their final resting place. Xiao Xiao's memorial portrait was hung solemnly in the middle of the office. Everyone offered their condolences by bowing their heads to her for the last time. Yuan Yuan stood behind everyone, recounting the incident to Leng Fan. The police said the killer had been found. It seemed like someone had beaten him to death, died very miserably, but he seemed to catch a glimmer of hope, hurriedly asking, "But what?" Yuan Yuan handed over a letter with the content, "My son died because of your daughter. I will make your whole family pay with their lives." She said, "This is the letter Xiao Xiao's parents received. The two of them were already heartbroken over their daughter, and now they have to endure this threat." Leng Fan snatched the letter and tore it up. He stated firmly, "I will handle this matter." Yuan Yuan asked with a face full of confusion, "How are you going to handle it? Do not do anything reckless. I heard the killer was a supernatural being, and the Avenger is probably the same. You cannot handle this." Leng Fan ignored it, turning around and leaving behind an incomplete sentence, "I have my own plan." Then he left. As he walked, he thought about his colleague. In his mind at this moment, there was only hatred. An ordinary person who had never committed any evil in their life, yet was affected by another person's evil karma. It was clear that the heavenly Tao had never been fair. Leng Fan seemed to sink into his own world. He silently affirmed, "Since that is the case, I no longer need to follow the law of cause and effect. I will bear all the evil karma myself." But he still did not forget to apologize. "Master, your disciple is worthless to have to use the arts you bestowed. Please forgive me." Having thought this, he opened his eyes wide and used his spiritual sense to search for something. The spiritual sense immediately activated, leading him to what he was looking for. Leng Fan's gaze pierced through the tens of thousands of people in the bustling streets. Next, the scene revealed was a wild mountain range, so remote that not a single person was in sight. After a moment of searching, he spotted a group of people in blue robes. Leng Fan thought joyfully, "Found you all." On the forest side, Chen Hai was also leading his men to hunt the enemy. As he walked, he instructed, "The group of Zhao family henchmen who cultivate corpse aura are hiding in this mountain. Everyone must be careful." Chen Hai thought to himself, "Daoist Guo said that brat Leng Fan will not help us. Then we can only rely on ourselves." Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind slashed through, scattering the group of people. Along with it came a few panicked shouts. "What kind of ghostly wind was that? There is someone just ran by here." The image of Leng Fan immediately appeared in Chen Hai's mind. He thought to himself, could that have been Leng Fan just now? Having thought this, he immediately shouted loudly, "Quickly attack the mountain, move up." The confused group of henchmen followed the order. Just a moment ago they were told to be careful, now they were told to attack quickly. Could the caution their team leader spoke of be to charge up as fast as possible? On the side of the Zhao family henchmen, the leader was planning. He said, "A supernatural being killed my son. It all started from that woman of the Xiao family. How many women has my son been with without any trouble? Only with her did something happen." His eyes were full of hatred, but also no less determination. He commanded, "Tonight, follow me and slaughter the entire Xiao family." The remaining men immediately shouted, "Understood, boss." Suddenly a commanding voice rang out, "You are clearly the one who killed someone, yet you still have the face to say that." Leng Fan grabbed him by the neck and hoisted him up. He said darkly, "People like you are born as the evil karma of this world." The henchmen saw their leader captured and loudly shouted, "Release the clan leader immediately. If not, we will tear you into 1,000 pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, several zombie-like figures lunged at Leng Fan. The clan leader, at this moment struggling to take weak breaths, did not forget to beg for mercy. "Good sir, spare my life. I beg for mercy. I will not take revenge on the Xiao family anymore. I dare not." But Leng Fan paid him no heed. He acted decisively, "Go to hell and beg the king of hell for mercy." As soon as the words left his mouth, the clan leader's limbs left his body, along with droplets of red liquid splattering. But Leng Fan still had no intention of letting him off. He said, "I will not let you die so easily." A henchman began commanding the zombie-like figures, "Kill this brat. How dare he lay a hand on our clan leader?" Leng Fan merely brushed past them lightly, then said contemptuously, "I leave these small fries to you." So Chen Hai's group immediately rushed out shouting loudly, "Everyone freeze. You are all under arrest." Leng Fan held onto the clan leader who had lost all his limbs and told Chen Hai that he had to leave him. He quickly stopped them. "Brother Leng Fan, do not be impulsive, hand him over to us for your own good." But he did not care, turned around and left, telling them to call Guo Xiang and inform him that he was now an elder of the dragon group. Chen Hai watched Leng Fan fly away, full of questions about his status as a dragon group elder. He immediately called Guo Xiang and reported that Leng Fan had agreed to become an elder but had taken the clan leader away. Guo Xiang understood Leng Fan's temperament, so he ordered them to let him handle it himself and instructed the entire dragon group not to disturb the elder. Leng Fan brought the clan leader to a cliff and asked him if he remembered how many people he had killed in his entire life. The dying clan leader still arrogantly said he did not remember, but that he was a man of the Zhao family, and their ancestor would make him die. Leng Fan's gaze was sharp as a bullet. He said if he did not remember his own sins, then let reap what he sows. After speaking, he let go, and the clan leader fell into the bottomless abyss. Leng Fan looked down into the abyss, lightly furrowing his brows in displeasure. He looked up to the sky, vowing to deal with the injustice, before returning to the mountain hermitage after weathering the storm. Leng Fan walked into the C Corporation building. Zhao Jiaqi was already waiting and asked him where he had been. Leng Fan did not answer but directly asked her what business she had with him. Zhao Jiaqi shyly said she wanted him to join an auction, and he immediately agreed. She wondered why he did not ask for the location. He replied that he wanted to meet more people in the new world. Zhao Jiaqi helplessly sighed that he was becoming stranger each day, then told him to get in the car first. In the car, she confided that Yuan had told her about what happened, and she was worried she could not get him back to that company. The car stopped in front of a high-rise building. The driver announced they had arrived. Leng Fan looked at the building and then asked if rich people always held auctions in such luxurious places. Zhao Jiaqi linked her arm with his and said it was just social etiquette. Everyone did it. Tu Lan saw her daughter and called them over, and Li Yuan's mother was also there. Leng Fan recognized the scum from last time. Li Yuan panicked upon seeing him. Tu Lan politely said Zhao Jiaqi had found a suitable man and did not disturb them. Li Yuan's mother was displeased, sized up Leng Fan from head to toe, then made a critical judgment. She turned to mock Tu Lan, saying Zhao Jiaqi's man was no good, at least he should be better than her son. Tu Lan gave a perfunctory reply, but inwardly thought that this young man had defeated a 4th-rank powerhouse with a single move. One could not judge by appearance. Suddenly, the bodyguard panicked and reported that something bad had happened. Tu Lan's face tensed up after hearing it. She pulled Li Yuan's mother and told her to hurry, looking flustered. Li's mother panicked and asked what was wrong. Tu Lan said the Zhao family people had arrived. She ordered them to be led out through the back door. Because the Zhao family was targeting Lisa, they absolutely could not let them meet. Leng Fan saw the urgency and thought about the Zhao and Li families being like oil and water, even though the ancestor had not yet come out of seclusion. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's voice rang out, greeting Madame Tu Lan and accompanying Zhao Ji. Tu Lan smiled in response, guessing this was Zhao Hai's son. Zhao Hai said that was correct, this was Zhao Ji, hurry up and greet them. Zhao Ji did not pay attention, instead pointed at Zhao Jiaqi and demanded that girl. Leng Fan heard this, his gaze sharpened, displeased. Tu Lan said with annoyance that his son was too rude. Zhao Hai sneered, saying his son had good taste. That girl was worthy of being a Zhao family daughter-in-law. He agreed to this marriage. Tu Lan angrily shouted that her daughter was not something to be traded back and forth. Zhao Hai sneered and said the ancestor had already reached innate level. Marrying into their family was a blessing left by their ancestors. Zhao Ji still lunged toward Zhao Jiaqi, demanding that she be his for the night. Tu Lan shielded her daughter, sternly asking him what he wanted. That man whined to his father demanding that girl. Zhao Hai flew into a rage, threatening Tu Lan that his ability level was 5th rank. While she was only 7th rank, if she was stubborn, he would not be polite. Tu Lan was afraid. This 5th rank old man had trained to that level thanks to the ancestor's breakthrough. Now she could only rely on Leng Fan. Zhao Hai, receiving no reply, asked Tu Lan if she wanted to be his mistress to get closer. Tu Lan angrily cursed him for being shameless and prepared to fight him to the death. Leng Fan quickly stopped her, saying, "Aunt, there is no need to personally deal with this kind of lecker." Zhao Hai angrily cursed at him, asking who he thought he was. Leng Fan's gaze was sharp as a bullet. He said he hated being cursed at like that the most. His master taught him to use a powerful 8-word mantra to counterattack. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful slap to the man's face. Then he flung Zhao Hai's entire body to the ground, catching him off guard. Leng Fan grabbed the father and son pair and threw them flying out the door. They flew into the air, then landed painfully on the ground, startling everyone. Lan happily praised him, "Well done, son-in-law," causing Zhao Jiaqi to shyly remind her mother. Zhao Hai struggled to his feet, cursing and swearing that the day the ancestor came out of seclusion, he would deal with Leng Fan and the mother-daughter pair Tu Lan. As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Fan lunged forward and threw a lightning-fast punch, followed by a kick that sent him flying dozens of meters. He said speaking recklessly creates bad karma. Do not do it again. Zhao Jiaqi softly told her mother to go home, fearing the powerful faction would harm her grandfather and the entire Zhou family. Tu Lan heard that and called out loudly, telling Bao Xiaofan to take us back first. She admitted Zhou Jiaqi's words were very reasonable. After all, the Zhao family was not a supernatural family. When they returned to the Zhao residence after hearing the story, old Master Shu flew into a rage, slammed the table, and stood up, cursing Zhao for going too far and not putting anyone in his eyes. He said he would call Zhao immediately. Though he was pretending, he was still very energetic, determined to make the Zhao family personally come to their house to apologize tomorrow. When Zhao Jiaqi saw Leng Fan off, she softly thanked him. Leng Fan replied that it was unnecessary. He just wanted to test if the 8 characters mantra his master taught him was effective. Zhao Jiaqi shyly avoided his gaze but still insisted that he had helped her a lot. Suddenly, Leng Fan brushed her hair aside, saying he did not want anyone with a good affinity to him to leave forever. After speaking, Leng Fan turned and left, leaving Zhao Jiaqi standing dumbfounded, not understanding understanding what had happened. Only after a while did she come to her senses, blushing shyly, wondering if he was confessing. Why was he so unusual today, suddenly touching her cheek like that? He returned to the Ji residence. Old Master Si had been waiting for some time and exclaimed that the little immortal had finally returned. Seeing him rush over for a hug, Leng Fan quickly dodged to the side. Seeing this from inside the house, Shi Yu grew jealous, saying that he was the real grandson. Yet the old man had never welcomed him so happily when he returned. Leng Fan ignored her and asked Old Master Shi if he knew about supernatural beings. He replied very well, saying that ever since he met his master, Dao Kun, he had learned about the supernatural world in many families around the world. Leng Fan's gaze turned sharp and he continued asking if he knew how strong an innate level supernatural powerhouse was. Old Master Shi answered seriously, though not entirely clear, but according to what his master said, entering the innate realm meant one could walk on air. Such a person was very rare in this city, almost like a celestial being. As Leng Fan thought, he unconsciously stepped into the air and blurted out, "Is that so?" Seeing him walking on air, Old Master Si's eyes lit up and he cried out that he was indeed a little immortal. Seeing this, Si Yu also became excited and demanded to learn. Leng Fan looked confused, wondering to himself, this walking on air he had learned it at the age of 8. But 3 years ago his master said he was at the highest first rank, yet recently he heard it was the 6th rank. What level was he really at? Looking at the illuminated TV, he thought to himself, could it really be that he was about to be destroyed? The next morning, Si Hai cheerfully asked him why he hadn't been going to work lately, if he was feeling unwell. As the car passed another vehicle, Leng Fan suddenly recognized Zhao Hai. He jumped out of the car, causing Si Hai to panic, shouting that he could not go to the company for now. He had to go to the Zhao residence. As he ran after the other car, he realized it was the road to the Zhao villa. Zhao Hai and his son bowed respectfully and apologized to Old Master Zhu, saying that yesterday's matter was due to drunken words, and their elders had already punished them. Leng Fan witnessed everything, thinking to himself that they had come to apologize, but why didn't he see the supernatural being guarding the Zhao family arrive? Outside, Zhao Hai's son asked his father if they were just letting this matter go. Zhao Hai held a half-smoked cigarette, a cunning look on his face, saying that in the Zhao family dictionary, there was no such word as giving up. He said that after dealing with Zhao, Elder Su would settle the score later. Then the two got into the car and sped off. Leng Fan watched them, wondering why the Li family was involved. What exactly was this karmic connection? Scene change as Leng Fan landed on the ground. Zhao Jiaqi asked in surprise why he was there. He turned back and asked her why Zhao Hai and his son had suddenly come to apologize. She evaded the question, answering that her grandfather had found someone. He also guessed that person was the one who saved her. Old Master Zhou explained that he asked Elder Xu to help inquire about a supernatural being. They would not interfere in the feud between the two families, only accepting money in exchange for the Zhao family's peace. He covered his face, eyes tearing up, saying he was sorry to Lisa. Many supernatural families had once promised to help, but now they stood by idly while the Zhao family grew too ambitious. Old Master Xiao also said that last night, the Zhao family openly attacked the Li family in the capital. Many of the Li family members were killed, and the famous singer Li Yan also went missing. Leng Fan said that as long as they were safe, it was fine. The Li Zhao grudge was none of his concern. This remark confused Jiaqi. Didn't he really like Li Yan? Leng Fan pondered. Li Yan was missing. It is her own fault for not recognizing me. I only need one look to recognize her. His phone rang. He immediately knew it was the Dragon Group calling about a mission. The voice on the other end said that Elder Leng must intervene in the Li Zhao feud and first find the missing Li Yan. The Dragon Group was ready to provide support. Li Yan's last known location was Kunlun City. He coldly said he understood, and to arrange a plane for him to get there. After speaking, he shot off like a rocket, muttering to himself, Leng Fan, oh Leng Fan, your master was right to say your 6 roots were not pure. Scene changed to Kunlun. A voice rang out saying, I can cut ties with my own family, but if others dare to touch them, I will make sure they never recover in a lifetime. Zhang Qiming extended his hand to greet, confirming Leng Fan was the elder. He introduced himself as the director of the Kunlun branch. Leng Fan asked directly if there were any leads. Zhang Qiming said Li Yan had been missing for 3 days, vanishing from the city without a trace. Leng Fan wondered, impossible. The two families were at each other's throats. Her coming to Kunlun could only be for one reason. She came here to avoid Zhao. Her disappearance only had 2 possibilities. Either Zhao captured her or her family hid her. Zhang Qiming agreed and pointed at the tablet, showing him the last recording. After entering the hotel, she did not come out, and the cleaning staff found no traces. Scene change, Uncle Ba assured Li Yan that she would be safe here and no one would disturb her. Li Yan thanked him, saying there were not many people left in the Li family she could trust. She leaned on the windowsill looking at the sky, wondering if the Li family was really doomed. Her parents sent her away to take refuge, but what about them? She then thought of her younger brother, wondering if she would be forgiven when they met again. A knocking on the door broke her train of thought. A shout from outside startled her with fear. Had they found her so quickly? Uncle San, Uncle Buz's nephew, poked his head in and asked why he kept knocking but didn't open the door. He rushed in, saying there was something important, startling Uncle Ba, because the young miss was in the room. Uncle Ba panicked. Oh no, the young miss is in the room. Entering the house, Uncle San noticed a strong perfume smell and teased his uncle for hiding some woman. The old man scolded him, telling him to say what he needed and leave. Inside, he was glad that Lian had not been seen. Uncle San grinned slyly and asked for some money, saying he had a new girlfriend and needed it to have a child soon for his uncle. Uncle Ba frowned, saying he was 25 years old with no job, and when he fell in love, he came asking the old man for money. What did he really want? Uncle San held his hand and acted spoiled, saying he still had not found his life's goal, and promised to find a job and be filial to him after getting married. Hearing this, Uncle Ba reluctantly took out a small pouch of money, telling him to treat the girl well. Seeing the money, Uncle San's eyes lit up as he snatched the pouch, saying that in love one must absolutely not calculate gains and losses. Taking it all, bye-bye grandpa. Suddenly, a glittering necklace caught his eye. Uncle Ba immediately stole it, hid it behind his back, and backed toward the door. Grandfather hoped his grandson would get rich so he could live comfortably. The old man scolded, "You rotten little brat." Out on the street, he twirled the necklace. That old geezer hid women away, and he even bought her an expensive necklace. If it was real, giving it to that little vixen would bring him good fortune tonight. Uncle Ba strolled down the street, dreaming of a beautiful 18-year-old girl, unaware that the men in black had already approached. They surrounded him from behind, startling Uncle Ba. "Cut it out. What do you want?" At the Lee family ancestral hall, all the descendants gathered. A man said, "Everyone in the Lee Corporation has settled things properly. What does the clan head plan to do?" In truth, there was no need for tension. All they had to do was admit fault to the Zhao family and apologize. Lee clan head immediately rejected the idea. "The people of the Lee family will not be the Zhao family's hunting dogs. Our ancestors' glory cannot be destroyed in our hands." He declared firmly that even if only one person remained, they would fight to the end. The Lee family would never surrender. Everyone raised their fists in unison, shouting with determination, "Fight to the end. The Lee family will never surrender." Li Dadong added, "Our Li clan does not fear death. If the Zhao family wants war, then we will fight. This time, I will reveal the Li family's trump card." The scene shifted to the city. Leng Fan thought that as long as he was still in Kunlun, he would definitely find her. He was panning, still unable to find Li Yan, not knowing where she was hiding. But he did not give up. He was determined to find her. He used his clairvoyance and saw Zhao Hai and his son in the main hall of a building. They had also come to Kunlun. He then looked into a room. That was the leader the Zhao family had sent to find Li Yan. He saw a man with green hair bent over and could not believe his eyes. It was Tan Ming, someone from the Dragon Squad. Why was he with those Zhao bastards? He showed the man a photo of him. Leng Fan speculated that Tan Ming or the Dragon Squad had betrayed him. A man in black produced a necklace, and beside him was a bound Uncle Ba. Leng Fan immediately recognized it as Li Yan's necklace. Seeing Uncle Ba blindfolded, he guessed they were interrogating him about the necklace. After hearing the testimony, they immediately went outside, frightening him. This was bad. They were going to find Li Yan. He leaped from the top of a building, deciding to follow them. After driving for a while, the car stopped. Zhao family elder ordered, "Li Yan is right here. We must capture her alive." The henchmen answered in unison. The trembling old caretaker blocked their path. "What do you want? Are you looking for me? Sign in first." But the old man was immediately knocked away. They broke down the door and rushed in. The elder spoke, "Miss Li Yan, I have found you." Li Yan was startled to see them. "You..." Uncle Ba rushed out to shield her. "Don't you dare. Miss, run quickly. I will risk my life to stop them." The Zhao family elder sneered. "What loyalty? If it wasn't for your dear nephew, we wouldn't have found our way here." The old man trembled in fear for his nephew. "My boy." Seeing the dangerous situation, Li Yan spoke up. "Don't make trouble for them. If you want to take me, I will go with you." Seeing her captured, Uncle Ba roared, "Bastards, let the young lady go." His nephew, Uncle Ba, was immediately punched, blood spilling from his mouth. The old man shouted, "My boy." The elder pressed Uncle Ba, who was foaming at the mouth, to the ground. He said, "He's not dead yet, just turned into an idiot. If you're still loyal, I don't know if your nephew can take another hit." Uncle Ba looked at his nephew, tears welling in his eyes. "My boy." Zhao Ji looked at Li Yan's slender figure and licked his lips. "This little sister isn't bad. How about I have some fun with her first?" He pleaded with the elder. "Elder, can I have a taste of this woman? I will turn her into the Zhao family's bitch." He was immediately granted permission. "Of course, just don't kill her. You can torment her as you please." Zhao Ji thanked the elder. Hearing this, Li Yan thought to herself that, if he intended to humiliate her, she would bite her tongue and commit suicide. Her heart only thought of her younger brother. "Big sister is coming to see you soon." Upon arrival, Zhao Jai ordered 2 of his henchmen, "Take her into my bedroom." The Zhao family elder looked at the photo of Leng Fan in his hand. "Now we just wait for that brat to walk right into the trap. To uproot the weeds, you must dig up the roots. That is my style." In the bedroom, Zhao Ji pressed Li Yan onto the bed. "Little beauty, let me serve you. She glared at him. I would rather die than let you achieve your goal. Zhao Ji said perversely, die? Do you think death is an escape? I have a hobby. Before he could finish his sentence, Lang Fan smashed through the glass window from outside and rushed in. He smashed the man's head against the floor until it cracked. I also have a hobby. Every time I see you, I beat you. Li Yan lifted her head to look at her savior. You again? The two men in black rushed at him simultaneously. Let young Master Zhao Ji go, you bastard. He easily dodged, causing the two to smash their heads against the wall. Accomplices are also perpetrators. Lang Fan looked at her sitting on the floor and urged, come with me quickly. I'll take you home. Suddenly, a streak of fire tore through the air towards him. Li Yan panicked. Look out. Lang Fan quickly blocked the streak of fire. She asked worriedly, are you all right? Zhao family elder appeared, electricity still crackling in his hand. So you did come. Zhao Hai screamed when he saw Zhao Ji's head stuck to the wall. My son. He charged angrily at him. You're looking for death. Zhao Hai's end was also stuck to the wall like his son. Lang Fan flicked his hand and reminded him, your memory isn't so good either. The two men in black behind the elder whispered, Zhao Hai is a 5th rank cultivator, and he was taken down in one punch by him. This young man has skills. No wonder Qin Ming warned us to be careful. The elder was furious. He summoned a stronger surge of electricity with both hands. Lang Fan, in the name of the Dragon Squad's elder, you dare to eliminate the Zhao family's henchmen. You have quite the nerve. Li Yan stood up and shielded him, gritting her teeth. This rotten old man is a 4th rank superpower with immense strength. You go first. Don't die here just to save me. Her appearance distracted the black-clad men, making them blurt out dirty words and compliment her figure. They said they would play with her for a while later, and Zhao Ji probably wouldn't have the blessing to enjoy it. Li Yan blushed with anger upon hearing this. Lang Fan draped the blanket over her and told her to step back, leaving this place to him. He did not come to save her, but was carrying out a mission assigned by the dragon group. The Zhao family elder shot a lightning bolt at him with a lewd laugh. He said if that group wanted to play with her, then wait until he took down this brat and made him watch. Lang Fan did not dodge at all but stood still as the lightning bolt struck his body. Li Yan panicked and screamed his name. He easily absorbed the entire attack with one hand and taunted that this was all a 4th rank superhuman was capable of. The two black-clad men stared in shock, and the elder gnashed his teeth in anger. He decided he would make him taste his most powerful move. That man raised both hands to the sky to gather an orb of lightning. The Zhao family elder directed the attack named Extreme Thunder Shattering Break straight at Lang Fan. Li Yan worriedly reached out to warn him to be careful. A loud explosion sounded as the attack reached Lang Fan's position. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky, surrounded by thick dust. Seeing that, the two black-clad men immediately mocked, claiming that even a 2nd rank would die from the elder using this move. They said that brat was surely dead, and this was the fate for anyone opposing the Zhao family. Li Yan sat amidst the dust, crying and calling Lang Fan's name, her eyes wide as she stared ahead. He still stood proudly after the explosion, and even provocatively asked that man if he had truly used all his strength. Black-clad men were stunned as if struck by lightning. They could not believe he had blocked that move and wondered if he was even human. The Zhao family elder broke out in a cold sweat, panting heavily, thinking how this could be possible. Even the ancestor could not avoid injury. This brat was truly monstrous. Lang Fan spoke provocatively, saying that man was out of tricks, so it was his turn to act. That man panicked when he suddenly vanished right before his eyes. Lang Fan unexpectedly appeared and attacked the elder from behind. That man suddenly sensed the killing intent behind him and hurriedly turned his head to look. He used a powerful force to launch an attack that sent the Zhao family elder flying. The black-clad men were terrified when they saw him hurtling into a wall and loudly shouted the elder's name. Lang Fan extended his hand in front of Li Yan, telling her to get up so he could take her home. She took his hand but still wondered what kind of person he really was. The two black-clad men fearfully made way. As he walked, Lang Fan told them they must fix the room or he would come for each of them. They fearfully bowed their heads and chorused in agreement. Right after, he and Li Yan bought plane tickets and left. She silently looked at Lang Fan with sad eyes, wondering how he planned to take her back. If she went back now, the situation would still be the same. He stared sadly out the window, pondering the present, wondering if it was still the same as before. The girl with brown hair sitting behind them recognized Li Yan and asked if she was a big celebrity, and asked for an autograph. Li Yan turned back, agreed, and asked where to sign. The girl excitedly told her to sign on her clothes and thanked her. Li Yan sighed, watching the brown-haired girl's joyful expression, then said, "Thank you, big celebrity." Lang Fan coldly remarked that she had a lot of fans, and said she was very successful and happy, right? She quietly and sadly recalled the past, then asked him in return if he thought she was happy. He empathetically said she had loving parents, adoring fans, and more money than she could ever spend. He told her how could that not be called happiness? She just encountered a small accident. Li Yan's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing those words from Lang Fan's. He continued to comfort her, saying that countless people exhausted their life force just to survive. She had probably never been punched until her nose bled for a single steamed bun. She blushed, averted her gaze, and admitted that she truly was very happy. Leng Fan looked out the window, thinking to himself, yes, she was very happy, so happy that she forgot she once had a younger brother. The scene shifted to the Li family villa, and Li Yan invited him inside. He politely declined, saying the Dragon Group mission was only to bring her back safely, and it was now complete. She hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, telling him to wait, that he had saved her, and she had to thank him properly. Li Yan silently made up her mind not to let him go, because his strength was the only hope to save the Li family. Li Yan's mother, Yuan Qingrong, rushed out in a panic to greet them and asked if she was okay. She hugged her tightly, sobbing, saying she worried her mother to death, and if anything happened to her, how could she live on? This scene inadvertently triggered him to recall memories of his childhood. Yuan Qingrong extended her hand toward Leng Fan in greeting, introduced herself as Li Yan's mother, and thanked him for saving her daughter. He was dazed for a moment before awkwardly responding, telling her not to be so polite. Yuan Qingrong worriedly looked at Leng Fan's dazed expression and asked why his eyes were red if he was feeling unwell. He avoided her gaze and denied it. Li Yan then suggested to her mother that although he was a bit strange, he had saved her and was a good person, so they should invite him in for a meal. She happily agreed and invited the young man inside. She said she would personally go to the kitchen to cook a meal to thank him. Leng Fan nodded in agreement, his heart full of emotion, because it had been 10 years since he last ate a home-cooked meal. She looked at his departing back with great curiosity, wondering what was wrong with this guy. She invited him and he refused, but her mother said one sentence and he agreed immediately. The Li family patriarch, Li Daodong, pounded the table violently, saying that this brat returning with Li Yan definitely had an ulterior motive. Li Hao tried to persuade him, asking why the patriarch would say that, since he was the lifesaver of his daughter. That old man emphasized that the Li family was in a dire, explosive situation. Everyone was keeping their distance, and only this one brat came to help. Wasn't that very suspicious? He was slowly being persuaded by Li Daodong and asked if his meaning was that he was a spy for the Zhao family. He commanded with his cane, saying that kid has ability, so tactfully drive him away without exposing the truth. According to Xiaoyan, his strength is not low. Li Hao clasped his hands and replied, understood, I will handle it immediately. Yuan Qingrong brought a plate of fruit and offered it to Leng Fan. Eat some fruit first. He sat silently, looking in another direction, paying no attention to the melon plate on the table. She went over to Li Yan and asked, what is wrong with him? She shrugged and shook her head. I do not know either. He stood up and looked out into the garden. Is that place being renovated into a small courtyard? Li Yan immediately replied, yes, do you want to go see it? She led Leng Fan to introduce it. This small house was originally our old home in Western Shu, but it was destroyed by an earthquake, so my father found people to rebuild it based on remaining memories. Leng Fan was stunned as he looked around, so they had always remembered that little house from back then. He stopped in front of a large tree. This tree, image of a little boy sitting on a branch, sobbing loudly, suddenly came back clearly. His father stood below, arms outstretched, calling out, jump down quickly, I will catch you. Leng Fan hugged the tree, trembling. I dare not, I am so scared. He gently encouraged him, be brave, son, you can do it, I will definitely catch you. He gathered his courage, stood up and asked, then you must promise to catch me. Immediately after, Leng Fan jumped down, father, here I come, catch me quickly. He was startled when he heard Li Hao's voice behind him. You are Leng Fan, right? Thank you for saving my daughter. He turned to look at him, a thought flashing through his mind. He looked much older. He changed his attitude. If there is nothing else, I invite you to leave the Li family quickly. Because the Li family is facing a great calamity, I do not want to involve you. Li Yan tried hard to persuade him, father, he is really very strong, he can help us. Li Hao shouted angrily, shut up, I am talking to someone else, how dare you interrupt? She stammered in a daze, father. He immediately understood the hidden meaning in every word he said. You mean to drive me away, do you not? Li Hao sighed and said tactfully, Leng Fan, it is not that I am driving you away, but the Li family is about to face a disaster of extermination. I do not want you to die in vain for us. Leng Fan did not cling on fine. With a heavy heart, he thought if I still carried that name now, perhaps I would fight for everyone, but now no one recognizes me. Li Yan looked after his retreating figure with regret. Father, he is really formidable. If he helps us, we will have a better chance of defeating the Zhao family. He warned carefully, what if he is a spy for the Zhao family? We only have the Mount Protection Grand Array left for the final life or death battle. We cannot afford a mistake. Leng Fan's footsteps halted when he heard Yuan Qingrong call out, the food is ready, come inside and eat. He remembered how she used to call him as a child, stop playing, come inside and eat. Leng Fan turned his head to look at the house and stammered, eat. She keenly noticed his vulnerable expression, he wants to stay. After all, he is my savior, we cannot treat him like this. Seeing Li Yan step forward, Li Hao gritted his teeth and called out, Xiao Yan, what do you think you're doing? She grabbed Lang Fan's hand and invited him, follow me inside to eat. He stammered in surprise, but Li Yan pulled him past him. I am taking the man who saved my life home to eat. That is perfectly reasonable. She hospitably called out, hurry up, come in. The bowls and chopsticks are all set. Table full of food brought back memories for Lang Fan. Braised pork knuckle. This was my favorite dish as a child. He picked up a piece of meat at Yuan Qingrong's invitation. Go ahead and try it. I only know how to make a few everyday dishes. I hope they suit your taste. She happily introduced it. The braised porkle your mother makes is your younger brother's favorite. She eagerly asked, do not talk about that. How is it? Is it good? Two streams of tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of Lang Fan's eyes. Yuan Qingrong asked worriedly, this child, why are you crying? Is my cooking that bad? He was moved to silence. It is still the taste of the old days. Exactly like when I was little, completely unchanged. After a moment, Lang Fan replied, it is very delicious, thank you auntie, thank you all. They were attacked without warning. A loud explosion from outside the door sent everyone into panic. This is bad. Li Hao stood forward to protect everyone. The arrogant voice of the Zhao family elder rang out. The old and young of the Li family, I have arrived. Today is your end, come and die. His body was marked with wounds, but he paid no heed. This is bad. The old ancestor has made his move. Everyone run away. Yuan Qingrong clutched Li Hao's clothes tightly. How? I am afraid we will not survive this calamity. I have something to beg of you. He turned back and asked, what is it? He pleaded with tears in her eyes, whoever goes to the other world first, if you find liar, you must apologize to him. Ask him if he is doing well over there. Lang Fan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yuan Qingrong. So mother still remembered me, still remembered my name, none of them had ever forgotten me. Li Hao patted her shoulder and replied, I understand. He walked out heroically and roared. The Li family clan would rather die than surrender. The Li family clan would rather die than surrender. The Li family clan would rather die than surrender. Li Yan held her hand and persuaded her, Mother, we cannot run forever. Let us go and fight alongside father. I would rather die than live like a rat hiding in a hole, being hunted everywhere by the Zhao family. Yuan Qingrong sighed. My good daughter, I feel the same way. If the Li family is gone, what meaning is there in living on? Might as well go together to meet your younger brother a little sooner. She turned to look at Lang Fan and urged him strongly, Lang Fan, we have to fight. We can no longer stay with you. I believe with your strength, leaving the Li family is not difficult. Go if there is a chance to meet again. Li Yan made the decision, Mother, let us go. She agreed, okay. He stood still in one place and made up his mind, I know what I have to do. Lang Fan was stunned when he stood before a room, this room. He looked at the arrangement and thought to himself, it is exactly like my old room. On the table was a diary. Inside were neatly written lines. Today was very happy. My sister took me to catch fish, but I did not catch any. Today mother scolded me again. I hate mother. Today I want to... He read the lines in the diary, unable to hold back his tears, so they had never forgotten me. Suddenly the room shook, showing signs of collapsing. Lang Fan immediately teleported elsewhere, thinking to himself that he could not let this continue, otherwise he would truly lose them. Immediately after, he vanished from the room. At this moment, by the Li family ancestral hall, Zhao Kui stood high above, while the panicked Li family members were below. The clan leader said, there is no retreat left. If we lose this place, how can we face our ancestors? Hearing this, Zhao Kui let out a mocking laugh, a defensive grand array. You think you can stop me with this toy? Dao Dong raised the bagua high, pointing it at him and roared fiercely, Zhao Kui, with me here, don't think you can cause trouble in the Li family. He raised the bagua and commanded, people of the Li family, lend me your strength. Everyone immediately raised their hands in unison, unleashing their power toward Dao Dong. Bagua formation appeared in the sky, and he was certain the supernatural energy was enough. This move would definitely destroy that man Zhao Kui. He then executed the 8-wind white plucking slaughter formation, and a beam of blue light descended from above onto the formation. Zhao Kui's subordinates anxiously warned, Ancestor, dodge quickly, don't fight him head on. Another added, this move is the Li family's millennium ultimate technique, Ancestor be careful. Zhao Kui looked at the confident Li people, it seems your understanding of the innate realm is still too shallow. Power from the formation immediately erupted, striking straight down onto Zhao Kui. A huge explosion suddenly appeared in the sky, making the dark space dazzlingly bright. The explosion shook the ground, and the subordinates worried. The aftershock is too strong, how is the ancestor? Another sighed, no good, we can't get close. Dao Dong, standing on the rooftop, said even a first-grade supernatural could be destroyed by the white plucking slaughter formation. If you hadn't been careless, I'm afraid I couldn't have defeated you. Zhao Kui's subordinates stared at the explosion, stunned. Then that means... He breathed a sigh of relief. We have successfully protected the Li family. Everyone was overjoyed. A man couldn't hide his happiness. We did it. We protected the Li family. Li Yan smiled as he looked at the explosion. Suddenly Zhao Kui's voice echoed in the space, so happy. Too bad. I am still not dead. Li Yan's face suddenly turned horrified. Impossible. Dao Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? Is this the innate realm? He looked at the Li people mockingly. Is this the last trump card of your Li family? Is that all you've got? His gaze shifted, turning vicious. Then next, it's my turn. Zhao Kui then summoned a pink orb in his hand. Immediately, 2 large pits appeared around him. The Li people were astonished. What kind of technique is that? Dao Dong continued using the Bagua, commanding, everyone, quickly transfer your remaining supernatural power to me. No matter what, we must defend the Li family ancestral hall. All members of the Li family transferred their last bit of remaining supernatural power to Dao Dong. He channeled both his and everyone else's supernatural power into the Bagua. All the remaining supernatural power was used to execute the Bagua defensive formation. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Everyone asked worriedly, "Clan leader, are you okay?" Dao Dong replied weakly, "I only added 3 layers of defense. This is the full strength of the Li family now. He cannot break through 4 layers of defense." Zhao Kui laughed confidently. As expected, you still don't understand. He then utilized his innate power. 2 small orbs immediately appeared on his fingertips. He chuckled, "What exactly is this?" Zhao Kui pointed the finger containing the 2 orbs straight at the shield created by the Li family. Someone below exclaimed in surprise, "Is that an innate attack technique?" Another scoffed mockingly, "It doesn't look very impressive." Only Li Hao saw the danger. This thing is not normal." He immediately turned around and shouted, "King Rong, quickly lead." Before he could finish his sentence, the first orb touched the white shield. Cracks appeared on the shield, and immediately after, both orbs directly charged in. Cracks on the shield gradually spread. Dao Dong struggled to hold on, thinking, what kind of supernatural power is this? Immediately after, the white shield they had created was completely shattered by the orbs. He was knocked back by the recoil, continuously spewing blood. The Li family members were extremely worried. "Clan leader!" Dao Dong stared wide-eyed at the orbs, lamenting in his heart, "Too strong. I can't hold on much longer. Why doesn't our Li family have a single innate?" The protective barrier was immediately shattered by the orb. At the same time, Dao Dong lost all his strength and collapsed. Everyone called out worriedly, "Clan leader!" Zhao Kui then waved his hand to summon a 3rd orb, too slow. The man looked up at the orb in terror. The 3rd one. The person beside him also panicked. "It's really over." 3 orbs charged into the shield at the same time. The last shield finally collapsed completely. Dao Dong's eyes became dazed. "It's over, our Li family." Li Hao tightly hugged King Rung and her child, closing his eyes tightly, waiting for death. "See you in the next life." Leng Fan's voice rang out in the air. "No, it's not over yet." Immediately after, Leng Fan's figure appeared right beneath the orbs. Li Yan opened his eyes wide in surprise. That's Leng Fan." Li Hao looked at him worriedly. "He's just asking for death. It's not necessary. He has no relation to our Li family." Zhao Kui looked at him mockingly. "Kid, it's useless. You'll die with them too." Leng Fan's gaze was sharp as he looked at him. "A technique like this. I remember my master taught me that you just need to." He stood there calmly, summoning a giant sword. He picked up the sword and held it level with his face. Leng Fan then decisively slashed straight towards the orb. A loud explosion rang out in the air, and the ground was split in 2. Li Hao looked up in a daze. That boy actually broke it. The Li family members were also stunned. He broke an innate's technique. How is this possible? After dispelling Zhao Kui's technique, Leng Fan faced him and asked, "Are you the Zhao family's founding ancestor?" He admitted, "I am Zhao Kui, the founding ancestor of the Zhao family." "Young man, do you want to stop me from acting against the Li family?" Leng Fan looked at him, his gaze stern. "Yes. I cannot just stand by and watch the Li family be destroyed." That man gave a mocking smile. "You want to help the Li family in front of me? You're just an ant trying to shake a tree." He muttered to himself, "I can't sense this kid's supernatural power. It's probably just a special power." Zhao Kui then summoned a bone monster. "Since you are so stubborn about opposing me, then die." He commanded, "Descendants of the Zhao family, attack the Li family ancestral hall." Immediately, the group charged forward, shouting to each other to kill the men and keep the women. One man barged in, claiming the great superstar Li Yan was his, and no one should take her. Another replied, "I have had my eye on that beautiful girl for a long time too. Do not think you can keep her to yourself." Zhao Kui's face turned ferocious. "Die, it is a pity for your powerful cultivation." Li Yan choked with tears. "Dad, I would rather die than be humiliated. Please strike me with a cane and kill me." King Dung burst into tears calling for her daughter. Li Hao turned back with sorrowful eyes but nodded in agreement. "Okay." He looked at Leng Fan with a hint of regret. "What a pity for that boy. He has to die along with our family. Even if he can block the attacks of innate superpowers, how can he resist the full strength of the innate realm?" The skull opened its mouth wide and shot straight toward Leng Fan. The body of that skull completely covered Zhao Kui's figure. He laughed with great delight. "It is useless. This is my strongest life-seizing technique. No one can withstand it." Before Zhao Kui could finish his sentence, his face changed color. Leng Fan neutralized his technique with a single move, looking coldly. Is this the strongest life-seizing technique of the innate realm? Surely not. Zhao Kui seemed unable to accept this. How can this be? This technique absolutely cannot be broken from within, even if you are an innate. Leng Fan launched a technique, a green vine wrapping around his body. I am tired of hearing you talk. He used force to throw him heavily to the ground. The Zhao family group was stunned. What happened? Why did it explode like that in front? One man shouted loudly. Could it be that Brat was defeated by the ancestor? One man confirmed. Yes, certainly. The Brat is right ahead. An eager man looked at him. Kill him to claim credit. Li Yan was shocked, her mouth agape. Dad, Leng Fan. Li Hao looked around, his eyes stern. Li family members, can anyone stand up? Let us charge forward together to help that boy. She immediately volunteered to lead. I will go too. Hearing this, the others were also filled with spirit, standing up one after another. He looked at the rubble in front of him, unable to hide his gratitude. That person risked his life to protect us. It is only right that we show our gratitude in return. From within the rubble, Zhao Kui's figure appeared. They could not help but be shocked. That is... One man immediately shouted loudly. It is the ancestor. What on earth is going on? A man pointed at Leng Fan. It is that Brat, he is unharmed. Impossible, another was astonished. The ancestor has never been defeated. He looked toward the Zhao family group, his eyes as cold as ice. Just like your ancestor, he has truly been defeated. Leng Fan lifted Zhao Kui by the neck in one hand, threatening. If any of you dare take even one more step, he used force to throw him heavily to the ground. This will be your fate. The group of them was all panicked. The ancestor was actually defeated by this Brat. If he really attacks, we will all be dead. Even in innate perception realm, one man broke out in a cold sweat, shuddering as he thought to himself, is the Zhao family about to be destroyed here? Damn it, how did the Li family get someone like him? Leng Fan tightened his grip on Zhao Kui's neck, his eyes cold as he questioned, are all the superpowered people of your Zhao family here? He was drenched in blood, his voice trembling. You can kill me, but I beg you to spare the descendants of the Zhao family. I swear from now on they will not step out of the Zhao family even half a step. He remained icy cold. Do you have more demands? Leng Fan threw him far away, his body slamming heavily onto the ground, his voice cold. I am not like you. The panicked subordinates ran over. Ancestor, are you alright? Leng Fan threatened each word as if cutting through the air. If the Zhao family dares to set foot in the Li family even one step in the future, I will annihilate your entire clan. If you do not believe me, then just try it. The group was all terrified by his overbearing aura. What kind of presence is this? Never seen before, not even the ancestor could release this kind of fearsome aura. Zhao Kui regained consciousness, his voice mixed with panic and fear. Despite the pain, he struggled tremblingly to stand up. Zhao Kui immediately knelt down, thinking that if he did not show a clear attitude, the entire Zhao family might really be destroyed. Then he would be a sinner for eternity. He kowtowed before Leng Fan. The entire Zhao clan obeys the order. They were all shocked. The ancestor actually. The ancestor is protecting us. Like Zhao Kui, the subordinates knelt one by one, their heads touching the ground, their shouts thundering. Zhao clan obeys the order. Watching everything, Li Yan whispered softly, it seems there is no need for us to help anymore. At the Li family main hall, a voice rang out. The Li clan deeply remembers the life-saving grace of the young friend Leng Fan. Li Daodong knelt down firmly with his cane. Whatever request Leng Fan has, my Li family will do our utmost to fulfill it. Leng Fan turned around indifferently and walked away. I do not need anything. He thought with disgust. I do not like anyone kneeling before me, especially close relatives. The old man still insisted on persuading him. Young friend Leng Fan, will you not stay a few more days? Is it already time to leave? Hearing these words, Leng Fan, who was walking, suddenly stopped. I can stay a few more days, but I want to stay in Mr. Li Hao's house. Li Daodong was overjoyed. This is simple. Young friend Leng Fan can stay wherever he wants. A man immediately rushed to the door. I will go back now to prepare a room. Not long after, he was prepared a very luxurious room. Leng Fan sat blankly on the bed. I did not expect it to end up so extravagant. Actually, I only wanted to sleep on the small bed from before. Suddenly, Li Yan appeared at the door, gently knocking a few times. Can I come in? She shyly walked over and sat beside Leng Fan, thinking to herself, why can I not do anything? I cannot even dare to look him straight in the eye. He turned to look at her, his voice steady. Is there something on your mind? Too embarrassed, Li Yan's voice trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. Leng Fan tried hard to listen but could not help wondering. What are you saying? She hesitated. They said you helped us drive away the Zhao family because you liked me. Is that true? Leng Fan thought for a moment, then slowly spoke, yes and no. Li Yan looked up at him in confusion. What does that mean? Leng Fan leaned back on the bed, calmly replying, I like you, but I also like Uncle Li Hao and Auntie Yuan King Dung. Because of everyone, that is why I acted. Li Yan's expression changed. She was dumbfounded. I was overthinking it. Is it because of the matter of my parents inviting him to the house for dinner? I knew it. He would not have that kind of feeling for me. Although I also like him very much. It is not the romantic kind. Rather, it is a kind of familiar and comfortable feeling, like meeting a younger brother who has come back to life. She curled up in a corner of the bed, reminding herself, am I not crazy? My younger brother has long been gone from this world. Lang Fan slightly tilted his head to look. Do you want to sleep here? Li Yan snorted coldly. You are dreaming too big, aren't you? I just find it quite comfortable here. I want to sit for a while. He stirred the rice a bit too hard, but if you slept any longer, I would carry you outside. That sentence infuriated her. Her face flushed red. But you were the same as back then. Then Li Yan suddenly remembered something and asked quietly, my father told me to ask you something. Lang Fan did not say much, only replied with one word, speak. She leaned back and slowly asked, puzzled, if you could wipe out the entire Zhao clan, why did you not make a move? He recalled it, a thought flashing through his mind. Indeed, all humans are the same. Lang Fan propped himself up on his hands, his voice calm. First, genocide brings karmic sin and heavenly tribulation. I am not sure I can withstand it. Second, if I destroy the Zhao clan, what difference am I from them? If I destroy them today, another Wang clan will appear tomorrow, destroying back and forth endlessly. She agreed, saying that if one was not strong enough, it would only end in the strong devouring the weak. Moreover, there were many innocent people in the Zhao clan. Lang Fan lost patience and hinted for her to leave. Since you understand it all, can you leave now? I truly hate people who sleep in. Then he slammed the door shut. Li Yan stood there crying without tears. I really did not sleep in. Yuan Qingrong heard the commotion and whispered to her husband, I told you, Yanner and him are hard to match as a couple. My intuition is never wrong. Li Hao's expression darkened slightly. If it were not for the clan leader's order, he would not want to push his daughter into this situation. The threat from the Zhao clan had only temporarily subsided, ready to surge again at any moment. Moments later, Li Yan appeared before her parents. Speaking seriously, Lang Fan said that even if we destroy them now, others will rise. If we are not strong enough, relying on anyone is useless. He listened intently, not saying a word. Li Hao was silent for a while, a hint of self-reproach in his eyes. Very well said. I have lived half my life and am still worse than 2 children. Yuan Qingrong approached and placed her hand on his shoulder. That is the principle, but breaking through to the innate realm is extremely difficult. The best course is to win over Lang Fan. At least the Li family will remain at peace. At the same time, at the foot of Lim Mountain, rows of cars were parked closely together, with lively murmurs of discussion. This time, the Li family had invited an innate superpowerhouse, only 20 years old. If he joined the group, global control would not be far off. I will wait here until that person appears. The next morning, Li Yan woke up drowsily, yawning repeatedly but still called out, Lang Fan, wake up for breakfast. She glanced toward his room and was surprised. The door is open. When she stepped in, the room was empty, with no trace of Lang Fan. At Jinling Airport, the waiting hall before boarding was quite quiet. Lang Fan sat alone, thinking to himself, I did not expect so many people to be waiting for me when I left the Li family. Then he sighed wearily, recalling the trouble that had just occurred, wondering how he had become so famous. Suddenly Chen Xing came and sat next to him, her face coquettish. Hey kid, where are you from? She turned around and winked confidently. How is my makeup today? He replied indifferently. It is okay. But why are you wearing such red lipstick? Chen Xing frowned, showing displeasure. Very well, this kid has caught my attention. She took off her glasses, using her charm to seduce young man. Do you know who I am? Lang Fan leaned back, calmly saying, a fortune teller? My master said only fortune tellers wear black glasses. Chen Xing was shaking with anger but still held back. Calm down, must hold back. Special people have special personalities. For the greater good, you must hold back. She changed her expression, putting on a friendly smile. You really know how to joke. Suddenly, a fat old man replied, Beauty, are you talking to me? She immediately kicked the old man and quickly left. Where did that brat go? In the business class cabin, he was already seated, thinking to himself that girl was really strange. Flight attendant arrived and cheerfully announced, You are Lang Fan, correct. The airline is upgrading you to first class for free. Please come this way. Lang Fan was puzzled. Free? Upon reaching first class, he was surprised to see Chen Xing. What a coincidence, meeting again. Lang Fan did not hesitate, turning around. I am used to sitting in business class. Flight attendant quickly stopped him. Sir, please stop or I will lose my salary this month. Chen Xing remained relaxed and arrogant. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the CEO of this airline. My name is Chen Xing. Everyone on this plane is my people. Lang Fan pointed at the flight attendant and demanded, give her a raise. She did not hesitate to lower herself to complete the task you gave her. Chen Xing winked, no problem. Mr. Lang, please take care of me for the next few hours. He asked bluntly, what is your goal? You also want me to join your company? Do not try. It is useless. Suddenly, Lang Fan's gaze dropped to her sensitive area. Chen Xing's voice turned sweet. I am sincere. It is not that I want to invite you to join the company. He immediately gave her a cold glare. Then what is your goal? She leaned in, reaching out to stroke Lang Fan's hair. I want you to be my husband, Chen Xing said in a weak, enchanting tone to beguile him. He He immediately brushed her hand away, sorry. Then he explained briefly, I am actually a person who has left the secular world. Chen Xing was stubborn, grabbing his sleeve. You are lying to me. You clearly still have hair. How can someone who left the secular world have hair? Do not give me the excuse of a lay disciple. He let her make a scene, calmly saying, I am not a monk. I am a Taoist priest. And Jing became even more agitated. I do not care. You cannot be a Taoist priest looking like that. You must marry me. His gaze drifted elsewhere as he slowly revealed, I am not an ordinary Taoist priest. I am actually a cultivator seeking immortality. My heart is set on the path. What I want is to ascend. At that time, you would only be waiting as an old widow, because the heavenly realm is a completely different world. Despite his long explanation, her mind was full of question marks. Wait, what are you talking about? This kid is just making up nonsense to reject me. Chen Xing gritted her teeth and devised a plan. It seems I have to use my ultimate move. Instantly, she pressed herself against Lang Fan and forcibly kissed him. That moment, Captain Wei Taijin passed by, stopped, and called out, President Chen? He froze, jealousy surging within him. He had pursued Chen Xing for 3 years without even a glance, and now she was kissing another man on his own flight. A moment later, Chen Xing finally released him, embarrassed. Now you have some feelings for me, right? Being loved by a woman like me is your fortune. Lang Fan then threw out another remark that drove her crazy, asking if her lipstick was smeared on his mouth. Taijun interrupted with a gloomy face, remarking that the two of them seemed way too happy. Chen Xing got angry and immediately scolded him, asking who allowed him in here, and telling him to get back to the control room immediately. And if he showed up again, she would cut his year-end bonus. Taijun cleared his throat and retorted that he had been chasing her for 3 years, and she never even looked at him, but now she was hugging and kissing that poor brat intimately. He asked me what he lacked compared to that guy, even saying that brat was too lazy to cut his hair, while he was clearly 100 times more handsome. Suddenly she slapped him, then bluntly declared that he was inferior in every way, telling him to get lost and that his year-end bonus was cut. He watched this jealous scene, thinking to himself that this girl seemed a bit off. Taijun aggressively rushed at Chen Xing, shouting that Elder Su was done for, calling her a damned woman, and yelling that Elder Su would beat her to death. Lang Fan quickly subdued him, saying that was enough, that he had sown the evil karma himself, and the slap was merely the consequence he had to face. Though flustered, Chen Xing's heart blossomed because Lang Fan was helping her. Despite the pain, Taijun still tried to act arrogant, yelling not to touch Elder Su. He struggled, shouting for them to let go of Elder Su. He slowly negotiated with Taijun, saying unless he admitted the karma, he would not easily let go, telling him to apologized to her. Chen Xing, trembling behind him, spoke in a way that irritated Taijun to no end, saying his expression was too fierce, and that Lang Fan absolutely had to help her. He drew a gun to threaten Lang Fan, asking if he would let go, saying Elder Su would count to 3. Chen Xing was stunned and quickly intervened, asking Taijun not to cause trouble and where he got that gun. Taijun smugly asked if she was scared now, saying that after he dealt with him he would settle the score with her, that he knew she was on this trip and had prepared in advance. Chen Xing begged, telling Taijun not to be reckless, that everything could be negotiated. As she spoke, she observed Lang Fan and saw that he showed no fear at all, even though an ordinary person could not withstand a bullet. Taijun lost his patience, shouting that there was nothing to negotiate. Suddenly, Lang Fan manipulated the bullet in the palm of his hand, his entire body radiating a killing aura, saying that this thing was far from enough to kill him. Taijun could not believe his eyes, roaring that this was impossible, that Elder Shu did not believe in ghosts and monsters. Lang Fan bent the gun barrel in half to prove it, telling him he had to believe. At this moment, his pupils had dilated to their maximum. Then he kicked Taijun, sending him flying far away. Chen Xing approached and announced his firing, stating that the co-pilot would assume the captain's duties for this flight. Taijun clenched his teeth, saying if she was going to be so heartless, then don't blame him. He lunged towards the cockpit, and she panicked, shouting that it was bad and for them to stop him quickly. Taijun behind the door laughed eerily, saying it was too late, that they would all die together with Elder Su. The female flight attendant, pale-faced, stammered that he had locked the door and that everyone on the plane would die. Chen Xing immediately ordered the distribution of oxygen masks to the passengers, and the flight attendant complied. She turned and asked Lang Fan if he wanted an oxygen mask or a parachute from his seat. The shaking floor caused Chen Xing to fall into Lang Fan. The distance between them was very close, and she thought to herself that this was a good opportunity. He quickly blocked Chen Xing's lips, changed the subject, and asked if the plane crashed, what the fatality rate would be. She answered seriously, at least 90%. Inside the cockpit, Taijun was still causing havoc, shouting for everyone to die. This caused everything to lose balance, including Chen Xing. Lang Fan held her steady, saying he would transfer spiritual energy to her, telling her to go to the main cabin and help those in need. Chen Xing excitedly looked at the energy surrounding her, asking what it was, and he told her there was no time to explain and to go immediately. Seeing him standing in front of the door, she thought he could not open it, but Lang Fan smashed the door to pieces, shocking her. He turned back indifferently, telling her to hurry up, asking if she could bear the responsibility if they all died. She promised firmly, saying she would go right away. The passengers in the cabin were all panicked, crying that they would die here, blaming the airline for being a scam. Chensing stepped out and saw the chaotic scene. She maintained her composure, asserting that everyone would not die, swearing on her own life. The woman scolded her, asking who she thought she was, saying if she died, the insurance would pay 10 million, asking how much her life was worth. The flight attendant reported that this person was their chief executive, worth billions. Chensing stepped forward, saying she was responsible for ensuring safety, and if anything happened to anyone, she would compensate them with all her assets. Lang Fan's image appeared in her mind, and she believed he could definitely save them. Inside the cockpit, unaware of a hand on his shoulder, Tai-jun snapped, telling them to get lost. He suddenly became fearful, deducing that the co-pilot was dead and the door was locked, so no one could have gotten in. Could it be? Tai-jun glanced and saw his face reflected behind him. Tears fell from his eyes, his face pale as he asked how he opened the door. Lang Fan grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, saying he was giving him one chance to fly the plane properly. Though struggling to breathe, he laughed maniacally, demanding that he kneel and kowtow 10 times, saying the captain was dead and only he knew how to fly. He threw Tai-jun back, ordering him to fly. He stubbornly resisted, saying he would not fly even if the Jade Emperor himself came. He raised his hand to catch a white thread, telling him to just wait for the karmic retribution. The thread bound Tai-jun and the co-pilot tightly, and he asked in fear if he thought a mortal could fly a plane, that it took years of study to fly one. Lang Fan approached to look at the control panel, seeing countless complex buttons. Tai-Quan kept nagging, telling him to just wait and watch everyone die, that it was the fate for a useless piece of trash like him. He immediately used the rope to tightly bind his mouth, noisier than a bunch of monkeys in the mountains. While scrutinizing the equipment, Lang Fan speculated, ignoring the resentful Tai-Quan. It seemed everything was a bit tangled. The passengers in the cabin became even more panicked. Outside were tall buildings. They were about to crash into the city. Hearing the crying and complaining, Tranting could only remain silent, inwardly worried that Lang Fan hadn't finished the job. The people on the ground also saw the plane approaching. They screamed in panic, afraid it would destroy the entire city. Reaching the cockpit, he slowly placed his hand on the control stick, vaguely remembering that man had used it to fly the plane. While concentrating on his thoughts, Lang Fan accidentally snapped one side of the control stick. He could only sigh, looked at the broken stick, and then complained about the terrible quality of this airline's equipment. It seemed the only option was to use a technique the master had never taught. Immediately, a giant figure appeared, astonishing everyone. They couldn't believe their eyes. Was that a human-shaped cloud? He continued to focus all his mind on practicing the spell. Lang Fan's eyes widened, his heart full of determination. Instantly, the Vajra Guardian effortlessly lifted the plane, like a majestic celestial general. He calmly carried the entire plane across the city. Each step the Vajra took overshadowed an entire street. The people below fearfully mumbled prayers to the gods. Suddenly, the Vajra Guardian stopped all movement. Passengers hurriedly observed. The plane had stopped, the engines were off, they were hovering in midair. Tranting was overjoyed, forcing a relieved smile. She thought Lang Fan had succeeded, but still felt something was off. Receiving the message, he read it and then transmitted his intent to the Vajra Guardian, the landing point being Dongthan Airport. He said since he was helping, he should see it through, telling it to go to Dongthan. It was only 1,000 kilometers away. Suddenly, his expression turned more ferocious. Next, the Vajra Guardian used its strength to leap high, leaving everyone speechless. They cried out in astonishment seeing that man run off carrying the plane. Inside the plane, Trantin had to listen to the complaints, drenched in sweat. She secretly wondered if Lang Fan was flying the plane. He shouted loudly and then plunged towards the ground. Screams erupted again, feeling like a nosedive. At that moment in the Dongthan Airport waiting lounge, the atmosphere was still quiet. The silhouette of the Vajra Guardian suddenly flashed past the glass. Two young men witnessed the scene and cursed in disbelief, asking each other if a god had descended to Earth. He stopped, then gently and slowly placed the plane down. Afterward, the Vajra Guardian vanished into thin air. With everything done, Lang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking flying a plane wasn't that hard. Dai Quan, however, was utterly terrified, calling him a monster. He slowly announced to everyone that they had arrived at Dongthan, and they could all disembark. Every passenger was utterly exhausted. Some said it was the most thrilling flight they'd ever had, others complained it was sickening like a car ride, and still others said it was more like a roller coaster. At this moment, Tranting from behind the curtain worriedly asked him if he was okay. Lang Fan calmly replied, saying he was fine but had to leave immediately. He said he had helped her tie up Dai Quan in the cockpit, then asked how they would deal with him. Hearing him mentioned, she tiredly sighed, saying he would probably get life in prison. Lang Fan feigned innocence, suggesting that life in prison was too light. They should just shoot him. Tranting shook her head, saying that matter still depended on the court's verdict. Suddenly she asked softly, "Oh right, could you come over here and help me?" Lang Fan worriedly asked her what was wrong. Then Tranting staggered forward, saying her legs couldn't hold her up. A few seconds later, later, she couldn't hold on and fainted. Leng Fan caught her in his arms, reached out to touch her forehead, diagnosing that she was dizzy from excessive fear and would be fine if given oxygen in time. Finally, he decided to carry her and take her to the hospital first. Standing at the plane door, he was overwhelmed by the height, silently complaining why the plane was so high. How could ordinary people get down? Rich people really like to suffer. Leng Fan jumped down right in front of an airport staff member. He ran away embarrassingly, leaving that person dumbfounded. It turned out there was an elevator, but he thought as long as he wasn't embarrassed, someone else would be. Walking a stretch into the airport, Leng Fan overheard a group of people whispering about him and Tran Ting. He stood there with a cold expression, seeing everyone waiting for friends, while he had no one. He also thought about Lisa's fruit still not being dealt with. Suddenly Zhao Jiaqi appeared with a sign, surprising Leng Fan so much he stammered her name. Her gaze abruptly stopped on Tran Ting, who was lying in his arms. Immediately Zhao Jiaqi threw the sign and turned to leave. Leng Fan dumbly asked her wasn't she here to pick him up. She turned back with a murderous look, denying it, saying the Leng Fan she wanted to pick up was dead. Only a womanizer remained. Leng Fan quickly shifted Tran Ting to Zhao Jiaqi, saying if that was the case then she should take her. She was unconscious, and he was going back. Tran Ting tiredly lifted her eyelids to look, trying to call him to wait. Zhao Jiaqi glanced at Tran Ting, realizing she was faking it. Tran Ting ignored her, walked over to Leng Fan and grabbed his arm, saying she wanted to invite him to dinner to repay him. Hearing this, Leng Fan immediately thought of fried fish and chicken with fries, his stomach growling. But Zhao Jiaqi wouldn't lose. She immediately grabbed his other arm, saying she had specially come to pick him up and had prepared a meal at home. Caught between the two women, Leng Fan awkwardly asked if he could eat at both places. Zhao Jiaqi flatly refused and forced him to choose one. Tran Ting ignored Zhao Jiaqi, giving him a flirtatious look, saying she was willing to have dinner with him anytime, anywhere. Zhao Jiaqi angrily pulled Leng Fan's arm, insisting he follow her. Tran Ting worriedly called after him, afraid he would be seduced by her appearance. She darkly threatened Leng Fan. If he dared to turn his head and look back at that woman, she would immediately sever their karmic connection. He did not expect to turn the question back on Zhao Jiaqi, leaving her speechless about the word karma. Zhao Jiaqi yelled at him in embarrassment to shut up, inwardly blaming herself for saying such dark words. Chen Xing was still standing behind with arms crossed, observing, telling herself Zhao Jiaqi had no right to compete for a man with her. She quickly decided to accept the challenge, asserting that a man like Leng Fan only belonged to her. A white car parked by the roadside, whispers leaking out. Going home for dinner now. Do you only know how to eat? Grandpa is calling to urge us. The lamb should be done roasting. The call rang. Zhao Loi said with a bright smile. Heard you fought for Leng Fan with director Chen Xingjin Deng. Well done, the whole world knows. Zhao Jiaqi panicked hearing his long spiel, quickly denied. Signal is too weak. I am hanging up. She hung up and looked at Leng Fan. Seeing him staring at her, she asked, do you have something to say? He tilted his head and asked directly, do you want to marry me? That question almost made Zhao Jiaqi lose control. The car swerving, she snapped. Who wants to marry you? Dream on. Scene shifted. Zhao Loi looked at the live lamb and said, Leng Fan said he will not leave my granddaughter. From now on I can retire in peace. Tulan wondered there, did Jiaqi bring Leng Fan to her own home? He danced while answering. That is right, should be home in a few minutes. During that, Tulan turned to call someone. You come out here. Sima Feiyan stepped forward to greet Zhou Loi. Greetings to the elder. He was surprised by the girl's sudden appearance. Tulan introduced, this is my niece from my maternal side. Came here for Leng Fan. Feiyan closed her eyes and continued. Grandpa told me to marry Leng Fan. If not, then be his mistress. Elder, please do not make things difficult. Zhao Loi smiled confidently in reply. My granddaughter also has charm, not inferior to you. Leng Fan got his cheek pinched by Zhao Jiaqi, struggling to say, I want to get off. I have a premonition going to your house will add more karma. Zhao Jiaqi drove to Tianqianxia district, said, you are really getting off. Grandpa is roasting lamb waiting for you. Before she finished, he said, I accept your grandpa's goodwill, but going to your house will create countless karma. Leng Fan rubbed her head to comfort her. Be good, go home yourself. Zhao Jiaqi had to let go. I know, stop rubbing my head. She watched his back through the car window, wondering, what does creating countless karma mean? Because the powers want to form ties with him. Zhao Jiaqi thought of several young ladies of various styles from seductive to innocent. She grew annoyed. What if the major powers used a beauty trap? I need a counter strategy. Does Leng Fan even like me? But in less than a second, she quickly dispelled it. What am I thinking? Who would like that playboy? In another corner, Leng Fan walked to the door of his house, peeked in and saw it empty. No one is there, all the better. Before he could relax, Old C ran out. Little immortal, finally back, let me hug you. He was blocked by the face. He asked, are you the only one in the house? Old Shi scratched his head and laughed. Everyone else is out. The battle with the Zhao family caused a huge stir. The powers are desperately trying to recruit you. Leng Fan activated his karma perception. Eyes lit up. Everyone is looking for me. He looked at Old C. The karma lines on him multiplied tenfold, all leading back to him, resulting in bad karma. He withdrew his perception, turned to ask, "Is there a secluded place around here?" Old Shi replied, "There is, but you want to go into hiding now. Ordinary people wait their whole life without getting such a good chance." Lang Fan put his hands in his pockets. "I do not need this chance. I just want to end the karma." Old Si nodded in understanding, promised to take him to the Si family ancestral hall. Lang Fan suddenly thought of Zhao Jiaqi. His karma seemed to be changing. Scene shifted to the ancestral hall. An introduction voice rang out. "This is the family's ancient structure, far from the center, rarely visited." Lang Fan stood far from the door, sensing the ultra-strong aura of an old ancestor hidden inside. He probed, "Is anyone else here?" Old Shi pointed up the hill. "Teacher Qin cleans up, but he has been absent for many years." The two entered the villa. Lang Fan commented as he walked. "The Shi family ancestral hall is quite spacious." Old Shi suddenly grabbed his hand. "Little immortal, I help you. Can you help me with one thing?" He recounted. "Since I was young I have been in business, discovered the supernatural world. The Shi family has no supernatural guardian. Sooner or later it will be swallowed up. I do not want my life's work to fall into others' hands. Little immortal, please help me get a supernatural." He actually intended to kneel down and beg. Lang Fan quickly helped him up, asked, "Do you know the price of becoming a supernatural?" Old Shi was startled. He explained, "The feud between the Zhao and Li families was a supernatural competition. Once you enter, you lose not just property, but your entire family. Do you truly want your descendants to step into such a brutal world?" Old Shi broke out in cold sweat after that question. He turned and walked into the villa. "Think it over, then give me your final answer." Lang Fan entered the room, dust flying on both sides, sensing the ultra-strong expert. "Is that old Li? What is that man hiding in the Si family ancestral hall for?" Just as he reached the door, he heard girls' playful voices coming from inside. Curious, he slowly opened the door and stepped in. The scene before him shocked him in astonishment. Several girls in bikinis were playing around. Upon seeing him, they began to seduce. Li hugged a pillow and called out, "Come here, be mine." He asked awkwardly, "Really, can I do anything?" Leah, pressed close, whispered seductively, "Of course, you can do whatever you want, even that thing." Lang Fan quickly pushed her down, making the other party intrigued. But as he hit her, he shouted, "Then I want to do this kind of thing." Lang Fan grabbed the legs of the other two tightly, spinning around while shouting loudly, saying that everything could be resolved. He finally saw the true forms of all three, immediately recognizing who had set the trap and said, "Do not use this trick to test me. It is too crude." Upon hearing this, the other party was not angry but laughed, saying they had underestimated him. Lang Fan replied, "It is not underestimation, but my master abandoned this kind of illusion technique when I was 7 years old." The one who set the trap was a man working for the Si family. He praised Lang Fan for being young yet capable, then asked the identity of his master. Soon after, he was disappointed when he was flatly refused by him. Lang Fan said, "Master told me not to speak his name, otherwise he would break my limbs." He showed curiosity, asking why a man with superpowers like him had to hide here. The man replied, "Because the Si family has a favor on me, so if you do evil, I will definitely stop you." He absolutely refused to tell the truth, only saying he was a servant of the Si family, wanting to conceal his identity just like him. Lang Fan did not force him, getting straight to the point by asking if he knew his purpose. The Shi family servant admitted he knew about old Master Shi begging him for a supernatural successor to inherit the estate. He added, "If you had agreed to that request, I am afraid I would have already acted to stop you." Lang Fan implicitly admitted it, saying that this kind of matter involving changing cause and effect, he had to choose for himself. He said, "If this matter concerns the survival of the Si family, I cannot make the decision for them." The Si family servant was quick-witted and understood, asking back if his meaning was to grant the Si family a supernatural successor. Seeing that he could not convince Lang Fan, he manipulated the puppet to threaten, saying if he still insisted, then today he would not be able to step out of this door. Immediately after, he glanced at the puppet and asked, "Are you sure?" He made the puppet fly high and answered firmly, "Sure." Few seconds later, the puppet missed Lang Fan and looked puzzled that he had disappeared so quickly. After stepping out of the door, he loudly announced, "I am out now," then moved back inside and said, "I am back inside again." After a few seconds, Lang Fan walked out again and mocked him for being nothing but a boastful man. This action angered the Shi family servant. He thought to himself, "This kid's strength far surpasses mine. Where the hell did little Si dig up this monster from?" A moment later, bored of playing, he asked if he had anything else. If not, he would go to sleep. Knowing he was no match for Lang Fan, he knelt down and begged him not to grant the Si family a supernatural successor, because he had guarded the Si family for nearly 170 years and did not want to see it collapse. Hearing the number 170 years, Lang Fan was stunned and asked how old he was this year. The Shi family servant answered, "Honestly, sir, in 3 more years, I will be 200 years old." He immediately pulled him to his feet, excitedly saying that he was the real living immortal, telling him not to kneel anymore, or if his master saw it, he would chop his head off. The servant interrupted and asked if his master was that hot-tempered. Lang Fan did not answer but changed the subject, asking why a talented man like him chose to go into into hiding in the sea ancestral home to protect it. He recounted an old story, saying he had received a favor from the grandfather of the sea family head, so he vowed to protect the sea family for life. At that time, the grandfather had cut off the supernatural inheritance for his descendants. He agreed not to let anyone bully the sea family members, nor to let them enter the supernatural world again, and begged him not to make things difficult for an old man like him. Lang Fan used his karma spiritual sense to check, confirming he was not lying. Because of that vow, all his karmic ties were severed, leaving only a single thread connecting him to the sea family. After confirming the truth, he decided to help and said he could agree because the sea family had a favor, but he had one question. He asked if, after breaking through to the innate stage, everyone lived as long as he did. Grateful for his help, the servant thanked him and told the truth, saying the innate realm helped extend lifespan, but everyone had a different constitution, so he was not sure either. Hearing this, he remembered his own master and thought to himself, no wonder my master has snowy white hair, but a face so young it could burst with milk. I wonder how old of a monster my master really is. At the same time, in the immortal realm, Lang Fan's master was humming a tune, then felt as if someone was talking bad behind his back. Back at Lang Fan's place, after chatting for a while, the servant suggested that if he wanted to stay for a few days, he could stay in this small courtyard. It had been cleaned up nicely. Having him there would make things livelier. He was puzzled, saying, for someone with your strength at such a young age, why do you want to live in seclusion like an old man like me? He turned back to look at him with surprised eyes, saying it was because too many people were pursuing him which troubled him, so he wanted to live in seclusion. He was surprised by Lang Fan's reason, praised him for his rare decisiveness, and said it was the Shi family's blessing, then excused himself to leave. When he was alone, he looked around and murmured to himself that this house must have been built over 100 years ago. A second later, he stepped inside, intending to sit on the old bed and wondered if it would collapse. Just as expected, the bed did break, causing Lang Fan to sigh. Indeed, it collapsed. That evening, when Lang Fan was fast asleep, a girl came looking for him. That person was Sidu Feiyan. She stood outside the window, peeking in and telling herself he is asleep. Perfect opportunity. Feiyan quickly took out a vial of medicine and brought it inside, thinking to herself that Lang Fan was the type of man who valued lust. He fought the Zhao family for Lian. As long as she had a physical relationship with him, he would listen to her. Next, as she blew the medicine, she thought, this is the passion powder that grandfather concocted. Even a bull would go into heat for 10 days and 10 nights. No one could resist it. And combined with a female cow that had tested the medicine, it would go into heat for an entire month before it could barely break free. After finishing everything, Feiyan firmly murmured in her head that someone always had to sacrifice for the clan. She stood outside watching, and when she saw the smoke spread to Lang Fan, she thought, inhaled now. Feiyan gently opened the door, a hint of hesitation on her face, but she told herself in her heart, Sidu Feiyan, this is all for the clan. She was both nervous and told herself it was also her first time. She was too nervous. A few seconds later, she tightly closed her eyes, gathered her courage, and as she took off her clothes, she comforted herself, calm down. It is just a matter of primal instincts. Just think of it as getting an injection. Feiyan slowly approached Lang Fan, feeling the change in her body and wondered why she felt so hot. Right at that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, turned to Feiyan and asked, what are you doing? Sidu Feiyan's face turned bright red, and she said, I want to do it with you. In her heart, she was flustered because her body felt strange. Lang Fan said worriedly that something seemed wrong with her. She silently scolded him for his carelessness, that it took him this long to notice. Sidu Feiyan actively climbed onto him, saying, I want it. I am too hot. Lang Fan remained expressionless and replied, you are very hot. I can help you. She pressed closer, begging for help. Lang Fan chanted a spell, his mouth comforting, no problem. My hobby is helping others. Then a streak of energy shot out, flying towards the warehouse area. Then it circled around her slender wrist. Sidu Feiyan's entire body was tied up high in the air. She was dazed, not understanding what was happening, while Lang Fan was completely calm. Lang Fan gently explained his master said that as long as she calmed her mind, her eyes would stop being cold. His most effective way to calm his mind was to look at the increasing balance in his bank account, or to hang someone from the roof beam. She probably didn't have much money, so he only had the option of hanging her from the roof beam. Sidu Feiyan struggled violently, so uncomfortable she was panting, begging him to let her go. She couldn't take it anymore. Lang Fan frowned, his body also gradually breaking out in a sweat, feeling that something was wrong. It seemed she had been poisoned. She said weakly he was also poisoned. If they didn't do it, both of them would die. According to Sidu Feiyan, he checked his own pulse and thought to himself, it seemed he was indeed poisoned, an aphrodisiac. But Lang Fan was not panicked at all. He said then they just needed to detoxify the poison. She stammered due to the sexual urge, hurriedly stopping him. He must not use his internal energy to force the poison out. He would go insane from Kiviation. They should do it quickly. Lang Fan swiftly expelled all the poison from his body, calmly replying, go insane from Ki deviation. That was something that would only have a slight effect on me if my master used it. Sidu Feiyan was shocked, her eyes wide open. How could this be possible? Lang Fan still asked with good intent, did she want him to help her detoxify or do it her way? Sidu Feiyan's body was burning hot. She said to do it her way. He should stand behind her and take off her bone armor. But he clicked his tongue in boredom, finding it too troublesome. He said it was best for him to help her detoxify. She was startled and tried to stop him. He didn't care, quickly detoxifying the poison for her. Sidu Feiyan felt wronged. He was a bad man. Wasn't she seductive enough? Lang Fan lay down on the wooden board with a soft pillow, replying, it wasn't that she wasn't seductive. Rather, his destiny was already set. His mind was only filled with Zhao Jiaqi's image. She was still hanging suspended, dazedly asking back, what did he say? Lang Fan was annoyed, told her she was too troublesome, then summoned a strongman to take her away. Following the incantation, a large figure appeared. It was the summoned Vajra Guardian. Sidu Feiyan stubbornly said she wouldn't go, but before she finished speaking, the Vajra Guardian carried her away flying. He looked sadly at his phone screen. Zhao Jiaqi seemed to not like calling him, but contrary to his thoughts, the screen showed 32 missed calls from Zhao Jiaqi 48 seconds ago. Lang Fan slightly broke out in a cold sweat. 32 calls, huh? He didn't bother with the number of calls anymore. Directly lying flat on the makeshift bed, he had a good sleep. The night gradually passed. The sun slowly appeared from behind the mountain range. At this time, Lang Fan had woken up, sitting on the tiled roof enjoying the fresh morning air. The worker in the temporary house was slowly sweeping the courtyard in front of the gate. He inadvertently saw him sitting alone. The clear morning bird songs chirped and echoed in the air. That ethereal sound made Lang Fan's mind relax a bit. At this moment, the worker also jumped up to the roof. He was slightly startled upon hearing the strange noise, but seeing it was a familiar worker, he relaxed. Lang Fan thought silently about the man's malicious look. While Lang Fan was enjoying his leisure time, Zhao Jiaqi had a headache. On the high floor of the Zhou Corporation building, an annoyed voice rang out. Where the hell did he go? Zhao Jiaqi scolded loudly. Weren't you all the most famous detectives in Rongcheng? How could you not even find person? A detective, frightened and sweating, tried to justify himself. President Zhu, it's not that we didn't search, but no one could find him. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Chen Xing, standing outside the door at this time, said in a flirtatious tone, lecturing subordinates again. I heard the more useless the boss, the more they like to lecture employees. Seeing her, Zhou Jiaqi frowned. Chen Xing, what are you doing here? I don't welcome loose women like you. The two detectives took the opportunity to slip away. Chen Xing sat down calmly on the chair. You don't need to be tense. I came to discuss terms. As long as you agree to give up Lang Fan, I will spare the Zhao Corporation. What do you think? Zhou Jiaqi sneered. But what? If he likes you, he will naturally come looking. On what basis do I give him up or not? Chen Xing walked over, whispering in her ear, don't think I don't know about your relationship. If you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But Zhao Jiaqi was not afraid at all, meeting her eyes and retorting, I will play this game with you to the end. The employees eavesdropping outside also held their breath. Two female presidents of two large corporations fighting over one man. It was definitely sensational news. Blonde man said confidently, who is Lang Fan? Is he more handsome than me? That nonsensical sentence made the lively atmosphere suddenly fall dead silent. At the same time, in the Jinling area, the Li family. Li Hao said with fawning flattery, Great uncle, what business brings you to our humble home today? Li Dadong didn't bother to care, asking the person beside him about Lang Fan's situation. Have you heard about it, Yan Er? Li Yan nodded obediently. I have heard, grandfather. The old man looked at her expectantly, instructing, I know that boy came because of you. Now if you don't make a move, Lang Fan will be snatched away by Zhou Jiaqi or Chen Xing. Be good. Consider this matter for the benefit of the Li family. She closed her eyes and nodded. I will go to Rongcheng tonight. I will find him. Li Dadong commanded in a deep voice. Not just find him, but you must also capture his heart, make him devoted to you. This is not just a matter of romance. It is to protect the 1,000-year legacy of the Li family. Everything depends on you. Lang Fan is a good child. He and Yan Er are not a good match. Li Hao worried in his heart, the great responsibility of the entire family weighing heavily on his daughter's shoulders. But the girl still accepted the command. Yes, I understand. I will make him devoted to me. This very moment, at a luxurious high-end villa area, that was the Zhao family villa. Zhao Jiaqi walked coldly past the two elders, announcing something to their astonishment. Elder Xu looked over. Has your granddaughter eaten explosives today? Zhao Loi spoke calmly. Recently, the Chen family in the north has been constantly picking fights with our corporation. Perhaps that's why her mood is bad. Zhao Loi still spoke gently to Zhao Jiaqi. I have a pretty good grasp of the Chen family's methods. That girl Chen Xing wants to crash our stock price, but it won't be that easy. Zhao Jiaqi only gave a cold hum. Suddenly, Elder Su burst out laughing. It seems it's not what I thought. I think it might be because of some young brat. Suddenly, Zhao Loi noticed the phone in Zhao Jiaqi's hand. He frowned slightly and spoke, It seemed this girl really had feelings for Leng Fan. On this side, Zhao Jackie lay sadly on the bed, cursing Leng Fan while wondering where he had gone, why there wasn't even a phone call. She unconsciously looked at the call log, seeing the name Leng Fan with 134 calls. Zhao Jackie curled up and thought she was worried about him. Even if he didn't like her, at least let her hear his voice. As for Leng Fan, in his hand now was a very large squid. He thought such a big squid would be filling on a skewer. He directly put the piece into his mouth, stunning the passersby. He savored it slowly. It was indeed very fragrant. After eating his fill, he opened his mouth to complain that the ancestral hall of the Sea family was really boring. He stopped in front of a food stall, hearing the vendor yelling about heartbroken dumplings. He thought to himself that eating a bowl would surely cure a broken heart. Leng Fan sat down at a table and began asking the lady boss why the dumplings were called heartbroken. The lady boss winked in reply, "Buy a bowl and you will know." He ordered a bowl out of curiosity. The dish was brought out costing $205. The server asked if payment was by cash or transfer. Leng Fan looked at the dish and cried inside. Turns out the heartbreak was about the money, my money. Suddenly 2 people appeared and sat at his table, as all the surrounding tables were full. The girl with glasses asked about the interview results. The other replied with annoyance, because they said she had no experience. He heard that she was about to interview at the Zhao Corporation, but the eldest daughter there was fighting over a man with the eldest daughter of the Chen Corporation. Leng Fan glanced and thought to himself, were they talking about him? The blonde girl glared at him and said a cowardly person like him would never have that kind of luck. He froze after hearing that. Could it be that the person they were referring to wasn't him? Suddenly a man in a suit came over to solicit, promising to recommend a job with a starting salary of 20,000. He smiled broadly, saying that getting into the Zhou Corporation only needed a word from him. Hearing the enticing salary, the blonde girl eagerly asked what job it was. The man continued to tempt, saying that salary wasn't high, and if she played along it could be increased. Leng Fan coldly looked at the other party, thinking how could the Zhou Corporation recruit such trash? The girl saw the scammer tempting her friend and advised her to stay calm, as a job couldn't be gotten through such a casual interview. He immediately changed his tone to entice the girl with glasses with a starting salary of 1,000, asking if she wanted to go check it out together. The girl with glasses was hesitant, having failed many interviews, if there was a good job like this. Finally, she turned to ask the scammer if there was anything she needed to prepare. Hearing this, he smirked slightly, thinking he had hooked her. But before he could act, someone forcefully knocked his hand off the girl's shoulder. He got angry and asked what was the matter. Did he want a fist fight? Leng Fan did not hesitate to expose the truth. He wanted to scam 2 young girls. The evil karma on him was about to kill him. The blonde girl panicked and asked if he wasn't the recruiter, causing the scammer to be flustered. Leng Fan said bluntly, "What company goes to the street to drag people in for applications? Had her brain been swapped out by someone?" The blonde girl confirmed he was a scammer, leaving him speechless. The scammer, face heated, grabbed Leng Fan's collar and asked who the hell he was to ruin his good business. Leng Fan calmly warned, "Who you are is not important. What's important is that if you continue, you will die." With his ability, he saw the lines of causality on that man, carrying much evil karma. Scammer got furious and pulled out a weapon to threaten. "You dare curse me? I've been around for so long and never met someone as arrogant as you." Unexpectedly, Leng Fan just flicked his finger lightly, snapping the knife in 2, saying, "Today you have met one." That action made him cautious, because just one finger flick had snapped the dagger into 3 or 4 pieces. He thought to himself, this kid is not simple, only one last resort remained. So he got into a fighting stance, saying he would fight it out with him. The scammer hadn't done anything yet when a knife slashed across his neck, and he screamed in agony. Several people in the restaurant ran out in fear, shouting murder, then ran back in to watch the drama. With that, the curious crowd rushed back into the restaurant to continue watching. Leng Fan questioned coldly, "So your evil karma is like this? How many people have you scammed already?" The people around murmured about how he dared to slash someone in broad daylight, looking ordinary but acting like a murderer. Leng Fan turned to ask the 2 girls to testify that that man did it to himself and it had nothing to do with him. But both of them turned their faces away, thinking not to get dragged into this matter. So the 2 girls immediately fled, saying they had seen nothing. The scammer demanded to go to the hospital, saying if he didn't go he'd die, and demanded $1,000 not to report to the police. Leng Fan agreed, saying understood. If he wanted 1,000, then follow him home to get it, remembering his master's words about karma. The scammer complained that he was too badly injured to walk, and several people around sympathized, saying Leng Fan was going to assault him a second time. Suddenly, Leng Fan straightforwardly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up. He dragged the scammer up into the air, saying if he wanted to fake karma, he occasionally had to turn a blind eye. Under the ancient tree with sunlight streaming down, the scammer couldn't escape and asked what he was brought here for. Lang Fan looked at him with a contemplative face and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Enraged, he yelled directly at Lang Fan, not caring who he was. If he didn't pay compensation, then Lang Fan was finished. Hearing this, Lang Fan involuntarily smirked and said softly, "Then that is no problem." Not long after, the scammer was flipped upside down, fixed to the tree trunk with green vines. Lang Fan taunted him, saying he would go ahead, leaving the man howling. His anger grew higher and higher, his face showing clear hatred. He told him to say his name. He immediately replied without any hesitation, "Fine, I will tell you." Lang Fan turned and walked away, leaving the cheater with an angry expression. He said, "I go by the same name, I sit by the same surname. I am Retian. If you have the guts, come to Zhao to find me and collect the debt." He began to walk further away, thinking to himself that he had gained another enemy. Truly pitiful. He walked happily, but that man still shouted, "Retian, you wait. I will definitely find you and beat you to death." Upon returning home, Lang Fan saw Chen Hai standing at the door, arms crossed with a serious expression, then said, "Lang Fan, I have been looking for you for a long time. Quickly follow me." With his decisive and strong-willed personality, Lang Fan quickly stepped past, intending to leave. Chen Hai rolled his eyes at him, his expression grave. "You cannot refuse. Today you must come with me. If you don't..." In the end, he had to lower himself to beg, "I beg you, please come with me. It is a good thing. We are going to the National Security Bureau." He found it hard to refuse and so followed along. Arriving at was an adult store, Lang Fan was surprised. "Is this the National Security Bureau?" Chen Hai explained. "The National Security Bureau cannot be known to ordinary people. Doing this is to deceive the public. Quickly go inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Xiang stepped out from a distance, saying, "Lang Fan, long time no see." He immediately asked a question, his face slightly displeased. "Is this really the National Security Bureau?" That man just smiled it off. "It is all to deceive the public." A young man with blonde hair, looking like a playboy, spoke up, "Old man, the usual 2 boxes." The old man bowed deeply, quickly agreeing. Pink box with the words Durax on it was brought out. Everyone seemed to know what it was. Right away, Huan Ning had visited the store. That scene made Lang Fan embarrassed. He had to leave. "I am going." But the 2 old men stopped him. "It is not what you think. Listen to our explanation." Guo Xiang firmly grasped Lang Fan's wrist, ignoring his reluctance. He reminded Chen Hai, "Next, we will discuss official business. You keep watch for me. We are going into the secret room." Chen Hai obeyed upon hearing this. Guo Xiang opened a door behind the mysterious pink wall of the store. He spoke in a mysterious tone, "Lang Fan, quickly come inside." Stepping into a luxurious room with a soft dark color scheme. In the distance hung a prominent red banner, "Warmly welcome Lang Fan to join the Dragon Group." A voice rang out, "Because it was too rushed, we could only do this. Later when I go to the capital, I will definitely hold a grand welcoming banquet for you." After hearing this, he slightly tilted his head to look over, then murmured, "So what do you want to do?" Elder Xu, dressed in a stylish suit, sitting on a luxurious chair, bestowed upon him the prestigious position of elder, though he still did not know what he needed to do. He opened the brown booklet, which had a portrait of Lang Fan printed on it. He held the booklet together with Elder Xu. Looking into the phone camera, Elder Xu said, "From now on, you are a member of the Dragon Group. You must contribute to the cause of protecting the nation. From now on, wherever you want to go, just take this out and no one will dare to touch you." While taking the photo, Lang Fan kept asking himself, "No one will dare to touch me. What kind of magical treasure is this booklet?" After finishing, he walked out of the store, surprising many passersby. Suddenly, Guo Xiang turned to him, curiously asking, "Where do you plan to go next?" The Dragon Group does not restrict the freedom of its elders. He thought wistfully of Zhou Jiaqi, who was smiling brightly, and softly replied, "I do not want to hide anymore. I have to go back to Rongcheng. Since I cannot avoid it, I must go and resolve it once and for all." The car sped along the highway. Chen Hai wondered, Elder Lang is still temporarily staying at the Shi family home now? Lang Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, calculating, then explained, "Because I took a long unauthorized leave without pay. I only have 32,500 yuan left on me. Definitely not enough to rent a room." Guo Xiang quickly said, "A dignified elder of the Dragon Group, how can he have no place to stay? This villa is a gift for Elder Lang." Saying so, he handed him a set of keys. He raised an eyebrow and replied, "No need." That man was surprised. "No need?" Guo Xiang hurriedly spoke sweet words. "This villa has a very good location, backing onto a mountain and facing the sea, with a large courtyard and fresh air. Why would you not want it? I think Elder Lang should accept it." He immediately asked back, "Is this villa located in the mountains?" Guo Xiang confirmed, "That is right, located in the mountains more than 10 kilometers from the city center. Very quiet." He turned around, his expression unhappy. "I just came down from the mountain, and now you tell me to go back and live in the mountains." Guo Xiang was suddenly speechless. Lang Fan turned his head and asked, Is there any house in the city? I only need a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment. Man replied sadly. There is. In Guo Xiang's mind, he calculated, a one-bedroom, one-living-room house was truly hard to find, because the lowest housing benefits of the Dragon Group were two-bedroom, one-living-room apartments. But because it was his request, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or cross a sea of fire, he had to comply. His expression changed faster than flipping a pancake. The three of them finally arrived at the place. Guo Xiang said gently, the Dragon Group only has this one left, that is a single bedroom and living room. Leng Fan looked at the sleeping guard, puzzled. Can this security guard really protect anything? Chen Hai continued, should we wake him up? Suddenly that security guard spoke, startling Guo Xiang. If you are here to steal, then do not come in. The most valuable thing here is the walkie-talkie in this guard room. But immediately after, he slumped back down. Guo Xiang looked at the scene with a weary expression. The three of them went upstairs together. Guo Xiang told Leng Fan, it is right here. I will find the key for you. How strange, where are the keys? He also searched along. Where are the keys? Leng Fan reached out to look around, commenting, not bad, except for that guard outside the door who is a bit unusual. The wooden door suddenly fell down on its own. Leng Fan was speechless with surprise. Looks like we do not need the keys anymore. Figure appeared, speaking up. Why did you people break the door like this? Leng Fan quickly asked, puzzled, Elder Su, why are you here? Elder Su smiled warmly. Of course, because there is business. But I am not alone here, there is one more person. Figure behind him gradually revealed himself. It was Zhao Jiaqi with a radiant expression. Gently asked, have you been well lately? Zhao Jiaqi stepped forward and slapped Leng Fan straight across the face, saying, you bastard. Both old men were terrified, thinking the Dragon Group elder was actually slapped by a girl. If he got angry, everyone here would. On the contrary, Leng Fan just smiled lightly, then rubbed her head and said, I am back. She immediately fell into his arms and scolded, you wicked man, where have you been all this time? If Elder Xu had not informed me, I might still not have found you by now. Both old men were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, we thought there would be a big explosion. Never expected it to be a scene like this for us lonely old folks, truly unavoidable. Zhao Jiaqi clung to his clothes, sobbing and asking, will you not leave again this time? He replied, I will not leave. Zhao Jiaqi repeated, so it really is because of her? Leng Fan was confused. Which her? Zhao Jiaqi sadly turned her back and left. She shouted angrily, you really did come back because of her. I do not want to see your face anymore. Leng Fan hurriedly chased after her. Wait, what are you talking about? He really did not understand women's minds. Elder Su quickly explained, Li Yan of the Li family has also come to Rongcheng. Everyone knows she came because of you. I think Zhao Jiaqi misunderstood this matter. Leng Fan heard Elder Su say this. He turned his head and asked cluelessly, what does that have to do with me? Could it be that she wants to come and beat me? Then he received an answer beyond his imagination. How could she beat you? She clearly wants to latch onto your leg. He did not waste words, decisively turned around and left. Seeing this, Guo Xiang and Chen Hai, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed hold of him. Elder Leng, please let Elder Xu finish speaking. For our sake, stay a little while. Elder Xu still calmly asked Leng Fan, do you like her or not? Leng Fan replied with a bored expression, saying if he liked her, he would have been torn apart by the master tonight, and asked if his uncle believed that. Hearing this, he laughed triumphantly and said then he understood. Then Elder Xu confidently said that his real name was not Leng Fan, right? Leng Fan pretended not to understand and asked back, what did he mean by that? He slowly continued, if his guess was not wrong, his real name was Li Li, and he was also the biological younger brother of Li Yan, right? A strange reddish glow of power suddenly appeared around Leng Fan. He looked at him warily and asked, how did his uncle know about this matter? Once again, Leng Fan disrupted the formation of Chen Hai and Guo Xiang. They took turns guarding around Elder Xu, begging the elder not to get agitated, and to please listen to the elder finish speaking. He calmed down a bit, but his eyes were still full of caution. His words came out like an order, speak. Elder Xu explained that the files kept at the Dragon Group had sent people to investigate the information between him and the Li family. Only Li Li, who was lost in the earthquake, matched him. Coupled with his statement of having no feelings for Li Yan, he had judged it that way. It seemed everything he said was correct, right? Leng Fan did not make things difficult for him. He withdrew the reddish glow of power and calmly replied, if that was the case, then there was nothing else. He did not hope for anyone else to know his real identity. Now he was Leng Fan. Elder Su did not continue this matter, but assured him to rest easy that absolutely no one else would know this secret. Then he happily teased him. No, he thought he had feelings for Zhou Jiaqi. Right. Leng Fan shyly said she has a karmic bond with him. He must take responsibility. Elder Xu still continued to give his opinion. If that was the case, the two of them should get married. Lang Fan was startled, his hair standing on end. Get married. He came over and patted his shoulder, continuing to whisper, yes, marry Zhou Jiaqi. Lian did not know his true identity, so she came to seduce him. It would be bad if an accident happened. At that moment, the image of Elder Xu in Lang Fan's mind transformed into a tiny devil constantly whispering in his ear, so they must hold the wedding first to completely discourage other women from him. Lang Fan asked coldly, was marriage that powerful? That question left the devilish Elder Xu speechless on this matter. Chen Hai, standing nearby, spoke up, actually not necessarily. As long as he was rich and handsome enough, let alone being married, even if he was in the grave, women would still follow him. Guo Xiang saw him causing trouble and rushed over to kick him, telling him to shut up. But Lang Fan calmly replied that he would consider it, and moreover, even if he agreed, Zhao Jiaqi might not be willing. He asked for leave to rest because he had work tomorrow. Elder Xu asked him what he planned to do. It was unclear what Lang Fan was planning. He only saw him acting mysteriously and replying, going to work. The next day at the corporation, a female voice rang out, isn't this Lang Fan? Lang Fan, in a dashing suit, walked into a circle of female colleagues. They were happy thinking he had resigned. Amidst the commotion, a sharp reprimand rang out, startling everyone. Daring to chat during work hours, want your salary docked. It was Yuan Yuan with an unpleasant expression, frightening the employees. She glared at them, then said sternly, shut up, come into my office. Lang Fan watched Yuan Yuan's back as she entered the office, wondering if she wanted to fire him. Lang Fan walked into the office and spoke first, Sister Yuan, I'm here, but inwardly he felt this sentence sounded a bit strange. Just as his mind was wandering, she suddenly rushed over and, in a very romantic novel pose, pinned him against the wall. Yuan Yuan asked seriously, who are you really? But Lang Fan's eyes were fixed on her splendid cleavage. He replied, I'm Lang Fan, that's all. Yuan Yuan let him go and turned away. I once thought you were a child of nobility, but I had people investigate. No information was found, you appeared as if out of nowhere. Are you really an ordinary person? Lang Fan reaffirmed, Sister Yuan, I am Lang Fan. No matter what happens, I am still Lang Fan. Please continue to treat me as before. Yuan Yuan, picking up a document to read, replied, fine then, come out with me later. He asked slowly, where to? Yuan Yuan turned back to answer, to meet the national goddess, the great star Li Yan. The thought appeared in Lang Fan's mind, Li Yan? Elder Xu said she came here because of me. If I go to meet her, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? But dragging this out would only cause more trouble. It was better to resolve it early. The best way to defeat a difficulty was to face it head on. Lang Fan answered, Yuan Yuan, I will go with you. At this moment, Yuan Yuan was sitting on the sofa rubbing her sore ankle from wearing high heels. She said, what going? We have to wait and see if she's free. We made an appointment today with Li Yan's manager. My feet are killing me. Lang Fan approached, kneeling on one leg like a Prince Charming. My master taught me massage techniques that can relieve pain and fatigue. Would Sister Yuan like to try? Consider it an apology for my absence. Yuan Yuan was surprised. You really know massage? Let's give it a try then. As she placed her foot in Lang Fan's palm, she thought wildly, what am I doing? If he looks up, won't I be burned to a crisp? What if someone at the company sees this? At that moment, a female employee outside was holding a report, ready to knock. She thought Sister Yuan just called Lang Fan in. She must be furious. If I go in for a signature now, will my salary get cut? Inside the room, Lang Fan pressed on Yuan Yuan's foot while analyzing, it's these acupoints. She felt it and covered her mouth with her hand, thinking shyly, this feeling is so strange. He pressed and transferred spiritual energy into her, his movements rhythmic. Then Lang Fan looked up and asked, Sister Yuan, do you feel better? It was a bit too forceful, causing Yuan Yuan to fall into a state difficult to control. She replied shakily, it's very comfortable. I can barely hold on. Then Yuan Yuan let out a sound of pure comfort. The female employee outside was about to knock when she heard it. Her mind was spinning in confusion. Oh no, could it be that Sister Yuan isn't scolding Lang Fan? The employee quickly turned and left, muttering, better get out of here, knocking now would be digging my own grave. That moment passed, and a flustered Yuan Yuan asked Lang Fan if he heard anything. He just turned away, playing deaf. Lang Fan glanced at Yuan Yuan from the corner of his eye, thinking, Sister Yuan's feet are really sensitive. When my master pressed on me, I never reacted like this. Suddenly the phone rang incessantly. Yuan Yuan answered, hello Manager Chen, I understand it'll be right over. Miss Li Yan is at the hotel? No problem, see you later. As soon as she hung up, Yuan Yuan slipped on her high heels. Let's go, Miss Li Yan has finished her performance. We need to head over quickly. She grabbed his hand and thanked him. Your massage skills are very effective. Saying that, but deep down Yuan Yuan was still extremely embarrassed by the earlier scene. She quickly turned back to remind him, but you cannot let anyone know about my behavior just now, or I'll kill you first, then kill myself. Lang Fan calmly replied, I understand. However, your reaction just now was exactly like that pig being slaughtered I saw on the mountain last year. Yuan Yuan was stunned upon hearing this. Like who? She thought to herself, was there such a bizarre thing as killing a pig on the mountain? Lang Fan recalled the image as he replied, like that pig being caught by someone. The remark left Yuan Yuan speechless and helpless. When the two went outside, there was already a swollen bump on Ling Fan's head. The people around whispered, "What's that on his head?" What were they doing in there? The whole office heard everything. Suddenly, Shi Daiyu appeared from somewhere, blocking the two of them. Ling Fan, not understanding what was about to happen, asked, "You are?" She introduced herself. "That's right, it's me, Shi Daiyu. We meet again. My position is now higher than yours. I am the assistant to the general manager." After speaking, she was mercilessly pushed away by Yuan Yuan. "All right, we know you're impressive. We have business to discuss. Don't block the way." Shi Daiyu cried as she hugged her leg, begging, "Sister Yuan, I know you're going to meet Li Yan. I'm her #1 fan. Please take me along. I swear I won't talk nonsense. I just want an autograph." Yuan Yuan tried to shake her off but was held too tightly. "Let go, kid. Stop pulling my skirt." She was finally persuaded. In the car, Yuan Yuan instructed, "Don't say anything wrong when meeting Miss Lei. Her accepting 10 million as a spokesperson is a steal. Other companies charge 30 million. See, do I behave?" She turned and asked Ling Fan, "Where have you been lately? Lots of people have come to my house looking for you, especially beautiful girls, too many to count." Ling Fan was speechless. "I went to eat heartbreak rice cake." Si Daiyu was curious. "What is heartbreak rice cake? Is it good? I want to eat some too." Ling Fan replied, "No rice cakes, but there is heartbreak atmosphere." "How much do you make in a month?" She wondered. "What is heartbreak atmosphere? Tell me quickly, I've never heard of it." "I make 10,000 a month. Why do you ask?" He held out his hand. "Give me the loose change in your wallet. It'll tell you what heartbreak atmosphere is. If you don't want to, then I won't show you." Seeing this, Si Daiyu took out her black card. "I spent 300, so there's 9,700 left. Is that enough?" "That is enough." Ling Fan took the card, then turned to demand money. She said, "Take the money and go. Just give me the heartbreak." He clenched his fist and held it out to Si Yu. "Come a little closer." She imagined something. Could heartbreak air really be something a person could comprehend, carrying all the bittersweet tastes? Ling Fan opened his hand for her to smell. She thought to herself, "Heartbreak air, here I come." But Shi Yu sensed nothing. It was no different from ordinary air. Ling Fan calmly replied, "That is right. It is ordinary air. You do not need to pay the remaining 300. How do you feel? Is that heartbroken enough?" Ji Yu was furious, climbing up to tear him apart. "I will strangle you. Give me the money now." They soon arrived at the Golden Eagle Hotel. Ling Fan told her not to mess around. "We are here. Li Yan is inside." Scene shifted to a devastated fire. The flames had seemed to devour the whole street that day. Li Yan stood silently by the glass window, recalling the brutal scene. It was the memory of the earthquake day, also the day she lost her younger brother. A voice rang out, pulling her back to reality. "Miss, the sacrificial offerings are ready." Li Yan replied, "I know. I will go once the Shi family representatives arrive." At the meeting spot, Li Yan's fans gathered in a dense crowd. The crowd took turns shouting, "Li Yan, I love you. Li Yan, I like you." Yuan Yuan was helpless at the sight. "So many fans?" Shi Yu criticized, "And the slogans are outdated too. I should be Li Yan's #1 fan." Ling Fan said nothing, just stood there sensing. There were two very familiar auras. Qin Chengxi walked over to the three of them, raising a hand in greeting. "You are the Shi family representatives, right? I am Li Yan's secretary. Please follow me." Shi Yu excitedly ran over and grabbed her hand. "You are Li Yan's secretary? Such an honor. I like her so much I even know her favorite brand of underwear." Before she could finish her sentence, Si Yu was pulled back by Ling Fan, who covered her mouth. Yuan Yuan cordially introduced herself to break the awkwardness. "I am the Si family representative. That just now was only an illusion." Qin Chengxi cheerfully replied, "I understand. I meet this type of fan often. This is a specialized elevator for celebrities to avoid being harassed, with absolute privacy." In the distance, two mysterious men were standing. It seemed they wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation. The man in the hat spoke. "It looks like they can find Li Yan now." The scar-faced man grinned sinisterly. "Catch her, and we can retire." The four of them climbed the stairs together. Ling Fan dragged Shi Yu along, as she was already exhausted. Qin Chengxi was out of breath. "The stairs are a bit long." "Li Yan is on the 27th floor. She is waiting." Yuan Yuan was startled. 27 floors? Upon arriving, Yuan Yuan was panting heavily. Li Yan apologized awkwardly. "I am so sorry, my floor is a bit high." She looked at Ling Fan carrying Si Yu up. "He really came, but I did not sense anything." Yuan Yuan was about to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is..." Before she could finish, Si Yu interrupted. "Hello, Li Yan, I am your fan. My name is Shi Yu. Please give me an autograph." Li Yan happily agreed. "No problem. Where should I sign?" "On your hand." She shamelessly lifted her skirt. "Please sign on my underwear. Let me be the only fan you have ever signed there." Ling Fan quickly pulled her away to avoid trouble. Yuan Yuan shook Li Yan's hand again. "I am the Si family representative. My name is Yuan Yuan. I am here to invite you to be our spokesperson." She was still stunned. On the other side, the two mysterious men looked down through the ventilation shaft. "This is good enough. This place is suitable for making a move." Unaware of anything, Li Yan warmly invited Yuan Yuan in. "Please come in. We need to discuss the specific conditions in more detail." Suddenly, the two men dropped down from the ventilation shaft. Li Yan, come with us. She had no time to react. The white-haired man quickly used his power to restrain Li Yan. Come over here with me. Qin Chengxi shouted Li Yan's name in worry. The scar-faced man pointed a sharp blade right in front of her face. Take one more step, and I will chop you into 100 pieces. Qin Chengxi did not know what to do. She could only go report to the police. But if she reported to the police, Li Yan would surely have been taken away by then. Li Yan was held tightly by him, unable to struggle. This is bad, that old man's power is too strong. The sinister man looked up. I am a 4th-tier superpower user. Trying to break free from my control is just a waste of energy. He channeled his power into her body. I've never tasted the flavor of a big star. You want to be untied so badly. Let me play with you for a bit. Li Yan shouted in fear. No. The white-haired man only grew more excited. Go on, scream. I love hearing women scream. Even if you scream your throat raw now, no one will save you. She closed her eyes tightly, unable to resist. Leng Fan, will you save me? Leng Fan's voice rang out. I will count to 3. If you stop right now, I can still give you a way out. A murderous aura radiated all around him. The white-haired man in the black hat laughed heartily, holding his stomach. Old Dao, did you hear that? That brat said he would count to 3. The scar-faced man laughed ferociously, swinging his hand to create a strong gust of wind. Guo Xiangyang, even if you count to 300, it is useless. We, the Hao Feng Langsha, are not people you can mess with. Leng Fan was cold, raising his index finger. He started counting from 1. The golden-haired man with glowing red eyes raised his sword, its light turning purple. You are really counting? Then let me send you off first. Li Yu's mouth hung open in fear. Yuan shouted in panic. Leng Fan, be careful. A purple light flickered in Leng Fan's eyes. One eye was purple, the other jade green. He calmly counted to 3. Golden-haired man withstood the blow. The shockwave shattered the floor, kicking up white smoke. He turned his head, looking around warily. Where did he go? Before he could react, Leng Fan was standing behind him. His voice was icy cold. The evil on your body is too much. I am your retribution. Your chance is gone. He roared in fury, slashing backward. Leng Fan placed his hand on the man's head. A faint light emanated, because I have judged your karma. He gently used a single move to slam the man's head into the ground. The defeated man only weakly flailed his hand. Qin Chengxi, Ziyu, and Yuan were all stunned. Ziyu opened her mouth in shock. Am I seeing things? So Leng Fan is actually super strong. Leng Fan's gaze turned to the white-haired old man. You are next. The old man panicked, using his hair to wrap around Li Yan's ankles and lifting her up as a threat. Do not come any closer. If you dare come near, I will skewer this woman like a candied how. Qin Chengxi was frantic, raising her hand to stop him. She is not even married yet. Do not touch her. The old man laughed madly. Then tell that brat to stop. Otherwise, a heavy slap twisted the old man's face out of shape. He had no time to react. Leng Fan stood amid the rubble, his voice ice cold. Your foul mouth is unbearable. Li Yan was suddenly released. She screamed as she fell. Leng Fan held her in his arms, the romantic atmosphere filled with pink hearts. He gently looked at Li Yan, listening to her trembling thanks, and replied, thank you, but you must quickly improve your strength. No one can protect you forever. Li Yan blushed, thinking to herself. His eyes seemed full of concern for her. Could those rumors be true? Had he done everything for Li Yan because of her? Qin Chengxi was tense, her voice firm. I already called the police. They will be here soon. Leng Fan said in a low voice, suggesting handing those two over to the police. Closed his eyes and turned his face. No need, let me handle it. One had heavy karma from violence, injuring many good people. The other had heavy karma from lewd acts, assaulting over a dozen youths. Their karmic threads were tangled. The 3 girls, Qin Chengxi, Ziyu, and Yuan, were puzzled youths. Leng Fan grabbed the scar-faced blonde man by the shoulder, his voice icy. Their retribution should be like this. Beside him was a long-haired white man, his face covered in injuries. He grabbed the necks of those 2 and threw them out the window. Outside, their legs spun in the air. Yuan and Ziyu watched in horror. The 3 girls pressed against the window. Yuan's eyes widened. Oh my god, thrown down like this, they will be smashed to pieces. Qin Chengxi panicked. Oh no, they hit the police car. Ziyu's face paled. The police saw us. We are doomed. Ziyu, eyes teary, asked, what do we do? Are there cameras here? Yuan tilted her head, thinking, the hotel hallway probably has cameras, but we acted in self-defense. Qin Chengxi smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid, just leave it to me to handle. You girls go inside first. She truly was the all-capable manager. 2 police officers stepped forward, their sharp gazes asking, did you throw those 2 people off the building? Ziyu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, how did they get here so fast? Did they fly? Yuan looked at the 2 officers. What do we do? If I get arrested, then The officer's face was stern, his voice hardened. I am asking you who did this. Leng Fan walked out from inside, answering decisively, I did it. Ziyu looked at him with respect. He is a hero, a real hero. Well, I will stop dwelling on the heartbroken atmosphere issue. Yuan whispered to herself, I need to be a bit braver. Qin Chengxi looked at Leng Fan with a thoughtful expression. I never expected this kid to be so loyal. She spoke in a low, worried tone, but I cannot protect Li Yan's reputation. She was almost defiled by others. Spreading this story would bring no honor. The item must retain its value value to gain profit. The officer frowned, lowering his voice to scold, "You little brat." Li Yan quickly explained, her voice anxious. "Officer, he was just protecting me from those thugs. She blushed, remembering the horrific scene, her voice choked up, unable to speak. The officer frowned and asked, "What did they do?" Li Yan felt deeply wronged. "How can I say it out loud?" Qin Chengxi took Li Yan's hand, said calmly, "It is nothing. Li Yan is tired and needs to rest. In any case, it was the kid who pushed the men down. You can question him." Li Yan turned in surprise and asked loudly, "Qin Chengxi, what are you doing?" Qin Chengxi glared back, "What are you doing yourself? Do you know how much effort I spent cultivating you into a national goddess? Once you get involved in a criminal case, all our years of hard work will go down the drain. The rival groups will seize the opportunity to exaggerate the charges and spread malicious rumors. Don't let a moment of courage ruin your reputation." Li Yan lowered her head, speaking softly, "I am sorry, Sister Qin." On the hallway, Li Yan, with her short silver hair, wearing an open-back blue gala dress, walked lightly, causing Qin Chengxi to freeze, her eyes filled with surprise. Li Yan stepped forward, her voice resolute, "Officer, those two wanted to kidnap and humiliate me, so Mr. Lengfan acted to help. He is a good person, I can testify." She looked them straight in the eye, speaking earnestly, "I hope you won't arrest an innocent person. If you need any evidence, I will provide it all." The officer smiled, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "I never expected the national goddess to be so loyal, but I am not arresting him. On the contrary, I will award him a commendation flag." Li Yan's eyes widened in surprise. "A commendation flag?" Leng Fan's voice suddenly rang out. "Those two were class A wanted criminals. Whether caught alive or killed, the police would give a reward. Throwing them off the building was doing a good deed." Li Yan's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "My worries from just now were all for nothing." The officer put an arm around Leng Fan's shoulder and laughed. "You are a promising young man. Try to catch more criminals in the future. Feel free to come to the bureau to collect the reward." Leng Fan replied coldly, "No problem, but increase the reward money. I am very poor." Yu, sitting in a corner, accused, "When was Leng Fan ever poor? He just swindled my pocket money for this month." Yuan looked seriously at Li Yan, her voice solemn. "Miss Li Yan, about the collaboration." Li Yan looked at everyone. "Wait, I have something I want to announce." Qin Chengxi frowned in surprise. "What else do you have to announce? You barely escaped disaster just now." Li Yan turned around and called out Leng Fan's name loudly. He turned his head to look at her, his gaze puzzled. Li Yan tightly held Leng Fan's arm, her voice confident. "What I want to announce is that Leng Fan is actually my fiancé." Hearing this, Yuan, Siyu, and Qin Chengxi were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Yuan asked in surprise, her voice trembling, "Is this true?" Ji Yu sobbed, stammering, "My goddess is..." Li Yan tightly held Leng Fan's arm and looked at everyone, her voice firm. "It is true, he has already met my parents." Ji Yu was panicked, her eyes rolling back, tears and snot streaming down her face. Yuan behind her was also surprised, her eyes wide open. "You have already met the parents?" Qin Chengxi smiled faintly, her sarcastic voice rang out, "It is fake. Li Yan has never been engaged." This was all a moment of impulse on her part. Ji Yu spread her arms wide and broke into a happy smile. "I knew it. How could my idol be together with that idiot Leng Fan?" Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "Fake." Qin Chengxi sighed, looking tired. "You are tired today. Let's postpone the collaboration talk to another day." She thought to herself, "I cannot let Li Yan destroy years of work building the national goddess image." Li Yan hesitated, her voice low. "Sister Qin, there is something I forgot to tell you." She looked at Qin Chengxi, her gaze resolute. "I have decided to retire from the entertainment industry." Qin Chengxi's eyes widened, her heart unable to believe it. Li Yan bowed to Qin Chengxi, her voice calm. "Sister Qin, thank you for taking care of me all these years. You helped me go from a rookie to a big star, but every party must end. After this performance, I will retire." Qin Chengxi frowned, her voice stern. "Do you know what you are saying?" Li Yan nodded firmly. "I know, and my family also supports my decision." Qin Chengxi sighed, a slight raise in her brows. "Since it is that way, it seems this matter cannot be changed." Li Yan turned to Leng Fan, her eyes tender. "Leng Fan, I will have to depend on you for the rest of my life." He replied, his voice resolute, "No, I refuse." Leng Fan turned his face, looked directly at everyone, then pointed his finger at Li Yan. "This person is not my fiancée. She was just deceiving everyone. I would like to ask, where should I go to report this?" Yuan was stunned, asking in disbelief, "A deception. The national goddess is committing marriage fraud." Shi Yu was furious, her eyes blazing, her voice severe. "Who do you think you are? If there was any deception, it would be you deceiving Li Yan. I will not allow you to insult my idol." She roared with power, her gaze like a blazing fire charging at Leng Fan. "I will tear that stinking mouth of yours apart." Li Yan looked at Leng Fan, her voice both sad and hopeful. "Don't you like me? Clearly you even came to Li Yan's." Leng Fan cut her off. "First, my coming to Li Yan's was truly not for you. Second, I already have a fiancé. fiancé. He suddenly pulled Ji Yu's shirt, startling her. Li Yan was surprised, her voice soft as she asked, "There is, who is it then?" Lang Fan saw Jiaqi's image appear, so he replied that she was the CEO of the Zhao Corporation. He sneered, "President Zhou, huh? No wonder she cooperated so easily. A rich princess like her can't be involved with a poor wretch like me." Li Yan frowned and muttered softly, "So it's Zhou Jiaqi." Lang Fan coldly told her not to cling to him anymore, thinking in his heart that he must seize this chance to sever this karma. He had to be ruthless. Qin Chengxi grabbed Li Yan's wrist and advised, "Yan'er, don't be delusional. He never loved you. Why torture yourself?" Li Yan's face flushed, her eyes firm. "In what way am I inferior to her? I will definitely complete the task the elder assigned." Lang Fan scolded, "You are inferior in every way. She is my fiancée." A voice rang out, "Zhao Jiaqi is your fiancée." "I don't agree." Under the dim lights, Chen Xing appeared with long purple hair and a seductive tight red dress. Her gaze sharp, she said she didn't permit it. Zhou Jiaqi was not worthy of him. Only she, Chen Xing, could marry him. Chen Xing's appearance shocked Yuan and see you, she asked with wide eyes. The Chen Corporation's princess also likes Lang Fan. Yuan affirmed her obsession. That's right, Lang Fan is an ultra-rich kid. Lang Fan thought the rescue arrived just in time. Her words alone should be enough to make Li Yan lose hope. Li Yan bravely spoke up, "Miss Chen Xing, you and Lang Fan have no relationship, right? We are discussing private matters, please leave." The two looked at each other with fire. Chen Xing slyly wagged her index finger, "No relationship? You are wrong, the relationship between me and Lang Fan is deeper than you think." This suggestive sentence made everyone blush. Li Yan clenched her hands and stammered, "You're lying." See you, standing behind, also blushed and chimed in. She came and silenced everyone in one go. Unable to retort, Li Yan turned to ask him, "You speak, is she cooperating with you to trick me?" Chen Xing leaned close to Li Yan's ear and replied, "He doesn't need to explain. I will prove it to you myself." Then Chen Xing suddenly hugged and kissed him in front of everyone. The bold move shocked Shi Yu and Yuan. They screamed in their hearts, "Oh my god, the Chen Corporation's princess is too daring." Qin Chengxi understood the intention and just stood with a light smile, thinking, well done. This will make Li Yan lose hope completely. She won't abandon her acting career. How can a woman depend on a man? Wake up. Li Yan froze, struggling to accept it, only uttering two words, "You people." Chen Xing quickly found an excuse to take Lang Fan outside. "Can I invite you to lunch?" Lang Fan agreed, his words devoid of any affectionate tone. Ji Yu still believed firmly, after feeding them dog food, "You want to drag the dog out to slaughter it?" Chen Xing turned back and smiled, her voice full of provocation. "Big Star Li, do you believe it now?" Li Yan was stunned. "How long have you known each other? How is this possible?" No one answered. Chen Xing hooked her arm through Lang Fan's and left, waving as she went, "Goodbye, Big Star Li. See you later." Yuan and Si Yu chased after them, calling out, "Lang Fan, wait for us." Chen Xing's bodyguard blocked them and lectured, "Do you two have any tact? Miss is on a date. Having you two as third wheels is a bit much." Behind them, Qin Chengxi patted Li Yan's shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay. A star like you can get any man you want." Li Yan was a little sad, saying that was true, but in her heart she felt relieved. Why did being rejected make her feel like she could finally breathe easy? Watching the two arm in arm before the elevator, Li Yan thought she had a feeling of wanting to wish him happiness. It was really strange. Chen Xing looked at Lang Fan with a meaningful gaze. "I helped you quite a bit this time." He pulled his arm away and replied coldly, "I have received the good fruit. Tell me what you want." "Thanks for helping me reject Li Yan. You can have anything." She asked slyly, "Really?" He wanted to be clear-cut, so he answered, "I don't want messy karma. I will do what I say." Chen Xing cunningly licked her lips. "Fine then." As soon as they entered the elevator, she pounced and hugged Lang Fan tightly. "I want you, right here." She pressed her hot body close, her hands roaming restlessly over him. "Devour me right here. You yourself said I could have anything." In the surveillance room, an employee stood up suddenly. "Come here quick." All of Chen Xing's seductive actions have been caught on camera. Several male employees praised the scene in the elevator. "She's so bold. There are cameras in the elevator. You know, that girl's body is really nice." In the elevator, Chen Xing was still writhing seductively. "Give it to me now. Didn't you say I could have anything?" He was pressed against the wall, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, "It seems I bragged a bit too much. If this continues, I might just..." A female employee saw her colleagues buzzing with gossip and wondered, what are they doing? Why are they being so explicit? As she got closer, provocative sounds reached her ears. "Hurry up, I'm coming right now." She quickly went to the microphone and announced, "Please calm down in elevator 12. There is a camera inside." Another employee was surprised. "Captain, why are you here?" The camera emitted a warning sound. "Do the two of you want to broadcast live to the whole country?" The two of them instantly froze on the spot. They quickly exited the elevator and stood outside the hotel. Chen Xing pouted angrily. "Damn it, who installed a camera in the elevator?" Lang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there was a camera. He spoke up to withdraw. "Everything is over. I'll take my leave now. Farewell." Chen Xing wouldn't let him go so easily. She grabbed his arm and asked, saying farewell without doing anything, "Is my body or face not pretty enough? Or do you think my chest is too flat?" Lang Fan looked at her having chest and asked, "Flat?" Chen Xing said a seductive line, "Just touch me and you'll know. Or should we find a quiet place to thoroughly research together?" He refused, only leaving behind 2 words, "Goodbye." Chen Xing ran after him and tugged, "I was just joking." Lang Fan excused himself with work. "It's currently work hours. I have to go back to the company. Farewell." She asked directly, "How much is your daily salary?" He answered honestly, "Over 300 yuan." Chen Xing pulled out a stack of cash. "Here's 2,000 yuan. Take it and stay with me for a day." Lang Fan blocked it. "I'm not the type to be bought with money." She said, "If money can't solve it, then lots of money can," and added a zero, 20,000 yuan. And just like that, his integrity didn't last long before he gave in. Lang Fan stuffed the money into his pocket. "As long as it's not too excessive, I reluctantly accept." Xiao Chen asked, "What counts as excessive?" He replied immediately, "Anything involving sexual transactions." Chen Xing asked again, a bit bored, "So it's no problem on the mental level, right?" A gentle breeze blew by. Lang Fan turned back with a cinematic profile due to mental contamination. "That thing doesn't exist." She chuckled in reply, "Okay, then come eat with me." The two chatted as they walked. Then Lang Fan suddenly said, "Actually, she could threaten me by saying she would tell Li Yan the whole truth." Chen Xing looked enlightened and happily replied, "That is true. So now if you do not obey, I will tell him everything." She then pointed at Lang Fan's face and said, "I am just joking with you." Chen Xing gently brushed her hair, saying she truly wanted to be with him, to let him be infatuated with both her body and soul, not based on threats. Lang Fan looked at her and thought to himself, "Master, it seems my karma threads are getting more and more complicated." The scene shifted to a bustling market district, home to the second largest vegetable market in the city. Clear, ringing cries of vendors echoed, inviting customers to buy cucumbers, fruits, or freshly picked cabbages. Chen Xing led Lang Fan for a stroll. He asked in confusion why she brought him here. She calmly replied, "To eat." Several men in the market turned their heads to look at Chen Xing, whispering among themselves, praising the beautiful girl, saying that kid was lucky. Lang Fan asked back in surprise, "Eat?" She did not seem like someone who would eat in a place this common. Suddenly a strange voice replied, "She looks like someone who would eat at my place." The group of men sneered with cigarettes dangling from their mouths, teasing, telling the beauty to come eat a meal with them. Some people in the market recognized them, murmuring that the Dragon King of the vegetable market had appeared. Trouble was coming. Chen Xing smiled faintly, plotting. Lang Fan turned around and warned, telling them to leave this place quickly, or they would lose their lives. Fat Man scoffed in reply, "Based on what?" He did not hesitate, pointing at Chen Xing, saying letters like them did not need him to act, she alone was enough. She forced a smile standing beside him. The fat man cursed, saying although he did not like the term lecker, having this girl in bed would be really comfortable. He shooed Lang Fan away and threatened to break his legs. Lang Fan innocently looked at the fat man's head and asked, "Are you the Dragon King? Where are your horns?" The fat man angrily rushed over, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Elder Xu is the Dragon King here. I will ask once more, will you leave or not?" Seeing the man had no horns, Lang Fan did not hesitate to push him aside, replying, "If he has no horns, then what kind of Dragon King is he? Stay away from me." The man scrambled up and ordered his lackeys to beat him, but told them not to touch that girl. The lackeys quickly rushed over, threatening to break his legs. They brandished cucumbers like weapons. These men were no match for him, and were swiftly defeated. Lang Fan said he hated this type of person. Chen Xing asked why. Calmly explained, "Because they only target her body. Beautiful women are often targeted by these lowlifes. Beauty causing calamity is just an excuse for men to blame women." He hated people like that the most. The fat man backed away in fear. She spoke softly, "You actually dare to speak the truth?" The two turned and walked away. Lang Fan kept speaking, "This is the law of karma, not the truth." He saw the truth. The fat man angrily cursed behind their backs, threatening revenge. The vegetable seller regretfully looked at the cabbage thrown on the ground. The two arrived at a famous eatery. Chen Xing introduced it as the place she wanted to treat him. Lang Fan saw a long line and wondered if they were out of seats. Lang Fan looked at the owner kneading dough, judging that he did not seem ordinary. Chen Xing smiled and asked, "Why is he not ordinary?" Lang Fan analyzed, "He looks only 60 or 70, but is actually a few hundred years old. He is an awakened. He has probably broken through to the innate realm." She covered her mouth with a laugh, saying he guessed everything right but the last part was slightly wrong. Chen Xing explained, "Elder Yang really is not just 60, but he has actually suppressed his realm and never broken through to innate." He asked back with a calm demeanor, "Everyone wants to break through. Why does he suppress himself?" He suddenly answered, "Because he cannot bear to give up the art of cooking, and also does not want to seek death." Lang Fan asked in surprise, "Becoming innate means you have to die. What does he mean?" He kneaded the dough while explaining that this world is complicated. There are always higher mountains beyond the mountains. Inside the shop, Master Yang made noodles for each person, recognizing that he was also an awakened. He advised Chen Xing not to stay with these people. She laughed it off, telling him he was overthinking. He was different from the others. Was that not right, Lang? Before Chen Xing could finish her sentence, she saw Lang Fan already slurping away at his bowl of noodles. He ate while praising, "This bowl of noodles smells so good. Could I have another bowl?" The owner generously agreed, "Of course you can." Soon enough, Lang Fan patted his belly in satisfaction, saying he was finally full. Master Yang secretly sighed that the boy ate a lot. Lang Fan sat up straight, reminding her to pay. Then he curiously asked Master Yang about his earlier words. The owner clasped his hands and asked, "You are at the Init realm, right?" He could not see through his strength, but guessed he had been recruited by the Dragon Ancestor. Lang Fan confirmed, showing the Dragon Ancestor Elder card, asking if there was a problem with this. Master Yang took a drag of his cigarette, recounting that it meant he would soon have to fight the Western Awakened, just like his son and grandson had died. Lang Fan asked back, "The Western Awakened?" He inwardly remembered old Sin mentioning them. "Are they really that brutal?" Master Yang explained, "Awakened are ultimately just political tools, no matter their rank. They finally found a reason to fight. The Western Awakened are very easily provoked, and they swarm over to Huaxia every few years. As for the Eastern Awakened, they always fight to protect ordinary people. That is our belief and also our weakness." Lang Fan understood. The invading enemy has countless methods and people they can exploit. He wondered why there had been few rumors about them recently. Master Yang took a drag of his cigarette and replied, "That is right, they were all driven away. Driven away by countless Eastern Awakened using their blood and souls." He could not help but ask further in shock, "Are they very strong?" He said, "Not very strong, but extremely strong. Our weakness is internal strife, families fighting each other." The Westerners struck directly at that weakness. Lang Fan continuously asked questions. Why did they invade? It could not be without reason. He explained about ancient times. They wanted to find the origin of awakened abilities, which is immortal cultivation. All awakened will die, only immortal cultivation is an exception. Catching the key point, Lang Fan doubted, immortal cultivation. It seems I have heard of it somewhere before. A staff member rushed in frantically to report, "Trouble, someone is here to cause a scene, a dark mass. So many people, all the customers have run away." Boss Yang spoke in a fearful tone, going out to take a look. Lang Fan and the others quickly followed. Chen Xing thought it was unnecessary, asking why we should go. "Old Yang can handle it himself. He said his intuition told me that they are connected to our karma." Boss Yang heard this and asked Lion if there was anything unusual about him. It seemed this young man had a very good heart. It turned out that thug from earlier had run off to tattle to Zhen Long. That brat was hiding here, and him hitting my little sister is an insult to the Zhen Long gang. Zhen Long, carrying a sword, roared fiercely, "Whoever hurt my men, roll out here." His gang of underlings all demanded that Lang Fan show himself. Boss Yang stepped out with him. Lang Fan said arrogantly, "Whoever told me to roll? I don't know how to roll, you guys demonstrate first." The thug with black hair shouted angrily, "You looking for death? Brothers, break his legs, cripple him." Two men with red hair charged forward with knives, their momentum overwhelming. Chopping someone only costs a few years in jail. Daring to offend the Zhen Long gang means death. Some bystanders standing nearby discussed. The Zhen Long gang has deployed their full force for the second time this year. Last time someone was crippled and the culprit was never found. This kid won't be so lucky. Lang Fan turned his head. "Boss Yang, lend me this for a moment." Boss Yang nodded. "How are you going to use it?" He threw a punch into the red-haired man's face, then replied, "Karma's a cycle. Your retribution is coming soon." A surge of spiritual power erupted, and Lang Fan had already taken down 3 thugs. He cracked his knuckles threateningly. "You guys are really unlucky. I was planning on using slaughter to intimidate you, but unfortunately, I am your retribution." Only then did Zhen Long get scared. "Are you a man or a ghost, daring to hit so many of my brothers?" The fat man beside him was trembling uncontrollably. Lang Fan exuded a terrifying killing intent. "What do you want?" Man fled in fear, blaming everything on that brat. "If you have a grudge, find him." He hugged Zhen Long's leg and cried, "Please don't abandon me." Zhen Long cursed in annoyance, "Let go of me. If you're gonna die, don't drag me with you." His pants were torn by the fat man, revealing a pink Hello Kitty pair of underwear. He broke out in a cold sweat, begging that it wasn't intentional. Chen Xing and the crowd burst out laughing. Boss Zhen Long has a dragon tattooed on his upper body, but is all smooth and fair down below. He ran away crying in humiliation. "Tai Yang Long, I'm not done with you yet." The fat man called out, "Boss Zhen Long, listen to my explanation." Lang Fan stomped his foot on his head. "You trying to sneak away? Who's in charge of this area?" The fat man begged in fear, "Boss, Daddy, Grandpa, spare me. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I won't dare to do it again." He continued asking, "What about those lying on the ground? Aren't you going to plead for them?" The man thought fearfully. He could barely save his own skin. Why worry about others? The fat man hurriedly said, "I'm not their brother. They were all brought here by Boss Zhen Long." Lang Fan taunted the thug with the spiked head. "Heard that. These are your brothers for you." The man sat there dazed, blood continuously streaming from his nose. He decisively gave the fat man a finishing blow. "You are all just trash. My master taught me only trash gangs up to bully others. Because trash has lost their humanity, they are worse than trash. Think about it, whether you chop people or get chopped, who is the one being destroyed in the end?" The thug with the spiked head finally realized, "So we were the trash, everyone looks down on us, and even our brothers can't be relied on." Lang Fan returned to Boss Yang's side amidst the applause of the crowd. he said worriedly. Your master understands this principle, but he calmly replied, it's useless, I know. They might feel ashamed or discouraged, but half an hour later they'll go back to being trash because they have no faith or ideals. Boss Yang laughed and praised, you little brat are very interesting, you see through everything. Go inside and take a look. I think a young man like you should have some destiny. Chen Xing led Lang Fan to the backyard. He looked up at the ancient tree. Is this old Yang's destiny a super huge tree? Chen Xing proudly introduced, don't look down on it. Old Yang rarely lets anyone in to admire it. This tree contains primordial spiritual energy. Even an ordinary person standing near it can have their strength upgraded. She said that when you made your move, she begged for a long time before he allowed you in. Suddenly, she covered her mouth in embarrassment. Why am I spouting nonsense like this? Lang Fan touched the tree trunk and murmured, primordial spiritual energy. His cold attitude made her angry. Why is this kid not reacting at all? He's really a blockhead. Lang Fan carefully touched the trunk of the ancient tree. In his mind, he realized that there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. A hand placed on the tree trunk suddenly emitted a golden light. This is a stream of green spiritual energy flowed into his body. The feeling was truly comfortable. So this is primordial spiritual energy. Chen Xing looked at the ancient tree in amazement. You can sense the primordial spiritual energy. How come I don't see anything? Lang Fan immediately said, you should try touching it too. She pressed against him coquettishly. I don't want to touch the tree. I want to touch something else. Lang Fan firmly refused. It's not possible. Because he used a bit too much force, he accidentally sent Chen Xing flying. He panicked and caught her. Oh no. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Xing sat on the ground and burst into tears. Damn it. How can there be a man like you in this world? This supermodel Vixer tosia body of mine, and you don't want any of it. The fresh, green lights on the tree trunk caught Lang Fan's attention. That ancient tree. This time he decisively dropped her onto the ground. He walked in front of the ancient tree to absorb the spiritual power. This familiar feeling, he must quickly circulate it through his meridians. Lang Fan sat in a cultivation posture, absorbing all the spiritual power. Chen Xing stood up holding her bottom in frustration. You bastard. Today I'll definitely make you taste my power. Not seeing him reply, she only then realized, is this brat starting to cultivate? She decided to sit down beside him. Damn it, after you finish cultivating, I'll deal with you. A small breeze carrying spiritual power from the ancient tree slowly merged into his body. Chen Xing leaned on Lang Fan's shoulder and fell asleep at some point. How fun, I'm flying up. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, carrying the breath of heaven and earth. Night quickly fell, leaving a quiet space in the atmosphere. After a long day of training, he gently opened his eyes and sighed. Lang Fan looked at his hand, wondering if his realm had increased but not knowing his current rank, which was now meaningless. He froze when he saw her sleeping beside him. Why was she not training but sleeping instead? How foolish. Chen Xing suddenly grabbed Lang Fan's face and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Behind the old tree, Boss Yang leaned back and confided, asking if Lang Fan was worthy of being the successor. Lang Fan turned and ran away, blaming her for lacking martial virtue. Chen Xing reached out to hold him back. A voice praised the naturally gifted genius in his soul. Tree with a human face next to Boss Yang discussed that Lang Fan was clueless about love and worldly affairs, making him the ideal successor. Boss Yang was helpless after hearing this. How could there be such a man in the world? Was he a eunuch? Boss Yang pondered, if he was the perfect successor, I would have chosen him. I do not have much time left. His eyes, full of wrinkles, carried sorrow. The Yang family had not nurtured a genius in 2,000 years. It was truly shameful. He comforted him not to blame himself. He was also worried their time was running out. If they delayed, that monster would discover them. Boss Yang wondered, was that monster very strong? He immediately replied, very strong. 2,000 years ago he was already innate. If he was still alive, he would be stronger than everyone else. The sky was pitch black without a single star. A private jet landed. Two subordinates knelt beside to welcome him. Welcome Prince, welcome Lan Wang. Lan Wang stepped down, enjoying the smell of the humid air. The prince frowned, hating this smell. Lan Wang placed his hand on the subordinate's head, asking if they had found out information about the Eastern supernatural being. He lowered his head and reported. They had found the name Lang Fan, who was connected to a local tycoon. His strength surpassed innate despite being only 20 years old. The prince was intrigued. 20 years old, surpassing the innate realm. That was a threat to the Western demon realm. He must be eliminated. The subordinate wanted to prove himself, saying Lang Fan was always under surveillance, but now was not a good time to act, because of the many supernatural beings in the city. Lan Wang pressed on his head, asking if the trash from Huaxa posed any threat, telling him to lead the way to kill him. Reward of 30 girls aged 18. He had not tasted Huaxia women in a long time. The subordinate fearfully replied. Under the dark sky, Lang Fan curiously looked at a plate in front of him, wondering if this thing could be used to eat rice. Chen Xing sat opposite him, propping her chin, scolding him for not paying attention to the atmosphere, only caring about eating beef steak. But did he not want to try eating her? Directly picked up the piece of beef and gnawed on it, saying he did not want to. She adjusted her clothes, asking if she was not as good as Zhou Jackie. If he just said one word, she could do it right here. Lang Fan did not bother to wipe his tears, saying it was not that she was inferior, but she gave him a different feeling than her. Chen Xing asked if he liked her. He immediately fell silent. She grabbed Lang Fan's hand and begged, asking if he could give her a chance to try liking her too. He shyly turned his face away, saying her skin was really thick. Chen Xing's eyes were filled with tears. She could not live without him. She only wanted to pursue him openly and honestly. Lang Fan wondered if this was a coquettish trick, asking if she needed a tissue. She could not refute. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred behind him. Lang Fan immediately hugged Chen Xing and leaped far away, loudly asking who it was. Two figures stepped out from the cloud of dust, saying they wanted to kill him in one move, but it seemed he had some skill. The subordinate quickly introduced the ones here to kill him. The prince's body was currently transforming. Both Lan Wang and the prince were ready for battle. Chen Xing panicked, recognizing they were from the Western demon race. Lan Wang licked his lips with interest, praising the young lady for having good eyes, saying her blood smelled of a virgin, asking if she wanted to serve this prince. Hearing this, she immediately scorned him, disgusting pervert. The prince did not waste words, shouted to stop talking nonsense and charged forward. Lang Fan stopped his attack with just one punch. Part of the surrounding area shattered due to the clash between the two. The people began to panic, crying for help as someone was pulled by the arm and fell into the danger zone. Lang Fan looked at them, thinking he could not involve ordinary people. He was an elder of the dragon group. It was his duty to protect them. The prince raised his hand to strike but stopped when he heard him say, "If you want to kill me, then follow me." Lang Fan turned around and told Chen Xing to find a safe place, letting him deal with them. He then shot up into the sky. Lan Wang hovered in the air, commenting that the kid's strength was very strong. If left alone, he would become a threatening seed. He must be eliminated. The prince quickly followed. Chen Xing watched Lang Fan's figure, wondering if this was innate strength. She could not interfere. She prayed for his victory. At the lakeside of the outer city park, Lang Fan assessed the wide, deserted area suitable for a duel. Lan Wang landed, praising the good choice location. The prince ran over, saying it was suitable for killing. Lang Fan looked at the two, his gaze sharp. There were no Huaxia people here. He would fight more seriously. The prince sneered, saying your strength is strong, but with the two of us joining forces, you are no match. Lan Wang mocked, Huaxia people like to brag. Killing you into pieces will be more exciting. Lang Fan's eyes shone. He called out to his master, saying today his disciple would break the precept of killing. Please do not blame him, but karma is cyclical. If he faced a heavenly tribulation, it was also fate. He held the hilt, slowly drawing a golden shining sword from his palm, mumbling a chant under his breath. When Lang Fan fully drew the sword, it radiated a blinding surge of power, and he shouted loudly. The prince cursed, asking how that was possible. Lan Wang did not believe it. The kid's aura multiplied several times in an instant. Could this sword be cultivation? He broke out in a cold sweat. If it was cultivation, his strength was on par with a demon king. The kid was too young to have that power. No matter what, he had to be killed today. Then the prince transformed into a beast and Lan Wang flew high up. Both of them flew into the sky, shouting at the kid, let him taste their most powerful combined fatal technique. The two merged together, forming a giant vortex. Both of them used the rear kick, carrying silver blood gale wind from the moment they turned beneath an orange-red pillar. The power of the technique was truly terrifying, creating an explosion like an atomic bomb. The people far away saw the explosion and panicked. They thought some agency was testing something. Some even cursed because they were startled and dropped their skewers of fish balls. Lan Wang laughed smugly, thinking that brat was surely dead with no chance of survival. In that man's cruel gaze, Lang Fan spoke. Is this the strength of you Western supernaturals? He stood silently, completely unharmed thanks to his protective barrier, surprising his opponent. Lan Wang stood beside the wolf, thinking to himself that this Huaxa man was truly very dangerous. Lang Fan looked at him coldly. Anything else? Hurry up and bring it all out, or I will make my move. Lan Wang and the Prince Beast flew away quickly, shouting orders to deny him any chance to attack. Lang Fan flew into the sky to chase, coldly saying that running was useless. Lan Wang decided to risk it all, shouting in fury. Lang Fan was not afraid, moving closer and saying, my master taught me that risking it all solves nothing. He swung his hand, striking the Prince Beast, telling him to get down on the ground and wait. Lan Wang's eyes were half closed, about to fall, thinking he could not die and deciding to use the civilians as hostages. The Prince Beast suddenly roared at Lang Fan, his expression unchanged. He slapped him and asked if he dared roar again. The Prince Beast went from arrogant to obedient as a small dog, and Lang Fan said it still was not quite enough. He turned his head to look into the distance, saying it was another flying one's turn. He looked into the distance coldly. No matter how far you run, it is useless. Lang Fan saw the red thing dive down, understanding the opponent intended to threaten him with ordinary people. The three young men on the ground saw him, happily ran over and called him Elder Lang. Lang Fan patted the Prince Beast's head and said, I need you all to keep a very close watch on this one. One young man curiously asked Elder Lang if this was a beast transformation supernatural. He replied casually that this was the Prince Beast of the West. Lang Fan instructed, he is much stronger than innate, you must guard him strictly. Watching Leng Fan fly away, the young men discussed the possibility of restoring the Huaxa supernatural realm. Leng Fan looked down from above, thinking to himself, do not cause trouble anymore, the dragon base just gifted the room. A loud explosion rang out along with a fierce blaze. Inside the fire, Lan Wang was choking a girl. People fled in fear and screamed for help. Lan Wang said coldly, ordinary people run at the sight of me. I do not acknowledge you as Huaxia. That man looked at the crying girl, saying the prince beast would make her feel comfortable later. That man laughed loudly, showing his fangs, and said, scream, this king loves the screams of Huaxia beauties the most. Suddenly, a surge of power smashed straight into his face. The man spoke, release her now, I am Chen Hai, the leader of Dragon Base. Lan Wang licked his lips, saying the water spear had power but was only interesting. The two young men hurriedly called for an ambulance and a medical kit. Chen Hai lay on the ground, his face deathly pale, knowing the opponent was too strong. He gritted his teeth, blood at the corner of his mouth, weakly telling everyone not to come near. He lay flat, a large hole in his back, trembling as he said, go report to the Elder Council. The two young men ran over and saw the team leader was severely injured. One wanted to stay. Chen Hai refused. You are the future of Dragon Base, you must go. As for me, I have my duty. He struggled to stand up, saying he was a Huaxia team leader, a transcendent supernatural Chen Hai. One young man gritted his teeth and turned back. Team leader, we understand, we will go now. The two young men ran, determined to become stronger to take revenge. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path and asked about the winged, sharp tooth causing trouble. Lan Wang licked the girl's face, saying he liked the sound of screams and wanted to assimilate her. The girl was so scared she wet her pants, which annoyed him. Lan Wang released the girl, angrily saying, I do not like this stench of piss. You are not worthy to be mine. The small, fragile girl stood there helplessly watching. Chen Hai struggled to stand up, shouting, release her, I bet my life on it. He used all his strength to unleash his supernatural water impact spear. Lan Wang merely tilted his head slightly to dodge the attack. That man's voice was icy. You are not dead yet. Chen Hai, blood at his mouth, said, as long as you have not left yet, I will not be dead yet. Lan Wang grew angry, his body transforming. You have angered me. I will slaughter all of you. The gathered crowd murmured, does he want to kill all 30,000 people? Everyone hurriedly scattered, urging each other to escape. Chen Hai stood his ground, shouting loudly, I will kill him, everyone hurry and hide behind me. Lan Wang flew up high, saying loudly, it will start with you first. That man stood in mid-air, shouting loudly, I must annihilate all Huaxia people. Chen Hai replied resolutely, even so I will not retreat, even if I turn to ashes. Suddenly a voice cut in, you are truly an interesting person. Chen Hai could not help but be surprised when he saw that person. Elder Leng, run quickly. Leng Fan said calmly, no need, you withdraw. With that, he continuously executed the Crimson Absorption Immortal Art. Leng Fan reached out his hand to absorb the source of spiritual energy from the Crimson Absorption Immortal Art. After a moment, he coldly spoke, the Huaxa Dragon Base is not just you, it is also me. As an elder, I order you to retreat. Chen Hai's mouth was stained with blood. Upon hearing this, he calmly lowered his head, understood, Elder Leng. Chen Hai coughed harshly after walking a short distance. The people must be evacuated quickly. We cannot let a second incident occur. He worriedly thought, it is bad, my injuries are too severe. Even as a superpower, I am about to collapse. The young man ran over to support Chen Hai. Nurses and doctors also arrived. They told the team leader to rest and leave the evacuation work to them. Lan Wang hovered in front of Leng Fan. He calmly said, this time you have no chance to escape. Several people below looked up curiously. Is that our savior? Huaxia also has talented people. He suddenly shouted, why do you cling to me like a stubborn ghost? You leave me no choice. Lan Wang casually threw the female student. Go collect the corpses of your Huaxia people. The little girl fell headfirst, screaming in terror. Suddenly Leng Fan flew up and caught the female student in his arms. Seeing this, he launched a move. Catching her is useless. This prince must ignite his noble bloodline and make Huaxia pay the price. Leng Fan placed the female student safely on the rooftop. He said, it is all right, you can go. She softly thanked him. He immediately jumped down, leaving the female student to call out, can you tell me your name? Leng Fan had already jumped down, but his reply still drifted up, no. Lan Wang gradually transformed into a strange being. He declared, you are too late. The bloodlight explosion body will incinerate this entire area. Leng Fan looked down worriedly, I cannot evacuate everyone from here in time. He laughed eerily, this prince will make you die with me. Remember, you were destroyed by me. Leng Fan did not hesitate and immediately used a move. He needed to focus his mind. Lan Wang's bloodlight explosion body had completely turned into a blazing red sphere. The observing citizens gradually began to feel terrified. He looked up into the sky, speechless. Chen Hai at that time was laid down by the doctors and given an oxygen mask. Leng Fan's body shone brightly, hand seal, silent absorption art. Suddenly a dazzling golden membrane enveloped the bloodlight explosion body. Then slowly both vanished without a trace. The people watched closely, then admired. Some asked if it was a miracle or a quantum space fluctuation. Others replied that it was the power of the dragon base. An elder had saved them. Leng Fan silently hovered in the air. Cheers rang out, calling him a reincarnated immortal. Some even said they would switch to worshipping him. The wrong city branch of the dragon dragon base. Someone said sternly, Lang Fan, you must control your behavior. The news is exaggerated, talk of an immortal appearing, how ridiculous. This person continued to scold. The rumors are even more excessive, saying the dragon base has a dragon king, whose move could blow up the entire galaxy. He replied softly, I only use the illusion artifact of the palace of heavenly beings and earthly sovereigns. I am no immortal. Xiang added while propping his chin, I know the rumors are baseless, but you saved over 30,000 people. The dragon base has decided to reward you. The two on the side are Chendong and Commander Year, both first rank. Hearing this, Lang Fan suddenly became puzzled. A reward? Afterwards, he was given a rotating flag. Lang Fan wondered, why does this flag look like it was bought from a wooden board and written on? The old man laughed and said the elder was overthinking, then urged the other two to take a picture. Bo Xiang instructed, Elder Lang, rest up for the next few days. Your accommodation has been arranged. Leave the interrogation of Lan Wang to us. Lang Fan walked away with his reward, pondering people's thoughts. Rewards and fame meant nothing to him, but he needed to calm his mind. The energy from the ancient tree was still there. If he used that true key to aid his cultivation, his strength might catch up to his masters. At Lang Fan's accommodation in the residential area, he opened the door. This time it was not broken very good. It seemed they also paid close attention. Lang Fan looked at the bed and thought, this room is not bad. Here no one will disturb me. He sat in meditation on the floor, focusing on cultivation. He recalled his master waking up at 5 every day, not only cultivating but also thoroughly studying scriptures. Talent came from hard work. He could not be lazy. His master once said, the scariest thing is those stronger than you working even harder. Lang Fan closed his eyes and focused. I too must become a person like my master. It was already dark at Lang Fan's accommodation. He sat leaning against the wall, his stomach growled. I did not realize I was so absorbed. I am hungry now. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lang Fan was puzzled. No one knew this place except Zhou Jiaqi. She usually did not come at this hour, so who could it be? Thinking this, he went to the doorknob. Could it be Western superpowers coming for revenge? That would be too fast. No matter how many, I will capture them all and hand them over to the dragon base. He decisively flung the door wide open and asked loudly, who? Before him was the neighbor from next door, wrapped in a towel, her body trembling slightly, her cheeks flushed. She hesitated and spoke. Hello. Lang Fan asked coldly, who are you? What do you want from me? He was on guard, perhaps someone sent by a major family. She spoke softly with tears in her eyes. I am your neighbor. My place has no water. I wanted to borrow your bathroom for a moment. Is that okay? Lang Fan stepped aside to invite her in. Feel free. Afterwards he realized, so it was the neighbor. I was too suspicious. She slowly walked in. Lang Fan pointed to the bathroom, then stood watching. He thought to himself, how strange. I heard water outages usually affect a whole floor or district. He speculated, could she be here to steal something? She entered the bathroom, hastily removed the towel wrapped around her hair, feeling annoyed inside. Why is he so cold? An ordinary person seeing a body this hot would surely be tempted. The neighbor lady wondered, has this guy cultivated to the immortal stage? Has he lost all interest in women? Her grandfather had broken through to the innate realm and still liked beautiful women. He was calculating something in her heart. Jair absolutely refused to lose here. As long as she got his body, his heart would sooner or later belong to her. After a while, she opened the bathroom door and stepped out, saying softly, I am done showering. Seeing Lang Fan standing in front of her, she smiled smugly to herself. So he was hiding behind the door, eavesdropping, still interested in women after all. Suddenly she turned her back, pretending to be scared and shouted, what are you doing standing at the door? What do you want it to do to me? I will scream. She deliberately let the towel on her body fall, saying shyly, my towel. But in her heart she thought differently. No man could see a maiden's body without being moved. Come rush into me now. Become my man. Lang Fan remained expressionless. Jair quickly covered her chest. Don't you do anything wrong, I am still. If you do something you have to take responsibility. He walked toward her. Don't come here. Her mouth resisted, but her heart eagerly hoped Lang Fan would act. Come rush into me forever, sink into beauty. Lang Fan did not even glance at her, he directly walked behind. He picked up the shower gel bottle to inspect it. Still okay, she was not here to steal the shower gel. It seemed the bathroom in her house really had a pipe problem. Jair was fuming, cursing inwardly that this guy was crazy. A beautiful girl like her was standing in front of him with only a scrap of cloth covering her body, yet he had no reaction. Lang Fan glanced at her and asked calmly, are the water pipes in your house clogged? This sentence made Jair misunderstand, so he wanted to play a sexy game with her. He looked clueless but knew some weird moves, but I like it. She pressed close to Lang Fan, replying coyly, that's right, my water pipes seem to be clogged. You have to help me unclog them. Lang Fan thought to himself, does everyone with clogged pipes look this impatient? Jair lightly touched his body, urging him, I am dying of impatience. Answer me quickly. Do you agree to help unclog it or not? Lang Fan said nothing, directly wrapping a thick towel around her body. Then he lifted her up. Jair rejoiced inwardly. You bastard of a man, you are truly impatient. You even want to play the towel game. Her expression of satisfaction had not yet bloomed when Lang Fan extinguished it. He decisively threw her outside. I do not know how to fix pipes. find a plumber yourself. With that said, Leng Fan closed the door, leaving Jair standing outside. Countless question marks appeared in Jair's head. That guy really is a lunatic, right? He dares treat me like this. Fine, I will wait for the right moment. When that time comes, I will deal with you directly. No matter how much you scream, I will not let you off. Having dealt with the disturbance, Leng Fan sat down and looked at his phone again. Now that the new house was clean, should he invite her over for a meal? He recalled the hug that Zhao Jiaqi had given him before, along with countless missed calls. Leng Fan had not forgotten the words Zhao Jiaqi once said, "No matter what happens, I will help you." He secretly felt that actually, she was very good. At the same time, Zhao Jiaqi was burying herself in work. Only work could fill her mind. Damn Leng Fan, I do not miss you at all. Her determination did not last long before it was broken by Leng Fan when he called. 1 second, Zhao Jiaqi was pouting. Who wants to answer your call? The next second, she could not resist the temptation. She picked up. What do you want me for? You actually remember to call me? How rare. Leng Fan calmly spoke. Zhao Jiaqi, I just moved house. I want to treat you to a meal. I will cook it myself. Do you want to come? Zhao Jiaqi was startled. She asked shyly if anyone else was coming. Leng Fan's voice answered from the other end. No, just you. I only want to invite you alone. Zhao Jiaqi blushed and replied, I understand. After hanging up, she praised Leng Fan inwardly. This guy does have some conscience after all, not a waste of my effort. Her face was burning. She blurted out in panic. What should I wear to see him? Wearing office wear feels like I do not respect the invitation, but wearing sexy clothes feels too bold. Seeing this, Fei Yan immediately suggested, cousin, leave this to me. The martial arts hall, everyone calls me a killer. Zhou Jiaqi asked in shock, how much have you eavesdropped? Fei Yan said bluntly, from the moment you answered the call. The Sidhu family has changed tactics. If you win him over, he counts as family. Of course, that is strength for our house. Zhou Jiaqi refused again. I am sorry, I do not want that. Fei Yan raised her eyebrows at her. What do you mean? Do you think my fashion sense is not good enough, so you do not want me to pick clothes for you? Zhao Jiaqi denied. I do not want feelings to be tied to benefits. I just find being with Leng Fan very comfortable. He does not calculate with me, not for money or status, simply because I am Zhao Jiaqi. I hope I can treat him the same way, so I am sorry about this, sister. Fei Yan said nothing more after hearing this, only wondering to herself, so that is how it is. The scene shifted to Leng Fan's house. Zhao Jiaqi's voice sounded surprised. Your table is so low. Leng Fan answered honestly, the table was very old. I was afraid it would collapse mid-meal, so I chopped off its legs. The food is served, so that's it. He continued, you are my first friend. Thank you for always helping me so much. Zhou Jiaqi blushed and asked, is this the reason you invited me to eat? Leng Fan picked up his rice bowl and replied, not really. Inviting you to eat is the reason. After we eat, I have something I want to tell you. She agreed, then ate with him. During the meal, they chatted briefly. Why is everything vegetarian? Because I only know how to cook vegetarian. The master taught me meat dishes all by stacking firewood and roasting. A little while later, both of them had eaten their fill. Zhao Jiaqi suddenly remembered, right, earlier you said you wanted to tell me something. Leng Fan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the doorbell suddenly rang. He had to set aside his words, stood up. I will get the door. Zhou Jiaqi cursed inwardly. Annoying, who chose this bad timing to arrive? Leng Fan grasped the door handle. The door opened. Jair appeared with a bright smile. What smells so good? I smelled it from next door. Leng Fan stared at her asking, why you again? Are the pipes clogged again? Zhou Jiaqi noted every word. She deduced a girl. Leng Fan said again, could it be they had an incident before? Jair brazenly stepped into the house. Do not refuse. I came with good intentions to visit. We are neighbors. Are you not even going to give me a meal? As soon as she saw Zhao Jiaqi, she exclaimed, I did not expect you to have guests. Good thing I was smart and decisive. Otherwise Leng Fan would have been taken by her. No matter what, I have to stop this. Zhao Jiaqi spoke with a less than friendly tone. Her status as a neighbor did not give her the right to barge into someone else's home. Leng Fan added, telling her to leave immediately. Hearing this, Jair pretended to be weak, saying she had been naked for so long that she felt dizzy and might have caught a cold. This remark stunned Zhao Jiaqi. She did not understand what being naked for a long time meant. Leng Fan remained calm. He carried her outside, scolding that she had come over wearing only a bath towel. His words shocked Zhao Jiaqi. How dare she run over wearing only a bath towel? Jair was thrown out, her face full of pity but a look of satisfaction. She said goodbye, then claimed no woman would hear that and not be jealous, and ordered her to go back immediately because this place did not welcome her. As soon as Leng Fan entered the house, Zhou Jiaqi immediately questioned him, demanding he explain everything clearly. Leng Fan panicked and tried to clarify, saying it was not what she thought. He and that woman had nothing going on. Jair refused to leave. She returned with malicious intent, determined not to let Leng Fan explain clearly. otherwise her efforts would be wasted. Jair breathed hot air coquettishly called Lang Fan big brother, saying she was very hot and wanted to do what they just did again. Having said that, she immediately lunged to hug him tightly, making his body go stiff. Zhao Jieki, like a jealous wife, glared and asked about what they had done together earlier. Both were frightened by her anger. Lang Fan stammered to clarify that he did not know anything, while Ji demanded he hug her. Luckily, Zhao Jieki was not a blind person. She realized the entire process was just her acting, and Lang Fan did not respond at all. But she still doubted, wondering if he was only pretending because she was present, and was torn over who to believe. Lang Fan tried to prove his innocence, asking her to listen to his explanation, when Ji suddenly crouched down to grab his pants, about to use a more vicious trick. Zhao Jieki immediately slapped her. Lang Fan looked at Zhao Jieki with some worry, but had no intention of stopping her. Zhao Jieki continued to scold Zi'er as a slut who dared to seduce her Lang Fan, telling her she had lost all shame, thinking that relying on the 2 lumps of flesh on her chest could attract him. How naive, and chased her out. Jair held her face in grievance, saying she was being too bullying and that today this young miss would have to. Before Jair could finish her sentence, Zhao Jieki was furious beyond measure, her face turning bright red. Jair, scared, tucked her tail and ran, screaming for her mother, saying there was a ghost. The fire of anger in Zhao Jieki was still blazing. She asked who told her she was a ghost. Only then did Lang Fan dare to step forward and place his hand on her shoulder, softly calling her name. Her attitude changed. She turned around and asked with embarrassment if she had scared him out of his wits. Lang Fan smiled and replied no. On the contrary, he was very happy, because this time was different from before, and thanked her for trusting him. His radiant smile made her blush. She realized this was his real smile. But right after that, Zhao Jieki turned around and walked away, saying nonsense. It was not that she trusted him, it was just because he was too stupid. Only an idiot would believe he had an improper relationship with that kind of woman. Lang Fan was no longer like a block of wood. He gently coaxed her, saying to stop talking about this, and asked if she knew that last night he captured 2 Western vampires. Lang Fan skillfully changed the subject. Zhao Jieki replied that she knew. He even killed one, because that man planned to drag the entire block of Huaxa people to die with him. He nodded in confirmation, but said that was not the main point. It was about the surviving vampire prince. Zhao Jieki wondered was he not already captured. Lang Fan continued. While going to buy food, he received a call from the dragon group. They said the Western supernatural world sent people to take that man back. She tilted her head in protest. Based on what right did they have to come and go as they pleased? Lang Fan continued. Currently, the Western supernatural world is stronger. The dragon group is in a difficult position, and there are even more troublesome matters. This time, not only the vampires but also the Holy See came to demand the person, surprising Zhou Jieki upon hearing the words Holy See. He did not notice her expression, continuing to say that the person the Holy See sent this time was their saintess. Zhao Jieki asked Lang Fan worriedly, telling her such confidential matters. Was he not afraid of causing problems? He replied without any guard. No, he trusted she would not leak it because she was his woman. This remark made her extremely shocked. He considered her to be his person. Immediately after, Zhou Jieki hurriedly calmed down, affirming she would not tell anyone, but felt the more he talked, the more problematic it seemed. She said she had heard the news that Vampire's ability was very strong, rumored to be stronger than the former one, but for that to already require the Saintess to step forward. Moreover, the Holy See and the vampires were originally opposed to each other. Lang Fan folded his arms and reasoned if the Holy See meddled, their ultimate goal would surely be their own benefit. Zhao Jieki agreed, and asked if he needed to go to the dragon group. At that moment, the house suddenly shook violently. She cried out in panic that it was an earthquake. Lang Fan quickly realized the situation, replied that it was not an earthquake but some terrifying battle happening nearby. At the same time, on the rooftop, a dazzling beam of light shot over. Beams of light landed one after another. Immediately after, a protective shield was created. Lang Fan held Zhou Jieki in his arms, frowning with worry that like this the city would be destroyed. He let her go and instructed her to wait here. He would go stop them and be back soon. Before Lang Fan left, Zhao Jieki gathered all her courage and grabbed his hand. She worriedly told him to be careful. Lang Fan gently patted her head and replied that he knew. With that, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. Looking at the messy house, Zhou Jieki suddenly had an idea. She thought he was a hero saving humanity. She had no power to help him, but she could clean up and organize his life for him. On the other side of the building, 2 superpowered individuals were about to fight. The vampire spoke, saying the other was dreaming in broad daylight, if he wanted to take their man. The Holy See's Archbishop replied that the world would sooner or later belong to the Pope, and told the vampires to be grateful for his grace. The angry vampire spat out a magic sphere, saying he should die in place of his pope. The other was no pushover either. He gritted his teeth and cursed that power could not oppose the pope, and he was a useless vampire. With that, two streams of power collided, creating a loud explosion. Broken earth and rocks flew up, people scattered and fled, screaming for help, because they encountered monsters while walking in the park. The man, pulled by two streams of power, painfully lunged toward his son, telling him to say to his mother that his father loved her very much. Tearful farewell between father and son. Oh father. Thinking he would die, but suddenly another beam of light appeared in the sky. It was Leng Fan who intervened, stopping both streams of the clashing powers. Instantly the power from both sides dissipated under his hand. Having saved the man, Leng Fan coldly told him he should go back and say those words to his wife himself. Seeing Leng Fan, the demon clan member realized a Huaxia person wanted to interfere, and the holy church elder also looked at him with contempt. After saving the man, Leng Fan turned to question those two. Who are you? Why did you attack a Huaxia person? Demon clan member arrogantly said, you are a Huaxia superpower user. What right do you have to question us? My status is not for you to know. Leng Fan realized he could not talk nicely. He directly activated his ability, warning that if they did not provide a satisfactory explanation, they would find it hard to leave today. Those two were still unafraid. Instead they sneered. He says, we cannot leave here. Is he trying to challenge us? Then let me kill all you small fry. Minutes ago they were enemies, now both combined their strength to attack Leng Fan. The two streams of power shot toward him. The demon clan member still taunted. The strongest in Huaxia is just a waste at the innate stage. Meddling will get you killed. The man below shouted in panic. Hero dodge quickly. The combined power of the demon clan and the holy church formed into a sphere surrounded by a ring of light, radiating tremendous pressure. He fearfully hugged his son and hid to the side. Is there no one in the motherland Huaxia to drive away these foreign strongmen? At that time the judge nun Sophia was leisurely enjoying a luxurious life. I observed with interest, Leng Fan. If one demon prince was dead and one injured, you would not die so easily, right? Back on the battlefield, Leng Fan was nowhere to be seen. The two gloated. The lowly Huaxia dared to interfere. Now no one will bother us. The holy church elder activated his ability and said smugly, see who dares to come. Just as they were about to fight, Leng Fan's voice rang out, you all underestimate others too much. That man asked in shock, who? Golden light streaked across the demon clan member's face. He directly took down the holy church elder. The demon clan member froze, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. The streak of light gathered. Leng Fan appeared with a longsword, coldly saying, your turn. The man rejoiced. It is the hero. He is not dead. The demon clan member lost all arrogance, panicking and wanting to flee. This guy killed the holy church elder in one move. I am definitely no match. Tried to escape, but Leng Fan was faster, stabbing through his body with the sword. He said coldly, I already gave you a chance, courtesy before force. That is the tradition of Huaxia. This does not mean we are afraid of you all. Leng Fan withdrew his sword. The demon clan member instantly dissipated. The commotion attracted Sophia from afar. How is this possible? So strong, even stronger than I thought. I cannot see through his true strength. Seems I must think of a way to win over this Huaxia man. I thought smugly, perhaps no one can refuse this hot body. Zhao Jiaqi had cleaned the house and was lying on the bed waiting for her husband. Leng Fan has been gone so long. Why is he not back yet? Just as she thought that, Leng Fan returned. She was startled. Why do you always like to appear suddenly like that? He said gently, I wanted to resolve it peacefully, but they would not give a chance, so it took a lot of time. Zhao Jiaqi listened without understanding, shyly looking at him. Leng Fan's phone rang, his left hand switching to extreme fist, his right hand striking with one sword. He answered. Guo Xiang questioned, Elder Lang, why did you create trouble? You should have discussed it with us first. Leng Fan retorted, then why were you fighting while negotiating? Guo Xiang said, because we could not reach an agreement. We discovered a big secret of the Western superpower world. Hurry to the Dragon Division. Having no choice, Leng Fan had to say goodbye to Zhao Jiaqi. I might have to go out for a while. She understood. I know. I will end my leave here too. I just have to go back, though I am giving myself permission to rest. With no reason to stay longer, Zhao Jiaqi turned around. I will go first then. Just as she was about to leave, Leng Fan suddenly pulled her hand back. He softly called Zhao Jiaqi, making her cheeks blush red. He said awkwardly, thank you for visiting my home as a guest. If you are free, you are welcome to come often. Zhao Jiaqi looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide. Then she nodded in agreement. Scene transition to the Dragon Division base. In the disguised base, Guo Xiang was advising a customer. This thing works great. Take one pill for 10 hours of effect. Even a dry well will spout water. The guest left. Guo Xiang turned to welcome Leng Fan. Elder Leng has arrived. Please sit. He asked directly. What big secret of the Western superpower world did you mention? Guo Xiang replied, both the Holy Church and the Demon Clan sent people demanding the werewolf prince you captured. Using this, we pried out a secret. He explained the Holy Church can use holy light to absorb the Demon Clan's power. Then, that power is pushed into the bodies of the believers, creating many believers with strength equal to princes. Guo Xiang said bitterly, if the Holy Church keeps developing like this, sooner or later it will be the Huaxia superpower world's turn. Leng Fan assessed the situation. So who do you plan to hand the prince over to? The Holy Church or the Demon Clan? Handing him to either is bad. Guo Xiang agreed. His strength is great. Imprisoning him long-term is not feasible. Killing him would cause a full-scale East-West war. Lang Fan asked, what if there is a way to hand him over so the two sides fight each other, but he becomes useless? Would you use it? Guo Xiang quickly answered, of course I need that method exactly. Tell me quickly if it can be done. You will be the one with the greatest merit. He said, this time do not give me a banner or badge. It is simple. I will cripple all his abilities, turn him into an ordinary person. Guo Xiang was shocked. You have this skill. Let us go do it now. The prince kept shouting incessantly, threatening that once he got free, he would kill all the scum waiting for him. The two dragon base members guarding him were terrified, none daring to come near. His strength far surpassed the innate level. If he escaped, the people of Waxia would face a great disaster, and they themselves would be the first to die. Guo Xiang and Lang Fan went downstairs. The old man asked irritably what more he wanted to insinuate, threatening to hand him over to the Holy See immediately. The prince furiously roared not to threaten him, saying they wouldn't dare kill him, and handing him over to the Holy See would only create a powerful enemy. He threatened that they should release him and let him kill a few people. Otherwise, when the demon realm attacked, he would bathe this place in blood. Lang Fan watched the prince put on his act, then walked over, placed his hand on his head, and told him to stop shouting, that he was about to return to the place he was made. The prince asked in confusion what he intended to do. He said nothing, directly draining the prince's spirit energy. In an instant, the prince turned into a skeletal old man. Lang Fan was slightly startled, feeling awkward, and said it seemed he had drained a bit too much. Looking at the withered prince, Lang Fan asked if this was enough, noting he looked like he was about to die. Director Guo reassured him, saying it was fine. Western demon tribes had strong bodies. Suddenly, from the prince's mouth, blood gushed out like a fountain, startling them both. Lang Fan quickly pressed his hand over the wound, finding it much better. The director agreed, saying it was good as long as blood wasn't spurting. Before he could finish speaking, blood began gushing out from other openings. Director Guo was flustered, rummaging through a pile of medicine, telling Lang Fan to cover the prince's hands while he pinched his nose, insisting they had to keep him alive until the transaction. Suddenly, someone rushed in breathlessly to report, Director Guo, it's bad, the people from the Holy See have arrived. In the room, the enchanting young woman Sophia was drinking tea, pouting as she asked if this was how you people of Waxa treated guests. The two men were mesmerized by her beauty, replying that Director Guo would arrive shortly and asking her to wait a bit longer. She looked at the two men with sparkling eyes, asking why their faces were so red, telling them not to be nervous, as it wasn't good for their health. Her words sent the two men flying into the clouds. A beautiful woman was showing concern for them. Was this not a dream? As they were floating on Cloud 9, Director Guo walked in and coughed once as a signal, bringing them crashing back down. He spoke up, apologizing for keeping her waiting, saying he had some personal matters to attend to. Sophia lowered her head shyly. She stepped past Director Guo, cutting off his words. Rushed forward and embraced Lang Fan tightly. Then she suddenly kissed him, leaving everyone stunned. I explained it was Western etiquette and hoped he wouldn't mind, leaving Lang Fan frozen in place. Sophia looked seductively at Director Guo, who was startled, thinking surely this old man wasn't next. Contrary to his hopes, a burly man ran up, saying Director Sun Jing requested to perform the etiquette with him. The old man shouted loudly, no way, let me go get lost. A moment later, they finally spoke seriously. Sophia stated directly that her purpose was to make a deal. She wanted the living demon tribe member. Director Guo, with a huge lipstick mark on his face, angrily replied that if she wanted him, she would have to trade something else. Lang Fan complained why this woman kept staring at him. Put forward a suitcase full of cash, saying this was the Holy See's sincerity, just 1%. If he agreed, the rest would be deposited into an account. Director Guo Xiang was unmoved, saying money was just paper, they could print as much as they wanted. What he wanted was not this. Sophia asked in surprise what he wanted, saying that anything within her authority she could agree to, even helping with immigration. The old man said he wasn't that kind of person. What he wanted was very simple. The heads of 3 primordial beasts lost overseas, things they had stolen. Now they should return them. Glared. A surge of power emanating from her, saying those things had been missing for too long and were hard to find, all of asking if he wouldn't reconsider. Director Guo Xiang felt a heavy pressure. She was exerting her will, making it hard to breathe. Seeing this, Lang Fan activated his own magic power, telling her she had misunderstood. Guo Xiang felt his body lighten, as if losing gravity. Lang Fan continued, saying she had no right to make demands of them. Sophia was pressed down firmly by the magic force, just as she had done to them. Sophia couldn't bear it, the pressure was too strong, and her dress tore open. The people on this side got nosebleeds, exclaiming at the sight she was huge. Director Guo wiped his nosebleed, telling Lang Fan, Elder, that's enough. If you push further, she'll explode. He crossed his arms and let out a hum, making the pressure vanish. Sophia's bodyguard asked if they should attack, saying they all followed her orders. Ah replied no, saying even all of them combined wouldn't be enough. In the end, Sophia accepted the proposal, agreeing to find those 3 beast heads, but asked for some time. Director Guo stood up sternly, telling them to be as quick as possible, because they were about to have to face the demon tribe. Sophia unbuttoned her outer coat, playfully asking the elder if he could invite her to dinner. The 2 men beside them had another nosebleed. The scene was tempting enough that even the elder might not be able to resist, but he only coldly refused, saying no need, he wasn't familiar with her. His words stunned the 2 men. Not familiar, they couldn't believe he made up such an excuse. Sophia stood still, thinking no one had ever refused her invitation before. He was the first, how interesting. The scene shifted to the Xi Corporation building. Leng Fan sat at his desk, thinking about how it already been a month since he last came to work. A female colleague was surprised to see him at work, saying it was rare. She told him the company had been having trouble lately and was about to face a big problem, so she was already preparing to look for another job. He turned to ask what was serious enough to make the company shut down. She covered her mouth, telling him not to tell anyone she had spoken. She leaned close to his ear and whispered that the cooperative project with the Zhou Corporation had fallen through. Thugs had come to cause trouble. Calling the police was useless, and a big shot wanted to shut the company down. Leng Fan asked again about the big shot. She continued, saying 2 days ago she heard General Xi took Sister Yuan to a party to smooth things over, but the other party wanted Sister Yuan to service him. He wondered, service in eating, drinking, and sleeping, and asked if General Xi had agreed. Her colleague added, fortunately President Xi did not back down, but now the construction site was reportedly in a very tense situation. Suddenly Yuan called Leng Fan to her office from across the room. Her colleague sighed, told him he was being summoned, and wished him luck, saying not to be foolish enough to provoke Sister Yuan's bad side. Sitting in the office, Leng Fan asked directly, Sister Yuan, what is the matter? She handed him a resignation and compensation agreement, telling him to sign it, take the severance pay, and leave the company early. If he kept dragging it out, the company might not even be able to keep the severance money for him. Leng Fan asked, was it because the construction site was being disrupted and couldn't start work? Yuan sighed, so he already knew. That was right, the situation inside was very complicated, involving many figures from both the underworld and the legitimate world. Even the Zhou Corporation might not be able to handle it. This time their Xi Corporation was truly in danger. Leng Fan's expression remained cold. He simply told her, let me handle it, give me 3 days. Hearing this, Yuan stood up abruptly. Can you really do it? This matter is not as simple as you think. Looked at the tear in her stockings, asking what that was. She shyly tried to cover it, saying it was nothing. Leng Fan guessed it happened at that banquet, didn't it? He recalled what his colleague had said. She said that 2 days ago President Xi took Yuan to a banquet to ease tensions, but the other party wanted her to submit. Yuan recounted sadly President Xi wanted to find the person in charge to resolve the issue, so he held the banquet. Since she was the project manager, she had to go along. The story takes us back to that banquet. Jihai respectfully raised his glass, saying he was requesting the director's help with this matter, and toasted him. Director Zheng of the Public Security Sub-Bureau just sighed. If only it was just a matter of drinking some wine. Then he looked at Yuan, saying he was afraid this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. President Xi. She smiled and asked tactfully, Director, then what must be done to resolve it? If there is any area requiring coordination, please just say the word. He then lunged forward, wedging himself between her legs, saying she surely could coordinate in every aspect. Yuan was startled, saying, Director, let's discuss things slowly. Director Zheng still wouldn't stop, even tore her stockings, growling that he didn't want to take it slow, he just wanted to play with her. He threatened to rip her pantyhose, saying that as long as she agreed to sleep with him tonight, everything would be settled smoothly. Yuan refused to listen, directly slapping him, shouting, take your hands off me, I am not the type to sell my body. He cursed in anger, you bitch, you dare hit me, you're tired of living, then raised his hand to hit her back. Yuan was terrified, raising her hands to cover her face. Jihai couldn't stand by idly. He leaped out and grabbed his hand, shouting, that's enough. That director roared, Jihai, don't you want your company anymore? Jihai retorted, don't think I don't know those troublemakers at the construction site are all your men. You are truly a despicable scoundrel, not serving the people. I don't need to beg you anymore, you disgust me. After speaking, Jihai turned and left, telling them to go. Yuan complied. That's how it was to protect her. President Xi had completely fallen out with them, she recounted. Leng Fan said, I understand, I'll go to the construction site now to check things out first. He thought to himself, it seems Uncle Xi is a good person. If it were someone else, they would probably have sacrificed Yuan. Yuan's face reddened with emotion. She didn't expect that after hearing this, he still wanted to help. He didn't have to get involved at all. It was all for her sake. She called him Leng Fan. If it's not possible, don't force yourself. I know you are very capable, but there are always things we cannot do. He raised his hand to gesture, saying, I know, but you are the one forcing yourself. Your eye bags are as dark as a panda's. Yuan covered her face, exclaiming that she had applied plenty of eye cream. She stretched, admitting she should get some sleep. She hadn't been home for 3 days. She needed to go back and rest properly. That evening, Yuan went home alone again, hoping to sleep well tonight because the company needed her to handle things tomorrow. She didn't notice two masked men approaching. They grabbed her, sneering, "Little sister, come along, you're in luck." Lang Fan was sitting on the bus, lamenting that he didn't expect the construction site to be so far, regretting he didn't have a car, and running on the road didn't seem quite normal either. Outside it was dark, cars were bumper to bumper. An elderly couple on the sidewalk, the old man said, "Dear, hold my hand tightly." The old woman replied, "You haven't changed a bit since we were young." Having waited too long, Lang Fan silently complained, "Isn't this too slow?" Suddenly his phone rang with a familiar tune. He answered, hearing Uncle Sai's panicked voice. "Lang Fan, something terrible has happened. Yuan has been kidnapped." Just hearing this news, Lang Fan was also panicked. As for Yuan, she was tied up and blindfolded in a pitch-black room. Director Zheng turned to the man who just kidnapped her, praising them for their quick work, saying with his identity, how could he arbitrarily arrest an innocent person? That man sneered, calling him brother-in-law, telling him to go ahead and have his fun. He had stuffed a bag of powder on her, so now she was no longer an innocent person but a vicious drug dealer. Yuan heard this, thinking fearfully that fat old man Zheng indeed wouldn't let her off. If she was framed, she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she died. That man went outside, leaving Yuan and Director Zheng in the room, saying brother-in-law could now punish the drug dealer. They wouldn't disturb him. Director Zheng unbuckled his belt, smirking, saying, "Little girl, did you know when one attains great power, no one can escape his grasp, as long as I want that person." In that situation, Yuan could do nothing, her body trembling with fear and disgust for the man before her. Outside, Lang Fan was slowly entering the building. Guard heard the commotion, shouting, "Who goes there? Do you know where this is? Get lost." He flicked his hand, sending the guard flying, then coldly told him to get lost. Instead, other guards rushed in, shouting, "Who dares to break into the security bureau? Tired of living, seize him." Lang Fan placed his hand on his forehead, reciting a mental command, seeking Guoxiang. Instantly, his supernatural ability activated. It entered the building across the way. At that moment, Director Zheng was threatening Yuan, saying, "My darling, your underwear is so sexy. I really like it." Lang Fan's eyes lit up. He said, "Found them." A surge of energy emanated from him, blowing away all those blocking his path. They shouted, "Supernatural ability? There is a person with ability. Report to the Dragon Group immediately." Inside the room, Director Zheng was still tearing at Yuan's clothes, saying, "Beauty, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited I get." Behind him, Lang Fan was already standing there, having arrived unnoticed. With just a flick of his hand, he sent that man's sprawling face first to the ground. Yuan felt like a drowning person grasping a lifeline and could not help but be moved. Lang Fan gently comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I am here now." Bureau Chief, his face covered in blood, still shouted, "Who are you? How dare you shield a drug criminal? Hitting a security bureau chief makes you an enemy of the people. Call for backup now." Yuan tightly clutched Lang Fan's jacket, covering her body that was only in underwear. "Let us go. He is an official, we are civilians. We should not provoke him." Director Zheng stood up, threatening us with charges of assaulting an official, trafficking contraband, and storming the security bureau to snatch a prisoner. These charges alone would be enough to kill us a dozen times over. The reinforcements are almost here. I advise you to surrender immediately. Lang Fan turned back and coldly asked, "Am I an enemy of the people?" He looked straight at the old man and questioned, "What makes trash like you think you can represent the people?" The director choked on his rage and barked, "You." Lang Fan continued, "I won't run this time. They have to explain things clearly to me today." Yuan nervously tugged at him, but turned to her and said, "It's fine. As long as my master shows up, no one can stop me. Laying a hand on my superior, they will pay for it. Thank you for all your help." Yuan was moved by his words and softly called out, "Lang Fan." Suddenly, dozens of red laser dots focused on Lang Fan's body. Outside, the reinforcement squad had surrounded the area. "Everyone inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender." Director Zheng ran out, overjoyed. "The reinforcements are here. You're as good as dead." But before he could celebrate, Lang Fan blinked to appear right in front of him, startling him into trying to flee. He lashed out with a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. They shouted threats. "Release Director Zheng immediately, or we will open fire." Even on the ground, the director still tried to give orders. "Open fire. He's an accomplice to the contraband traffickers." Immediately they raised their guns, preparing to aim at him. A voice rang out to cut them off. "Stop. I am Chen Hai of the Dragon Group. We are taking over this case. Fall back." Reinforcement squad hesitated. Director Zheng is still in his hands. The Dragon Group is in our command. Chen Hai calmly tried to persuade Lang Fan. "Lang Fan, calm down and let him go. Leave the rest to me to handle." He asked bluntly, "How will you handle it?" The man replied, "First, he will be temporarily suspended pending a thorough investigation. We will give you a satisfactory explanation." Director Zheng lay at Lang Fan's feet, thinking to himself, "Is the Dragon Group guy saving me? Pissing off this brat? I was heading for death anyway. Best to stay quiet and see. Suspension and investigation always mean a promotion for me in the end." Lang Fan said coldly, "A thorough investigation. All the witnesses witnesses and evidence are right here. This old bastard hasn't even had time to pull his pants up. What more evidence do you need? Chen Hai was flustered. This. He grew angry, the energy around him igniting. Don't play games with me. You know that if I get angry, everyone in Wrong City connected to this old man won't survive. Chen Hai was alarmed. Leng Fan, don't be rash. From behind, a voice rang out. Hold your fire, all of you. Do you want Director Zheng dead to satisfy yourselves? We are the Security Bureau, not under the Dragon Group's authority. Chen Hai spun around, startled. Who? Don't give random orders. Do you know who he is? Behind him stood Provincial Director Wang of the Provincial Security Bureau. He stepped forward and answered clearly, I don't know who he is, but right now I'm giving orders to my subordinates. Or does the Dragon Group look down on our Security Bureau? Chen Hai was worried. Director Wang, this matter is not simple. He is. Provincial Director Wang cut him off. This is a Security Bureau matter, not for you to meddle in. Then he gave a decisive order, advance. If necessary, you are authorized to shoot on sight. They answered in unison, understood. Yuan behind him asked anxiously, Leng Fan, with so many special agents, what do we do? He turned and said to her, stay here and don't move. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Hearing him say that, Yuan could only wait helplessly. Then a streak of red light shot straight towards the reinforcement squad. Sensing danger, one yelled, quick fire. Another followed, too fast, I can't see anything. In the blink of an eye, all of them were taken down. Watching the scene, Yuan couldn't believe her eyes. Leng Fan straightened his tie and said lightly, all done. Behind him, several bodies lay scattered on the floor. Yuan was stunned. So you're a superhuman? Leng Fan rested his chin on his hand and replied, probably not. Chen Hai spread his hands as if he had expected this. Director Wang, I warned you. He is different from us. Provincial Director Wang shouted, so what? I have to report this to my superiors. His actions have broken the rules. You Chen Hai of the Dragon Group and he will both be punished. Chen Hai was already on the phone, eyes reddening. Go ahead and call. You'll soon understand what status really means. Leng Fan dragged Director Zheng along and asked, how much longer for the result I want? My patience is limited. Director Zheng was terrified. Director Wang, save me. Provincial Director Wang threatened. I've already reported this to the capital. No matter what supernatural status you have, you are definitely going to die this time. Leng Fan said to Chen Hai, he's covering for his subordinate, adding to his crimes. Chen Hai agreed. Yes, Elder Leng, don't get angry. An answer will come soon. Suddenly, Provincial Director Wang drew his gun, adding to his crimes. Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Chen Hai stepped forward and firmly grabbed the man's hand. Provincial Director Wang growled, what are you doing? Do you want to rebel alongside him? Chen Hai handed him the phone. Talk to this man. Provincial Director Wang took the phone and declared confidently, even if your Dragon Group director came today, I wouldn't be afraid. As soon as he listened, his face turned pale, all his bravado gone. Yes, it's me. Huss, I will follow your orders. He hung up and said respectfully, Director Chen, I'm sorry for the trouble. Director Zheng tremblingly asked, Director Wang, was that a call from the capital? Provincial Director Wang, who now held a pair of handcuffs, replied, yes. The capital has dismissed us from our posts and transferred all authority to Director Chen. We are both criminals now. Even as he was handcuffed and led away, Director Zheng still couldn't believe it. How is this possible? A mere brat getting the chief to personally. Before leaving, Chen Hai thanked Leng Fan and Yuan. The organization will deal with them severely this time. Elder Leng, Miss Yuan, please rest assured. He asked quickly, so can I leave now? The man nodded. Of course, Elder Leng may leave anytime. Yuan watched Leng Fan's retreating figure, silently admiring him. So cool. Leng Fan seems to have become a different person entirely. I feel like I don't recognize him anymore. After taking Yuan to the entrance of the apartment complex, he instructed, I will take you here. I will handle the construction site matter tomorrow. It is fine, I will go back now. She called Leng Fan back, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Oh wait. Thank you for coming to save me tonight. If not for you, my life, reputation, and honor would all have been lost. He turned back and smiled gently. No need to thank me. In this life, the law of cause and effect applies. Whoever creates the karma will bear it. Yuan stood dazed in thought. The law of cause and effect. He is speaking in riddles again. But who is he, a high-ranking official who dismisses people just like that? The night passed quickly. The next morning, at the construction site next to Fu He Park, at a food stall, the owner held a guest in conversation. Do you know, a big thing happened last night? I heard the director of the Public Security Bureau and that team leader were both dismissed. The guest in blue chimed in, I know about that director. He did many evil deeds. Truly an official seeker. I wonder which high-ranking official made him pay. The people of How Long are overjoyed. He spoke with excitement. That is right. The one who acted must be from the central government. Otherwise, how could such a big matter be decided? Leng Fan sat eating porridge nearby and heard everything. He was surprised that they thought he was a high-ranking official. Ji Yu suddenly appeared behind Leng Fan, shouting fried dough sticks. He seemed hungry for a long time, pounced on the fried dough sticks and devoured them. He broke out in a cold sweat and asked, Miss Z, why are you here? Ji Yu reached for his bowl of porridge. Give me the porridge bowl. Under her awkward gaze, Leng Fan quickly snatched it back and drank it all. Gee, you got angry. You are a rogue. Last time you took all my pocket money. This time you won't even give me porridge. Are you even a man? Leng Fan did not show any mercy. I hate people who fight for my food, be it human or beast, recalling being robbed of food on the mountain, although those tigers and bears were later beaten by him. She grumbled in complaint, I ran away from home, and you still won't be merciful with a flower. I hate you. Give me the key to your place quickly. I will stay for a few days. I haven't bathed in days. Leng Fan asked in surprise, ran away from home. Does Uncle C know? Yu said gruffly, he is my father. How could not know? He is not looking for me. I said I don't want to work, I want to be a celebrity. He does not support me. Give me the key quickly. Leng Fan gave the key and reminded, don't mess up my house. He understood Uncle C Yi's intention. He knew but didn't look for her, likely to let her know the cruel reality. As for breaking someone else's dream, it was not his business, it was all cause and effect. After breakfast, he went to the engineering department office. Is this their hall? It seemed they were not in trouble. A receptionist stood up and asked with a warm smile, hello sir, who are you looking for? Have you made an appointment in advance? Leng Fan shook his head. No appointment, I am looking for the person in charge here to ask about a few things. The receptionist directly refused. Without an appointment, you cannot see General Manager Chen. I hope you understand this is a special period. Repeated in surprise, special period. Outside, the leader of the debt collectors led his men to intimidate. I heard there is a new shipment, brothers, take it kid. This is no place for you to play. Elder Su wants to take this place. The leader handed over a threatening paper, telling your boss to sign it immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about starting construction. The receptionist retorted firmly, what right do you have? You are just a bunch of thugs. Why should we listen to you? Upon hearing this, he was stunned and stammered. It seems what she said makes sense. Seeing that he was about to mess things up, the henchman reminded, boss, don't listen to her reasoning. We are thugs who never reason. The brainless leader picked up an iron rod and charged at the girl, cursing, right, who are you to argue with me? At the critical moment, Leng Fan stepped in timely. You roam the underworld, but do you hit women? His words made the leader deflate. We don't hit women, we value loyalty the most. The henchman spoke again, boss, but we don't roam the underworld, we are just low-level thugs. He came to his senses and yelled, I almost got fooled by you again. I was never a loyal person. He swung his fist at Leng Fan. He did not dodge, only thinking, it seems I have to settle another cause and effect. The sound of police sirens blared loudly. The henchman panicked. Boss, the Imperial troops are here. Fast, it is that troublesome old man again. Seeing them flee, the police gave chase, and the thugs stopped in their tracks. Inside the hall, the receptionist said cautiously, thank you, sir. I thought I was going to get beaten, but actually you didn't need to step in. They will just come again tomorrow. Leng Fan asked, then what use of the police? He did not think highly of the Public Security Bureau. The receptionist answered with admiration, yes, the security team leader of this area. He alone can face 30 thugs without fear. But he cannot stay here forever. The other security personnel are useless. He alone cannot handle everything. He remembered the useless Director Zhang, complaining in dissatisfaction. A man like him is only a small team leader. Such a waste, while that trash was a director, truly chaotic. The team leader walked in from outside, exhausted but still asking, is anyone hurt because of those bastards? The receptionist quickly handed water to the team leader. Thank you, uncle. No one is hurt. Just now this gentleman here helped. The team leader looked at Leng Fan in surprise. There is a stranger here willing to help. He denied it. I work here but rarely come by. The receptionist was astonished. I thought you were just visiting. The team leader recognized him. So it is you. Leng Fan awkwardly wanted to shake hands in reconciliation. Last night I only targeted them. Sorry for getting you caught up in it. Team leader was not petty, immediately agreeing, except for those useless bastards. The bureau is all happy. Thank you. Zhao Jieki stepped out of the car. The receptionist excitedly shouted, CEO Zhou is here. The construction site gets harassed every day. She came to check. The atmosphere was lively. This is the CEO of Zhou Corporation. So young, so beautiful, a goddess. The receptionist gleefully boasted to Leng Fan, CEO Zhao is my idol. I wonder what kind of man could catch her eye. Upon seeing him, Zhao Jieki enthusiastically waved, Leng Fan, you are here too? The female receptionist beside him was stunned. You know CEO Zhu? Seeing Zhao Jiaki's attitude, the receptionist judged, what kind of bloody plot is this? The general manager falls for a completely ordinary guy. Scene shift to the Zhao family mansion. Zhao Kui knelt before the ancestral altar and prayed. It has been more than 3 months since I lost to that brat, but my power still shows no sign of recovery. I have given up everything, changed my name to Zhao Bai Tian to refresh my mood, but was heavily injured by that wet behind the ears kid to this extent. I am not reconciled. As soon as he finished speaking, a large shadow emerged from the ancestral tablet and questioned, you want revenge, you want the Zhao family to be the strongest force. Offer your body to me, I will help you fulfill your wish. Elsewhere, the foolish leader from earlier was being punished by the gang leader of the head-poking gang. How stupid could you people be, still having the face to come back here? The leader trembled as he explained, boss, it wasn't that we didn't want to rob them, but just at the crucial moment, that damned old cop showed up. The gang leader angrily pointed his finger in his face and scolded, Just one old man scared over 30 of you into running away. The leader backed away in fear, hurriedly covering his face and begging, "Boss, please don't hit my face." Gang leader agreed, then forcefully shoved his fist into his stomach. "This monk agrees not to hit your face." After dealing with the leader, the gang leader turned to handle his underling. He mercilessly punched that man in the face, saying, "Your brother-in-law, the bureau chief, has been removed from his post. You no longer have the right to stay here. Get lost." He fearfully begged, "Boss, I have wholeheartedly cooperated with the gang. Even without my brother-in-law, I still..." Not letting him finish, the gang leader irritably ordered him to be thrown into the lake to feed the fish. He struggled and pleaded, "Boss, please spare my life, boss." After finishing, he turned and gave orders to the others. "You take the brothers back to the village to destroy that construction site, and there is also a new mission." The underlings asked what the new mission was. The gang leader leaned down to whisper, telling them to find a 6-year-old kid named Yang Yi. The scene shifted to the spicy hot pot restaurant where everyone was eating. Just after tasting a bite, Yu exclaimed, "It's numbing and spicy but so delicious. At home, my mother usually doesn't let me eat oily food. She says it's all junk." Yu said if this was junk, then she'd willingly eat junk for life. Lang Fan was lost and thought about the chaotic gang being the head-poking gang, led by the martial monk Yi Dan. Just then, Sophia suddenly appeared and spoke. "What a coincidence, meeting again." She asked if he was out eating with his girlfriend. Lang Fan replied without hesitation, "My little sister." Hearing this, Yu shouted, "Who is your little sister? You still owe me 10,000. You have to take responsibility for taking care of me." Hearing this, Sophia smiled triumphantly. "So that's the relationship, then I'm relieved." Lang Fan asked in confusion, "What are you relieved about?" She directly confessed that she was relieved because there was one less rival in love. Lang Fan remained completely unmoved, coldly asking, "Are you girls from the Holy Maiden sect so idle?" Sophia shamelessly sat down, interlacing her fingers with his, coquettishly telling him not to reject her. She said meeting again was fate. A handsome man like him moved everyone's heart. Lang Fan repeated the 2 words oath as a question. She answered immediately, "That's right. I must make you my man within a month." Lang Fan couldn't be bothered. He pulled Yu's hand and left, saying, "Let's go, my spicy pot." Sophia still didn't give up, loudly praising how shy, truly an adorable man. Her appearance attracted attention. Many people gossiped that she had just confessed to that brat. Sophia heard everything, tilted her head with a shy expression and said, "Everyone, enjoy your meal." Those 3 guys seemed to have fallen into a love net, their eyes only full of hearts. Just then, Sophia's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call, and the person on the other end reported that the Holy See had a new order, instructing them to find a young Asian girl named Yang Yi and bring her back immediately. The scene shifted to a construction site. Lang Fan and Yuan walked as they talked. "I have found out who the group sabotaging the project is, but there are still unresolved issues." Yuan wondered, "What problem could you not solve?" Lang Fan said seriously, "We still have not found the mole. The thugs always manage to intercept the materials just in time. Do you not find that strange?" Yuan worriedly said, "That is true, but everyone in the company wants to make money from this project." Lang Fan reasoned, "The one who wants this indefinitely stalled only benefits one person." "Who is that?" He said, "Director Chen is in charge of this project's construction. Yesterday I went to find him, but he was nowhere to be seen, right as trouble happened." Yuan frowned and asked, "How can that be? He is the trusted subordinate of President Xi." Lang Fan answered firmly, "Anything is possible." At the same time, Director Chen nearby was furious, asking who that guy was and what right he had to be so close to Yuan like that. That man's head thug looked at Lang Fan and answered that he did not know, and asked if he should have the gang teach him a lesson. The henchman suggested a plan. "Wait until Director Yuan sees the chaos. Then you step in to calm things down. The hero saving the beauty act will be a success." The bespectacled director nodded. "That makes sense, do it now." Lang Fan and Yuan were suddenly blocked by 2 large vehicles. The stupid leader came over with a weapon, cursing, "You brat, have some nerve, daring to show up here again." Yuan panicked, but Lang Fan calmly said that they were the thugs from yesterday who came to cause trouble. The voice came from the car, "Baldy, finish this quickly, or it will be troublesome if that Chen guy shows up." Yuan said they seemed to be very afraid of Director Chen. As soon as Lang Fan finished speaking, the leader ordered for them to be beaten. Director Chen, standing smugly at the corner of the building, thought even if he had 10 arms today, he would not leave this place alive. Then he pretended to rush out, shouting, "Director Yuan, do not be afraid, I am here." But he was immediately doused with cold water by Yuan, who said it is already handled. The severely beaten leader had confessed everything, saying that Director Chen had instigated him and begged for mercy. Lang Fan said to Yuan, "Do you believe me now? This man is the traitor." Yuan was astonished. Director Chen, exposed, cursed under his breath, "This guy is a fucking sage. He turned the tables on me. He thought this would not end well. He then had an idea, pointed at the leader to defend himself. Director Yuan, do not listen to him. He is framing me. Yuan was momentarily confused about the situation. The leader refused to take the fall and retorted, no, I have a recording of my conversation with Director Chen on my phone. She looked toward Director Chen, waiting for an answer from him. He still tried to argue, saying he only wanted to negotiate for the company's benefit, and there were hostages in their car, so how could he be colluding with them? As soon as he finished speaking, a desperate cry for help came from inside the car. Before being immediately muffled, Lang Fan walked closer to the car, saying he would go check it out. Yuan told him to be careful. He had only taken a few steps when the bald man stepped out with a little girl, threatening him with a gun. That man asked if he was tougher than a gun, and ordered him to kneel down immediately. The two faced each other. Lang Fan was not afraid, and that man was even less so. He threatened to blow his head off if he did not kneel. Yuan saw this and screamed in panic, warning Lang Fan to be careful. Director Chen thought he was saved and proudly told the bald man he did a great job and to shoot him dead right now. Before the bald man could pull the trigger, Lang Fan had already gripped the gun tightly. He calmly said he had seen this thing a few times. Disarmed, that man was like a fish on a chopping board, taken down by Lang Fan in one move and sent flying. Yang Yi acted as if she had found a lifeline, hurriedly calling out to him, asking if he had come to rescue her. Looking at the little girl, he suddenly remembered his former self, with that desperate expression. After that, he held the little girl in his arms to comfort her, saying it was all right now. Comforted by Lang Fan, the little girl burst into sobs, saying she was so scared. Yuan also ran over at this moment, asking him anxiously if he was okay. Director Chen's face was crumpled as he tried to defend himself, saying he had told them the kidnappers took one person, so how could he be in collusion? He was also surprised that Lang Fan could break the gun. Lang Fan listened and coldly said that he had done a good deed. He would not hit him, but demanded he resign on his own. That man immediately got angry, cursing him for thinking he was someone who could decide the affairs of the Shi group. His position was appointed by Director Yuan and President Shi. Who was he to force him to quit? Lang Fan did not bother to argue and turned to tell Yuan to handle this matter. Yuan did not say much, directly ordering him to follow her to go through the resignation procedure. Director Chen widened his eyes in disbelief, asking what she was talking about. Who was that brat to have any say? Yuan glanced at him, and then asserted that Lang Fan was the real person in charge. She was only assisting. This project was also thanks to his connections with the Zhao group, so who did he think he was? That man muttered in shock, unable to believe that that brat was the overall head of this project. On the way back, Lang Fan asked Yang Yi caringly if she was feeling better. The little girl blushed and replied that she was fine, thank you. Lang Fan smiled and recounted stories from his time in the mountains, how when he was sad he would go to the riverbank to cry, because the sound of the water drowned out his sobs, helping him feel better. In the end, she only heard the roaring sound of the water flowing, and no longer cried. Yang Yi looked at the river in front of them, her gaze heavy as she asked, so he had been scared before too. Lang Fan denied it, saying that was a long time ago. Let him take her home. Hearing the words going home, the little girl looked confused, saying she did not know where her home was, and could not even remember what her parents looked like. Lang Fan exclaimed in surprise, not understanding why. He thought maybe the kidnappers had made her lose her memory. Yang Yi asked timidly if he could let her stay at his place. She would be very obedient. The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears, earnestly begging him not to leave her alone again. Faced with this situation, Lang Fan was momentarily unsure of what to do. A short while later, Lang Fan had arrived home. He announced loudly that he was back. Following was Yang Yi's childish voice, saying she had come to bother them. Being no one at home, he guessed Shi Dai had run off somewhere to chase her star dream. Yang Yi curiously asked what a star dream was. The question startled him a little, then he answered that it meant being surrounded by many people taking pictures, like a pig about to be laid on a chopping board, a sight he often saw in the mountains. Yang Yi heard this and immediately imagined a celebrity with a pig's head, so that was what a star was. The scene shifted to the bald gang's territory. The gang leader furiously cursed his subordinate, asking how he still had the face to return. He cursed and beat the subordinate, saying he could not even handle an ordinary person. It was a disgrace to the boss. The subordinate's face was contorted as he defended himself, saying he had tried, but that guy even broke his gun. The gang leader heard this and crushed the gun to show his might, asking if it was like this. The lackeys quickly threw out flattery, praising that the boss was formidable. Following the boss would surely make them a professional excavation team. The gang leader frowned and declared, if that brat had the skill to cut off their money stream, then he would personally meet him, and conveniently capture that little girl too. The scene returned to Lang Fan's house. He went into the kitchen to cook for the two girls. The last dish was out. It smelled so good, everyone praised his skill. Zhao Jiaqi picked up a piece of food and said, if she had not known the news from Yuan, she would have thought Lang Fan already had a daughter. Yang Yi heard this and laughed, quickly adding, wishing he was her father and she was her mother, that would be so nice. Both of them seemed to have touched a nerve of embarrassment, hurriedly turning their faces away. Si Doi had been standing at the door for who knows how long, her face darkened. Afterwards, she walked straight into her room in silence. Leng Fan hesitated and asked if she had eaten, but before he could finish the sentence, the door slammed shut. Zhao Jiaqi also found it strange, asking what's wrong with that girl. Only Yang Yi was observant. The little girl replied that it was not that older sister was crying. Zhao Jiaqi asked in surprise how she knew. Yang Yi softly answered, because she could see very clearly. Hearing this, she and Leng Fan said nothing, only turned to look at each other. After a moment, he finally spoke up, saying he would go check. Leng Fan used his observation ability, quickly confirming that she was indeed crying. At this moment, behind the door, Si Dai was leaning against it, sobbing quietly, asking herself why everything had turned out like this. Leng Fan walked over and knocked on the door, asking Ji Dai what had happened. He said crying would not solve anything. One had to face it to finish it. He also said a woman crying was a terrible sight, like a clucking hen in the mountains. She cried even louder and then screamed that she did not want to live anymore. Leng Fan panicked and turned to Zhou Jiaqi for help, not understanding what he had done wrong. Yang Yi and Zhou Jiaqi sighed, telling him that saying that was practically forcing her into a corner. Zhou Jiaqi gently comforted Shi Yu, asking her what had happened and telling her it was okay to cry if it made her feel better. Finally, Shi Yu opened the door and came out, tearfully calling out to Sister Zhou. Zhou Jiaqi hugged Shi Yu to soothe her, and Yang Yi, standing behind, sighed in admiration that his mom was still the more impressive one. Leng Fan nodded unconsciously, and the sensible girl giggled and said that he really liked her. Yi Yu recounted the reason for her tears. She had been promised a manager position, but was sent to wait on others instead, and during the meal, there were even business partners of her father present. She angrily slammed the table, afraid that those people would tell her father about her waiting on others outside. Leng Fan declared it a small matter, saying he would explain it to Uncle Si, and that as long as she was okay, that was what mattered. Zhao Jiaqi reminded him that the key point was not that her father would find out, but that her reputation was being ruined. Zhao Jiaqi patted Shi Yu's head and firmly said that the company had betrayed their trust and broken the law, and that its true face needed to be exposed. Ji Yu perked up immediately, agreeing that the company had to be utterly discredited and ruined. Leng Fan sat between the two girls, silently admitting that only women truly understand each other. That Ice Pier gang leader had found the building where Leng Fan lived and asked if that brat lived here. He stepped into the elevator and ordered the group of underlings to wait there. The group of underlings were disillusioned when they saw their boss also had to take the elevator, having thought they had made it big. The elevator had just reached the 12th floor. The door opened and Sophia appeared, saying she had been waiting for him for a long time. He frowned and asked who she was. Sophia replied that he didn't need to know, only that their shared goal was to cause trouble for Leng Fan. Sophia decided to use a honey trap and asked if he wanted to cooperate. The gang leader sneered and asked how they would cooperate. Sophia stated the plan. Leng Fan had a formation inside his house, so they had to lure him outside. The gang leader questioned how to lure him out, as he was very powerful and could sense the aura of supernatural abilities. Sophia confidently said Leng Fan was an arrogant superhuman. All it took was a provocation and he would show himself. They just needed to lure him into her mage-killing array. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't escape. Calculated. His second-in-command had supernatural blood but was still defeated, proving the kid had real skill. Still not convinced, he asked what if she were deceiving him. Sophia placed her hand on her chest, swearing on the name of the church's holy maiden that she was not lying. The gang leader agreed to cooperate, saying he was a Buddhist, so they could easily understand each other. Both were now on the same side, and Sophia instructed that the formation would be set up on the lower floor. Inside the house, the three girls were fiercely discussing battle plans, demanding the destruction of the deceitful company, with Yang Yi being the most agitated. The gang leader kicked the door open and barged in, shouting for the damn brat to come out and face his revenge. Leng Fan stood in front to shield them and coldly asked who he was. He arrogantly bellowed that he had just beaten his second-in-command and dared to ask who he was. Ji Yu and Zhao Jiaqi were amazed, praising Leng Fan for being so domineering, fighting the whole group alone. The gang leader couldn't hold back and revealed himself to be Elder Xu, the Ice Pier gang leader. Leng Fan remembered that they were the ones who kidnapped the little girl, and power condensed in his hand. Yang Yi was terrified and stammered that Brother Leng, it was them. The two girls blushed in embarrassment, as if they had finally understood the confusing situation. Leng Fan warned that trying to take the little girl was impossible, and told him to be smart and run away. He smashed a wall, challenging Leng Fan to come outside and fight, taunting that since he had beauties around him, he should save face. Leng Fan lunged towards him with sharp eyes, saying if he wanted to go outside, then he should stand steady. He panicked at the overwhelming speed and quickly shouted for Leng Fan to wait there. His fist was about to connect with the gang leader's face, but Leng Fan managed to stop due to propriety. Cold sweat broke out on the gang leader's face, afraid that if the punch landed, his looks would be ruined. Leng Fan frowned and asked if he had anything else to say. He suggested going down to the elevator, saying he had chosen a good spot downstairs for the fight, secretly counting on the Holy Maiden's formation. Lang Fan agreed immediately, not wanting the girls to see blood. The 3 girls stayed behind and Shi Yu reassured them, saying Lang Fan was very strong and would protect them. The doorbell rang. Everyone thought Lang Fan had returned, but it turned out to be Sophia coming to pick up the little girl. Lang Fan followed him down to the base of the apartment building and asked if this was the place to fight. He stopped at a suspicious spot, smugly sensing the effects of the Holy Maiden's formation. Formation was about to activate. This brat was done for. He regained his confidence, pointed his finger, and boastfully challenged Lang Fan to take another step. Lang Fan did not hesitate and stepped forward immediately. He flashed a sinister smile as he saw the formation being triggered. Formation was right under his feet. Lang Fan stepped in the center, activating the formation. Gang leader smugly shouted that he had fallen into the ambush and that now he would be sent to the afterlife. In a flash, his ability activated, flames enveloping his body. The monk's Vajra palm will punish you for the sin of disrespecting the Dharma. Lang Fan looked down at the magic of the fortress with tears in his eyes. Gang leader gleefully charged forward, shouting die, still unaware of what was happening. Lang Fan stopped him with just one hand. Not only that, he counterattacked, his strike aimed directly at the gang leader's head. That man held his head in confusion. How could this be? Lang Fan asked in confusion, is this the deadly trap you mentioned? He gently snapped his fingers. A magazine printed with Sophia's image rose from the magic formation with the words I love you. The gang leader panicked and roared. Isn't this the annihilation magic formation? The ability I sense is actually this? Lang Fan put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, your plan doesn't seem to be going as imagined. This time he did not let that man have a chance to argue, charging forward to finish him. The gang leader was beaten badly, his eyes bloodshot, only able to curse inwardly, the West and I have different religions, it's really hard to understand. Finished dealing with him, Lang Fan went home, complaining with a headache. These gang leaders are so troublesome, I'm back. Arriving home, no one came out to greet him, only 2 statues sat motionless in the living room. He asked in confusion, Zhao Jiaqi, what's wrong? At the same time, he used his ability to dispel Sophia's spell. Lang Fan angrily cursed, teaching your grandmother to suck eggs. Zhao Jiaqi woke up and quickly reported Lang Fan. It's not good, that little girl was taken by a Western blonde woman. He quickly deduced a blonde woman with holy light ability can only be the holy maiden of the holy sea Sophia. After understanding the situation, he said, let me go bring her back, you all wait here. Zhao Jiaqi worriedly instructed, be careful. He gently stroked her head. I'll try to be gentle. If I accidentally kill her, I'm afraid it will start a war between Eastern and Western ability users. With that, Lang Fan disappeared in a flash of golden light. Zhao Jiaqi thought to herself, her worry was unnecessary. Her cheeks flushed, but she couldn't help it. Lang Fan landed in an open space, inadvertently interrupting a couple. He took out his phone to call, apologized to them, then said, hello Chen Hai, help me find the holy maiden Sophia of the Holy Sea. Chen Hai immediately replied, yes, Elder Lang, I will handle it right away. Shortly after, Lang Fan received the news. Bureau Chief, Sophia bought a ticket to fly back to the West tonight. She boarded the plane half an hour ago. Chen Hai reported half an hour ago the Holy Maiden had already taken off. Chasing now might be too late. Lang Fan asked, do you know the flight direction? Chen Hai replied, no problem. Send it to my phone. With that he hung up. Chen Hai sent the information though he knew the flight direction. Chasing by plane now was also too late. He didn't know what Elder Lang needed it for. The couple from earlier hadn't left, still standing there judging. That guy looks as weird as a puppy. Ignoring them, he focused on his phone and concluded, just knowing the direction is enough. With that he turned into a golden streak of light shooting into the sky, leaving the couple stunned. On the plane, 2 pilots chatted about finding Western women after landing. One said he still needed to save money to buy milk for his child. This was the plane carrying Sophia and Yang Ye. Sophia comforted her little sister, don't worry, I just invited you to my place to play. The little girl had her mouth gagged and hands tied, only able to plead in her heart, Lang Fan, please save Ye quickly. Sophia saw the little girl crying, didn't bother to coax her, and used her ability to say sleep. Sophia's ability had no effect on Yang Ye. It shattered the moment it touched the little girl's body. Sophia was puzzled. The higher-ups wanted me, an ability user, to capture a restricted person. What secret is this kid hiding? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the plane. The people of the Holy See were in an uproar. Something is approaching the plane at extremely high speed. Passengers, stay seated. It might be a human. Sophia quickly ordered the Huaxa ability team to prepare for battle. The golden light dissipated. Lang Fan appeared coolly. Finally found you all. Sophia didn't say much, directly ordered attack. 2 people from the Holy See charged forward shouting, kill him. Protect the Holy Maiden. Lang Fan coldly said, you are not worthy to be my opponent. One strike from him took down all the small fries so strong. Lang Fan quickly walked towards Yang. He bent down and asked, are you okay? I'll take you home. At this moment, the Holy Sea's ace wielder of a sword rushed out. Don't be arrogant. This is the order of the Wind King. Even if it's you, I will not hold back. the Wind King gets angry, the consequences will be very serious. Lang Fan stood straight and asked sternly, "Are you threatening me?" He used his bare hands to break her sword, threatening, "If I get angry, the consequences will also be very serious." Sophia was stunned, speechless. Seeing the people from the Holy See suddenly faint, the captain worriedly asked what was happening. Ada quickly turned black into white, falsely accusing Lang Fan of attacking them and sabotaging East-West friendship. The captain did not bother to verify, directly interrogating Lang Fan, telling him he must stay still if he wanted to continue. If he harassed the foreigners, he would be dealt with. Sophia smiled triumphantly, believing that the friendly relations made the Chinese people small and foolish. Lang Fan honestly replied that she intended to kidnap his sister. The captain exclaimed in surprise, "Is that so?" Yang Yi confirmed, saying she was the bad person who had kidnapped her and he had rescued her. Atta still tried to argue that she had invited the child to be a guest at the Holy See, telling the captain not to listen to one-side words. The captain no longer believed him. He emphasized the two words being a guest with a mocking tone. Seeing softness did not work, she threatened, saying opposing her would affect the friendship between China and the West. The flight attendant also advised the first officer to pretend he saw nothing to avoid disaster for himself. The four words "disaster for himself" suddenly reminded the captain of his young child at home. Fortunately, he still held his ground, quickly contacted for reinforcements, saying there was a child kidnapper on the plane, and no one was allowed to do that. Sophia was angry that the captain was not on her side, so she launched an attack at him, cursing him as a mediocre Chinese person. But before she could strike, Lang Fan blocked her. He said times had changed, China was no longer as weak as before. Sophia, at a disadvantage, had to swallow her pride and say she would see them again, then tried to escape. Lang Fan immediately understood it was bad. She planned to run. He hurriedly used his supernatural power, but she was faster, escaping and leaving behind a warning that next time the Pope himself would get involved. Sophia jumped out of the plane, creating a large hole in the window. Everyone lost balance and floated up. The people from the Holy See screamed, believing she wanted to kill them and frame Lang Fan. The captain tried to hold on, said he would go plug the hole, showing a spirit of sacrifice like the heroes of old. The flight attendant panicked and stopped him, saying a human could not withstand that kind of pressure. He resolutely let go of his hands, saying it was the responsibility of a Hua Xia first officer. On one side, Lang Fan used his hand to hold Yang Yi. The little girl worriedly begged him to help the captain, because he was a good person. Lang Fan did not say much, immediately deployed the divine species, Mountain Moving Warrior. Right after that, the majestic Mountain Moving Warrior appeared. He charged straight towards the hole, passing by the crowd. They were astonished, thinking he was an Eastern deity. Though fat, he came to save them. He used his fat body to seal the hole, saving everyone. The Holy See people felt a strange sensation. The captain also found it odd but was grateful. The cabin depressurized, everyone fell down simultaneously. Everyone wondered what that thing was. The captain sat up, ordered them to temporarily ignore it, and check who was injured first. A piece of golden cloth floated in the air. Yang Yi curiously asked if it was a flying carpet. Why not make a rousing speech and then go? Lang Fan replied it was just a piece of paper. After making a speech, they would not be able to leave. The two left the plane on the paper. Little girl grabbed the hem of his pants, saying the paper was really amazing. Lang Fan said only he and his master had it. The scene shifted to Lang Fan's home. Seeing the two return, Ji Yu cried and hugged Yang Yi, saying their ancestors had blessed them. She knew he would succeed. Lang Fan contacted Chen Hai, reporting that he had found the person but had offended someone else. Chen Hai asked if he had found Sophia on the plane and offended her. He said it was fine, the deal was still on. Ji Yu admired Lang Fan's skills, wishing she could be as skilled as him. Lang Fan reassured her with an unreadable expression. She joyfully asked if she could become as skilled as him. Lang Fan bluntly replied that in this life she could not, dashing her hopes. Ji Yu was already angry, declared she would find another job and would move out as soon as she had money. Lang Fan reminded her not to be tricked, said she was very beautiful and could easily be sold to the mountains, and he had seen many cases. Ji Yu affirmed that this time a big shot had introduced the job, and she could not tell. She also asked how he knew so much but did not save them. Lang Fan suspiciously questioned back, what big shot was it that she could not tell? She acted spoiled and angry, saying he had to beg her to tell. Lang Fan raised his hand in front of Ji Yu, saying this trip to rescue Yang Yi brought back a special gift for her. Hearing the word special gift, her eyes lit up. She cheerfully demanded to see it immediately. Lang Fan seized the advantage to set a condition, forcing her to tell him about the big shot first before he would show it. She held his hand tightly, honestly replied it was Sister Li Yan, said hurry up and show it. That name made Lang Fan think for a few seconds, wondering if Li Yan was okay, afraid she would do something foolish again after being rejected. Ji Yu impatiently demanded to see the gift, not wanting to wait any longer. Lang Fan opened his hand, golden light radiated from his palm, told her to look carefully. Beneath the light was Lang Fan's bare white hand. He confidently introduced the heartless air gift he had brought back from the plane. Du realized she had been pranked. She angrily picked up a knife and chased Lang Fan, screaming she wanted to kill him. Lang Fan said she fell for the trap herself. What did it have to do with him? Yang Yi watched the two playing tag, remarked that his and Sister C's relationship was really good. A few days earlier at the Li residence, Li Yan dejectedly said Lang Fan was not interested in her, disappointing the whole family. Her mother gently comforted her, saying relying on outsiders was not right. In a few days it would be younger brother's birthday. They would go to the forest city to burn incense for him. She choked up with tears, replied yes, and thanked her mother. Li Hao spoke up, since fate had not made them family. Then when they come to wrong city to offer incense for your younger brother, treat Lang Fan to a meal. Consider it thanks for him saving the whole family. The scene shifted to Mount Song, an unknown temple. A Taoist reported, Elder, senior brother's mission failed. The little girl has fallen into Lang Fan's hands. The old Taoist calmly said, everything is a matter of destiny. It seems I must go personally. The scene returned to Lang Fan's house. Ji Yu had caught Lang Fan. She smiled viciously. She would not let it go without beating him today. Successive punches rained straight down on his face. But that was only an illusion. She was actually hitting a pillow. Lang Fan stood behind. Is Sister C crazy? She is hallucinating, thinking she is hitting him. Is it hypnotism? Lang Fan put his hands in his pockets, calmly saying, if you want to master peerless martial arts, you must endure pain that ordinary people cannot bear. Right after he answered the phone, hello, is this Lang Fan? I am Yuan Kingrong. Lang Fan immediately recognized her, asking, Aunt Yuan, what is the matter? She replied with a smile, we wanted to invite you for a meal. You are in wrong city, right? Before she could finish speaking, Lang Fan immediately answered, I am free. After hanging up, Yang Yi suddenly spoke up, brother, I discovered something. The little girl whispered, you were talking to your mother, right? Yang Yi emphasized, why are you so surprised? Could it be that I guessed right? Lang Fan gently rubbed her head, saying, no, you guessed wrong. The little girl looked at him in confusion, asking, wrong? Your tone and expression just now were very similar. At the same time, Jia Qi thought to herself, only matters related to the Li family made Lang Fan act so strangely. Could he really have special feelings for Li Yan? He suddenly received a message. I am Li Yan, no special intention. Just to inform you, the location is 3 days later at the Jinhua restaurant. I will wait for you at the gate. This time we came to wrong city to offer incense for my younger brother. I hope you do not do anything strange in front of my parents. Lang Fan understood after reading. So it was to offer incense for himself. They still had not forgotten. He was not dead. But why did he feel happy knowing they were going to offer incense for him? This thought was really strange. Would any normal person think that? Only he would think so. 3 days later, Lang Fan wore a set of elegant attire, slowly stepping into the main hall. Jia Qi said for social occasions he must dress formally, but he still felt more comfortable in a Taoist robe. He walked up to ask the restaurant staff, I have a reservation. Has Miss Li Yan arrived? After all, she was a famous star. Surely everyone would know. The female staff glanced at him, silently judging. Even if she did come, it would be a long shot before she would invite a poor wretch like him. She replied, Miss Li Yan has never been here. Lang Fan did not mind still walking in. Then I will wait inside. I must have arrived too early. Watching Lang Fan's back, the female staff silently cursed again. Is he that severely delusional? Looking at the luxurious suit, Lang Fan remembered his master. He always wore a Taoist robe. Later he must give him a set like this. As he reached the table, that female staff appeared again. Welcome, respected guest. May I ask how many people are in your party? Lang Fan innocently replied, I will sit here then. If they come, I will see them immediately. After hearing this, she could not help but sneer again, truly beyond cure. Time passed again, guests came and went, welcome, come again next time. She was slightly surprised to see Lang Fan still sitting there. She walked over and asked, how much longer will you wait? I am almost off work. Lang Fan picked up his phone and called Li Yan. A mechanical voice sounded, the number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. Seeing this, the female staff softened her tone to console him. Maybe you remembered the wrong day. You look so pitiful, I cannot bear to mock you anymore. Lang Fan looked at the phone and dialed again. The result was the same. The number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. The female staff sighed once. She leaned in close, asking with a pitying look, where do you live? I will take you back, I have an electric scooter. Lang Fan seemed to have no emotion regarding this matter. He replied, if you want to master peerless martial arts, you must endure pain that ordinary people cannot bear. At the same time he received another call. Hello, Elder Lang, this is bad, something big has happened. Li Yan brought her parents to wrong city. On the way they suddenly vanished without a trace. The entire National Security Bureau and wrong city police have been mobilized but still have not found them. Chen Hai anxiously suggested, "Can you step in to help? The place where they disappeared is truly eerie." Situation was urgent. Lang Fan turned to the female staff. "You have a vehicle, right?" She replied, "That is right." He immediately stood up. "Let us go." She asked, "Go where?" Although she did not understand what was going on, the female staff still used her scooter to speed off with Lang Fan. She yelled loudly, "Do you have a death wish?" rushing to reincarnate. He proudly glanced back. "So fast enough yet?" Lang Fan was not wearing a helmet but still boldly suggested, "Can I ask you for a favor?" She asked, "What favor?" He said, "Can you drive faster? Or should I say..." Before he could finish, the speed surged again. She said, "You forced me to do this. Let me show you what a speed king is." On Chen Hai's side, his mood was extremely anxious. Why is he still not here? Elder Lang, hurry up and come. As soon as he finished speaking, a plume of smoke whizzed past him. Chen Hai called out in shock, "Elder Lang, this girl is really cool." The girl tremblingly took off her helmet. A stream of liquid flowed from her mouth. She had driven too fast, making herself carsick. Lang Fan observed the surroundings and asked, "Do not worry about that for now. What is the current situation?" Chen Hai quickly explained, "The place where Li Yan's family disappeared is right here, but we have still not found any trace. Moreover, before disappearing, Li Yan had called for help. Her whole family are from the supernatural world. We suspect this is a case caused by supernatural beings fearing the worst." Grasping the situation, Lang Fan decisively advanced forward. "I will look for them first. We will talk after finding them." Before leaving, he circled back to the female staff. "Racing for many years but getting carsick like this is a first." He pulled out a bill and held it in front of her. "Take it." She asked, "What are you doing?" The girl angrily questioned, "Do you think we motorcycle riders do this for your money?" Lang Fan quickly explained that if she ran into trouble later, she could bring that 100 bill to him, and he would grant one request that did not violate moral principles. After speaking, he turned and left. The girl angrily said, "Where are you going? What kind of person do you take me for?" The girl was so angry she cursed a few times. Chen Hai walked over and told her not to get worked up, that he was an elder of the security bureau. The girl could not believe her ears and quickly asked again, "Uncle, what bureau?" He calmly repeated the 3 words, "Security Bureau." After hearing this, she immediately changed her tune. "Is that all? Take this 100 bill back to him and tell him not to look down on others." Chen Hai tried to persuade her, "An ordinary person like you probably does not know about the security bureau, but I think you should keep this 100 bill. Who knows, it might turn into a billion." Huge monetary value startled the girl. The scene shifted into the forest, the pale golden light fading. Lang Fan silently observed his surroundings. With the entire mountain being this vast, finding 3 people was truly difficult. He could only use his spiritual sense. He just did not know if his spiritual sense could cover such a large area. At this moment, Lang Fan's master suddenly appeared and told him to retract his spiritual sense. He then asked, "You still want to release it? Are you trying to violate the law of karma?" Lang Fan asked in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" The master came to explain that this was their karma. If it were not for him, they would have died long ago. The one attacked by that family, Lisa, should have already borne the karma. Lang Fan replied, "But I cannot abandon them." The master expressed his worry. "So you want to confront karma?" Without any hesitation, Lang Fan knelt and pleaded, "Master, please let me be willful this once. No matter the consequences, I am willing to bear them." The master could not stop him. Perhaps this was also a knot in their karma. Before leaving, he could only help him one last time. They are in a cave to the south. The one who captured them is old ancestor Chijia. Lang Fan was somewhat dazed after hearing this. Old ancestor, willing to make a move. As the master said, the 3 of them had been tied up deep in the mountains. Old Ghost and Zhao Kui were discussing, "The blood of a Li family member really smells sweet. No wonder you are addicted. This is nothing. Only that brat's blood is the real delicacy." Li Hao angrily shouted, "Release my wife and daughter, or my Li family will never forgive you." Zhao Kui immediately gave him a stinging slap. "Are you stupid? Or have you watched too many dramas? What kind of situation do you think you are in to give me orders?" Li Hao was hit. Li Yan and her mother worriedly called out, "Brother Hao, Dad." At this moment, Zhao Kui targeted Li Yan's mother. "You are not from the Li family. I might as well kill you first. I will drain your blood right now." He decisively activated the blood-absorbing demonic ability. The blood within the magma vessel was gradually being drained. Zhao Kui laughed excitedly. "Fresh woman's blood is the best tonic for demonic arts." Old Ghost behind him suddenly spoke up, "That brat is here. Be careful." He smirked, a look of contempt on his face. "So what if he is here? I am no longer the innate waste I used to be." Without a sound, Lang Fan was already right in front of him. He asked coldly, "Is that so?" Without waiting for Zhao Kui to make a move, he struck a blow directly into his stomach, sending him flying. A loud noise rang out, and dust flew everywhere. Lang Fan quickly shifted his attention to the mother. His face clearly showed worry. "This is bad. Too much blood loss. She will definitely die in a little while." Lang Fan quickly untied the 3 of them and said, "Stop that guy for me. I need to heal Auntie. Any delay and even a god cannot save her." Li Hao and Li Yan stepped forward to block in front of Lang Fan, saying resolutely, If he dares to come, he has to step over my corpse first. Leng Fan urgently began treating her. Auntie, wake up. You cannot fall asleep right now. Through the thick smoke, Zhao Kui stumbled to his feet. Good, I finally waited for you. Perfect timing for you to taste my demonic art. A blood-red aura enveloped his entire body. His form began to change. Muscles bulged and his fingernails lengthened rapidly. Zhao Kui had completely transformed into a monster. He boasted threateningly, "Now I really want to eat your flesh and drink your blood." Li Hao anxiously watched the situation, determined to buy time for Leng Fan. At the same time, Li Yan could not hold back and charged forward with her sword. "I will fight you to the death." However, he quickly grabbed her arm to stop her. "Yener." She turned to look at Li Hao in confusion. He gently stroked her head and instructed, "Find a chance to run and keep living. Let your father handle these dangerous matters." Then Li Hao continued gathering power into his spiritual energy to erupt. He used this method to send Li Yan away. "Go!" she screamed, "Dad!" Immediately after, Li Hao changed direction and charged straight at Zhao Kui to hold him back. He was also quick, raising his fist in front of him, closing the distance. The force of the strike was too strong, leaving him no time to react. Gaining the upper hand, Zhao Kui boasted, "It's not too late for you to beg me, Ritian, for mercy. I might spare your pitiful life." Though severely injured, Li Hao did not yield. "I, Li Hao, am the head of the Li family. The Li family has only heads who die in battle, not heads who fear death and beg for mercy." He immediately became enraged. "I never expected you, you brat, to want to self-detonate." Furthermore, he lifted his head and taunted, "Leng Fan will definitely defeat you. I believe in him." Finally, Zhao Kui, mad with rage, prepared for his next move. "Then let me send you to the underworld first." At this moment, only his small family filled Li Hao's mind. "Liar, father is coming to you." Suddenly, he stepped forward and patted the old man on the shoulder, startling him, thanking him for everything. In the blink of an eye, Leng Fan lunged forward and punched that man straight in the stomach. "Get lost." Looking at Zhao Kui lying sprawled on the ground, he said to go check on Yuan. "Leave this one to me." Li Hao looked at him, then thought to himself, Leng Fan had been able to transfer energy to stop himself from self-destructing earlier. That flow of energy felt so familiar. Leng Fan slowly walked over, stepped on that man and sneered, "Ritian, your karma has come to an end." Zhao Kui bared his teeth with a challenging smile. "Is that so, old fiend? You came just in time." Leng Fan's mind was sluggish, unable to understand his words. Suddenly a deep, bottomless vortex appeared beneath his feet. Leng Fan glanced at the layers of energy around him. "This is..." Zhao Kui struggled to stand up and set up the formation. The brat's strength is indeed strong, but under this extreme ice demon formation, no one can resist. Li Hao was holding his wife and shouted worriedly, "This is bad." He was stunned to see that he had already been frozen. Leng Fan. He and the demon inside him were about to touch Leng Fan, finally subduing him. "The power of fresh blood, I am here, be careful. You only get one breath, the rest is mine." Zhao Kui licked his lips excitedly and promised, "Rest assured." On the contrary, he coldly retorted sharply, "The extreme ice demon formation is indeed strong, but you have not even achieved 1/10 of the perfect formation." Zhao Kui heard this and furrowed his brows nervously. Leng Fan quickly shattered the ice layer, reached out and gripped that man's throat tightly. "Want to suck my blood? Your mouth is not worthy." He flew into a rage. "You..." Next, he easily threw Zhao Kui to the ground, adding an insult. "Your mouth stinks so much, I am about to throw up." Seeing this, Li Hao's face relaxed, secretly glad he is alright. Leng Fan cast his gaze towards the shadow behind the rock wall. "How long does that bastard hiding there plan to run?" That man was covered in injuries, roaring in frustration, "Old fiend, kill this brat now, his blood is yours." The old fiend then appeared, his voice carrying a tone of appraisal. "You do not have the right to give orders. Brat, this venerable one is curious. Where did you see the complete formation diagram?" He did not care, only casually taunted, "Not telling you." The old fiend was humiliated, could only grit his teeth in silence. Right after, he shouted and 6 arms extended from the wall. "If so, this venerable one will have to take action himself." The old fiend became even more malicious, declaring that as long as your head falls, everything I want becomes mine. With that, he hovered in midair and charged towards Leng Fan. But he had already given the old fiend a punch to the jaw. "If you want to fight, then fight. Too much talk." Then Leng Fan conveniently grabbed him by the throat. After that, he slammed his head hard into the old fiend. Take another blow. Fake skin on the old fiend's head cracked, revealing his true face. Leng Fan was deeply shocked by this appearance. "This is..." The old fiend gnashed his teeth in pain, muttering in confusion, "Why did you stop? Scared by my appearance? Why not kneel now?" On the contrary, he shook his head in dismay. "I did not expect you to be this ugly. Looks like I must help you be freed from this suffering." Leng Fan just called out, and a golden sword appeared. "Sword, come forth." That man was horrified, eyes wide open. "You... I did not expect you to be a sword cultivator." He put that aside, coldly raised his sword to grant mercy. "Rest assured, your next life will not be ugly. This life abandoned by parents, turned away by wife and children, the next life will be better." The old fiend could not help but curse. "What are you talking about? I was not ugly as a child. Who has that tragic life?" "Shut your mouth, this venerable one." Immediately, Leng Fan unleashed a technique both powerful and fast. Then let me help you transcend Golden Light Slash. The wave of power spread. He said, the brat only has that little skill. In a few days I will take your head. Before the sword could swing over, the old fiend made a retreat, flying upward. This venerable one can leave without anyone stopping him. After that, an explosion occurred, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. He looked dejectedly at the hole in the cave, letting him escape. His suffering is not over. Li Hao helped King Yun stand up, both expressing their gratitude. Brother Leng Fan, we are truly thankful this time. If not for you, we would have. Leng Fan sighed and asked with concern, it is all right now. Where is Li Yan? Hearing him call, Li Yan ran over panting, I am here. Those people have all been beaten and run away? Suddenly Zhao Kui woke up with a dark expression, declaring war. Seems today the old ancestor must drag you all to die with me. The old fiend could not win, so I will perish together with you. The feeling of letting the Danshan explode. So this is it. Li Hao stepped forward to observe the flow of dark energy. Not good. He is about to explode his Danshan. He is at the innate stage. Exploding his Danshan is 10 times stronger than explosives. A 10-meter radius will all be obliterated. Zhao Kui retorted smugly, no, it is 20 meters. I must make every living thing within that range go down to hell with me. Li Hao turned to extreme worry, stammering, 20 meters. With our speed, we cannot escape in time. Suddenly Li Yan patted his shoulder from behind, gently saying to him and King Yun, Father, Mother, do not be afraid, we are about to see little brother. Li Hao hugged her, comforting and agreeing, well said, everyone has to die eventually. Meeting Lear again early is a good thing. She also spoke with a sorrowful voice, that is right, Brother Hao. At least our family is together at this moment. Leng Fan witnessed the family's farewell, a sense of melancholy rising in his heart. Then he snapped back to focus, coldly walking closer to him and asked, you mean your Danshan has a 20-meter explosion radius? Zhao Kui shouted excitedly, laughing maniacally, want to stop me? Too late. Leng Fan replied calmly, you are overthinking, I am just estimating a bit of your power. Saying that, he stretched his leg back into a stance, making him dumbfounded. What do you want to do? I am about to explode. Immediately, Leng Fan gathered strength and kicked Zhao Kui soaring straight up into the air. Get going. He shot up into the sky and created a huge explosion. He glanced around, curious as to where he was flying. Zhao Kui's body turned a fiery red and began to swell. Leng Fan absent-mindedly praised the beautiful scenery. His family helplessly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, that man grew larger and larger, transforming into a massive fireball. Other Lion quickly realized the danger and shouted that the thing was still spreading. As he spoke, Leng Fan grabbed his sword and leaped up, urging everyone to hurry. Li Hao asked worriedly, then what about you? He looked back, confidently declaring that he was very strong. Fan Deng looked at the sky worriedly, saying that he wanted to save them. She repeated that he was very strong. The old man insisted they could not let him down. A few seconds later, all three helped each other escape the cave. At the same time, the fireball's impact sent rocks and earth flying everywhere. Layers of rock began to crumble. Li Hao's entire family understood the truth, heartbroken as they called Leng Fan's name, because he had sacrificed himself to save them. Li Yan did not believe it, resolutely charging into the rubble to search, determined to find him dead or alive. She struggled to lift each rock, calling out Leng Fan's name with hope in her heart, certain he was not dead yet. Reaching a large boulder, Li Yan still tried her best to push it, constantly asking where he was. Li Hao and Tang Deng came to her side, saying they would help her. Soon enough, all three had pushed the boulder down into a deep pit. Suddenly, an arm reached up from the pile of rubble. That arm slammed against the rock, making a sound like splashing water. Three of them stared wide-eyed, mouse agape as they called out Leng Fan's name. Li Hao quickly helped him sit up, overjoyed to see he was still breathing. He placed his hand on Leng Fan's chest and used a detection spell, finding that his injuries were very severe. Li Hao's expression grew uglier and uglier, unable to believe the result. Li Yan and Tang Deng anxiously asked if his life was in danger. He painfully announced that he had survived, but his meridians were completely severed, fearing he would be nothing but a cripple from now on. The mother and daughter were dumbfounded upon hearing this, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be like this? She hugged him sorrowfully, choking out that from now on she would protect him at all costs because he had saved them. Time passed, and everything returned to normal. A few days later at the Li family villa, Leng Fan's eyes slowly opened, feeling the light. He sat up leaning against the bed, saw Than Deng slumped over beside him, and asked why she was here. Leng Fan helplessly looked at the white bandages wrapped around his wrist, thinking it was just a superficial wound. Immediately, he quickly unwrapped each layer of bandage. Suddenly, Leng Fan felt that something was very strange. Than Deng woke up, surprised to see him. He wondered why she was looking at him like that. She happily hugged him, asking all sorts of questions. Leng Fan said nothing hurt, telling her not to worry. Than Deng cheerfully ran outside to share the good news with the family. Leng Fan looked at his weak palm, thinking to himself, good news, but it seemed he checked his body and received a huge shock. His meridians were broken. At mealtime, Li Hao's entire family was attentive, piling food onto his plate and telling him to eat more. Li Yan shyly asked if he felt uncomfortable anywhere, or if there was something he wanted to do, she would go with him. He said calmly while eating that she should not overthink it. He did not mean it that way. Li Yan blushed, quickly waving her hands to explain that she meant ordinary things people do, not a dark intention. Lang Fan tilted his head, casually repeating the words ordinary people. She was so embarrassed she did not know where to hide her face, asking herself what she had just said. He changed the subject, asking if she knew how to drive because he needed a favor. While later, Lang Fan drove out with her. Li Yan asked what he wanted to buy. He looked around, replying that he wanted to buy some traditional Chinese medicine to treat his severed meridians. She nodded, telling him to head towards Dongshan, but just a few seconds later Li Yan asked in shock, "What did he just say?" Lang Fan calmly repeated, "Take traditional Chinese medicine." She strained to ask about the sentence before that. He readily answered, casually saying it was just a small matter like broken meridians. Her face looked briefly sad, her voice trembling as she said that was not a small matter. From now on he could not be a supernatural ability user anymore. Lang Fan recounted a time in the past when his master had severed his meridians a dozen times, and taking traditional Chinese medicine cured it, telling her not to overreact. Li Yan was heavily shocked to hear him say he had experienced it over 10 times, asking if he was sure. He looked at her, asking in return if she thought there was anything impossible for him. Li Yan gradually came around, admitting he was right. After that, both fell into silence. After driving for a while, they finally arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine shop. He was now sitting down, writing something on a piece of paper. The shy female employee suggested, "Our store has many types of herbs. Just tell me the names and I'll get them for you quicker." Lang Fan jumped up, shoving the notebook in front of her. "That's enough. I've finished choosing. I want aged herbs, not fresh ones." The female employee took the notebook, her eyes lighting up. "Oh my, a VIP customer. I'll definitely hit my sales quota early this year." It was then Li Yan spoke up to ask, "Can these herbs help you restore your meridians?" Lang Fan slowly explained the herbs don't work, but the spiritual energy within them does. Used to refine pills, restoring meridians is a minor matter. After hearing this, Li Yan's eyes widened. "You know how to refine pills?" She thought, never having heard of this before. If he really can, the entire Huexia supernatural clan would go crazy seeking him out. Suddenly, Bai Kuai stepped forward, holding the notebook as she questioned, "May I ask, do you truly intend to buy this much?" The employee beside her was lost in thought, her gaze distant. "This person is buying too much. I hope he's not here to mess up my work." He replied calmly, "Yes. Is there a problem?" She hesitated, standing up straight to remind him, "Are you going to use this much all by yourself? Even a pharmaceutical company couldn't sell you this amount. Besides, do you know the total cost?" Li Yan didn't hesitate, pulling out a prestigious black card and presenting it to Bai Kui. "There's 100 million in this card. That should be enough to buy anything." Thousands of suspicions ran through the employee's mind. "Don't tell me these two are con artists. That old, worn-out card holds 100 million? Bai Kui ordered the employee, "Go get the herbs for the miss and the gentleman immediately." The girl was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" She was still analyzing the value of Li Yan's card. Before this black card, one must be a top-tier figure to even apply. Forget 100 million. The credit limit alone must be more than that. Li Yan crossed her arms arrogantly. "I told you, whatever you want I can provide it." Lang Fan replied seriously, "Then I'll help you with one thing. Buy a few more herbs, and I'll refine a spiritual pill for you to break through to the innate realm." In an instant, she was so astonished she stuttered, "Dolly, what did you say?" After buying enough medicine, Li Yan drove a mountain of supplies home. The sports car was packed full as if she'd been scavenging for scrap. As she got out of the car, she was teased. "Shut up. It's obviously like I looted it." She pointed at the large containers, loudly telling everyone, "Come over, untee the stuff, and help me carry it inside." Watching Li Yan huffing and puffing, Lang Fan advised, "Actually, you don't need to be this enthusiastic." She cut him off with a long tirade, silencing him. "Who says that? This is a matter concerning the fate of the Li family. Move everything inside for me. Hurry up." The young man clasped his hands and reported, "Miss, all the goods have been purchased and delivered home." Li Yan nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Good work. You may leave." Walking ahead, Lang Fan said, "I'm going inside first. No matter what you hear, don't come in." She asked worriedly, "Can you really handle this alone?" Lang Fan nodded firmly. "I can. I'm long used to this." Li Yan's face showed clear bewilderment. Long used to it. With all his meridians severed, he's refining pills himself. If I hadn't seen his strength, I'd find it hard to imagine. She blushed shyly. How can he be so calm? It's a little heartbreaking. Inside the room, Lang Fan brought out the pill refining cauldron. Just refining pills. Even with broken meridians, I can still do it. I should have some spiritual energy left in my body. If this drags on, I'm afraid even that trace of spiritual energy will be gone. Small flame rose, heating the cauldron. His hands flared with golden spiritual energy, and he began the process. Glimmering spiritual energy from 3 boxes converged into the cauldron. Lang Fan broke out in a sweat, enduring the strain. Here, there was no master to protect him. Perhaps from overexertion, his body was racked with such pain that he cawed up blood. Lang Fan gasped for breath. "This is indeed more exhausting without my master guarding me. My karma. I must bear this myself because I chose to save the Li family. I accept all this karma. His body lost strength, falling backward. No, my last spiritual energy is almost gone. In his mind, Leng Fan considered the worst-case scenario. Could it be that I must end everything here? Li Yan appeared just in time, catching him from behind while simultaneously supplying her spiritual energy. She scolded him sternly. Don't push yourself so hard in a situation like this. I owe you this. Take my power as much as you need. He worried for Li Yan, afraid of draining all her strength. Are you sure this is all right? She looked at Leng Fan with a determined gaze and replied, of course. For a moment, he saw his sister's image in Li Yan. Sister. Leng Fan pointed at the cauldron. I understand. Thank you, Li Yan. The flame beneath the cauldron blazed even more fiercely. She broke into a tired sweat, looking as if she were on the verge of exhaustion. He worried about Li Yan's condition. No good. Draining her strength like this, my meridians haven't recovered yet, and she's already looking haggard. Nevertheless, she remained determined. Don't stop. Leng Fan's eyes were dazed, but he still gave it his all. Not betraying their combined resolve, a medicinal pill was successfully concocted. He rejoiced. Success. Li Yan, her face pale from exhaustion, said, great. She was so tired she couldn't stand, then collapsed. Leng Fan held Li Yan in his arms, deciding that only by restoring his meridians first could he save her. He placed the newly made pill into his mouth. Pain surged through him and his face contorted in agony. Red veins appeared all over his body. The feeling was so familiar. He clutched his chest in pain, his whole body trembling from the relentless waves of suffering. Li Hao, standing outside the door, grew worried upon hearing Leng Fan's sounds. Moment later, the pain subsided. Leng Fan struggled for every breath. Finally, it's over. He panicked, opening the door to look into the room. Leng Fan, are you all right? But the image that met Li Hao's eyes was Leng Fan holding Li Yan in his arms. It seemed he had misunderstood something and slammed the door shut. Leng Fan hurriedly tried to explain. Wait, it's not what you think. But it was still hopeless. Only the sound of wind in the room answered. He sighed helplessly and then left. Now the most important thing was to replenish the deficient spiritual energy for his sister. Leng Fan placed his hand on her chest to heal. He only needed to transfer spiritual energy into her spiritual core, and it would be done. But Li Hao understood a different meaning. He could not accept this matter. He hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. The two were not even married yet. This matter should not be rushed. Li Hao's eyes widened and he froze when he saw that he was only transferring spiritual power to Li Yan. He awkwardly broke out in a sweat, so it was just transferring spiritual energy to Yanner after all? Leng Fan asked blankly, can I transfer something else? Li Hao blushed with embarrassment, stammering that it was nothing. He was still blankly confused as he watched him awkwardly run out of the room. Her complexion gradually became ruddy again. Li Yan lightly opened her eyes and coughed. She suddenly forgot what just happened. What was wrong with me just now? Leng Fan replied calmly, I drained you dry. The answer made her think of something else. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Leng Fan showed a friendly smile. Thank you. If it weren't for your help, the one lying here would probably be me. Li Yan rubbed her face and asked awkwardly, is your pill refining done? Have your meridians recovered? He raised his golden glowing hand and told her to look. Leng Fan waved his hand lightly. She raised her head and saw several spiritual power emanating items floating in the air. Li Yan was truly curious about his strength. Just how strong was he? The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Leng Fan picked up the phone, seeing an unfamiliar number. He put the phone to his ear. Hello. The voice on the other end got straight to the point. Are you Leng Fan? I am Tulan, Zhaojiaqi's mother. Something has happened. Yang Yi was taken by a group of monks from Mount Luosha. Zhaojiaqi and her grandfather are angrily going there to demand justice. You need to come back quickly. These people don't seem like monks. I'm afraid they will be in danger. Leng Fan frowned in annoyance. Are they idiots? He shouted into the phone. Is there any criminal who would listen to reason and then let the person go? Isn't that just walking right into the trap? Tulan forced a laugh. She could hear the exhaustion in his voice. Enough said, I'm going to find them now. He hastily put on his coat and said he had to make a trip to Mount Song. Li Yan grabbed his coat and asked, wait, do you know how far it is from here to Mount Song? Moreover, you just recovered your meridians and you're running off to another supernatural sect alone. Are you confident enough? Leng Fan replied, I don't know, but I can look it up online. Anyway, I can fly straight there, and the supernatural sect is probably very strong, but I'm probably stronger than them. However, I still have to thank you. Thanks to your advice, I understood something. She was confused. Oh, after entrusting Li Yan with things, Leng Fan used his lightness skill to reach Mount Song. Even Li Yan knew Mount Luosha Temple was there, so Zhoujiaqi and Old Man Zhao couldn't possibly not know. Clearly knowing they couldn't fight back like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But for promises, beliefs, and dreams, they still bravely charged forward. This was the determination of humans. Very quickly he arrived before Mount Luosha Temple on Mount Song. 3 great monks and other monks blocked the temple gate. The white-browed great monk refused. Please, benefactor Shu, return. If you do not return the person, great disaster will befall. Old man Zhou angrily pointed a finger and confronted him. Today you must hand her over whether you want to or not. What disaster could a little girl cause? I think you monks are all kidnappers. The brown-robed great monk firmly refused. You are ordinary people. Forcing your way into the temple is already too much. What if we decide not to release the person today? He stomped his foot heavily on the ground. A stream of red spiritual energy appeared around the brown-robed Grand Elder. If you do not leave here, we will have no choice but to escort you out. The entire bodies of Old Man Zhou and Zhou Jiaqi froze in place. She was panicked. What is this? My body can't move. The brown-robed great monk commanded in a clear voice. Men, see these two off. The two young monks replied in unison, yes, Elder. Zhou Jiaqi clutched the old man's arm tightly and stammered, Grandpa, if we don't do something, we will be. Old Man Zhou's face turned purple with anger. Bastards use killing intent to suppress ordinary people. Is this the conduct of Mount Luosha Temple? Have you forgotten that you are Buddhist monks? The two young monks lifted the two of them onto their shoulders. Words are useless, benefactor. This monk will now see you down the mountain. The old man gritted his teeth and threatened, kidnapping a girl and then using force. Is this the conduct of the world-renowned Mount Luosha Temple? I will definitely tell the whole world. The young monk paused when the white-robed great monk spoke. Hold on. Amitabha, benefactor, do not blame us. Our temple is only concerned for all living beings, and you are concerned for that other person. Neither is wrong. If you persist obstinately, Old Man Zhao stubbornly yelled, so what if I do? White-robed great monk put his palms together and ordered, then we can only invite the two of you to stay at the temple for a few days. Take them to the discipline hall, and be careful until further orders. All three great monks turned and walked into the temple. Amitabha. Zhao Jiaqi's eyes widened in near despair. Was she really going to have to watch helplessly? A pillar of light slammed heavily into the ground before everyone's bewildered eyes, and at the same time Leng Fan's voice rang out. Very well. Is this the ability of Mount Luosha Temple? He showed no surprise. Amitabha. What must come will eventually come. He stood upright and demanded clearly, give my sister back to me. Zhao Jiaqi called out in joy, Leng Fan. Old Man Zhou beside her also called out, Xiao Fan. From behind, two men were trying to subdue the two people. Go ahead. Leng Fan immediately unleashed a move, sending those two flying far away. Don't you touch my people. The two people, Zhou Jiaqi and Old Man Zhou, fell from a height. One shouted, ah, the other shouted, oof. Just as his butt was about to hit the ground, Old Man Zhou was caught by him, while her butt hit the ground painfully, making her cry out. He put the old man down and asked with concern if he was okay. Old Man Zhao was full of question marks. Are you sure you caught the right person? Zhao Jiaqi pitifully held her butt, tears streaming down her face. He was not polite at all, bluntly answering without a doubt. Zhao Jiaqi's fall was only slightly painful, but an old man like him with aging bones would meet his ancestors if he fell. The man was left speechless, telling him he had a way with words. After speaking, he bent down to help the girl up, then stood straight. Zhao Jiaqi grabbed his hand and stood up, sadly apologizing for her uselessness causing Yang Yi to be harmed. He immediately smiled, beckoning her closer with a finger. He said apologies were useless. Come here, he had to punish her a little. Miss Shen Nong heard this and thought to herself, punish? How would he punish? Before she could think too far, he flicked her forehead and reminded her not to be so hot-headed next time. It would be dangerous if he couldn't arrive in time. Zhao Jiaqi was flicked on the forehead, her eyes brimming with tears, thinking he was actually worried about her. Before she could be touched for 5 seconds, he poured cold water on her, saying she would be doomed. Leng Fan looked at the group of monks behind him and asked what they wanted to release the person. An old monk replied that he could not release the person, but if he wanted to discuss scriptures, he could sit down with him. He Lion flatly refused, saying he cultivated the Tao and did not like chanting sutras. He should know he was planting evil karma now. Seeing that he would not listen, the old monk grew angry, and a surge of power appeared around him. The old man said good karma and evil karma were the same. Today he would absolutely not hand the person over to them. He was not one to be trifled with either. Seeing the old man wanted to fight, he unleashed his techniques, power appearing in his hands. He declared that if the old man wanted to plant evil karma, he would tear down this temple. If he wanted to plant good karma, they could still recite the Buddha's name here. Seeing a battle was about to happen, the group of monks behind also surged forward, chanting spells and shouting to surround him. Leng Fan signaled Zhu Jiaqi and Zhao Loi with his eyes, telling them to go ahead and let him handle things here. She immediately asked worriedly what about him. He replied without a care, saying the small fries before him were no threat. Even if there were more ants, they could not bite an elephant to death. Grandpa, take her away quickly. She was still uneasy, trying to call out after him. Zhao Loi heard this and pulled her away, saying this place was a battlefield for supernaturals. They could not help. But when the two turned around, they saw the exit blocked by hundreds of monks. This was bad. They had sealed the way out. Before they could worry, the monks at the gate suddenly parted to both sides, opening a path for them to leave. Without thinking much, the old man rushed out, shouting thanks as he looked back. Clearly, the enemy wanted to capture Leng Fan. After the two left, the temple gate slammed shut. Zhao Jiaqi worriedly asked Grandpa if Leng Fan would be already in danger. Zhao Lawyer replied he did not know, but Lhasa Temple had 1,000-year secret texts. He pushed up his glasses, wondering why they voluntarily let them go. Could little girl Yang Yi really be hiding some secret? Zhao Jiaqi looked at the closed gate, her heart anxious, thinking these things were no longer important. She slightly furrowed her brows, silently praying, only hoping he would be safe and sound. Behind the closed door, Leng Fan was alone, surrounded by many monks holding clubs ready to attack. But he was not afraid at all, casually putting his hands in his pockets and saying why was Lhasa Temple like a bunch of thugs? Did they have to rely on numbers to fight? The leading old monk closed his eyes and said Amitabha. This was to punish those who dared to disrespect the Dharma, and deserved a beating. As if receiving an order, the surrounding monks rushed to attack, shouting to charge and beat him. That he was alone, do not be afraid. He raised his index and middle fingers, muttering that in that case, he would also call for backup. Then he extended his hand forward and strange surges of power appeared around him. With a bang, those surges of power shot straight into the group of monks, creating a huge explosion that sent them flying, exclaiming they did not understand what was happening. After the explosion, a towering six-armed martial general appeared before the monks, holding a sword in one hand and a bell in the other, with a ferocious expression. The entire group of monks gaped in shock, frantically calling it Asura. Leng Fan asked if they still wanted to gang up. He could summon even bigger people. The old monk quickly realized they could not win, so he ordered a retreat, telling the children they were no match and to let them fight him. But without waiting for orders, upon seeing that fierce general, the monks were already scared and screaming, saying being touched by it meant certain death. Run fast. Seeing the enemy was subdued, he also ordered the towering fierce general behind him to leave. He said for him to retreat as well, and the fierce general obeyed, replying yes. Seeing that terrifying power, the old monk switched to a war of words, telling him not to think he was invincible. Although the divine summoning technique was strong, they knew he was expending a lot of energy. Facing 3 first-grade supernaturals alone, he should conserve his strength. Hearing this, Helian said he respected them greatly and only wanted to take his little sister home, return her, and he would leave immediately. Seeing the soft approach would not work, the old monks continued their attacks, saying in that case, do not blame them for being harsh. Glowing golden staffs appeared one after another. Dozens of large golden staffs appeared in the air, surrounding him, forming a great formation. The old monk frowned, saying this was the 1,000-year guardian formation of Lhasa Temple passed down by the ancestors, where many supernaturals had met their end. If he left immediately, the old monk could still give him a chance to live, but that did not faze him. He quickly unleashed his power and challenged them to make a move. The old monk, feeling disrespected, became enraged and controlled the large staffs to attack him. He shouted loudly that in that case, do not blame them for being impolite. Leng Fan looked and thought to himself, to break this formation, he would probably have to use that forbidden technique his master taught him. Having thought it through, he took a super huge sword, raised it straight to the sky at a 180-degree angle, and shouted the divine slash, the first form. Then he slashed down to the ground, shouting Overlord slash. From the slash appeared a crack, inside which was a mysterious black hole-like void. All the golden staffs and the surrounding earth and stones were forcefully sucked into that void. The monks were no exception. All were pulled in. They screamed that this was a devouring void that swallows everything. Even the spiritual staff formation could not escape. One by one, monks were sucked in, helplessly calling for help, not understanding what was happening. More powerful old monks spread their arms wide, trying to hold on and shouting to each other to hold tight and not get sucked in. Leng Fan stood still watching. After hearing the old monk speak, he retorted that it was useless. Once the divine slash came out, if he did not dispel the sword intent, it would suck everything he targeted inside. Just as he said, the large old monks from before were now also pulled into the void, only crying out that their bodies would not listen to them anymore. If this continued, they had no choice but to endure their fate. An old monk shouted loudly for the founding ancestor. Why had he not appeared yet? The 1,000-year foundation of Lhasa Temple was about to be completely destroyed. He did not expect there to be others besides them. Leng Fan asked in surprise who else was hiding in there. As he finished speaking, a halo of light emanated from within the temple, and a voice spoke, saying Amitabha, asking the benefactor if he could show mercy, then why not do so? The old man used his palm seal to break the secret formation. The formation quickly opened. The few young monks were released. They fell and cried out, "My butt hurts so much, hurry and run." The expression darkened, making you uncomfortable. As soon as the old man appeared, he kept preaching, saying Amitabha, the host has such talent and should not display it here. Leng Fan cut straight to the point. Old master, I just want to pick up my little sister. Can you please help? The old man probed. Do you know who that little girl is? Remembering Yang Yi's smile, he replied, I don't know, but I know she is my little sister. The old man beat around the bush. It is not just us, many other forces are also looking for her. How long can you protect her? Leng Fan's gaze was firm. You will not know without trying. He closed his eyes, remembering his master. If it were not for him, he would have been erased from this world long ago. There would be no today. The old man challenged him. Then what if I say no? Lang Fan clasped his hands and bowed in salute. But his words held 7 parts pride, 3 parts provocation. You should know that I am much stronger than you cannot stop me. The 3 senior monks became anxious. The Holy See and the Western Demon Cult already know and have sent people. Patriarch, we cannot hand over the child. She will bring disaster to all living beings. The old man asked them, Amitabha, then if they come to the Raksha temple to take people, what do we do? One hesitated to speak, the other 2 were decisive. We can only risk our lives. Even if we die, we must keep the little girl. The old man was indifferent, looking at Lang Fan and speaking like a bucket of cold water, but he does not need to risk his life. The old man turned, his voice admiring. You are only 20 years old, yet your cultivation is so strong. Your talent is outstanding. But do you know who your little sister is? Lang Fan replied, Please enlighten me, great master. The old man explained about the soul within Yang Yi. It is an ancient ferocious beast, not yet awakened, so I am also not sure what kind it is. He replied briefly, I understand. The old man decided to take him to see the little girl. Follow me. She is in the back courtyard. He followed the old man to an empty yard and saw Yang Yi sleeping soundly. Lang Fan carried the little girl on his back and expressed his thanks. The old man watched them leave, reciting a prayer. Amitabha, the benefactor's path of cultivation has only just begun. Zhou Jiaqi and Zhou Leoi waited outside the gate along with a police car. She prayed, There are so many strangers. I hope Lang Fan is safe. Zhou Leoi added this because the commotion was too great. Suddenly the door opened. The 2 of them were surprised. Seeing he was safe, both of them called out his name in unison. Zhou Jiaqi happily ran over. Are you okay? There was an earthquake just now. He dodged and replied, What could happen to me? She breathed a sigh of relief. That is really good. Lang Fan was embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Jiaqi happily hugged him tightly. The onlookers were surprised. A journalist exclaimed, President Zhao actually. A quick-handed journalist snapped a few photos. He ran while cheering. Big news. President of Zhao Corporation passionately in love with youth who stormed Raksha Temple alone. A third person trying to cut in. The journalists simultaneously raised their cameras. I have to take a picture too. Stay still for 5 more seconds. At this moment, she realized the crowd and embarrassingly let go, saying shyly, I got a little excited. Journalists were dejected. Crap, too slow. Zhao Loi stroked his chin, remembering, did someone not already take a picture just now? They chased after the journalist who had the photos. Stop, hand over the photos and you live. He watched them and sighed emotionally. To be young is truly wonderful. That was Zhao Loi's scheme, he smugly thought. Tomorrow their relationship will spread across the streets. Grandson-in-law Lang cannot escape. Lang Fan asked casually, Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Zhao Jiaqi angrily pinched his cheek. She scolded, Shut up. The goodwill just rose up and you extinguished it. Chen Hai approached, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Sorry to interrupt you two for a moment. Lang Fan, with his cheek pinched, spoke with a lisp. Director Chen, go ahead. Chen Hai was serious. I will keep it brief. He looked at the sleeping Yang Yi and advised, Elder Lang, I think it would be better to take the little girl back to the Raksha temple. Lang Fan showed an unhappy expression. What did you say? Chen Hai fearfully waved his hands. No, that is not what I meant. There is a reason. He quickly explained. The cardinal of the church is coming. His status and strength are far above the saintess. Zhao Jiaqi wondered. Who's the cardinal? Chen Hai analyzed. The cardinal is stronger than a demon prince. Simply put, if Elder Lang does not act, he alone can trample the entire Huirxia supernatural world. He asked with displeasure. So you think I should hand her over? Lang Fan raised his hand to shield the little girl, resolute. I will not hand her over to anyone. I already said she is my little sister. Waiting until evening, the scene shifted to the foot of the mountain, a car cruising along the road. Inside, Sophia reported to the cardinals about the situation of the young master. According to reliable sources, the earthquake just now was caused by Lang Fan, and he had left Rakshasa temple unharmed. Ah, I recall the image of Lang Fan carrying Yang Yi from the news received. The news added that he also took that girl away. Sophia looked at them warily, worriedly asking how the 3 of them planned to handle such a powerful opponent. They sneered, disdainfully replying that the people of Huaxia were mere ants in their eyes. Beautiful maiden. One of them mocked, saying that having a strong opponent makes it interesting, right? All those so-called sect masters and sect leaders on this path are useless. Another one was more cautious, saying they should not underestimate the enemy. Huaxia had shown for several thousand years, while they had only risen in the last few decades. Sophia casually folded her arms behind her head and replied, The Holy Father's orders must be handled by the 3 of you. No matter what, you must obtain that girl. Ah, I immediately changed my attitude to remind, but do not cause too much commotion. War with the demon realm is imminent. Making more enemies from Huaxia's supernatural world would be detrimental to the overall situation. They respectfully answered in unison, Yes, beautiful lady. Sophia closed her eyes again, thinking of Lang Fan, feeling extremely irritated. I still remember the last grudge. Once I capture him and bring him back to the church, I will make him lick my feet every day. Night fell at a small hotel. Zhou Jackie complained that they had to make do. There were no better hotels around. He replied, of course, who has the time to come to this desolate place? In the room, Yang Yi tightly hugged Lang Fan's arm. He checked his spiritual power, judging that today was troublesome, having just restored his meridians only to encounter a fierce battle. He probably would not recover for a while. She asked curiously, even you can be drained sometimes. The two of them looked at Zhou Jackie with judging eye. She seemed to realize the sensitive nature of the question, blushed, and waved her hands to explain, I didn't mean it that way. Yang Yi happily suggested, I'll give you a massage. My massages are very comfortable. They can even help restore your strength. He asked in surprise, really or fake? The girl moved behind him to massage Lang Fan, replying innocently, just try and you'll know. Suddenly a strange light appeared on Yang Yi's hands. He also sensed the abnormality, opening his eyes wide in shock. Lang Fan immediately adjusted his attitude, praising Yang Yi's message as very comfortable. The girl beamed with joy. I was right, wasn't I? Lang Fan realized a surge of power within his body, an unusual feeling that was not ordinary massage. She was helping him recover his essence, and moreover, the bottleneck he had held for so long seemed to be shaking. He raised his hand to his chest to feel it. Lang Fan emitted a dazzling radiance. Zhou Jiaqi worriedly asked why he suddenly started glowing. Yang Yi exclaimed that he was amazing, turning into a light bulb. The light gradually faded. Lang Fan's body returned to normal. He looked at the power in his hand and announced, I've broken through. The girl asked back innocently, broken through? She also widened her eyes in surprise and asked, you broke through? A massage caused a breakthrough? Zhao Jiaqi's face reddened. She shyly asked, are you sure it's a normal breakthrough, not something else? Lang Fan asked back innocently, is there an abnormal breakthrough too? She awkwardly bristled and replied, no. He looked at Yang Yi behind him, secretly guessing it was her ability, finally understanding now why those people wanted to compete for Yang. Lang Fan stepped forward to pat her head and instructed, Yang, remember, from now on you must never casually use your ability or massage anyone else. You must remember this, or you will get into big trouble. Yang Yi obediently nodded and replied, I remember. He suddenly noticed a flash of light from the building across the street. Lang Fan opened the window to check. That was, a figure appeared on the opposite building. Sophia crossed her arms with an arrogant expression. Lang Fan, we meet again. Zhao Jiaqi walked over and asked, did you see something? Lang Fan, his hand still holding his magic power, said angrily, don't leave the room. I will be back soon. As long as you don't go out, the restriction I left behind will protect both of you. Lang Fan flew away swiftly. Behind him, Zhao Jiaqi worriedly reminded him, Lang Fan, you must be careful. He shot forward like a meteor across the night sky. Lang Fan landed in front of Sophia, his voice full of confidence. I knew you would come. Lang Fan appeared amidst the beam of light, his warning full of power. I promised to protect Yang Yi. I advise you not to have any other ideas. He said in a teasing tone, don't rush, don't discuss this matter yet. Since you're here, I have to entertain you properly. Instantly, Sophia moved to stand right beside him. She tempted him under the starry night, a lonely man and a lonely woman. Don't you want to do something? Sophia slightly lifted her skirt in a seductive invitation. Westerners said my legs are too thin. Do you want to take a look for me? Lang Fan turned his face away, ignoring her. Sophia was not embarrassed at all. She directly flaunted what needed to be flaunted, her voice enchanting. Moreover, I dressed up specially for you today. I heard that men from Huaxia like this color. She was confident her body could seduce him, making a condition. As long as you hand that little girl over to me, I will be yours forever. Lang Fan's attitude was unwavering as he asked back, are you sure you'll do anything? Sophia affirmed firmly, definitely. He darkened his face with a look of disgust and demanded, can you put back on the clothes you just tore? Sophia questioned in disbelief, are you really not understanding, or are you pretending? In the West, everyone wants me. Do you really not want me? Lang Fan glanced away and confessed, actually I do have worldly desires. His next sentence shocked her, but not for you. Now I will send you back to the West. Lang Fan used magic power to bind her. Sophia screamed in panic, stop. He didn't care at all and threw her, go away. The cardinal rushed out and shouted, how dare you treat our church's saintess like this? Do you people of Huaxia want to turn the world upside down? The cardinal arrogantly yelled, you Huaxia brat, don't be so reckless. You are just a minor cultivator. I can crush you with ease. Lang Fan warned once again, if you want to take my little sister, then how about I trample your church into pieces? Sophia reminded them, this brat is not like those Huaxia people we killed along the way. Be careful. That man still sneered. What can he do? Disrespecting the revered is a capital offense. That man created an orb of light and yelled, die. Suddenly, the ringtone of the phone in his pocket rang out. Lang Fan calmly postponed the fight. Hold on, let me answer the phone. That man gritted his teeth in anger, only able to utter one word, you. Sophia stopped him. It's fine, let him answer. With 3 cardinals here, even if he is strong, he's useless. That man's eyes were full of displeasure and danger. That girl was clearly seducing that guy just now, but now she won't even let me hold her for a while. He on this side picked up the phone and answered, hello, I'm listening. The voice on the other end replied, Elder Lang, this is Chen Hai. Chen Hai was at the murder scene. Beside him, a girl was crying pitifully, calling for her father and mother. He quickly reported, the Western Church is slaughtering our people. I asked the elder to take action. Lang Fan hung up the phone. His expression was extremely grim as he replied, I understand. The cardinal man threatened, just hand that girl over to us, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Lang Fan was truly enraged. What if I say no? That man sneered contemptuously. Do you think the Western Church is easy to mess with? They quickly gathered in large numbers, intending to overwhelm him with numbers. Alone against 3 existents at the Transcendent Prince level, do you think you have the upper hand? They soared into the air and smugly declared, let me tell you, a cardinal is second only to the Pope. That is how powerful we are. Transformed into arrogant giants, flaunting their power. This is our true strength. Only a body this huge can contain all our power. One of them swung their sword and yelled, get crushed. The sharp blade swung down powerfully. Lang Fan quickly dodged the strike, but the sword struck the roof, causing it to collapse. Crowd below panicked and screamed, running away. The roof is falling. What is that? Some people looked up at the falling roof, unable to react in time. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared, leaving them stunned. Lang Fan cut the roof in half. He shattered it in an instant. The people below exclaimed in admiration, is that a superhero? That is a celestial being of our Huaxia. The ones above gloated and sneered, noble lady, you overestimate him. The strongest expert of Huaxia is only this much. Facing our Dharma body, he can't even withstand a single move. Sophia frowned and reminded them again, his aura hasn't faded yet. He is much stronger than you think. They laughed triumphantly and arrogantly. It's fine. Even if he gets up again, I'll just give him another slash. As long as we cut off his head, can he grow a new one? Let's quickly crush his bones. I want to go catch some Huaxia women to have fun with. A familiar voice rang out, telling them not to even think about it. Then Lang Fan rushed forward. They charged fiercely, taunting that he was still alive but seeking death, truly not knowing when to quit. He murmured about his master's teachings, that a cultivator must protect a region, because someone had just called him a divine being. He frowned, showing his determination, so he had to do it. Lang Fan charged forward, determined to protect the region. Dazzling golden light terrified them. What was this? The sun? A blazing orb of red light, like the sun, appeared. The light radiating from it was incredibly powerful. They had been arrogant just moments ago, but now they were sprawled on the ground. He did not stop, swinging his hand to finish them off. Only then did they feel fear, begging for mercy, promising wives and wealth. Lang Fan replied coldly, too late. A colossal pillar of light descended from above, accompanied by desperate screams. That power shook even the pyramid. The pharaoh was awakened, knowing the heaven-slaying sword had appeared, and the cycle was about to begin. A heaven slayer appears in the world, so we should also rise. The aftershocks from the explosion just now had not yet subsided. Lang Fan was drenched in sweat. The sword technique cost too much, and staying here made him vulnerable to a sneak attack. Sophia crawled out, stammering and begging not to be killed, saying she could become his woman. He paid her no mind, flying away immediately, saying, I'm off. Sophia stayed behind, looking up and wondering how strong this guy was. Would only the Pope's intervention be enough to deal with him? The scene shifted home, where Yang Yi yawned, full of fatigue. Zhou Jackie told her sister to go to sleep. If she was sleepy, she would wait for him. Yang Yi refused, saying she had to wait for brother Turn to feel at ease. Zhou Jackie patted her head, calling her adorable, and the girl teased back that sister was also sleepy, but forcing herself to wait. This remark made her blush, and she denied it, saying, no, I didn't, but her sister says was embarrassed. Zhou Jackie still denied it, yelling at her to stop talking nonsense. When suddenly there was a knock at the door. She immediately went to open the door, asking who it was. The door barely opened, and Lang Fan fell right into her arms. Zhou Jackie asked worriedly if he was okay. He replied tiredly that it was nothing, just a bit exhausted. Just help me to the bed. On the bed, Yang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, while Zhou Jackie thought he must have through a fierce battle. Suddenly, she realized the little girl had already fallen asleep at some point. Zhou Jackie also yawned after a tiring day. She was still restless, unable to sleep. She wiped his sweat, thinking to herself that she was always protected by him, but this time she had to protect him. Next morning, Lang Fan slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, wondering where Zhou Jackie was. The bedroom door opened just then. Zhou Jackie walked in carrying a pot of congee, saying, you're awake? I made some porridge. Lang Fan thought hazily that since his master raised him, no one except his master had ever made him congee. Zhou Jackie scooped a spoonful of congee, saying it was still hot, and blew on it for him. Lang Fan reached out his hand, intending to do it himself. She blushed shyly, saying he had a fever all night, and now he needed to be taken care of. Lang Fan suddenly asked if she was tired from caring for him all night. She held out the spoon of congee, changing the subject, saying, open your mouth, don't ask so many questions. He unexpectedly took the spoon of congee from her hand. Zhou Jackie asked him how it tasted. His expression froze for a moment. The silence made her worried, thinking the congee didn't taste good or she had stewed it too long. It was ruined. Right after, Lang Fan grabbed her hand and said with emotion it was the best he had had since leaving the mountain. Zhou Jackie blushed, happily replying that was good then. A moment later, she took the bowl away, suddenly remembered something, and said Elder Chu had called him to the capital. He wondered what for, and if it was just a dinner invitation. It was unnecessary. Wrong city was fine too. Zhou Jackie turned back and questioned if all he had in his brain was food. rude, the security bureau had captured Sophia. Lang Fan frowned. They had captured Sophia? She told him that woman had tried to flee from Huaxia but was caught, and now the Western Church was uniting to apply pressure. She told him he was an elder of the security bureau, so he should go check on Sophia's capture because of Yang Ye. Lang Fan stood up resolutely, saying, I understand, there's no way I cannot go to the capital. A short while later, after changing clothes, they looked like a family. Zhao Jiaqi bought tickets, saying she would go with Yang Ye. The little girl's favorite thing was traveling. Lang Fan looked at her, gently praising, You look really cute today. She felt shy, asking when he finally noticed. Yang Yi beside them puffed her cheeks. Then am I not cute? Suddenly, everyone saw Sophia being escorted away. Zhao Jiaqi exclaimed, Sophia? Sophia was also a bit surprised, didn't expect to meet again so soon. Lang Fan glared at her in annoyance. I should have killed you that day, but I was exhausted then, couldn't do anything. Sophia blushed, deliberately teasing. Could you really bear to harm a beauty like me? Zhou Jiaqi and Yang Yi immediately chimed in, the atmosphere turning slightly sour. One of the escorts approached Lang Fan to report. Elder Lang, she needs to be taken to the capital. They will receive her there. Hearing this, Zhao Jiaqi shouted, What do you mean? She's coming with us to the capital. The man hesitated, saying it was an order from above. Zhao Jiaqi stepped forward telling Sophia, he and I don't want to sit together. Buy her a separate compartment ticket. Yang Yi chimed in, making the atmosphere even more sour. But in the end, they all had to sit in the same carriage. Ata cried out, Oh, looks like the protest was ineffective. Zhao Jiaqi raised her voice, You. Lang Fan patted her head comfortingly. Why bother arguing with a reformee? He said loudly, as if deliberately letting Sophia hear, We're just taking her to the capital as an escort along the way, right? Zhao Jiaqi immediately agreed. Sophia fumed. Who said I'm going for reform? Ta struggled and shouted, I don't want to go to prison. Let me go back to the church, or you will face the Pope's wrath. Lang Fan coldly told her shut up. He threatened, try to run, and I'll deal with you. Only then did Sophia feel scared, realizing he could actually kill her. Suddenly Yang Yi screamed, Who are you? What do you want? A man from the Holy See was restraining the little girl, threatening, Release the chaste maiden, or I'll take this child's life. Sophia rejoiced. Smith, well done. Forget about me, take that girl away. That man looked at Sophia and replied, Chaste maiden, I came to rescue you. Your safety is what matters. Akan's heart stirred, calling out the name Smith. Zhou Jiaqi raised her hand to placate him. Don't act rashly, she is just a child. Let's negotiate. Lang Fan disagreed. There's nothing to negotiate. If you touch her, I will. He turned his hand, choking Sophia's neck. Zhao Jiaqi whispered softly, We need to bring her back to the capital. Taking a hostage isn't good. Sophia also complained, You claim to be righteous and yet act like this? Lang Fan still held Sophia by the neck, lifting her. My master said, If you're threatened, it's best to take a hostage too. Let her go or I'll crush it. Smith worried, he's not playing by the rules. He should be begging me to release her. Sophia, gasping for breath, managed to say, Smith, take her and go. Smith yelled in anguish, Lady Chaste Maiden. Lang Fan said coldly, Go ahead and try. I'll just add a bit more pressure and really snap her neck. His grip tightened and Sophia's breath grew weaker. Smith was flustered. What should I do? Zhou Jiaqi saw this as an opportunity to save Yang Yi. She immediately lunged forward, attacking Smith. Zhao Jiaqi successfully rescued Yang Yi, holding her close. It's okay now. Smith angrily drew his weapon. You little brat, dare to mess with me. He charged forward, wanting to teach her a lesson. Yang Yi yelled, Sister Zhou Jiaqi, watch out. She quickly turned to dodge. Blood splattered, and Smith sneered, Done. Unexpectedly, the one hit was Sophia. Lang Fan threw Sophia to the ground. Well done, she's spitting blood now. Smith roared and charged in. You bastard, I'll fight you. Before he could strike, he took a hit to the face. Lang Fan pushed him back. You call me a bastard but ruin your own face? That's shameless. He flew back, his head hitting the floor. Lang Fan ruffled Zhao Jiaqi's hair. I'm here, it's okay. She blushed, only able to utter his name. Yang Yi wondered, Your face is so red, do you like Big Brother? Zhao Jiaqi quickly covered the child's mouth, dragging her away to report the major incident. Sophia lay on the ground, trying to rasp, Lang Fan, have a conscience and stop my bleeding. Lang Fan sat leisurely. You won't die yet. Your strength is strong. She was stunned. Smith stood up, his head covered in blood. Chaste maiden, I am useless. Then he suddenly tore open his coat, revealing a time bomb strapped inside. Lang Fan frowned. Even Sophia hadn't expected him to go that far. With his last bit of strength, he smirked and said he would absolutely not let those filthy Huaxia people humiliate her, and that they would go see God together. Amen. With that, he pressed a button in his hand. Smith even yelled, Saintess, I love you. I will continue to love you in heaven. Sophia screamed, Are you crazy? I don't want to die yet. Who wants to die with a madman like you? Dan Smith's illusion shattered. Saintess, why would you say that? My heart is broken. Now the flight attendant had arrived. The co-pilot spoke up. There is a bomb. It's bad. Quickly announce for all personnel to parachute. Quickly. The flight attendant hurried to calm him. Co-pilot, calm down. Our parachutes aren't enough for all the passengers on the plane. The countdown timer on the bomb showed only 2 seconds remaining. The co-pilot panicked. What to do? What to do? There's no time to write anything now. Lang Fan stepped forward, swung his hand, and grabbed Smith. He looked at him in confusion. He quickly pulled the plane door open. With one hand, Lang thrust him outside. He yelled, "What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Let me go." The timer bomb had exactly 1 second left. Smith was released into midair. His screams grew distant, and then a loud explosion. He had merged into the sky along with a considerable shockwave. Lang Fan closed the door, calmly saying just by throwing him down the problem was solved. The co-pilot was astonished. Is this something an ordinary person could even think of? Throwing the terrorist out and closing the door, an ordinary person's hand would have broken. The flight attendant was unconvinced. Is this the strength of the Huaxia supernatural world? Nevertheless, the plane was still shaking violently. Lang Fan wondered what's going on. He was clearly thrown down. Why is the plane still shaking? Co-pilot panickedly realized it was the explosion's aftershock. The chaos caused the plane to lose its flight path. If we can't recover, we will crash. The flight attendant's eyes brimmed with tears. I never thought the ending would be like this. We are all going to die. If we are extremely lucky, we might survive on a deserted island. She clasped her hands in prayer. I once heard that a great deity would hold the plane to its destination point. Many people witnessed that miracle back then. Oh deity, please save us. The co-pilot flatly rejected her. What era is this? Still believing in superstition. Lang Fan made a hand seal. It's not any deity, it's Doismas Mavent Heaven Earth imprint. Outside the plane, a giant hand grasped it. Everyone inside the plane was in an uproar. Is everyone alright? Why has it stopped? Yang Yi is also fine. Flight attendant peered out the window in confusion. What exactly happened? How could it stop so steadily? Her eyes widened, her mouth speechless. This is a deity, it's that deity. Outside there is a huge god holding the plane. At the capital city airport, everyone wondered why the plane hadn't arrived yet. It's almost time. Hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a tremor made everyone stagger. Everyone wondered what was happening. The janitor panickedly pointed outside. Outside the door, an earthquake. An earthquake. Outside, the deity had safely brought the plane back to the ground. She sighed, next time be a bit gentler, otherwise the whole plane will just be us conscious. Lang Fan watched the flight attendant and co-pilot vomiting profusely and apologized, saying it was his carelessness. As soon as he entered, someone came to greet him. Elder Lang, you have worked hard. Thank you for agreeing to help. Otherwise we would have had to make a troublesome trip. Lang Fan asked the man in front of him, how will you deal with her? The man in sunglasses replied, the crime of endangering national public security is unforgivable. If we don't punish her severely, our Huaxia will be looked down upon by the West. Huaxia is no longer what it was 100 years ago. Lang Fan turned away, then I'll leave her to you, let's go. Yang Yi cheerfully said, let's go eat something delicious. Not far away, a car was already prepared. The man in glasses quickly got into the car and ordered, let's go to the National Security Bureau. The driver asked with a worried expression, boss, are we really going to lock this saintess in prison? The man in glasses replied, instructions from above are to try and detain her. We can't withstand Western pressure for too long. Sophia threatened, you better release me soon. For Lang Fan's sake, I might put in a good word for you. If the Pope gets angry, what you face is not just one country, but an alliance of the Western world. When that time comes, the suffering of Huaxia's people will only be a matter of time. From afar, someone was there to greet him. Lang Fan, over here. It was Elder Su. He rushed over breathlessly, finally waiting for you to arrive. He hurriedly pulled his hand. Come, it's my treat. I'll take you eat all the good food the capital city has to offer. Xiao Jiaqi pouted. Elder Su, have you forgotten that this place isn't just Lang Fan? Hearing her thoughts, he turned back. Xiao Jiaqi, sorry. I got a bit excited seeing Lang Fan, long time no see. Yang Yi also chimed in with a playful pout, and Yang Yi too, Elder Su. He ran over and rubbed her head. Right, and Yang Yi. Grandpa Su also apologized to Yang Yi. The little girl refused, just saying sorry won't cut it. There needs to be compensation. This is a list I stayed up several nights writing for you. Elder Su will buy it for Yang Yi, right? She held out a long list. Elder Su carried Yang Yi on his back, agreeing with her. Fine. Little Hellion can buy whatever she wants, let's go. Zhao Jiaqi looked at them helplessly. I should have called ahead. Lang Fan replied, it's fine. Elder Su is very happy. But he suddenly lowered his voice. I am worried. She spoke about that Vatican saintess. She won't get away. The capital city branch of the National Security Bureau is not like other places. Lang Fan continued, not the Western supernatural world. They would use this as an excuse to wage war against us. Master once said, the West has looked down on Ho Ha for a long time. Not long after, the two arrived at the Su family home. In the yard, Yang Yi ran ahead and called for Sister Shi Jiaqi to hurry up and catch him. Zhou Jiaqi chased after him, telling him to run slower so he wouldn't fall. Lang Fan sat talking with Elder Su, who deliberately separated the others to ask if there was something he wanted to discuss in private. He lit a lighter to ignite his cigar and said bluntly, Xiao Fan, the Roman Church has demanded the National Security Bureau hand you over within 5 days, or else we will declare war on the Eastern supernatural world. Lang Fan raised an eyebrow. A full-scale war? Behind the church is the demon realm. Aren't they afraid their rear will catch fire? Elder Xu said worriedly. That is precisely the problem. The Western demon realm seems to have reached a truce agreement with the church. The more troublesome matter is something else. Nearly the entire Eastern supernatural world has decided not to get involved. They consider this your personal affair. He spoke while exhaling smoke. If war truly breaks out, it will only be you and the National Security Bureau, with no one else to rely on. Ah, there are two factions that agree to help. One is Lisa of Jinling, you already know about that. Lang Fan quickly replied, I know. What is the other faction? Elder Xu frowned and said 3 words, Raksha Temple. He stood up in shock. Raksha Temple. Wasn't it just a few days ago that He added, regardless, they are the leaders, the greater picture takes precedence. Moreover, the ancient ancestor of Raksha Temple seems to hold you in high regard. Lang Fan pondered, I understand. But it is fine, even if the church wants to come. They are not unbeatable. I just killed 3 of their cardinals, so I would not mind killing 1 more pope. Elder Xu shot to his feet, applauding in praise. Good. The youth indeed has soaring spirit. But cardinals cannot be compared to the pope. Lang Fan replied calmly, it is fine. If I truly cannot win, I will call master. Hearing this, Elder Xu was startled. He stammered, You have a master? Lang Fan answered, Of course I do. I have lived until now thanks to master raising me, and all my skills were taught by him. Elder Xu rejoiced, a master who produced a disciple, like you must be extremely powerful. If he is willing to help, the National Security Bureau will accept any condition. Lang Fan added, Elder Xu, if my master truly cared about fame and fortune, being renowned across the world would be a trivial matter to him. Elder Xu became dejected again. I understand. If there were such a supreme expert stationed here, Ho-Ha would not need to listen to the Western Church's blustering. Lang Fan disagreed. Master is a man for the country and the people, but everyone has their own ideals. I cannot force him. Then he asked him, Elder Xu, can you tell me about the church? I want to know how strong they are. Elder Xu did not hide anything. All right, I intended to discuss this as well. Although the church's strength is inferior to the demon realm, it is still far stronger than us. According to intelligence, the church has 13 cardinals, 3 priests, 1 high priest, and the pope. The 13 cardinals each possesses strength above the innate realm. As for the priests, we have never seen them fight, let alone the high priest and the pope. Lang Fan mused, perhaps I could fight a priest, but I am not certain about the high priest or the pope. Elder Xu stood up, changing his tone. Let us stop discussing this. We cannot diminish our own prestige. Follow me to the National Security Bureau headquarters. The 9 elders are waiting for you. The tour group in the capital city was bustling about. The tour guide instructed everyone to stay close to avoid getting lost. The crowd was noisy, some complaining about being stepped on, others shouting about being groped. After the fat woman's outburst, no one dared to come near. Suddenly, Elder Xu and Lang Fan walked past, accidentally making eye contact with her. She grabbed Lang Fan's hand and screamed that he had just groped her. Lang Fan glanced at her and said, Good sir, with such a tiger-backed, bare-waisted build, you ought to be upright. Do not make false accusations. You saw I was just passing by, right? Elder Xu nodded, tiger-backed and bare-waisted, an accurate description. She was furious, about to raise her hand to hit him, cursing him for being a bastard who dared to act but not admit it, demanding to give him 5 small punches to the chest. Before she could strike, the male tour guide stopped her. He told her to pull her hand back, or once her fist came down, the whole group would end up at the police station later. She whined, I do not care, I want justice. The tour guide explained that the tickets had a time limit, only an hour and a half left before they expired. She still refused, I do not care. The group panicked, is there a time limit? Hurriedly dragged the fat woman away, telling her no one dared grope her and that she had spent a lot of money today, so she had to use all the tickets. Yes, it would be a loss not to. Elder Xu and Lang Fan were speechless, truly powerful parents, terrifying indeed. A moment later they arrived at the place. Elder Xu introduced that among the 9 elders, 6 were people sent by various sects to oversee. Only 3 were truly devoted and did not speak carelessly. The door to the room was open. Inside, 3 people were already waiting. The one seated in the middle, with an upright aura, spoke, We have been waiting for you 2 for a long time. Elder Xu cupped his hands respectfully and asked, Elders, why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others? He smiled helplessly. Those cowards were scared off by a piece of paper from the church, and they were even shouting about withdrawing from the National Security Bureau. Elder Xu raised an eyebrow as expected. This is how it is at a critical moment. Lang Fan thought to himself, even the Bureau headquarters is like this. No wonder Elder Xu said the Ho-Ha supernatural world was in chaos and needed to be unified to fight the church. The 2 sat down. Elder Xu introduced that these 3 were the true core of the Bureau, and the one in the middle was the Grand Elder. One seated in the middle was Duan Zhengqi, Elder Duan. Lang Fan spoke respectfully. Lang Fan greets the elders. Duan Zhengqi teased, I thought a prodigy like you would be arrogant, but I see no trace of pride on you. He replied, You 3 are the pillars of the nation, dedicated to protecting Ho-Ha. Lang Fan would not dare to be rude. His attitude made the old man sigh. Truly this boy is not like ordinary people. Leng Fan continued, esteemed elders, just now Leng Fan took the liberty of probing, but all of your cultivation levels are merely first rank. If we stand against the Western Church, Han Zhengqi reassured him, do not worry. We know that the 13 cardinals alone are above the innate realm. Relying on our current strength alone, we have no chance of victory. Elder Xu panic, yet still not worried, defeated, our Huaxia will perish. Zheng Qi continued, if they dare to come, the 1,000-year heritage of Huaxia is no pushover. We have a grand formation, requiring only 3 people to activate it anywhere. Elder Xu asked in astonishment, what kind of formation is that? Zheng Qi replied, the formation has no name, but within it, everyone's cultivation realm is suppressed below the innate stage. The man on the left added, the 3 of us have lived for many years. At the same realm, we are naturally invincible. Elder Xu also relaxed, then I am relieved. Leng Fan could not help admiring. The National Security Bureau indeed has good things. A grand formation that forcibly suppresses cultivation. I have heard my master mention it. However, Zheng Qi was still worried. Do not rejoice too soon. The Holy Court is an organization that manipulates half the planet and is a 1,000-year great church. Would it have no tricks? Elder Xu held back this matter. Another elder added, moreover, their families have planted agents within Huaxia. Once war breaks out, they will certainly collaborate internally and externally. Leng Fan frowned. The Western Holy Court has planted people within Huaxia? The elder in the hat replied, the Aoyang family and the Sima family. Their businesses revolve around transactions with the West, so naturally their interests are greater there. They have long since intermarried with the West. No distinction remains. Hearing this, Leng Fan grew angry. Why not deal with them directly? Yin Zhengqiai explained, matters in life are not that easy. Those 2 families are all connected with Huaxia's ability families. One move affects the whole body. You should understand. Elder Xu lost his composure, so we just watched them run amok. I have wanted to deal with them for a long time, just had no reason. At this moment, Zheng Qi finally spoke. We cannot touch them directly, but landing a few blows is acceptable. Elder Xu wondered, what do you mean? Yin Zhengqiai explained, among the younger generation of the 2 families, there are many playboys. Recently, the eldest young master of the Aoyang family, Aoyang Hua, has been snatching a piece of suburban land, beating many landowners. Leng Fan stood up. I understand, we will use him as the pretext. Outside, Elder Xu asked him, Little Fan, are you leaving now? He replied, choosing a day is not as good as meeting the day. Hearing this, Elder Xu turned to gauge Zheng Qi's opinion on this child. He thought highly of him, though meeting him for the first time, he felt he was not bad, better than expected, but still needed further observation. Elder Xu mused, I know, but the time our superiors have given us is running short. Yin Zheng Qi slumped. If those above have a better solution, I can leave the National Security Bureau. I do not have to sit in this elder seat. Elder Xu flustered, hurriedly consoled him. Zheng Qi, you speak too harshly. The stability of Huaxia's ability world is thanks to your presence. No one says you are wrong. Zheng Qi shared, I am not worried about Leng Fan, his character is very pure. What I worry about is his master behind him. That sentence made Elder Xu wonder why. Zheng Qi explained, do you not find it strange? Huaxia's ability world has been quiet for decades. Then suddenly a figure like Leng Fan appears so young. Are you sure his master taught only one disciple? Elder Xu paled, you mean if Leng Fan's master has unfathomable intentions, this Huaxia might change its skies? Zheng Qi thought this matter should not be dwelt upon. The storms of Huaxia are rising. All I can do is maintain peace. If that day truly comes, I will shed my last drop of blood for Huaxia. Elder Xu clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Zheng Qi, unmatched national teacher. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain range. Leng Fan looked at his phone. This place is the suburbs of the capital. Rushing here would attract attention. He tracked the car on the app. Could not help blurting out, this passenger car is so slow. He yawned, so slow, I am so sleepy. The girl beside him hugged her bag, happily thinking she was almost home. If her little brother knew she brought things back, he would be very happy. Suddenly, a loud shout cut through everyone's thoughts. Freeze, do not move. Everyone was startled and panicked. The knife-wielding man threatened, cooperate well and I guarantee your safety. The fat man added, if you do not cooperate, I will blow your brains out. The people on the bus were in chaos. How did the security at the station do their job? Where did these people come from? The mustached man shouted, all of you shut up. Anyone who speaks again, I will cut out your tongue, got it? Hearing that, no one dared to make a sound. He turned to the fat man and ordered, take all their valuables. The fat man, holding a bag ready, replied, yes, boss. He held a large bag, brandishing his weapon in threat. Phones, necklaces, rings, anything valuable, put it all in here. If I find you hiding something you will not see tomorrow. The brown-haired man obediently removed his was. I understand, I understand. Leng Fan saw this scene and could not stay seated. Can Huaxia have people like this? Truly chaotic, I must step in. The girl beside him, Hen Wen, tugged his sleeve and warned softly, what are you doing? Sit down quickly. Her face was fearful. If you stand up now, you will be noticed. I have encountered this many times. Just give them some money and they will leave. Being noticed is very troublesome. Leng Fan asked back many times. She continued, luckily they do not trouble the poor. Their target is money, so I did not suffer much loss. The mustached man overheard, rushed to Han Wen. Very well said, we are robbing the rich to give the poor. He pressed his face close to hers. Since you said you are poor, how about using your body to repay us? She screamed in fear, be big boss, I have an illness, that illness, it will kill people. I came to the city to see a doctor. The two robbers grimaced, confusedly confirmed that illness? Han Wen nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Then he grabbed her, holding Han Wen's shoulder, preparing to drag her away. I am sick too. Come on, let us brothers have some fun. Han Wen closed her eyes in terror. No, please, no. Suddenly, a slap landed squarely on the pervert's face, 5 finger marks printed clearly on his cheek. He still roared stubbornly, who hit me? Lang Fan bravely raised his hand to admit it. The pervert was furious. He threatened with a knife, do you want to die? But he showed no mercy, giving him another thunderous slap. Both sides of the pervert's face were swollen. Lang Fan then ordered, in 10 seconds, if you don't get the people off the bus, I will break your limbs. Seeing that, they joined forces, drew their guns and threatened him. Do you want to die? How dare you touch our boss? The people around were panicked. Someone shouted, something happened. Are they going to kill someone? Lang Fan squinted, speaking each word slowly. Are you sure you want to point a gun at me? Those perverts were unafraid, preparing to aim and shoot. Keep acting tough, I will blow your head off. Han Wen stepped forward, spreading her arms to block in front of Lang Fan. Boss, please spare us, don't make things hard for him. Indeed, Lang Fan had a positive view of Han Wen. This girl had a kind heart. She got noticed for warning him, and even while scared, she stepped forward to protect him. The pervert showed a lecherous expression. You still want to protect him? Fine, I will give you a chance. Do you want it? Her eyes glistened with pleading. Boss, tell me. As long as I can do it, He then made a condition that would defile Han Wen's honor. Strip naked, right here in this car, give me a show, and I will let you people go. Deal? As if struck, she blushed and stammered in hesitation. Bystanders just watch for the spectacle, their minds full of dirty thoughts. This girl has a decent figure. Losing a meal would still be enjoyable. They laughed. The pervert pressed the knife against Han Wen's neck and threatened, laugh or not? She put both hands behind her back and started unzipping her dress. Han Wen reluctantly agreed to the humiliation. If she did not agree, they would kill her. In the end, she would die anyway. It was better to suffer disgrace and beg to live. Fortunately, Lang Fan stopped her from behind. No need to laugh, I have changed my mind. Those 3 perverted robbers had stirred up his anger. Everything they did, they would have to pay for on their own bodies. They would not stay still. They attacked fiercely, still playing hero at a time like this. Take 2 bullets. Before they could pull the trigger, Lang Fan crushed the pair of guns. The knife in his hand also shattered into pieces. From the guns to the knife, everything was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in front of him. Seeing this scene, they could not believe it. Monster demon. He is a demon. Lang Fan flicked his hand, spiritual power blazed up in a flash of fire. No, I am merely your retribution. The bald man was flung out of the bus. His entire body flew parallel to the bus, and the bald man lay sprawled outside the front of the bus. Lang Fan lifted the remaining one and interrogated him. What is your name? At this moment, he was still tough and cursing. If you don't let me go, young Master Aoyang will definitely kill you. He took note of this name, young Master Aoyang. The people inside the bus panicked for a while. Suddenly, one pervert stepped forward to protect. Let our boss go immediately, or else I will kill him right now. He pressed the knife tightly against the driver, taking him hostage. Everyone on the bus will die together. The poor driver cried for mercy. Spare me. Several people on the bus screamed in fear, urging him to let go. He is already half dead from your beating. Let him go quickly, or else we will all die. I don't want to die with you. Lang Fan asked coldly in return, do you people truly believe he will spare you? He just robbed you all moments ago, and now you are speaking up for him. They did not know how to respond. This was indeed true, but the accomplice screamed a warning. Ahead is a cliff with a sharp turn. If you don't beg him to let our boss go, then we will all go to the underworld to argue. The bus was on a dangerous stretch of road, needing skillful maneuvering to pass. Really, ahead is the cliff, we are doomed. The outsiders tried to pull Lang Fan away from the pervert. Why is this person so stubborn? Let go, damn it. He hesitated, not understanding what they wanted. Clearly, he was protecting them. Pervert, his face covered in injuries, smiled slyly. See, this is life. Even if they are robbed, compared to dying, they prefer me to rob them. He spat out provocative words. Just now I told that girl to strip. Do you believe that several people on the bus were looking forward to it? The bus was about to reach the curve on the elevated mountain pass. The lives of several people were in danger. What are you doing? We are about to fall. Save our boss quickly. A young man, out of his fear of death, nearly tore Lang Fan's shirt. If you don't let go, I will deal with you. I still have a future. I don't want to die with someone like you. He glared fiercely at him. The young man hissed you. He was furious and prepared to swing his hand to slap Lang Fan's face. Suddenly Han Wen once again stepped forward to block. That slap landed directly on her face. A bruise appeared on her beautiful face. Han Wen shouted forcefully, shouldn't you all be working together to save the driver? Instead, you're ganging up on the weaker person. The young man pointed directly at her and blamed her. The two of them are in cahoots. They want to kill us. Everyone join hands. Those people formed a mob, rolling up their sleeves to eliminate both Lang Fan and Han Wen. Pin that brat down, and that girl too, catch her. Facing the crowd, she widened her eyes and screamed, "What are you doing? Are you all crazy?" The mob, having lost their humanity, prepared to lay hands on Han Wen. Her figure is very nice. Just now I wanted to see her strip her naked. She instinctively raised her hands to defend herself. "Stop, don't come here." The dirty mob closed in on Han Wen, preparing to act, but Lang Fan had already made his move, sending one of them flying back. "Since you people want this, then I will give it to you." Lang Fan flicked his elbow, his gaze sharp as he said, "Your evil karma is complete." Hearing this, both the robbers and the passengers stared wide-eyed and cursed. "What did you say? Do you intend to kill all of us? If something happens to so many people at once, no one can save you." Lang Fan suddenly blurted out a sentence. "If I kill all of you and then fake a car accident, with no witnesses or evidence, who would catch me?" Those few were instantly left speechless, unable to utter a word. He pulled Han Wen out of the car. "Let us go, the rest has nothing to do with us." The sound of glass shattering rang out. Lang Han hugged her close and leaped out of the car. The two landed safely, and he politely said to Han Wen, "Sorry for dragging you into this." As for the other car, it was speeding towards the edge of hell. She screamed in terror. "They are about to fall off the cliff." Suddenly the screech of brakes sounded. The car seemed to be starting to change direction. Lang Fan almost predicted the outcome. It cannot fall, rest assured. Only then did Han Wen breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. There are many people from my neighborhood in that car. It would not be good if something happened." Her legs were still unsteady. Lang Fan asked her, "With their attitude just now, why do you still speak for them?" Han Wen kind nature made her understand them. Everyone gets emotional sometimes. No one can always stay rational. And Wen blushed and forced a smile. "Besides, neither of us are hurt." Lang Fan easily noticed the gentleness in this girl, without a trace of malice. Han Wen raised her hand in thought. She could guess their fate. "But those two bad guys are still on the car. I think those people inside are not safe either." At that moment inside the car, pervert holding a knife to a passenger throat shouted, "Hand over all your valuables. I lost a brother. You must compensate." The young man who had been vigorous just now stammered, "But we just helped you." Without hesitation, the pervert swung the knife directly at his face. Everyone screamed murder. He turned back to threaten the remaining people. "You better cooperate, or share the same fate." This time, Lang Fan walked with Han Wen. He asked her what she planned to do next, where she wanted to go. Han Wen pointed to the distant town. "My home is in Longzhou County ahead. A few more hours walk and we will be there. And you?" Looking into the distance, Lang Fan realized that Yanghua headquarters was exactly this Longzhou County. "Go faster," he suggested. "Get on my back. Walking for 2 hours is troublesome." Han Wen blushed and exclaimed, "What are you doing, carrying me?" But would not be even more. Before she could finish her sentence, his hand had already wrapped around her back. Lang Fan said gently, "I will take you home. I am not tired." Took a running start and flew. Han Wen yelled in surprise, "You run so fast. This ride is not free. I take you home. You must help me with something." She asked what. Lang Fan said, "Tell me what Yanghua of Aoyang is doing in Longzhou County now." Elsewhere, residents were protesting in the lobby. "No one gets into the neighborhood today without an explanation. No one is forcibly moving our homes." Construction thug revealed a sinner face. Chin raised, "Young Master Aoyang has already compensated you with money." He sneered and ordered, "Do not know what is good for you, old man." Old Hu was furious with injustice. "You call that compensation? It is not even half the market price. It is clearly forced buying and selling." The developer called his lackeys to handle it. "What, you are dissatisfied with young Master Aoyang's decision?" Old Hu, red-faced with anger, cursed profusely. "Do not think just because you are thugs you are tough. Sooner or later you will be arrested." The thug stepped closer, voice vicious. "Old man, if you keep leading the trouble, I would not mind." He showed no respect, directly throwing a punch, sending you to your final resting place. Han Wen and Lang Fan hid under a tree watching. "Look, they not only want to force evictions, but also send people every 3 days to beat others." Lang Fan was suspicious. "Does Yanghua have such guts, bullying people in broad daylight?" She turned gently. "That is not all." A sky-shaking roar erupted. "What is happening now?" Han Wen covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. "That is..." The thug kept stomping on the child, a tiny body wanting to stand up for the old man. "You want to die?" He said tremblingly, "That is my little brother." Despite being beaten, the boy bravely fought back. "You bastards dared to hurt Grandpa Hugh. Sooner or later justice will punish you." They swarmed in greater numbers, some with sticks, some laughing mockingly. "We are waiting for justice to come cause trouble. No such thing exists in the world." The stick in their hands was about to strike down. "I will take you to meet him." The boy clenched his eyes tight, thinking he would not survive. Lang Fan could not bear it, rushed out to block the thug, laying hands on a child. "Are you even human?" The thug growled an order to his men, "Beat him to death for me." They charged forward crazily. Lang Fan moved like the wind, too slow. He relaxed his body and shouted, "Get lost." With one move, he sent the whole group flying dozens of meters. Not stopping, a thug with a stick ambushed from behind. "If I do not smash your head today, I am not done." But Lang Fan easily dodged. To him, these thugs were nothing. "This is a slap for you." That slap left his face swollen and bloody. Lang Fan wiped his face, his voice filled with satisfaction. "As for you." The thug was terrified, hastily denying responsibility. "I am not with them. I was just passing by and accidentally stepped on it." He showed no mercy, kicking that man directly in the face. That man was kicked flying into the air, blood spurting a full meter. Leng Fan gritted his teeth. Remember, today I finish beating you all. His gaze was sharp and filled with righteousness. Han Wen's younger brother saw Leng Fan standing there. The boy ran over, shouting in surprise and joy. The justice team has come to save us. There really is a justice team in this world. That group was too scared and ran away, but still stubbornly threatened back. I will return, you brats, wait for me. Leng Fan calmly replied, always waiting. Han Wen's younger brother was so happy he cried, tightly hugging his leg. The justice team is here, we waited for you so long. Uncle Hugh and everyone were beaten and injured. Leng Fan patted the boy's head, smiling as he said, I am not the justice team. I am Leng Fan. From now on, I will always help everyone drive them away. Hearing that, the boy asked, Brother, Leng Fan is not the justice team, so why did you help us? Han Wen also ran over, panting, saying he ran so fast, then turned to her younger brother happily. Little brother, he came to help us. With him here, no one will dare to take our house anymore. The two siblings hugged each other happily, the smile clearly showing on the boy's face. Sister, you finally came back. She handed over a bag of gifts. I bought this for you. Eat quickly. Yes, thank you, sister. Seeing that scene, Leng Fan remembered his own sister, smiling but with a hint of sadness. Two siblings, it is truly good. Uncle Hu, his face bruised and swollen, came to him. Beating them away is useless. They are Aoyang, the young master's men. You cannot touch them. Hearing that, he immediately explained to the old man, Uncle, this is a society of law. No one cannot be touched. Do not be afraid of them. Uncle Hu's eyes were full of worry. Aoyang, the young master, is from a supernatural family. You are good at fighting, but against a supernatural, it is useless. Hearing that, his eyes turned serious. So that is it, they use their skills to bully the innocent. Truly the running dogs of the West. He turned to Uncle Hugh and told him to endure for a bit. Before anyone understood what was happening, Leng Fan raised his hand to the level of his face. Uncle Hugh stammered, asking him what he was going to do. Everyone watched him activate his supernatural power, their mouths hanging open. This is a supernatural ability. This man is a supernatural user. Uncle Hugh, the wounds on your face have healed. We are saved. Leng Fan said gently, rest assured. I came specifically to handle this matter. Just leave it to me. Han Wen ran over, saying it was already late. Why not sleep at her house tonight? Leng Fan felt a little embarrassed, asking if it would be too much trouble for her. She replied with a smile, just as long as you don't mind. Night fell. Leng Fan was at Han Wen's house, looking at the old, dilapidated building, thinking he saw no adults. They must be working far away. As he was thinking, Han Wen brought over dinner. Dinner is ready, don't be picky. He thought to himself, it is boiled potatoes. Han Wen's younger brother wolfed it down, praising it as very delicious. Seeing that brother Leng Fan hadn't eaten, Han Wen asked shyly, you don't like it? Leng Fan's eyes clearly showed pity. He asked, do you usually only eat this? She quickly explained, their parents died early. They lived on the wages from working in the county. Work was scarce lately. Many places didn't hire women, because they were weak and troublesome. If this room was torn down, even the compensation money wouldn't buy another house. Then Ella would have no choice but to wander the streets. Seeing him start to take the first potato, Han Wen was surprised. He savored each piece of potato delightfully. Afterwards, Leng Fan turned to Han Wen, softly praising it as delicious. She shyly replied, thank you. Leng Fan looked up, seriously telling her not to be polite. I have eaten your potatoes. The connection of cause and effect has been made. I will settle this matter. Next morning, Leng Fan was sound asleep. He was woken by the sunlight, rubbed his eyes and sat up, thinking it is morning, time to go solve the problem. Suddenly, he saw a piece of paper on the table. Picking it up to read, there was a line of writing. We went to buy food. We will be back soon. He wondered if it was because he came that they had to go buy breakfast. Thinking that, Leng Fan's expression warmed slightly. Indeed, kindness has nothing to do with wealth or poverty. As he was thinking, he heard a knock on the door, asking if they were back already. Leng Fan opened the door as he spoke, no need to buy breakfast. Last night's potatoes were fine. At the door was none other than a troublesome-looking man, one of Yang Hua's men. He asked, did you sleep well last night? Hearing that, Leng Fan frowned, what are you here for? Want another beating? Seeing his misunderstanding, that man hastily explained, no, young master Aoyang sent me to invite you. The young master greatly admires you and wants to befriend you. Leng Fan lost his patience, closing the door to drive him away. I don't want to be friends with your kind. Get lost. That man did not give up, blocking the door, squeezing in to say wait a moment. He looked at Leng Fan with a reluctant expression. If I cannot invite you back this time, I am afraid I will become a corpse. Furthermore, saying this, he pulled out a photograph. It was Han Wen and her little brother. Don't you want to see them? This is a photo the young master just sent me. Seeing this, Leng Fan stepped forward to threaten the man. You people are really audacious. That man stammered, backing away. Calm down. He showed no mercy, grabbing him by the collar, preparing to give him a beating. The man was scared and begged for mercy. Big brother, I am just the messenger. Ignoring him, Leng Fan threw a punch straight into his face. Beating evil scum, you deserve it. He screamed in pain. After hitting him, Lang Fan swung another blow. Looking at that man's pathetic state, Lang Fan ordered him to take him to meet your young master. The man stammered, yes, let's go now, let's go now. He turned his face away, looking displeased, muttering inwardly, wait until you meet the young master, then I'll make you regret it, you'll wish you were dead. After walking a bit, the two arrived at a bar, which was the young master's place. That man spoke up, saying this is young master Aoyang's territory. He opened the door, his face beaming, saying to those inside, young master, I have brought the person. You arrived late, young master. Yang Hua, who was sitting with some girls, spoke up. Sit down. Lang Fan looked at him with an annoyed expression, confirming, you are Yang Hua. Hearing his name called directly, Yang Hua frowned. You have quite the guts, daring to call me by my name? Person accompanying him also spoke, don't be disrespectful to the young master. Lang Fan did not care at all and slapped him directly across the face. Having just hit him, he put on a stern face and said, good, admitting it is good, since I came here to cause trouble anyway. Seeing Lang Fan was too reckless, he frowned and shouted, you dare to come alone and cause trouble for me? The girls chimed in, truly bold. Don't you know I am the fourth young master of the capital? Lang Fan ignored all the words, activated his superpower and challenged him. You are also a superpower user, get up, don't hide behind women. Yang Hua remained composed, snapped his fingers to call out, bring them here. It was Han Wen and her little brother, their heads being held at gunpoint by the bodyguards. Their eyes pleaded wordlessly. Lang Fan's face darkened, his eyes sharp. Let them go. If anything happens to them, I will wipe out your entire Yang family. He sneered, ridiculous. Don't you know my family's standing in the National Security Bureau? My grandfather is an elder. Destroying you would take just one word. Lang Fan asked coldly, is that so? Yang Hua lit a cigarette, but I value talent. Since you have skill, you might as well follow me. I guarantee you wealth and women. He glanced at Han Wen and the other person, then laid out his terms, I'll give them to you. All you have to do is help me secure the Longzhou County Development Project, and this path is yours from now on. Lang Fan started getting angry, his face growing darker. What if I say no? He hugged the younger girl while sneering. I know you came to stand up for them. What if you don't agree? He turned to Han Wen, his gaze sharp, then you and they all die here. Lang Fan frowned, let's see who dies. Yang Hua pointed straight at Lang Fan's face and ordered, make a move. A row of bodyguards aimed their guns at Lang Fan, but that volley of bullets never touched him, because he had already activated his superpower, Phantom Steps. In the blink of an eye, Lang Fan appeared right in front of Yang Hua, catching him completely off guard. Before he could react, he got punched straight in the face. Yang Hua now had no strength to fight back because Lang Fan's speed was too fast. He thought to himself, too fast, I couldn't see the movement. Lang Fan twisted Yang Hua's neck, his voice icy cold, release them now or I'll snap his neck. The bodyguards panicked, the young master is in his hands. If we release the people and he doesn't let the young master go, what then? Yang Hua still barked orders stubbornly. Don't release anyone. Shoot this dog dead for me. The bodyguard looked at Lang Fan with disgust. You may be fast, but you're no faster than a bullet. That man continuously fired bullets at him. Die, you brat. Lang Fan's face darkened upon hearing the insult. No faster than a bullet. The bullet was immediately fired. The bullet was caught firmly between his two fingers. He frowned. Too bad I'm actually faster. The bodyguards stood with their mouths agape in shock, sweating profusely. A top superpower user. Is this even human? The young master has poked at someone tough this time. Lang Fan held the bullet out in front of Yang Hua. This is a gift from your subordinates. I'm giving it to you, eat. He shoved the bullet head into his mouth. Yang Hua was terrified. No, get it out, don't. Suddenly, a shout came from a group of security personnel. Hands up, don't move, line up for inspection. A few police officers standing at a distance murmured amongst themselves, who is really the one doing the bullying here? Tran Thienman explained, we don't have any guns, these are just toys. The two people beside him chimed in, officer, that guy is beating up our boss, arrest him quick. A police officer holding a gun turned to Lang Fan, what are you doing? Stop it right now. He acted as if he hadn't heard, still shoving the bullet into Yang Hua's mouth. The police officer pointed his gun at him and shouted, I'm asking you stop, or I'll shoot. Lang Fan asked calmly in return, shoot. Are you talking to me? The police officer was furious. Who else but you? Assaulting someone right in front of us, you sure are bold. Lang Fan raised his hand and frowned, but don't you think I don't have a gun, so where did this bullet come from? The police officer was stunned. He really doesn't have a gun, so how could he have such a large bullet? He pointed towards the group of people, look over there. Those two siblings were tied up by them. I came to rescue the people. These bullets were fired at me by them, and I caught them. Tran Thienman stepped back nervously, thinking, it's messed up. The police officer asked suspiciously, really? He then gave the order, go and rescue the civilians. I will control this guy. The other police officers immediately followed suit. The police officer still aimed his gun at him. You have done meritorious service by providing information. It's not too late to back down. Don't say stupid things like catching a bullet. Lang Fan asked calmly, stupid words? Then I'll perform it again for you to see. Saying that, he snatched the gun from the police officer's hand with lightning speed, causing him to panic. My gun. He pointed the gun at Yang Hua. Guess this time if I can catch it or not? Yang Hua backed away in fear, stammering, don't come here, someone will die. That's a real gun, please spare me, Grandmaster hero. The police officer hurriedly tried to stop him. Stop it now. Don't make another mistake. Lang Fan said coldly, when you ordered your men to shoot me, you didn't have this scared look on your face. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet flew right past Yang Hua's face. The police officer was stunned and exclaimed, "It's over." A hand as fast as lightning squeezed tightly and caught the bullet. Lang Fan clamped the bullet between two fingers and said coldly, asking something so simple. The police officer breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Can you really block bullets?" Suddenly he shouted in panic, "Not good." He raised his hand, his voice stern, "Give me the gun. I know you can block bullets, but the issue is that you just harmed him, not that he harmed you." Yang Hua quickly cried for help. "That's right, officer. This man wants to kill me. He is committing a crime." The police officer shouted urgently, "Right and wrong will be judged by the law. Return the gun. Justice will deliver a fair verdict." Lang Fan paid no heed, his hand still holding the gun aimed at Yang Hua. "I don't want justice to arrive too late." He pulled the trigger, shot him directly, and continued, "I want justice to appear right now." Yang Hua clutched his bleeding lower body tightly and screamed in pain. Lang Fan looked at him and said coldly, "This is your retribution." The police officer was astonished and shouted an order, "Surround him. This guy is a dangerous element who needs to be captured immediately." Several officers pointed their guns at him and barked, "Drop the weapon, or you will be shot dead on the spot. Hurry up." Lang Fan was surrounded but still spoke calmly, "Remember, the one who hit Yang Hua is Lang Fan. If you want revenge, come find me. If anyone dares to touch others, I will cripple them all." Immediately, 3 gunshots rang out in succession. The group of Chen Tieming looked down at their crotches, saw that their pants had been torn away in one spot, and panicked. That was dangerous. Lang Fan calmly tossed the gun down and said, "Let's go, I'm done here." An officer behind him issued a warning, "Follow along obediently, don't do anything rash." That man crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Once we're inside, I'll show you what I can do." Lang Fan walked forward, handcuffs on his wrists. Han Wen and the boy stood silently watching him. Lang Fan looked at them and comforted them, "It's fine, go home, from now on no one will dare to bother you too." Two were extremely grateful and looked at him as if wanting to say something. As he gradually walked away, Han Wen spoke up, "We have to find a way to save him." The boy also called out softly, "Brother Lang." Lang Fan turned his head and reassured them, "Don't think of any foolish ideas about saving me. Go home and live well. Maybe we'll meet again tomorrow." The officer heard this and smacked him on the back, sneering, "Don't even think about getting out for less than 10 years. Han Wen and his brother whispered, "Brother Lang Fan, why did you do so much for us?" Yang Hua lay on the hospital bed, crying and begging the doctor, "You must keep my legs, doctor, save me." Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "Who beat you like this?" Yang Hua saw the person before him and yelled, "Brother Yang." He continued, "It was Lang Fan." He called himself Lang Fan, a superpowered being. As he was being carried into the ward, Yang Hua shouted out, "Brother Yang, avenge me." Yang slammed his hand against the wall, his chest heaving with rage. He gritted his teeth and spat out the name Lang Fan. In the police station, a voice roared, "Have you confessed your goods? If not, I will." Lang Fan sat across from the officer and said calmly, "I want to see your bureau chief. You are not qualified to speak with me." That man yelled angrily, "You stole my gun, committed a crime, and I don't have the authority to interrogate you?" He calmly replied, "First, why only arrest me and not Yang Hua? Second, I am on his turf, yet you think I am the one causing harm. Third, I suspect you have colluded with Yang Hua. Otherwise, why would you arrive at just the right time?" The officer growled through gritted teeth, but a voice from behind him called out, "Stand down." The man stepped forward and said, "Let me talk to him." That man stood at attention, raised his hand in a military salute, clearly stating, "Yes, sir, but you must be careful, chief. He has injured many people. His crimes are great." Elder Xu's sharp eyes swept over, his gaze carrying a vague warning. "I have my own plans. It's not your turn to teach me." He slightly raised his eyebrows, sat up straight, his face full of helplessness. "You've caused a major incident in just 2 days. I truly underestimated you." Lang Fan was unmoved, his voice calm as a placid lake. "If we want to provoke Aoyangra to act, being ruthless is unavoidable. I only shot his balls off. Modern medicine probably can't fix that, can it?" As soon as he finished, Elder Xu frowned, showing helplessness. "So you still remember that matter. You really want to make Aoyangra childless. He is not as weak as you think. Yang Hua's peers are many." His eyes darkened slightly, his voice cold and firm. "I only want Yang Hua to be left without descendants." He said coldly, "You know that every grievance has its source and every wrong its cause. But even though Yang Hua has been taught a lesson, Aoyangra may not necessarily be provoked." Lang Fan's eyes sharpened, a probing light flashing deep within them. He asked directly for the reason. Elder Xu's voice was low and cold. "Because Yang Hua will not report this matter to Aoyangra at all. If this incident implicates his family, his status would likely plummet disastrously." His gaze grew even more resolute, his voice leaving no trace of fear, only determination. "If that's the case, to fight Aoyangra, I would have to go to his home and beat up the family head along with him." Immediately frowned, his stern voice carrying pressure. "Don't be impulsive. Yang Hua will definitely definitely find someone to take revenge. He has good relations with the 4 young masters of the capital. They are probably already on their way here. Hearing this, Lang Fan slightly raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping, carrying a trace of doubt. The 4 young masters of the capital? Elder Xu nodded slightly, his voice turning serious. Yes, the identities of these 4 men are the young masters of superpowered families. Their strength is considered outstanding among the younger generation. Yang Hua also possesses 4th-tier superpowered strength. His eyes showed confusion, his lips twitched. What? Are the outstanding figures of the younger superpowered generation like Yang Hua? His expression immediately changed. He nearly shouted, his brows deeply furrowed, his voice stern. It's just that they are very weak compared to you. You are a monster. Even among the older generation, you exist as a monster. Lang Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, his gaze lost in thought. After all, I have no superpowers. I rely solely on the technique my master passed down to me. To be serious, I am not considered part of the superpowered world. So how could I be a youth of the superpowered world? In an instant, his eyes suddenly brightened, his expression relaxed. So that's it, I understand now. Elder Xu looked at him for a long time, his gaze gradually growing heavy. Finally, he sighed softly. When they come to make trouble, it will surely cause a big commotion. To avoid trouble, in this decision, having said that, he solemnly pulled out a bright red booklet and handed it to him, granting you this. Lang Fan was stunned, his eyes fixed on the booklet, an inexplicable premonition rising in his heart. What is this? The corner of Elder Xu's mouth lifted slightly, a triumphant smile appearing clearly. His words made the atmosphere in the room turn cold. What is this for? Can it block bullets? He gave a low hum and pushed the red notebook toward Lang Fan, his voice dropping. Take it. This is a hidden privilege of the National Security Bureau. We not only protect civilians from the supernatural world, but we also have to monitor local officials. He frowned lightly. Then it is simple. Lang Fan glanced at the person beside him, and with just a look, the other man flinched, his whole body tensing up. You come here. His voice was heavy. Are you going to talk or not? If you do not talk, I will. The man panicked. I will talk. His expression was heavy, his voice strained. Actually, my people and Yang Hua. Before he could finish the sentence, Lang Fan coldly turned around and strode away. Elder Xu was slightly surprised. You are not planning to hear the rest. His voice was icy. Yang Hua has the final say here. He is just a team leader. How could he go against him? Besides, that man is not our target. He walked alongside him. You know that too. So what do you plan to do next? Lang Fan lightly lifted the red notebook, a proud smile flickering across his face. Are the 4 young masters of the capital not here to cause trouble? Then let us stir up a storm. Night fell, and in the quiet little house, a trembling, worried voice rang out. Sis, will brother Lang Fan be okay? The boy bit his lip, his eyes heavy. He got taken to the police station because of us. And Wen's eyes lowered slightly, an indescribable pain and helplessness rising within her. Tomorrow, I will go find someone, no matter what I have to. She heard a strange sound and suddenly stopped. The boy was also stunned, looking up to follow his sister's gaze, his pupils suddenly contracting. Han Wen exclaimed in shock. Impossible. Lang Fan hovered in the air, lightly tapping the window glass, a faint smile on his lips. Why do you two look unhappy? Han Wen was panicked, her voice urgent. Get down quickly. Why are you climbing up here? It is dangerous. The boy also said, Right, brother Lang Fan, get down quickly. He calmly replied, No need, I just came to say hello. Today, I will take care of the demolition and relocation issue for you too. Do not worry, they will compensate you with enough money for arrangements later. Lang Fan smiled, raised his thumb as a sign. Then goodbye. After saying that, he decisively turned around, his figure soaring into the night. A panicked cry came from behind. Brother Lang Fan. For a moment, Lang Fan paused, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Is standing on the windowsill dangerous? His feet lightly touched a tree branch by the roadside. Lang Fan flickered in and out of sight, leaping through the void as if walking between 2 worlds. She was dazed, her lips trembling slightly. The boy beside her shouted excitedly, Brother Lang Fan really is a superhero. Suddenly, a knock on the door cut through the excited atmosphere. The rain-soaked door slowly opened. The light from the hallway illuminated the figure of an old man with a kind smile. Uncle Hu, is something the matter? Old Hugh nodded slightly, his gaze full of concern. He handed over a thick envelope. The children's study allowance has been approved, so I brought it here. Han Wen was startled, her hands trembling as she took it. It really got approved? I thought there was no hope. She opened the envelope. Inside were neat stacks of crisp new bills. Han Wen looked up, her voice full of doubt. This is not right. How can the study allowance be this much? He smiled kindly, his eyes shining with warmth. This is because the higher-ups saw your difficult circumstances and approved extra. A memory flashed by. Lang Fan quietly handed a letter, his his voice firm yet sincere. I want to help those two siblings, but I do not want them to know. Old Hu was truly grateful, feeling that he was a good person. Scene shift to the Longtang Group skyscraper. He said in a deep voice. Same name, it seems this development company builds high towers, but has extremely low virtue. In his memory, Old Hu once said, we just want them to compensate at market price plus a 3-year moving fee. If not, with so many people, where are we supposed to go? Lang Fan frowned, killing intent radiating from every word. Let me see who gave you the guts to bulldoze people's homes. Suddenly an arrogant voice rang out. Kid, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Dung walked in, his face ferocious, eyes bloodshot with anger as he saw him calmly walk past. He gritted his teeth. You dare look down on me? Dung swung his hand, each word venomous. I will break your neck. But in that instant, his rough hand was grabbed tightly. Dung froze, his whole body stiffening. A cold glint flashed in Lang Fan's eyes. He squeezed the other's hand. Warning, besides my master, no one has ever dared to touch my neck. My master said if anyone dares to do so, let me break their neck. Lang Fan spoke coldly. Wait for me for what? Go home and sleep. This attitude confused Dung. He excitedly grabbed Lang Fan's shoulder. You dare disrespect me? Do you know who I, the young master, am? Lang Fan just glanced at him and answered with one word, scram. Dung could not help but feel awed at the sight. What strong pressure, this guy is at least a second-rank superpower or above. He quickly regained his confidence. You should not push people too far. Blue sparks appeared as Dung raised his fist. I am one of the 4 young masters of the capital, prominent among the younger supernatural generation. My awakened power is lightning, extremely rare. Even though I am only 3rd rank, fighting above my level against a 2nd rank is not impossible. Lang Fan was not to be outdone, taunting him. I came to talk business, not to fight. Your power is too blinding. Can you lend me some sunglasses? I cannot see the road anymore. These words drove Dung crazy. He spat out. Damn it. He mobilized his inner energy with a thunderous roar. Then I will blind your dog eyes. Lang Fan ignored him. He announced, the security guards are here. You are carelessly releasing electricity here. You are about to get arrested. Unexpectedly, the 2 guards retorted. Young Master Dung is our shareholder boss. What nonsense are you talking? We came to arrest you. Lang Fan frowned in annoyance. So you're saying I cannot get past unless I beat you up? At this moment, Dung was like a floating light bulb in the air, replying brazenly, that is right. Lang Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You enjoy getting punched that much? Could it be? Dung was so angry he saw stars. Bullshit. What I mean is, I will beat you to a pulp here. He charged violently, flames surrounding his body. You dared to destroy my brother's happiness downstairs? I will take your wretched life. As Dung approached, Lang Fan suddenly raised his hand in front of him. He was lightning fast, flicking Dung directly on the forehead. It was just a finger flick, but its force was immense. Dung was subdued, sent flying over 100 meters away. In the end, he was left bruised and battered on the ground. Lang Fan paused, thinking, I thought the fight was tomorrow, so I didn't hold back my strength. The 2 security guards witnessing this were terrified. Dung was finished after a single blow. Before he could finish his sentence, Lang Fan slowly walked over to them. He placed a hand on the crew-cut security guard's shoulder, startling him. That man trembled and begged, I'm just an employee, please let me go, I'll quit right now. Lang Fan replied, I just wanted to ask for directions to the general manager's office. The security guard was dumbfounded. The night was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Yanghua muttered, a rare 3rd-grade elemental ability, and he took a slap from that guy. He asked himself in pain, could it be that I've escaped this calamity today? At the same time, the phone on Yanghua's desk rang. Seeing the name on the screen, he shouted, Hao Tian, you madman. Previously, Hao Tian had planned to lure that man in so both sides would be severely wounded, allowing him to reap the benefits. Yanghua picked up the phone. Young Master Tian, the guy I mentioned last time is storming my company. He just slapped Dung to death. If you come and defeat him, you'll be the top dog. Hao Tian leaned back in his chair, crossing his hands, and murmured, someone who can defeat Dung piques my curiosity. After all, Dung was the only one who could keep up with me. His gaze was mysterious as he replied, well then, I suppose I should go broaden my horizons. Wait there, I'm on my way. Hao Tian stood up straight. Sorry, little cousin, but I have to go out for a bit right now. Zhao Jiaqi looked confused. Is it something important? If so, go ahead and take care of it first. Hao Tian waved goodbye, promising to see his cousin another time. The next second, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Zhao Jiaqi watched him, envious. Cousin is getting stronger. I don't know if that's good or bad for this bookworm. Yang Yi looked worried. I have a bad feeling. Why isn't Brother Lang Fan back yet? Zhao Jiaqi sighed. He's tied up with something. I hope he's safe. He always loves causing trouble. Yang Yi asked optimistically, could anyone actually beat Brother Lang Fan? He's always the one beating others. Zhao Jiaqi was doubtful. That's what you say, but what if something happens on the way? And so, they waited for Lang Fan until late at night. A terrified female secretary blocked the door. You can't go in. To see President Hua, you need an appointment. Lang Fan lost patience and replied curtly, get out of my way. The secretary, with tears in her eyes, stammered, I'm just an employee. If I move, I'll lose my job. Lang Fan reasoned, but if you don't move, many people will lose their homes. Do you want to help evil men do their work? The secretary wavered. But Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, separating the two. The female secretary was thrown against the wall. Leng Fan immediately knew something was wrong. He rushed quickly to her side. Catching the secretary in his arms, Leng Fan said coldly, harming an ordinary civilian, the National Security Bureau will make trouble for you. Hao Tian appeared, sneering, the National Security Bureau making trouble for me. Who would dare? He looked like he was advertising shampoo. The secretary's face flushed with excitement. That's young Master Hao Tian, the head of the capital's 4 young masters. He broke through to second-grade ability at such a young age, a future genius. Hao Tian was indifferent, not afraid of a strong enemy, just afraid of a stupid secretary. This trusted secretary just shows up and gives all the information to the enemy. Regretful, she quickly covered her mouth. I didn't mean to. Leng Fan kindly intervened. Go now. This place has nothing to do with you. The secretary left gratefully. Leng Fan turned to Hao Tian. You want to stop me too? I'm going to see Yang Hua. What does that have to do with you? Hao Tian was honest. It has nothing to do with me originally, but since you defeated a dung, I'm very curious. At that moment, a familiar aura flowed from his hand. Hao Tian smiled. You're so young. Are you really stronger than me? A single punch from Leng Fan made Hao Tian cry out in pain. He asked, what are you blabbering about? Hao Tian fell to his knees, his face covered in injuries. He thought, if I fall like this, my reputation as one of the 4 young masters is ruined. Gritting his teeth, he let out a loud roar and stood up. Leng Fan was both surprised and helpless. You can still get up. You're stronger than most people I've met. Hao Tian wiped the blood from his mouth, laughing arrogantly. You have some skill, but that's it. He stood upright, gathering wind in his hands, preparing to attack. His demeanor was sharp and fearless. Before Hao Tian could finish, Leng Fan punched him right in the face. I have things to do. Less talk, attack. Hao Tian was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. Unexpectedly, Leng Fan gently grabbed onto his leg. He easily slammed Hao Tian to the side. Leng Fan kicked the door open and stepped inside. One hand in his pocket, the other holding Hao Tian by the ankle, dangling him upside down. Yang Hua stood in the room, backing away in terror. Don't come near me. I'm warning you. If you take one more step. Leng Fan looked at him and asked, take one more step, and then what? Yang Hua's face turned green as tears and mucus streamed down, threatening to jump so that the entire residential complex would never receive compensation. He sneered at him and said, it is fine if you want to jump. Go ahead before you even hit the ground, I will catch you. But maybe you will end up severely paralyzed, just like my master said, only able to watch others have fun while you fume in helplessness. Yang Hua imagined himself wrapped tightly in bandages, living a life worse than death. Leng Fan walked closer to him and said, you know my demand, before doubling the compensation. Do not touch even a single brick of that complex. Is what I said reasonable? Yang Hua backed away in fear, his pale forcing a bitter smile as he asked, what if I do not do it? Suddenly he raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Leng Fan straightened his face and raised his voice. We must talk about right and wrong. Tell me why you would not do it. Yang Hua's cheek swelled up. Stammering in fear, he replied, I will buy at the market price, okay? He slapped the other cheek of that man again. Leng Fan asked slowly, continue reasoning. How many times did I say the compensation? Yang Hua's face turned green, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice trembling as he replied, 2 times, not a single cent missing. Leng Fan got close to Yang Hua's face, said, arrange it tomorrow. I will check. Happy cooperation, Aoyang young master. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Yang Hua could barely stand, his cheeks bruised, thinking to himself that this guy was truly a menace. As he was thinking, Leng Fan suddenly turned back, startling him, and said, do not try any tricks on me. After all, I am a Taoist priest. I know a bit about fortune telling. Yang Hua immediately stood at attention and saluted. I would not dare. Please go ahead. Leng Fan walked away thinking, doing this will surely make Yang Hua go seek help from Aoyang. As long as he asks for help, the goal is achieved. Scene change, Hao Tian and Yang Hua were sitting discussing. Yang Hua said, Brother Tian, I am sorry. I did not expect him to be so strong. Hao Tian looked at him and replied, he really is a monster. Just what kind of figure did you provoke? Both of them were beaten badly by Leng Fan. Yang Hua avoided the uncomfortable gaze and said, I do not know. It was just relocating that old residential complex. Hao Tian glanced down at Yang Hua's crotch and asked, I heard he even shot your crotch. Is it ready yet? Yang Hua turned pale, covering his crotch, trembling in fear as he replied, it is gone, crushed, gone forever. He said angrily, you see, I will definitely make him pay blood for this grudge. Hao Tian closed his eyes. Easier said than done. Can you beat him? He came to our doorstep, and we could only take the beating. Yang Hua picked up his phone, hatred in his voice. I cannot beat him, but my Aoyang family is a prestigious name in the supernatural world. The people of Aoyang are not easy to bully. Hao Tian looked at him and said, if you make this call, your status in the Aoyang family will plummet. Yang Hua gritted his teeth and replied, I do not care about that stuff anymore. He dialed the phone and declared, I do not need the status of heir, I just want him dead. Scene change. Leng Fan was talking with Elder Xu. He said happily, well done, that Yang Hua and Hao Tian deserved it. He smiled and replied, I did not just beat Yang Hua, I also conveniently helped him solve some troubles. Elder Xu asked in confusion, what trouble? Leng Fan raised his index finger, I helped him cut off his thoughts about women, that thing of his is gone. Elder Xu listened and gave a thumbs up praising, you are ruthless, I went to the station to help you and did not hear anyone mention this. He held his teacup and thought Yang Hua probably had no face to tell anyone either. Leng Fan turned to Vin Trung, his face proud as he said, my friend, look at me, I have no more worldly desires. Elder Xu burst out laughing. Suddenly Zhu Jiaqi walked in from outside, her face pale and unhappy, saying to Yang Yi, I am back. Leng Fan looked at her and asked, what is wrong, your face black as a pot bottom, did you go dig coal? Zhao Jiaqi pouted and replied, you are the one who went to dig coal, I am upset, do not talk to me. Elder Xu patted her shoulder and said, come on, do you still not know his nature? Tell Elder Xu who made you angry. She sighed and said, I am worried about my cousin, strong as a wolf but hit a hard rock, beaten black and blue. Elder Xu closed his eyes to think Zhao Jiaqi's cousin, his mother is Tulan, so who is her cousin? He suddenly realized, turning sharply to Leng Fan, could it be that Hao Tian was beaten by you, and he is her cousin? Leng Fan looked at her seriously and said, it is fine, let me go beat up your cousin for you. Elder Xu broke out in a cold sweat, asking silently, are you sure? The next day, at Thangoyin District, in front of the gate, a crowd lined up to receive goods. The stall owner shouted through a megaphone, one at a time, no pushing, everyone gets a share. Leng Fan jumped off the uncle's rickshaw, thanked him, said goodbye. Master, thank you for the trouble, I have arrived. The uncle happily praised him as a strong young man. Old Hu placed a bag in front of him, beaming as he said, Leng Fan, thanks to you the company finally paid the compensation. All cash this time. He asked in surprise, paying in cash. And all at once like this, why do I have a bad feeling? The two men carried heavy bags. Although truly heavy, holding cash was much better than a bank transfer. It seemed Yang Hua was not that bad. Leng Fan smiled, thinking to himself, everyone is happy is good. I have nothing to worry about anymore. Old Who came to ask, my friend, I will not talk to you anymore. I have to go put the money away or these old bones will break. You watch this place. If you see any troublemakers, lend a hand. He nodded in agreement. No problem, you can rest assured and go ahead. Leng Fan watched the bustling crowd, thinking that handing out compensation was the only thing that made people feel not tired. Even queuing up was enjoyable. A fresh morning at the bustling cash distribution point. A man held out a stack of bills in front of him. This is your compensation. You are Zhang Xiaomao, correct? He scratched his head sheepishly. That is right. I am Zhang Xiaomao. I can finally marry the girl next door. At this moment, three men carrying bags and boxes hurriedly packed up and prepared to leave like the wind. The truck sped off, leaving smoke behind. Xiaomao sneezed, finished paying out and ran so fast, in a hurry to be reborn. Leng Fan's expression hardened, thinking since the payment was done, there was nothing left for him to do. Time to go back and find a new reason to meet Yang Hua. An angry voice rang out, everyone do not leave, do not sign, those damn dogs cheated us. The young man's face worried as he asked Han, what's wrong, Mr. Hu? He wondered what had happened. Hu Lao angrily pointed at the money pouch on the ground, those bastards tricked us. This money has one real bill sandwiched between two fakes. The bank nearly arrested me like a criminal. Hearing that, they picked up the money to check. It was indeed a mix of real and fake. The man cursed. How could there be such heartless people? Leng Fan was puzzled and asked Mr. Hu what had happened. His face was furious. He clenched the fake bill tightly. Those people used extremely sophisticated counterfeit money to trick poor folks like us. Now we've signed everything away. We've lost our homes too. He frowned in confusion. How could this be? The young man covered his face in sorrow. How could it be fake money? How did we misjudge it? Hu Lao raged. Homes lost, money gone. How will we live? The sister fell to her knees sobbing. Leng Fan's face was calm. This is all my fault. Han Wen's eyes were filled with worry. Don't blame him. It's because we didn't check carefully. The knave boy comforted him. Brother Leng Fan, don't blame yourself. He gently ruffled the boy's hair. Don't worry. I will definitely get it back for everyone. At a certain location, a beam of light shone down from the sky. Then it landed on the ground, causing a slight tremor. Leng Fan appeared in a thick cloud of smoke. Yang Hua, roll out here. He stepped out, clapping in praise. Quick reaction indeed. Your running speed is commendable, especially compared to your brain lacking nerve cells. Without beating around the bush, he spoke again. Spare the nonsense, I'm just here for the money. 3 seconds, you don't hand over the money, I'll use your head to wipe a monkey's ass on the mountain. Yang Hua snapped his fingers arrogantly. I want to see what you've got. 3 seniors, this bastard is disrespecting the Aoyang family. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Aoyang family's second elder, Aoyang Yongshang, a second-rank ability user, stepped forward and yelled, you brat, are you that arrogant, harming the Aoyang descendants and still wanting to order us around? Then the old man unleashed his move. A fierce tiger appeared. Now this old man will make you taste the consequences of disrespecting the Aoyang family. His face was full of delight. Here it is, the second elder's ability, drawing a path for the deer to flee. Lang Fan charged and punched Aoyang Yongzong hard in the stomach, startling the old man. After taking down his opponent, Lang Fan put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely. He stood amidst the crowd and challenged clearly. Anyone else wants to get beaten? Step forward. Manhwa panicked. How can this be? The second elder is a second-rank ability user. Even across all of Huaxia, he's a top figure. The old man stood up and questioned, who exactly are you? Lang Fan casually introduced himself. My name is Lang Fan. Yang Yongsong's face turned pale with fear upon hearing his name, Lang Fan, the one who angered the entire Western ability world, the youngest elder in the history of the National Security Bureau. Lang Fan slowly turned his head and replied, that's right. The old man was convinced. So it's him, then this old man's loss is not unjust. He turned to provoke him. Your turn now. Do you want to fight? Yang Hua's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Big brother Lang Fan, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. I'll change. Lang Fan's voice carried killing intent. Last time you swore up and down too. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Hua stammered in panic. Then what do you want? He pointed to the sky and made his demand. Now immediately send the compensation money for that area to my subordinates. Let them go compensate the households. His face grew even paler. No problem, I'll do it right away. Yang Hua agreed outwardly but not inwardly. Do it right away, my ass. Once you're gone, I'll bolt too. Send some idiot to take the blame. Make sure you never find me in your life. He read his thoughts. Lang Fan stomped Yang Hua hard into the ground. He crossed his arms and sat on top of him. Until this matter is settled, I'll sit right here. I'll only get up when it's done. Yang Hua endured. I understand, damn it. Why is he so smart this time? The two men following Aoyang Yongzong were terrified when they heard Lang Fan declare. Besides that, you've repeatedly caused trouble with me and even called your elders to take the beating. So I've decided to humiliate the Aoyang family. This proclamation struck the blue-haired man like a thunderbolt. What are you planning? He darkened his face and gave a sly smile. I'm going to use the most disgusting thing to make you all die of disgust. They fearfully said in unison, the most disgusting thing? Lang Fan acted perverted. I want your Aoyang family to choose the most beautiful girl to be my personal maid. The two men following Aoyang Yongzong sighed in relief and agreed, this is the most disgusting thing. Isn't this an extremely good thing? I will immediately contact the family. I'll call the female members over right now. Their reaction was beyond his expectation. What the hell? Why are you agreeing so easily? The blue-haired man following Aoyang Yongzong picked up the phone to relay. The most beautiful girl in the family is Wei Wei. We just found a husband for her. What? Need a house, need a car? Narrow-minded, this young master is a talented youth, with money and influence. His ability strength is top in Huaxia. He's already an elder of the National Security Bureau at such a young age. His future is limitless. Good. Tell her to come quickly. Can't miss this opportunity. Tell her to dress beautifully and seductively. Quickly get pregnant with this young man's child. Lang Fan stiffened, his eyes wide with shock. Quickly get pregnant with my child. This world is just as crazy as my master said. Two blue-haired men whispered to each other. This kid has a remarkable future. We have to keep him. As long as we make him a member of the Aoyang family, our great cause is assured. Well done. No wonder you're my good brother. Lang Fan and everyone looked on, unable to help but comment. So disgusting. A bunch of old men acting like that. Why are these people always sticking together like gum? At the Aoyang residence at this moment, Wei Wei stood proudly with her hands on her hips. I don't want to bear a child for a stranger. Wei Wei's father spoke up. Wei Wei, this is for the family's future, you go now. She shouted again, if you want a child so badly, go have one yourself. I'm not going. Damn it, why did I have to be the most beautiful, charming, and charismatic person in the Aoyang family? Nearby, three women, one with a pimply face was angry. That ugly hag's words are so annoying. The plump one chimed in, I want to hit her. The skinny one had a bit of sympathy. Even though it's the truth, it's still very despicable. The two of them immediately looked at her with angry eyes upon hearing this. She felt wronged. Wasn't what I said true? Ba Wei Wei pushed his daughter into the car without hesitation. He said, Wei Wei, sacrifice a little for the family. Wei Wei was resolute. Why use these treasures to threaten me? Damn it, I refuse to submit. Her father gave her a thumbs up for encouragement. Hang in there. If you succeed in this seduction, your allowance will be increased by 100,000. Wei Wei pursed her lips as if thinking, 100,000, huh? She crossed her arms proudly. It's just seducing a man. I'm the best at this. Suddenly her phone rang. The ringtone of the song My Love is a Boss played. Wei Wei wondered, who's calling me at this hour? But she still answered. The voice on the other end asked, Wei Wei, what are you doing? Wanna go shopping? Wei Wei angrily refused. Jiao, I'm busy today. I'm going on a blind date. Heard it's the top of the younger generation of Huaxia superhumans, the youngest elder of the National Security Bureau. The other end asked curiously, is he that handsome? She laughed dryly, handsome where, just barely matching with me. I'm being forced to, no choice, gotta go. But the other end was quicker, such an outstanding talent, I have to meet him too. Goodbye. After hanging up, Wei Wei flew into a rage. Damn it, this Bai Jiao wants to compete with me over a man. Looks like today will be a fierce battle. Blue sky was dotted with white clouds. Jiao sat on the swing, feeling extremely smug. The top of the younger generation of Huaxia superhumans. With that title, only I am worthy of being his woman. Alex looked out the rear window and ordered, "Butler, head to the Long Teng group. The bug on Wei Wei's car is really good." The butler bowed respectfully and complied. Xiao Jiao licked her lips in delight. "Little cutie, here I come." More white clouds rolled in across the lower sky. Yang Hua nervously poured tea for Leng Fan. "Brother Fan, have some tea." He turned directly and asked, "You poisoned it?" He was startled. "Of course not." Leng Fan picked up the teacup and poured it straight out. "The smell is too strong. Even a fool would detect it." He maliciously picked up the entire teapot. "No one plays such an idiotic trick like you. Drink it all." Yang Hua cried in fear. "Spare me, Brother Fan." Suddenly a man announced, "The most beautiful eldest daughter of the Aoyang family, Wei Wei, has arrived." Both of them looked toward the voice. The proud Wei Wei was standing at the door with her hands on her hips. She spoke up to ask, "Who is my future husband?" Leng Fan was confused. "What are you looking at?" The person who came with Aoyang Yangchang earlier just whispered into Wei Wei's ear. She nodded vigorously. "Oh, I see, I understand." Wei Wei shyly pulled down her collar, showing off everything that needed to be shown. "Are you in Wei Wei's future, the most beautiful person of the Aoyang family?" She smugly glanced at Leng Fan. "No man can last 3 seconds against this move. Men are simple, just a little depth, and you guys can't pull yourselves out." He was stunned. Wei Wei's husband. He casually backhanded Yang Hua, sending him smashing into the wall. Wei Wei smiled smugly. "Indeed, he's deeply sunk into me, can't pull himself out anymore." The two bald men also thought, "Although this guy is strong, he's still just a mortal man." From ancient times, heroes have trouble getting past the beauty barrier. Leng Fan spoke bluntly, "What I need is not a wife but a slave. Have you come to be my slave?" They were shocked as if struck by lightning. Wei Wei was also dumbfounded. "Lord Leng, a beautiful maiden like me, does it not move you at all?" The word slave sounds too harsh. He sat down and propped his feet on the table. "Massage my feet. If you're my slave, then hurry up." She was a bit embarrassed, just using a stronger move. Wei Wei softly chanted, "Wind come," and her fingers moved, and indeed a gust of wind blew up from the ground. Wei Wei covered her face to let her dress and hair fly. Her hand had already covered her blushing face. "How strange this wind is, my inner." Already, the man beside her saw this and was smug as expected of the Aoyang family's daughter. What man can resist this move? Leng Fan lowered his head and silently stood up. He walked over and swung his hand. The wind immediately vanished. "It's fine now." Wei Wei thought awkwardly, "Is he gay?" Suddenly a voice asked, "Who is the top of the younger generation of Huaxia superhumans?" Wei Wei turned back. "You again." Leng Fan also turned to look, confused and not understanding the situation. Xiao Jiao stood there covering her mouth and laughing. "Your Xiao Jiao has arrived." Wei Wei was puzzled in her heart. What kind of opening line is this? "I can't even move the man. What use do you have?" Leng Fan didn't beat around the bush. "What are you here for?" Wei Wei looked at him helplessly. "How could you even respond to such a trashy opening line?" Xiao Jiao asked with a delighted expression, "Are you the top of the younger generation?" He was a bit unsure perhaps. "Ah, so happy, how wonderful. Since you are the top, then dare to accept Xiao Jiao's challenge." Leng Fan seemed to have found some fun. "A challenge? You want to fight? I'm good at that." Xiao Jiao winked and raised 3 fingers. "What are you saying? I'm giving you a 3-day chance to win me over." He was stunned and disappointed. "Are you crazy? Pursue you." "Ah," she confirmed smugly, "that's right. I don't give ordinary people this chance." At this moment, Wei Wei rushed over to block in front of Leng Fan. "First come, first served. Lord Leng is Wei Wei's man now." Her face was red, but she was not shy. "'Cause he has already seen everything on my body." Xiao Jiao gritted her teeth in anger. "What?" The 2 men following Aoyang Yangzhang behind them secretly covered their mouths to laugh, as expected of the Aoyang family's granddaughter. "Her thick skin has the patriarch style. I always thought little Wei Wei had potential since she was young." Wei Wei proudly linked arms with Leng Fan. "Lord Leng is my man now." "Xiao Jiao, why don't you run home and cry in frustration?" She pressed her entire bosom into his arm. Men absolutely cannot resist a large, full bosom. Leng Fan angrily shook off Wei Wei's hand. "What are you crowding for? Go get some foot-washing water." This scene made her sneer. "Is this what you call marrying a husband? It is merely fetching water to wash his feet." She could not stand it and retorted, "Damn it, I came to be your wife, not to be a slave." The atmosphere turned icy cold after his words. "I need a slave, not a wife." They frowned in fear. Could it be that young men nowadays prefer slaves over beautiful wives? Leng Fan raised his hand and pointed at them. "Take a wife, you must give a betrothal gift to Aoyang Ra. You must stay home to clean the floors and wash the dishes. And you must also protect her and Aoyang Ra. For shameless scum like you, how do I know her child is mine? Considering all conditions, choosing a slave is the best, not a wife. I am very smart, do not take me for a fool." The 2 men following Aoyang Yangsong immediately switched to a fawning attitude. Being so young and already having such high awareness, too formidable. Wei Wei sobbed and screamed, "This is too much, even though I am promiscuous, smoke, drink, party, I know I am a good girl." She was flustered and embarrassed, because she did not get a response from the other 3 people. Xiao Jiao walked over to his side and said, "You not choosing her is your good fortune. But missing out on a good girl like me is a huge loss for you." Leng Fan smiled faintly. "You are too confident. I do not know where that confidence comes from." Xiao Jiao asserted her conditions, saying, "It will scare you. Do you know who my father is? Marrying me means also marrying my father." He showed no interest. So who exactly is your father? She pointed to the sky and proudly introduced. Her father is the head of the Eastern Theater of the Huaxia supernatural world, Bai Tao. Lang Fan still calmly escorted Xiao Jiao outside. Enough, my background is the coolest, go home. She fumed angrily. Damn it, did you not hear clearly? My father is the head of the Eastern Theater. No matter how much Xiao Jiao jumped, the only response was the sound of the door slamming shut. She clenched her fists, trembling. Bastard, I will call my father to beat you up. Not taking me is your own consequence. Xiao Jiao immediately called Bai Tao dad. Someone is bullying your beloved daughter. Inside the room, Lang Fan shooed them away. I am too lazy to play with you people. Hand over the compensation money and then leave. The person following Aoyang Yongsong smiled awkwardly. So about our grudges, are they also? He nodded firmly. Of course I will remember. Feel free to visit Aoyang Ra anytime. The two were panicked. If he set his sights on them, how would Aoyang Ra make money? This was too much bullying. The door was suddenly kicked open by a foot. Xiao Jiao put her hands on her hips and smirked triumphantly. Lang Fan, my uncle Battleblood is here. Come out and take the beating. Wei Wei's eyes widened in shock. Battleblood is Bai Tao's only trusted confidant, one who fights alongside him on the legendary battlefield. The two turned pale, fearing he might actually have the strength to fight Lang Fan. Lang Fan smiled coldly. Battleblood, a nice name, but every time you want a bloody fight, you end up half dead yourself to finish it, right? Xiao Jiao pointed and commanded, how hateful, do not insult my uncle. Uncle, go teach him a lesson. Battleblood stepped forward toward him. He clenched his fist and questioned, are you Lang Fan? Lang Fan calmly replied, do you know me? They laughed smugly. A fight is about to break out. Beat him to death. Even if it is mutual destruction, Aoyang Ra will profit like a fisherman. Xiao Jiao clenched her fist and cheered, hit his face. Uncle, I want to see blood come out of his nose. Battleblood did not obey but knelt before him. I am here on behalf of Bai Tao, commander of the Eastern Theater, to apologize, begging for your forgiveness. That action caused the two to turn pale with shock. Lang Fan pointed at himself provocatively. Do not be so polite. If you want to fight, then go ahead and hit me. Battleblood broke out in a cold sweat. You must be joking, let alone me. Even Lord Bai Tao himself would not dare to lay a hand on you. He stood up and told everyone to leave this place, saying it was nothing, we should go ahead. Xiao Jiao stomped her feet angrily, complaining that the story's progression was wrong. The blood battle hadn't happened yet. Right after that, the blood battle and Edok also immediately disappeared, slipping away from this place. He stood frozen in place, not expecting the blood battle to slip away so quickly. He only asked a few questions and then vanished. He put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave, saying it was well done. Our grudge is considered completely settled. I will visit your home when I have time. Aoyang Yongsong's people were extremely shocked to see Lang Fan disappear right before their eyes. That was an escape technique that only those at the innate stage or above could use. Wei Wei sat on the ground crying bitterly, asking why there was a man she could not conquer. That man held his face helplessly, lamenting that this revenge case was closed. The days ahead for us Aoyangs would not be easy anymore. Another of their men followed along, saying it was all this damn brat's fault. If he hadn't touched such petty gains, we wouldn't have dared to offend a big shot like that. Yang Hua held his head and cried, begging them not to hit him anymore. Now that things had come to this, finding a solution was the most important thing. That man came up with another scheme, saying there was actually another way. In the Aoyang family group, the elder sent a notice saying that the elder had received an invitation from the Western supernatural world and must go to the meeting place tonight. Everyone look after the house well. The others replied that they understood, but Aoyang Diao replied with a curse word, so the elder got angry and kicked him out of the clan. The person with blue hair following Aoyang Yongzhang asked worriedly, what did you mean by that? The person with brown hair asserted, if the Huaxia supernatural world wants to pick a fight, then we will fight to the death with them. Night fell, shrouding an ancient house. The family head was Aoyang. Impatient, Yang Feng asked, how long has it been? Why isn't he here yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard. Sophia leisurely sat down on the chair, going straight to the point, saying that this time, to rescue her from the National Security Bureau, you all must have expended a lot of effort. I will not beat around the bush either. This time I am here to pull you all over to my side. You must abandon your identity within the Huaxia supernatural world and completely become members of our church. The man in the long robe warned that doing so would betray Huaxia. The man with slick back hair had a hesitant look. Their assets were all related to foreign countries, but directly betraying was not good. The man with pink hair questioned that families born and raised in Huaxia, how could they stand firm after leaving it? Yang Feng looked at the arguing crowd, thinking to himself that the family had been targeted by the prodigy Lang Fan. Even I am no match for him, and Aoyang has done many evil deeds in Huaxia, so now it is doubly difficult. Suddenly Sophia's voice broke the atmosphere, asking if you all have probably done many evil deeds in Huaxia by now. The man with slick back hair looked away shiftily, saying everyone is a supernatural, is oppressing ordinary people considered evil. The man in the long robe raised a hand to offer an opinion. Just a bit of male oppression and female dominance, creating conflict for social progress. progress. The man with pink hair laughed and said, not sharing the same talent, heaven gives them their lot. Sophia turned to the three men and asked, have you ever thought that those supernaturals who call themselves warriors of justice would come to your door to enact heavenly retribution? After hearing this, the man with pink hair said in fear that the world would not be that stupid. The man with slicked back hair gaped and said when the time comes, giving him some benefits would be enough. Sophia crossed her legs and looked at Yang Feng, asking, Patriarch Aoyang must have met that person already, right? He clasped his hands respectfully. The young lady is not wrong. Aoyang has indeed encountered trouble. That person is Lang Fan. I think everyone has heard of him. The man in the long robe was surprised. Lang Fan, the newcomer to the National Security Bureau. I heard it was because of him that you offended the church. The man with pink hair whispered that a few days ago, he beat the innate ancestor of the Zhao family to the point of being unable to control his own bodily functions. The bold man clenched his fists in anger, saying, bullshit, my family's ancestor would never end up like that. The man beside him taunted, saying the more he denied it, the more certain it was 100%. The two men looked at each other with fire in their eyes. One challenged, saying, kill you. The other replied, come on, who's afraid of whom? Yang Feng coughed a few times to stop them, saying it was him. That boy has an extraordinary talent. His strength has already far surpassed the innate stage. Everyone stop arguing. His gaze turned serious. Currently, the Aoyang family was being targeted. Just for the matter of relocating an old neighborhood, you all think about it. Compared to what you have done, is it any less severe? Two men who were fighting suddenly stopped. The bald man asked in a daze. Just for a relocation matter, the whole family was put in the crosshairs. The other man was also surprised. Yang Feng with a sharp gaze said he felt this matter was not that simple. His face turned serious. I fear this matter is a command from the National Security Bureau. The higher-ups want to deal with people like us who have connections with outsiders. The man with slick back hair asked fearfully, what to do now? We won't be able to make any profit at all. The bald man coughed lightly, saying that punishment is not wrong. The bearded man looked surprised, asking whose side are you on anyway? Yang Feng clasped his hands behind his back, looked towards Sophia, and said then we must look to the Holy Maiden for guidance. Currently, only the church can protect them. Sophia, seated on the chair, suggested returning to the starting point, asking if they were willing to abandon their title in the Huaxa supernatural world to join the church. The bearded man was stunned upon hearing this. It seemed this was the only path left. Sophia smiled to herself, thinking, yes, when interests are threatened, everyone will waver. The Aoyang family has done a great service this time. Yang Feng clasped his hands respectfully and asked for the Holy Maiden's guidance. What should we do exactly? Sophia looked at Yang Feng and proposed a countermeasure. Establish a branch of the church in Huaxia, unite into a new power. That way no one would dare to touch you. Sophia stood up sharply, with a confident expression, saying wait until the Pope personally arrives, then Huaxia will be your territory. The crowd cheered joyfully upon hearing this, shouting long live the Pope, long live wealth, long live the church. Only Yang Feng fell into contemplation. Can the one who shouts long live truly live forever? Elsewhere, an urgent voice rang out calling for him to wake up quickly. Something big had happened. Lang Fan was awakened by the noise and asked who it was. Before him was Zhao Jiaqi with a pouty face sitting on his body, saying Elder Su had been waiting for a long time. He seemed panicked, as if something was up. He called out in surprise, Zhao Jiaqi. Elder Su walked over hastily to report the news, telling him to follow him quickly. Something big had happened at the National Security Bureau. The sky was unusually clear today. The red car sped along the street. After a while of calming down, Elder Xu in the car slowly recounted the reason. Earlier Zhao Jiaqi was there, so it was inconvenient to speak. Now he dared to talk. Last night, 3 elders had resigned. His face turned serious, saying that the 9 elders each represented a faction of the great supernatural clans. They were like the pillars of the great Huaxia clans, and now a third of them were gone. Lang Fan was also bewildered after hearing this. 9 elders and 3 resigned at the same time. What was going on? Elder Xu did not hesitate to state his speculation. I fear it was the church. Lang Fan frowned in displeasure. The church declared they would invade Huaxia to pick a fight with me, but they haven't arrived yet. He explained clearly, what I mean is that their infiltration has reached a point where we have to deal with it. The 3 elders who resigned might have been manipulated by them. Lang Fan carefully tested Elder Xu. Can you be sure? Elder Xu did not dare to assert it with certainty, only saying about 70 or 80%. Because last night, there was also the incident of the church's saintess escaping from the prison. Lang Fan quickly thought of a possibility. It seems there is a mole among us. After a while of discussion, the car had already arrived. Elder Xu said they had reached the destination. Come with me to meet the 3 elders. Lang Fan looked at the surrounding scenery, his head full of doubtful question marks. Where are there any elders here? But as soon as he finished speaking, the road where the car was parked suddenly collapsed. He was utterly stunned by this sight. The car was lowered quickly. Leng Fan felt excited. Finally, the National Security Bureau seemed to be taking shape. Elder Su heard this and was puzzled what shape didn't have one before. He hesitated a bit and said, "It really didn't have one before. You picked a rather poor location." The old man widened his eyes in shock upon hearing this. Poor? Before long, a loud noise announced that they had arrived. Leng Fan held his head. "I'm a bit dizzy." Elder Su agreed, but the Grand Elder said this matter involves confidential secrets, so we had to come here. Just then Zheng Qi walked out and said, "You're here." Elder Su got straight to the point. "Zheng Qi, I've brought Leng Fan. What's going on?" Zheng Qi didn't answer. Instead, he turned and told them to follow him. "Follow me first and you'll find out." A moment later, he led them to meet a person and said they had arrived. Aoyang Yan spoke up. "Let's start. The Grand Elder of the Aoyang family is here." Leng Fan was stunned. "He is the Grand Elder of the Aoyang family. I just fought their people. It's not about Su Gao, is it?" Yang Feng said slowly. "The saintess of the Church of the Holy See has swayed many Chinese supernatural families. They want to leave China and become lackeys for the church." Elder Su was furious upon hearing this. "This is treason. Don't nonsense, Yang Feng." The old man used his supernatural power to project an image for them to see. "Take a look yourselves. I used my power to record this." Yang Feng explained everything clearly. "I attended the gathering last night, but I cannot betray China." In the image, everyone was shouting, "Long live the Pope, long live the Church." The old man slammed his hand hard on the table. Yang Feng affirmed excitedly, "China is about to undergo upheaval. The Western supernatural world is declaring war on us." He said seriously, "The three elders who withdrew from the Security Bureau have likely been seduced by the saintess. The forces of those three major families will support the church." Elder Xu listened with worry. "So our China will face a great danger, with strong enemies outside and traitors within." Leng Fan asked doubtfully, "Isn't there any way to solve it?" Yang Feng nodded. "There is, and only one way." He said slowly, "To catch the bandits, catch the king first. Find the missing saintess and that alliance will fall apart without a fight. You can use her as bargaining chip." He heard this and didn't hesitate to accept immediately. "No problem, leave this to me." Yang Feng carefully reminded him, "Don't forget the three elder level forces are protecting her. Do you think you can find her in the imperial capital on your own?" The old man crossed his arms and looked at him with contempt. "Are you talking in your sleep?" Leng Fan wasn't worried at all. He gathered power in his hand. "My master taught me that what people fear most is denying themselves. If you don't dare to take on a challenge, you might as well go back to raising pigs. I think that suits the Grand Elder." Yang Feng was provoked until his face turned red. You. Seeing the situation was not good, Zheng Qi hastily advised, "Enough, stop arguing. The plan now is to gather all forces and find that holy maiden at all costs." He decided to act immediately. "I will use my telepathic communication ability to order all members of the National Security Bureau to find her at any cost." Leng Fan and the others did not object. Yes, Elder Su could only grit his teeth and comply. With things having come to this, he had to try his best. He brought up the message screen. "I just received news. It seems the church's reinforcement team has arrived. There are suspicious Westerners entering the Huaxia region. Their numbers and strength are unknown." But Leng Fan was very certain their target is not only me, but also to cause chaos in Huaxia. For now, they probably won't act rashly. Elder Su stated the difficulty, hoping they wouldn't do anything reckless. But the current strength is severely fractured. No one from the mid-tier and below can be used. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. "I know the whereabouts of those who infiltrated Huaxia." It turned out to be Yang Feng approaching. "Yesterday I heard the Holy Maiden talking about the plan. They want to strike from the people beside Leng Fan." He was shocked upon hearing this. "The people beside me?" The old man reminded, "That is correct. You had better be careful of the people around you." Leng Fan racked his brains thinking the people beside him in the capital city are only Zhao Jiaqi and Yam. He was extremely grateful. "Many thanks, Leng Fan will definitely repay this debt of gratitude." Yang Feng then proposed, "No need for the future. The grievance between you and the Aoyang family is not over yet. I have a way to both reconcile and make us closer." Leng Fan was curious. "Become closer?" He stated his intention. "I have a granddaughter named Wai Wai, extremely beautiful and unmarried." But before he could finish the sentence, he refused immediately. "Farewell." With that, Leng Fan fled. Elder Xu walked over and affirmed, "This kid is already my old Chu family's grandson-in-law. Don't even think about it." Leng Fan thought angrily, "Will these people ever stop? What great family elder? Clearly they are matchmakers." Warm sunlight bathed the streets. He looked around and wondered to himself, having run this far, they probably won't catch up, right? Then he cast a spell. "Let me try first. Master, forgive me, I am about to use divine sense again." A blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then he fully opened them, activating divine sense. Streams of light penetrated the city one after another. The image of a pickpocket became clear. A fat man was watching something mindless on TV. A beauty was bathing in rising steam. A stunning Sailor Moon, completely naked, was striking a pose. That horrifying image almost made him vomit blood from sheer disgust. Afterwards, he sank into thought. This city really does have every kind of freak. Why couldn't he see the holy maiden anywhere? He had already extended his divine sense to its limit. Although he had many questions, he decided to take Jiujiaki and Yang Yi away first. The capital was about to become a battlefield, and he could not let them stay in danger. In a large house, time passed along with an exclamation of surprise. What? They have already left. Elder Xu handed him the paper, saying that Jiujiaki and Yang Yi had probably boarded a plane to wrong city. They left a letter, but did not tell me anything else. He picked up the letter and read it. The content was, "If you want to go do something, just go. I will always support you." As he read, Lang Fan thought of the writer Zhao Jiaqi. He smoked a cigar and recounted, "I only briefly explained the situation, and she immediately made a judgment. That girl Zhao Jiaqi sure has great boldness to have built such a large company." He mused, Zhao Jiaqi has a good nature, even though she sometimes gets sulky, hits people, or gets jealous. He replied, "That statement of yours kind of kills the mood." Then he asked, "So what do you plan to do next? Do you want to join the search force of the National Security Bureau?" He refused, "Not necessary. I just used my divine sense to probe a third of the city and found no trace of Chengnu." Hearing that number, he was deeply shocked. Using divine sense to probe a third of the capital? Do you know how big it is? Lang Fan replied indifferently, "I do not know how big it is. I only know that to go from the outer ring to the inner ring, you would probably have to wake up at 4 in the morning." He said, "That statement sounds too real. I cannot argue with that." He continued speaking, when suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. "You play dirty, you cannot handle it, you are trash, you have no real strength." Lang Fan took out his phone to answer it. The man behind him sighed with emotion. That ringtone really matches reality. On the other end of the line, Old Hu asked, "Hello, is this Lang Fan?" "It is me, Old Hu." He replied, "Old Hu, what is the matter?" He explained, "The girl you helped is in big trouble. If you do not come, someone will die." The little boy next to him also cried out, "Brother Lang Fan, please come quickly and save my sister." At Old Hu's location, a girl was sitting on the railing of the rooftop, facing outward. It was Han Wen. She muttered to herself, "I really am not worthy of living in this world." A car sped along the road. Inside the car, a voice urged, "A life is at stake, this cannot be delayed. I will take you there." Lang Fan asked the person on the phone, "What exactly happened? Why did she suddenly want to die?" He frowned and said helplessly, "This is a long story." The little boy beside him saw him dawdling and quickly snatched the phone. "It is not long at all. It is because my sister's university wants to force her to death." Elder Xu heard this and could not believe it for a moment. "What is this? The universities in the capital are all strictly managed. There should be no case of forcing harm upon students." The little boy explained, "My sister accidentally broke a teacup in the school's exhibition hall. The school demanded compensation of 1 million. She had already used all her relocation compensation money to pay them." Lang Fan saw them being bullied and felt indignant for them, saying, "What teacup costs 1 million? Wait for me, stabilize your sister, leave this matter to me to handle." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "A teacup worth 1 million is probably quite something. I can only take it one step at a time. At worst, I will pay this sum for her." As time passed, the crowd that had gathered became a throng of critics. Everyone took turns advising, "Think of your family, your friends, the people who love you. You are such a beautiful girl, dying would be such a pity. Do not jump." But she did not listen. Before committing suicide, she was still thinking of the person she loved in her life. "I only have you and my little brother left to care about. It would be so good if I could see you one last time before I die." She closed her eyes and jumped, thinking, "If there is a next life, I will definitely tell you." The people below saw that the situation was bad and cried out in alarm. "It is over, it is over." She jumped. "The rescue team has not arrived yet." At that very moment, a flash of golden light shot over. It was Lang Fan, rushing over while reinforced with speed. Every witness was stunned with their mouths wide open. Is that a superhero? Could he be an immortal? Using a miracle that only exists in stories, he caught the girl before she could die. Elder Sue in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness made it in time. Two of them landed safely in each other's arms. He asked unhappily, "Are you stupid?" She burst into tears, pouring out her story. "I did not want to either, but the relocation money is all gone. If I die, my little brother can still go to a welfare home. Otherwise, he would just starve to death with me." Hearing her words, he was speechless. And he said, "I will help you resolve this. Take me to your school." And Wen was dazed like a sobbing kitten and asked, That is 1 million. But he said something extremely straightforward. "Do I look that poor to you?" Everything settled, the three of them got in the car and left. She was still in shock and asked, "I have seen this car before. It looks like the limited edition for the entire capital." His reply made her embarrassed. "This is Elder Xu's car, not mine. I am just a poor person, a bit poor." Hearing him say that, Elder Xu spoke up. "Little fan, you like this car? Then I will give it to you." Han Wen was astonished and stammered, "Give it away?" She frowned, thinking, "This car costs millions, and it is something you cannot even buy with money." Lang Fan looked at her, impatient. "Forget it, it seems this car is not as fast as me, no need." Hearing that, Han Wen's face froze, his words echoing in her head. Elder Su saw this and turned to laugh. That kid of yours is really picky. Then I will give you that private plane of mine, Elder Su. You cannot run faster than that, can you? Thinking of Ling Fan with a private plane, looking all elegant and cool, Han Wen's face froze for a few more seconds. Private plane. Ling Fan heard Elder Su keep wanting to give gifts, and he shook his head. No need, Elder Su. Why do you keep digging a pit for me to fall into? The man still did not give up. How is this digging a pit? I am giving you money. Ling Fan seriously listed the costs. If you have a plane, do you not need a private pilot? Do you not need a private flight crew? Do you not also need to build a private airport? Then he looked at him. How much money does the whole process need? Moreover, it is the kind of continuous, long-term expenditure. Unless I know how to fly, but I already know how to fly myself. Elder Su was helpless and replied with a smile. That is true, let us not talk about it. Let us not talk about it. We are almost at the University of the capital. After hearing Ling Fan's analysis, Han Wen could not help but admire his thinking. She thought he only knew how to fight, but she did not expect his background to be so deep. Looking at Ling Fan, she thought to herself, good thing I did not confess my feelings to him. I really am not worthy. Everyone had arrived at the University of the capital. I will go park the car, you two go on ahead. It seemed it was not yet class time. Students were bustling and chatting animatedly in the yard. One said, let me tell you, yesterday I drew another SSR. Another replied, the bespectacled guy from the literature department confessed to you. Another voice said, I found another great song. It will definitely be a hit. Seeing everyone at the school, Ling Fan felt a little sorry for himself. He had never attended school, and at this moment he envied them a bit, but then he remembered his master. Even without formal schooling, having a master meant he was no worse than anyone. At this moment, Ling Fan finally noticed Han Wen, who had been hiding behind him the whole time. He asked her, puzzled, what she was doing back there. This being her first time here, did she perhaps want him to lead the way? Han Wen looked up at him, speaking nervously, feeling too shy and worried. No one knew that Wei Wei and Xiao Jia were whispering behind them. Wei Wei said that guy had changed girlfriends again. How detestable. Xiao Jia looked at them and said proudly, let's go see which girl made him abandon two beauties like them. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. At this moment, Han Wen and Ling Fan had already entered the school. The teacher in charge was in the office. Ling Fan knocked on the door while saying, we're already here. Why even knock? Just break the door down. Han Wen heard him and got scared into a cold sweat, telling him not to be so rash or the teacher might get angry. Suddenly, the door opened, and a female teacher stepped out, frowning in displeasure as she asked who the two of them were looking for. Han Wen saw her and immediately bowed her head politely, greeting her, I'm Han Wen, I just enrolled yesterday. Teacher looked at her and recognized her. You're the student who broke the first principal's teacup. Didn't you already pay compensation? Han Wen stammered before she could speak. Ling Fan frowned and cut in. We came to get that 1 million back. Face turned serious. He argued that the first principal's teacup was not worth 1 million. On hearing this, the teacher looked visibly displeased, knowing he had come to back her up. But what does that have to do with me? Ling Fan countered, it doesn't concern you. She frowned and said it wasn't her who fined her, telling him to go find the one who did the punishing. Having said that, she slammed the door shut, leaving the matter unresolved. Han Wen nervously looked at Ling Fan. The person who fined her wasn't her, his name is... Before she could finish, someone else cut in. It was Guan Yun, he shouted, daring her to call someone to back her up, not afraid of being expelled. Han Wen recognized the voice. She turned around, her face full of fear, calling out Teacher Guan. At the same time, Ling Fan also turned. Guan Yun looked at them, saying she made the mistake herself, only fining her without expelling was mercy. He hadn't expected her not to know what was good for her. Hearing this, Han Wen broke into a cold sweat, her pitiful eyes begging him not to expel her. Ling Fan was not intimidated. He stepped in front of her, looking straight at Guan Yun and asking if he was the one who fined her 1 million. Guan Yun said yes. She broke the first principal's cup, which was the school's treasured artifact. Fining her was already being lenient. Ling Fan tilted his head, having not attended school. He didn't know how expensive artifacts were, but if it was worth 1 million, could he provide a receipt? Hearing the word receipt, he frowned, asking why he should show a receipt. To settle the matter, he even had to make up the difference himself. They were truly biting the hand that feeds them. Seeing his reaction, he turned to Han Wen and said he was panicking. Just by his expression, you could tell he was lying. She awkwardly asked back, was Teacher Guan lying to me? Guan Yun wouldn't back down. He pointed at the two of them and yelled, who's panicking? If Han Wen continued associating with this outsider, he would have her record deleted. He had long disliked this teacher. Upon hearing that, he quickly flashed right in front of him, startling him. Ling Fan threw a straight punch right into Guan Yun's face, catching him completely off guard. Then he restrained his hands. He couldn't fight back, only frowning in pain. Seeing this, Han Wen asked in shock what Brother Leng wanted to do. Leng Fan angrily twisted his joints until they cracked. This bastard wouldn't give a receipt, wouldn't repay the money, and even wanted to expel her. He was helping her beat him up first. He was sweating profusely but still talked tough, asking him if he knew he was openly assaulting a professor at Huaxa University, committing a crime. He frowned. Crime or not, it wouldn't be the first time. Suddenly, the teacher from before, hearing the commotion, burst into the room, shouting for everyone to stop. The moment she saw Guan Yun with blood streaming from his mouth, she could only fall silent. Seeing this, Guan Yun stammered, telling her to call the police quickly. This brat wanted to kill him. She stammered back, "Kill someone." He continued, "Yes, call the police." No sooner had he finished than Leng Fan gave him a thunderous slap. Door slammed shut. It seemed she was about to go call the police. Han Wen's face was full of worry. "This is bad, Brother Leng. This has blown up too much." Outside the door, that teacher was indeed calling the police, her voice urgently reporting an assault in broad daylight. Han Wen tried to stop Brother Leng, but was too late. He had already slapped Guan Yun once, telling her not to worry. He wanted to start a big commotion. She still tried to hold his arm to dissuade him, saying beating him to death wouldn't solve anything. He reassured her, no need to worry. He had restraint, and besides, just beating him was useless. But he was satisfied seeing Guan Yun's face beaten to a pulp, and Wen only then realized that everything he did was for her. He was venting her anger. Xiao Jiao and Wei Wei, hiding in a corner, whispered that the guy didn't even glance at the two young ladies, but went to help a commoner's daughter. Wei Wei crossed her arms puzzled. Didn't he like big and round? Xiao Jiao speculated. Maybe he thought she wasn't good enough for him. Wei Wei glared at her, asking if she thought she was bigger than her. Xiao Jiao frowned challengingly. Compare then. Who's afraid of who? If you dare, let's compare with the real deal. Wei Wei smiled in challenge. Compare with the real deal. Don't use fakes. Even a white bone demon isn't easy. Who's afraid of who? Suddenly a shout cut through. Stop right there. The two of them instinctively looked towards it. It was a silver-haired man accompanied by a security team. The two of them finally showed fear, their faces paling. Xiao Jiao quickly clarified, "We didn't do anything." Wei Wei agreed. He completely ignored the two of them. He stepped forward and declared loudly, "Stop. I am the vice principal of the city university. If you have something to say, talk to me." Leng Fan looked at him and finally calmed down. The vice principal finally had someone to step forward. Han Wen was flustered and called out in a panic, "Vice principal." He pointed at Guan Yun. "This man abused his power and deceived students. Vice principal, how are you going to handle this?" Vice principal looked at his expression and asked, "Deceived students, abused power? Guan Yun, what is this about?" Guan Yun remained stubborn and said, "Vice principal, I did not deceive any student. He is framing me. Moreover, he deliberately assaulted me. If you had arrived a bit later, I would have been beaten to death." Leng Fan pointed directly at him and accused, "Just because she broke a teacup, he demanded 1 million yuan from this female student. Do you think that is reasonable?" The vice principal asked again, "Is that true?" Guan Yun tried to justify it, saying it was the first principal's teacup, hence the price. Leng Fan retorted, "If you have already collected the fine, why can't you produce a single receipt?" He still tried to explain. It was just that he hadn't reported it to the finance department yet. He was about to go when he was stopped and beaten. "Vice principal, I can explain everything. But he wanted to kill a faculty member of our school. This is an insult to the city university." The vice principal stayed silent, furrowing his brows in thought for a while. Then he gave his conclusion. "If he really has a problem, we will investigate ourselves. But you brazenly assaulted someone on campus. I advise you to surrender immediately." The guards raised their guns, ready to take aim. Countless red dots shone on Leng Fan's body. It seemed this matter could not end peacefully today. The vice principal threatened, "I'll count to 3. If you still don't surrender, I will have to apologize." Han Wen heard this and quickly urged Leng Fan to leave. She said she didn't need that money anymore. She couldn't let him get into trouble because of her. Guan Yun thought to himself, hot-blooded brats like him won't back down. With a girl behind him, the blood rushes to his head. He fights the police and gets killed on the spot. He daydreamed at that time that 1 million would fall into his pocket. No one could change that. Leng Fan kept a cold expression and told her not to worry. It was just a few guards. He could handle them. And Wen was stunned and asked again, "Just a few guards?" She looked at the guards pointing their guns. Clearly not a small matter that could be described with the word just. Vice principal counted loudly, 3. "Hey you only have 2 numbers left." Leng Fan turned to Han Wen and told her to watch. He told her to hide herself. He would go and then come back. The vice principal continued counting 2. Suddenly Leng Fan disappeared. He was flustered, unable to believe his eyes. Then Leng Fan appeared in front of him, approaching. He raised his hand and punched him directly in the face. His punch sent the vice principal collapsing to the ground. A few guards immediately opened fire. They shouted they couldn't let him continue assaulting, and told each other to fire. Rubber bullets, not lethal. Just subdue that man. Bullets whizzed towards Leng Fan, but all of them seemed blocked by an invisible wall, falling scattered to the ground. At that moment, the guards only then panicked. Realizing it was impossible, he had disappeared. Could he be a supernatural? That man even dodged bullets. Leng Fan teleported to where Guan Yun was standing and said, "I am here." Seeing this, the guards immediately fired their guns in that direction. Waiting for exactly that, Leng Fan teleported again and disappeared, saying, "Very good, I'm leaving," leaving the Wukit Guan Yun behind. He naturally bore the brunt of it all, though not fatal. It still caused him considerable pain. Leng Fan sneered and said that was exactly what he deserved. From behind, someone patted his shoulder and called out, "Hey." He spun around and asked who. The old man introduced himself as Teacher Qin, the teacher of Wei Wei and Xiao Jiao. "He could call me Teacher Qin or just Teacher Qin." Wei Wei poked her head out from behind him and said they had invited Teacher Qin to help him. Xiao Jiao chimed in that Teacher Qin was extremely upright and wouldn't be biased toward the school. He could trust him. Leng Fan said bluntly, right now he didn't trust anyone from the city university. The old man pushed his glasses and said he was wrong. There are good and bad people everywhere. If the matter gets blown up, even if he is a supernatural, he won't be able to leave this school. This environment has existed for 100 years. It is not as simple as he thinks. Leng Fan was curious, wanting to know what he meant. He asked if the supernatural circle of the Xia dynasty was on its last legs. But what about this university? Teacher Qin asked him back. Did he really think the supernatural circle of the Xia dynasty was on its last legs? Leng Fan still didn't understand what he was trying to say. The old man began to ask a series of questions. Think about it, who are you? Where did your abilities come from? Are you truly a supernatural, or are you something else? He was stunned and asked back, "You know about cultivation?" Teacher Qin replied no, he did not, but he knew that beneath the sky of the Xia dynasty, there was hidden a terrifying group of people. He said he didn't know if they'd still be considered human. Perhaps in their eyes, we are just like ants. Wei Wei frowned and asked what the teacher was talking about. Xiao Jiao also agreed, saying humans were the masters of all things. How could they be ants? Leng Fan turned to the two girls and said he was not wrong, leaving the two bewildered and confused. He said he had met some friends of his master before. They looked extremely young, but his master said they had already lived for several thousand years. The two girls became interested and asked how they kept their youth for several thousand years. What skincare products did they use? They asked if they had used some super anti-aging cream. Teacher Qin told them to be serious. Leng Fan continued, time meant nothing to them, therefore worldly emotions were also meaningless. He still remembered the look in their eyes when they looked at him. He recalled that gaze. It was truly like looking at a blade of grass, an ant. Teacher Qin patted Leng Fan on the shoulder and told him not to think about that anymore. Now they had a big trouble to deal with. He thought to himself, if he had not taken that hit from him, he would have fallen into inner demons. This teacher was no ordinary man. Teacher Qin said, "Then let us go." Leng Fan was still thinking, but he could not sense any spiritual energy from the man at all. Could he just be an ordinary person with a righteous disposition? Guards saw the two of them, and noticed that man had someone beside him. This time, do not rush to open fire. Guan Yun had already been shot unconscious earlier. Teacher Qin calmed them. Do not worry, everyone. We came to resolve the issue. The vice principal stood up. Teacher Qin, you are a person from Jingcheng University. Why are you speaking on behalf of an outsider? Teacher Qin replied gently, Vice Principal, matters cannot be settled by hearing only one side. In my view, from a student's perspective, she did nothing wrong. And when realized he was Teacher Qin, the most impartial teacher at the school, Leng Fan was also fine. Teacher Qin said, breaking a teacup and demanding $1 million compensation. If the principal knew, he would surely not agree. The vice principal gritted his teeth. Look at me, you Qin fellow. Are you sure you want to help an outsider? Teacher Qin held his ground. I help the righteous, not people. Whoever is in the right, I help them. The vice principal was furious, pointed straight at him, and ordered the guards to aim at Teacher Qin. The guards were confused. That is a professor from Jingcheng University. Surely he does not want to shoot one of our own? He yelled, what are you fools thinking? From now on, that Qin fellow is no longer a teacher of this school, effective immediately. Teacher Qin reminded him, Vice Principal, you do not have that authority. Dismissing a tenured teacher requires reporting to the principal and approval. The vice principal sneered. The principal is not here, I am the principal. Qin fellow, from today you are no longer a teacher. I will report this nationwide so no school dares to hire you. Suddenly a voice cut in, who said I am not at school. Let me see who dares to dismiss my teacher. The vice principal turned around in panic. The principal of Jingcheng University, Hu Yide, finally appeared. Let me see who dares to dismiss my teacher today. The crowd buzzed. The principal had come in person. The vice principal panicked. Hu Yide, why are you here? It is just a small matter. A student brought an outsider to cause trouble. The principal frowned and questioned, can you handle it? Why do I hear someone wants to dismiss people, wants to hit people? Has Jingcheng University become a martial arts arena? He stammered, The principal pushed him aside, move out of the way. I am officially taking over now. What exactly happened? Leng Fan explained, a teacher from your school swindled a student out of money. Does that sound acceptable? The principal saw him and asked in surprise, you little rascal, why are you here? Did that old man tell you to come down the mountain for training? Han Wen raised her hand, it is not like that, principal, please let me speak. She recounted the entire matter to the principal. She concluded, this is what happened, so Leng Fan and Teacher Qin helped me. After hearing it, the principal fell silent. He turned and scolded those two. You two know how to stir trouble well. From today, Guan Yun is dismissed from Jingcheng University. As for the vice principal, he ruled you will reflect on your faults behind closed doors for a month. Do not set foot in the school a single step. The principal patted Han Wen's head to comfort her. You are the victim. I will help you get your money back. What teacup is worth $1 million? Study hard. She looked up and asked, do you mean you are not expelling me? I have made such a big mistake. Even dared to argue with the principal. He assured her no one dares to expel you. Go back to class. She was moved. Thank you, teacher. Han Wen turned to Lang Fan and Teacher Qin. And to you too as well, thank you for your help. Teacher Qin only said, it is a teacher's duty. On the other hand, this young friend of yours, you should thank him properly. Han Wen took his hand. Then tonight I will treat you to dinner. Order whatever you want to eat. He looked at her really. And Wen blushed. What do you want to eat? She thought it could not be my body, right? If he really wants to eat me, then actually, it is not impossible. Lang Fan's eyes lit up. Can it be beef noodle soup? I want to eat 3 big bowls. Han Wen was surprised. Is that it? But a voice cut in. You do not get a chance to eat. You have to come with me. Lang Fan turned to that direction. The principal told him, Lang Fan, do not be alarmed. You have to come with me. He did not understand why. He replied, do you not want to know the matter concerning Dao Kun? Lang Fan was stunned, wondering how he knew his master's Dao title when speaking to outsiders. He had only said his master's name was Kun King. Dao Kun was a title known only to close confidence. The principal turned away. If you do not want to know, it is fine. Lang Fan followed him. I will go with you. Han Wen called after him Lang Fan. He turned back to promise her, if there is another chance, treat me to a meal. Live well, do not give up on your life casually anymore. And he ran to ask the principal, just what do you know? He looked at him. Is that how a disciple of Dao Kun shows respect to an elder? This is not the place to talk. Let us go somewhere else. The vice principal behind was very angry, glaring at Lang Fan. You little brat, you are good, humiliating me and making the principal punish me personally. I will absolutely not let you off. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Then he quickly called, hello, is this Chen Tiaming? I want to deal with someone, deal with them to death. The other end replied, big brother, who made you so angry? Let your little brother handle it. He answered, this time it is a superpower user. You better invest some capital. I heard the Saintess of the Western Divine Court is colluding with the 3 great families. Do you mind joining forces with them? The other side immediately agreed. No problem, just leave this to me. Chen Tiaming turned to the girl beside him. The Saintess of the Divine Court. Just the name makes me unable to restrain myself. Let me pamper you, dear. The principal's car was speeding away very fast. Lang Fan asked him, Principal, do you really know my master? He replied, not just know him, we were friends for many years. If he had not secluded himself from the world in the beginning, perhaps the two of us could still be drinking together now. Lang Fan was puzzled. Was my master in seclusion? He had always thought his master was just cultivating deep in the mountains, unwilling to come down. The principal recounted, that is right, because he had to bear a huge trouble on his shoulders. He had no choice but to leave. Lang Fan questioned, trouble? With my master's strength in the current Huaxia superpower world, who could cause him trouble? The principal frowned. Do you truly believe that you or your master have become invincible under heaven? On this ancient land, there are far more hidden masters than he imagined. If he truly touched the foundation of Huaxia, the old monsters in the shadows would immediately reveal themselves. Lang Fan wondered, then why did they not act when the Western Church was oppressing them? The principal repeated over the phone. Explained that was just a whetstone to pressure the younger generation of Huaxia to keep growing stronger. Without a strong external enemy, how could a fierce will to resist be born? Losing a powerful foe, one would gradually become weak. An enemy makes him stronger. Lang Fan finally understood, so that was the case. The principal was surprised. This kid had actually achieved enlightenment. He admired. This old man had picked up a really good disciple. A few words and he got it. His future will definitely surpass both me and you, and he can resolve your grievance. The principal was still unwilling, but if that man accepted him as a disciple, then why should I not? He said happily, picking up a disciple with such amazing talent, a good thing like this not picking is a waste. Lang Fan realized he had improved again. His body felt lighter. Was this the enlightenment master spoke of? He cupped his hands respectfully, thanking the principal for his guidance. The principal seized the opportunity. No need to be polite. His current style was too aggressive. The Western Church could cause trouble at any moment. He had a suggestion that would both protect him and increase his strength. He asked, what suggestion? Replied, come study at my school. Lang Fan was stunned, but he had not even attended elementary school. Did master really mean for him to study at Qinghai University? The principal decided from now on he was a student personally instructed by him, no major but also no certificate. Lang Fan asked, no degree, just lectures. Then what was the point of studying? People studied for the diploma, having knowledge or not did not matter. He had not read many books, he should not be fooled. The principal frowned. Was he just like an ordinary person? A true man must enjoy the thirst for knowledge. Worldly certificates could not bind him. Lang Fan looked at him, realizing this was indeed the highest realm master had spoken of. But the more he looked, the more he saw the principal's smile as crafty. Something was not right. That smile had an ulterior motive. He shouted. He wanted to get off the car. There was a trick. He was going to sell him. The principal laughed dismissively. It was too late to run now. The scene shifted tonight at a skyscraper hotel. Lang Fan stood on the balcony, holding a bottle of soda. He marveled. This earthly thing was really delicious. No wonder everyone called it happy water. Drinking it really did make one happy. He definitely had to send Master a few bottles later. He looked at the night sky, thinking of Master, wondering if Master was doing well. He had been gone for a long time. Master must miss him a lot. Master, I have encountered many things, also heard some things related to you. Wait until I return, I will tell you everything. At that point, he suddenly realized something. He recalled everyone he had met. Something was not right. He clearly came down the mountain to end karmic ties, so why was he creating more and more karma now? The biggest trouble was the church. They had not made a move yet. What were they waiting for? Suddenly, something brushed past him. Lang Fan became alert. Someone there. Before him, Sophia appeared and spoke. Long time no see, Lang Fan. He immediately recognized it as an illusion. How did she know he was here? She smiled. Do not forget the three great families of Huaxia were all her people. Finding him was easy. Lang Fan handed her the soda bottle. Dressed so revealingly, was she not afraid of the cold? She blushed and took it. What was he doing? He really did not understand romance. He turned away. He understood but did not want to understand her. They were enemies. Sophia said she came today to give him a chance to turn an enemy into a friend. He sat down on the sofa and opened the soda can. Is that so? Is a chance to betray the homeland also called a chance? She leaned in, tempting him. Do not put it so harshly. If he was willing, she would hand half of Huaxia over for him to rule. How about that? Lang Fan pretended, saying that was actually quite tempting. Sophia's eyes lit up. She could promise him. Just before she could finish, he slapped her. Lang Fan looked at her with hatred, but he had an itchier hand. He would not be satisfied without a fight. Sophia turned hostile. Fine, let us see if he'd pass this test. Come out here. Before Lang Fan, three girls appeared. Sophia introduced them. These were the highest-ranking female envoys. They would show him what paradise was. Sophia waved her hand to order. Go, drain him dry so he becomes completely a man of the church. The female envoys surrounded him. Lang Fan still joked calmly. Could you not use positive energy? Were all people of the church so gloomy? They closed their eyes, creating a purple-colored light. Lang Fan was confident, so they were not demons. Then let him fight to his heart's content to make their face swell bigger than their chest. The light rays created by the female envoys grew stronger and stronger. Sophia said smugly, their technique was not as he imagined. No man could escape it. The purple rays suddenly turned into floating bubbles surrounding Lang Fan. He began to wonder what these things were, why he could not feel even a hint of hostility from them. Lang Fan looked at the bubble floating before him, which also contained the aura of the old monkey he had defeated on the mountain. Suddenly that bubble exploded. Only then did Lang Fan realize something was wrong. Was this bone poison? Indeed, it had not awakened like the old monkey. Unable to win, so it resorted to tricks. He hurriedly reached up to cover his nose, sure that this thing would poison and knock someone out. Breathing it in meant death. A female envoy spoke from within the bone smoke. This bone smoke could not be avoided simply by covering the nose. Sophia pursed her lips and blew a soft breath. The female envoys vanished. After the bone smoke cleared, four extraordinarily beautiful girls appeared. Lang Fan wondered silently. Clearly it was a blinding gas, but they did not attack. What exactly was the meaning? He saw a familiar figure emerge from the smoke. She had arrived. Lang Fan was stunned to realize who it was. Zhao Jiaqi, why did you come here and dressed like this? Sophia observed. This technique was created to target men. No man was not a womanizer. In the illusion, the four longing and admiring girls would throw themselves into his arms. No one could resist. Lang Fan realized there were other people appearing. There were even more. Sophia was amused. Who would the second girl be? She was somewhat curious to see if it was herself. Lang Fan was astonished again. Zhao Jiaqi, how could there be another person? Sophia was surprised to see the second one appear. She was displeased. Impossible. How could there be such a faithful person? I absolutely do not believe it. Sophia was bewildered to see three identical people. She broke into a sweat when all four were the same person. As for Lang Fan, he began to get suspicious. Why were there so many Zhao Jiaqis today? He immediately realized they were just illusions. Without hesitation, Lang Fan raised his hand and blasted them far away. The female envoys lay scattered around. Lang Fan said triumphantly, any more tricks? If not, I will shatter your illusions and hand these four over to the National Security Bureau. Lang Fan tugged at Sophia's clothes. This realistic illusion is probably your technique, right? Shattering it will hurt you too, is that not so? Sophia was worried. She did not expect him to know this. If the illusion was destroyed, she would be bedridden for at least 3 days. Lang Fan seemed to see through her anxiety. but I could choose not to shatter the illusion. I could even let you take those 4 away. Sophia looked up at Lang Fan. What do you want to know? Lang Fan asked suspiciously, what conspiracy is your church actually plotting? Why have you still not made a move against me? Sophia feigned confusion. Do you really think we made such a big fuss just to find you for revenge? Lang Fan truly did not understand. What do you mean? The image of the Pope appeared along with Sophia's words. May as well tell you, our target is Huaxia. The fertile land and countless treasures are what the church really wants. She opened her eyes wide, and you are just an excuse to launch an invasion of Huaxia. Lang Fan immediately threatened, Huaxia is not as simple as you think. You will pay the price. Sophia seemed to have anticipated this. I know. That is why we have not made a move yet, because our high priest is still breaking through. Lang Fan asked again, breaking through, huh? Sophia said, I have already answered your question. I cannot answer the second one. She and the female envoys began to float upward. We will meet again. Lang Fan, not joining the church is a lifelong loss for you. Suddenly, something made her stunned. What is going on? Lang Fan was holding her calf. What are you doing? Let me go. You clearly agreed. And he pulled her leg hard downward. Get down here. Sophia turned back to look at Lang Fan in panic. You did not keep your promise, shameless. Lang Fan's expression was extremely firm. Huaxia has a saying that he planted his foot on Sophia's face. Then Lang Fan stomped his foot heavily on the floor. Wearing shoes makes one invincible under heaven. With the female envoys lying in a heap, Lang Fan pulled out his phone and dialed, Hello, National Security Bureau. I have caught church spies. Come and deal with them. He said into the phone, that high priest is breaking through. Even though I have gained insight, my strength has not yet seen a level up. I need to think. Suddenly there was a call from outside the door. Brother Lang, are you home? Was Han Wen. Why did she come here? She seemed a bit shy. I still feel I have to treat you to a meal, otherwise I keep feeling uncomfortable. Lang Fan perked up. Since he was free now, might as well go eat happily. At the restaurant, Lang Fan ate so fast that bowls piled up. Han Wen smiled wryly. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. 2 girls at the next table gossiped. Is that not Lang Fan? Eating with that ugly girl. Seeing this, Bai Xiaojiao raised her phone and took a photo. Then she schemingly sent the picture to Zhou Jiaqi. Done, she smiled very smugly. She even turned to Wei Wei to boast about her scheme's success. Finished. Zhao Jiao excitedly called out, Boss, 2 more bowls of noodles. Finishing this made me so happy my stomach blossomed. Wei Wei worried, what if Lang Fan finds out you tattled later? Xiao Jiao closed her eyes. This is tattling. If you do not want others to know, do not do it. At the apartment, a message was sent to Sister Shijiaqi, asking if that was Brother Lang Fan. Jai Qi had just finished showering, a towel wrapped around him, and showed it to his sister. She was a little surprised, because it was not Lang Fan but a stranger. Jai Qi's eyes suddenly widened. This was Yang Yilayan said, let me take a look. At the restaurant, Lang Fan said to Han Wen, Brother Lang Fan has found a new girlfriend. An angry voice came from that apartment. Lang Fan. After eating, Lang Fan and Han Wen went home together. I'm here. Han Wen blushed as she looked at Lang Fan. He seemed not to understand her intention. She thought in confusion, would he invite me upstairs? Confessing here is not very appropriate. Lang Fan interrupted her thoughts. Aren't you going home? Han Wen wondered, aren't you going to invite me up to play? Lang Fan said bluntly, forget it. It's late. I need to sleep. Stop messing around. Han Wen seemed disappointed. Oh? Lang Fan turned his back, waved his hand. Goodbye then. Han Wen stood behind, clenching her fists. Finally she gathered her courage. Lang Fan, I like you. Lang Fan's reply left her frozen. Hey, I don't like you, thanks. Han Wen was stunned. Thank you. Lang Fan was on the phone. Did you hear that? I rejected her. I only like you. Person on the other end was Zhou Jiaqi. Yang Yi was worried. Big sister Gai Qi's head seemed to be steaming. Lang Fan wondered, how did you know I ate with someone else? Lang Fan continued, I see. Next time ask Xiao Jiao why. Is she jealous of other people's romance? Lang Fan asked himself, was I too ruthless? Zhao Jiaqi was still idle. Whoever doesn't know to eat, drink, and sleep well is a fool, you dummy. You're the one who needs to be careful. After saying that, she immediately hung up. She closed her eyes, her face slightly red. Really? Yang Yi spoke up, you're the one who needs to be careful. Zhao Jiaqi called out her name indignantly. Lang Fan stood in front of his door. Thank you, Zhao Jiaqi. He grabbed the doorknob. As soon as he entered the house, Lang Fan sensed the abnormal atmosphere. Suddenly, something shot past and grazed his face. That thing pierced through the wall. Lang Fan yelled, who's there? A man in a white suit holding a gun. He said, lucky you dodging that strike. Lang Fan asked, who are you? Someone from the church? Did the saintess send you? He aimed the gun at him, repeated, saintess. He said arrogantly, she is not worthy. Lang Fan thought to himself, this guy is different from the previous ones. He flew up, ready to kick, planning to play with him a bit longer. A loud explosion came from the apartment in the building. Lang Fan and that man were obscured in a cloud of dust and debris. Lang Fan reached his hand behind the man's back. The opportunity had come. A gun barrel was pointed directly at Lang Fan's head. He froze. The man's gaze was sharp, very fast, but I am faster. The gunshot rang out. He sneered, "It's over." The bullet pierced through Lang Fan's head, but it was only an afterimage. His voice came from behind him, "I'm right here." Lang Fan held a lightning bolt, flying straight at the man. Lightning bolt struck the side of the gun horizontally. An extremely loud explosion sounded. Lang Fan realized something was off. This guy had hidden his move. He leaned against the wall. "Didn't expect you to be this strong. I truly underestimated you." Lang Fan looked at him, said, "Your true identity. Do you also want to seize Huaxia territory?" He laughed. "Villain, haven't heard that childish term in a while. You're strong, but..." He raised his hand. "I'm not weak either." Lang Fan felt all the spiritual energy draining from his body. He dropped to one knee, his strength seemingly sapped away. He watched him fall to his knees. "I hid a bit of demonic holy light in the contagion. How does it feel to be corroded?" Lang Fan was surprised. "Demonic realm power? You're not from the church?" He pointed the gun straight at Lang Fan again. "I am a hunter of evil, belonging to neither the church nor the demon realm. Whoever disrupts the balance of the world, I destroy. Aside from the explosive gun, I will wipe all of them out." The bullet flew past Lang Fan's head. He stretched out his hand and caught the bullet mid-air. The man's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just seen. Lang Fan held the bullet, his expression full of confidence. "Even without spiritual power, this thing is still very slow before me. You people have misunderstood the Huaxia ability users far too deeply." That man panicked. "What exactly are you? No wonder the church said you were..." Lang Fan asked back, "Are they saying I am a threat to world security?" The man's eyes blazed with anger. "No matter what, I must kill you here. I absolutely will not let you bring disaster to the world." He yelled loudly, his arm erupting in raging flames. His clothes disintegrated, and his entire upper body burst into fire. His body was completely engulfed in flames. Lang Fan clapped his hands, his voice full of mockery. "Impressive. You even know how to transform." He said, "I used the power of a fallen angel, trading my soul for this ability. After I kill you, I will die too." He charged at Lang Fan, "But I do not regret it." From his hand, an extremely powerful beam of light shot out. The light pierced through the apartment and shone straight into the sky. Lang Fan was astonished. Such great power. It is even 10 times stronger than the innate true power of the Zhao family ancestor. He lunged again from behind. "You cannot dodge this move." Lang Fan put his hands in his pockets. "Since you say I am evil, let me ask you." His gaze swept over the man. "What gives you the right to judge me?" He thrust his blazing arm forward, charging straight at Lang Fan. He shouted, "You have harmed this world. Having great power that can overturn the rules is evil. Wanting to struggle on when on the verge of death is also evil." Lang Fan retorted, "Have I ever harmed an innocent person? Is having great power evil?" The man seemed at a loss for words and stammered. Lang Fan pressed on, "Then you should destroy all ability users, destroy the church, and destroy yourself." He was bewildered. Destroy myself?" Lang Fan smiled lightly. "Do you not have great power? Can you not harm the world?" He slowly reverted to his human form. "But," Lang Fan said gently, "think it over. You are not a bad person, and I do not want to create messy karma." Burn marks on the man's skin began to heal on their own. Lang Fan put one hand in his pocket and turned to walk away. "This place is a total mess. I will have to find somewhere to crash for the night." Suddenly, a glowing orb appeared beside the man. "Have you been persuaded by the evil hunter? His power is different from yours. If it gets out of control, the whole world will pay the price." The man wavered, "But he just healed me. Besides, having great power does not necessarily make one evil." The orb continued, "Great power is not evil, but power that is too great is evil, because no one can contain him. If you give up now, you will lose your last chance." A scene of destruction appeared. "Do you want these prophecies to come true? The city destroyed, children orphaned, ordinary people slaughtered." The orb kept persuading, "Do you want that to happen?" Lang Fan looked at the wreckage in the apartment. "Everything is smashed. How can I sleep here?" Suddenly, Lang Fan was startled by a thread that brushed past his face. He realized the threads of his karma were becoming tangled. One particular thread caught his attention, as it was turning blood red. Lang Fan turned his head. "Is it you?" The man in flames appeared again. "This time I must eliminate you." Lang Fan mused. "It seems my master was right. I should still review his teachings in my free time." The man lunged furiously. "Too bad. You have run out of chances. I do not care what your master said. For this world, disappear." Lang Fan spread his hands, and a violent surge of energy erupted. "Master said, talk alone cannot win arguments. Or else, what are fists for?" Lang Fan clenched the lightning bolt. "I did not understand that day, but now I get it. Talking too much really is useless." The man charged forward, shouting, "Die!" Lang Fan swung the lightning bolt up. "Master, I finally understand a little." A blinding flash of light shot from the apartment into the sky. "No wonder you said that." An image of his master appeared. "You are too stubborn. One day you will truly step into the crowd and reunite with your parents and family." Lang Fan kept one hand in his pocket and held the lightning bolt in the other. "It is over." The man was split in two from the top of his head. "The first time I spared your life because you were a good person." Two halves of his body gradually disintegrated. "But with me there is no second time." Lang Fan stood and watched for a while. His eyes suddenly noticed something. Lang Fan looked at the man who was fading away. "Has it already been severed? Looks like this guy was not all that good himself. He does not even have one person willing to avenge him." Suddenly, something crawled out from the part of his body that had not yet dissolved. It was a floating red head, useless trash. Granted the power of the High Priest, and still got killed. You have lost all face for us Western ability users. That head was slightly startled when Lengfan asked if it was the one behind manipulating everything. It immediately snapped. How could that be? You cannot possibly see me. Lengfan's eyes blazed. All demonic arts and evil spells cannot bypass the celestial perception techniques of Huaxia. That head hurriedly flew away. So what? Live long enough and one day I will kill people, I will come back. But a ray of light split the fleeing head in two. Lengfan pinched, 2 fingers in the air. Destroying this avatar will also injure your main body. Stop. I still have to go to university. Lengfan leaned back on the sofa. Troublesome things happen every day. Is this the feeling of karmic entanglement? Suddenly his phone rang. It was a message from Xiao Jiao. You playboy radish. How did Sister Shu Jiaqi teach you a lesson? Lengfan finished reading the message. Xiao Jiao, you tattletale, I haven't come for you yet and you still dare to come. I have to think of a way to teach her a lesson. Lengfan's face suddenly lit up. Got it. Thinking this, he tapped on his phone. Since that's the case, I might as well go with the flow. Xiao Jiao was lying in bed looking at her phone. She saw that he had replied. Let me see how he replied. He must have been taught a lesson by Sister Shu Jiaqi. Right, serves him right for daring to offend this young lady. Suddenly, Xiao Jiao's eyes widened at what she read. Because of your messing around, Xiao Jiaqi wants to break up with me. I'm very sad. Come out drinking with me tomorrow. I have no friends in this city. Xiao Jiao blushed. This guy is pretty good. Decent looks, strong ability. Although a bit clueless, he definitely won't fool around and cheat. A message from Xiao Jiao, fine. But it's not because I care about you. It's just to see your pitiful state. Lengfan was pleased. Very good. Took the bait. Just wait until I meet you tomorrow. See how I handle this. When Xiao Jiao appeared, all the male students turned to look. That girl is so cute. Is she your girlfriend? No looking. You can only look at me. Is there a chance to get her number? Xiao Jiao was waiting for Lengfan while feeling annoyed. What kind of person is he, making a beauty like me wait so long? How detestable. Suddenly a car sped up in front of Xiao Jiao. Who is that, daring to drive on campus? It was Jiang Yang. Xiao Jiao, waiting for someone. Come out for a ride with me. I've been chasing you for so long. You need to give me some response. Xiao Jiao put her hands on her hips. Jiang Yang, if you don't want a beating, get lost. He stuck his head out. Don't be so cold. You know backgrounds of our families. If I tell Uncle bye, he'll definitely marry you off to me. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but curse. You think too highly of yourself. You're just a good-for-nothing living off your parents. Jiang Yang gritted his teeth. A good-for-nothing. Past scene flashed in his mind. Suddenly a slap landed straight on Jiang Yong's face. It was a middle-aged man. A piece of trash, you. How can you inherit the Jiang family? Get out of my sight. Jiang Yong opened the car door and got out. He walked up to Xiao Jiao. The old man scolding me is one thing, but you, just a girl, what right do you have to talk to me like that? Xiao Jiao tensed up. What do you want to do? Don't forget I am an awaken. Jiang Yong's face transformed into a bird's head. And don't you forget I'm an awaken too. He made himself huge. Jiang Yong's shadow completely covered Xiao Jiao. He raised his claws. Xiao Jiao, insulting me comes with a price. The people around started to panic and awakened. Are they going to fight? Hurry and find the security department. That guy looks so scary. I want to watch a bit more. A group of youths were still chattering. He has a point. You might not even see this at the zoo. And an awakened is about to bully a pretty girl. What if her skirt gets torn? The youths didn't stop. I have to watch the excitement. Move out of the way. I'm about to record this. Don't shove. I was here first. Nonsense. I was clearly here first. Xiao Jiao was flustered. Are you sure you want to fight me under these circumstances? The bird head was still clear. What, are you scared? If you're scared, admit you're a good for nothing and get lost. Xiao Jiao raised one hand. Xiao Jiao stood tall. A wisp of green light gathered in her hand. In my Xiao Jiao's dictionary, there is no such word as fear. She charged straight at Jiang Yong. Watch this. This is the difference between you and me. Jiang Yong also raised his claws. How could I lose to a girl? Lengfan stood watching the crowd, wondering what they were doing. Is someone performing a chest-breaking stone act, or is a celebrity live streaming out here? He thought the meeting point with Xiao Jiao seemed to be right there. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Lengfan squeezed through the crowd. Brothers, please make way. I'm the main character. 2 youths protested. If you're the main character, then I'm his father. Everyone's a main character. This morning my mom said I'm the most handsome guy in the world. They glared fiercely. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Get lost. Lengfan closed his eyes. Fine, since you don't believe me, I will prove it. He took a stack of cash out of his pocket. Look clearly. The 2 youths happily took the money. Go ahead and watch. Go ahead and squeeze. Lengfan asked. Is it enough? If not, I'll take it back. Enough. You are the main character. Lengfan calculated silently. Must remember to bill this money to Xiao Jiao. Although I'm not short of cash, spending someone else's is the right way. Lengfan saw Xiao Jiao fighting with Jiang Yong. She really is in a fight. Jiang Yong sighed in relief. That was close, too close. Xiao Jiao echoed him. What a pity, so close to tearing it. Leng Fan crossed his arms and said, two idiots fighting, what's there to watch? Might as well watch monkeys in the mountains. The two youths behind objected, you must not know the situation. Do we look like we're here to watch a fight? If you're so good, go try fighting yourself. Leng Fan asked back, then what are you here to watch? He raised his index finger. Buddy, let me teach you. Xiao Jiao was flying through the air. Look. Xiao Jiao landed on the ground. This is really exciting. Fan broke out in a cold sweat because of these youths. He kept saying that their welfare was about to run out. The crowd stirred again, saying what did he want to do? Calling the teacher over was useless. He was going to ruin this competition. They absolutely would not allow it. Leng Fan looked up because just two more moves and that boy would lose. The group of youths got noisy again. Impossible, I don't believe it. Clearly the two sides were trading blows back and forth. Xiao Jiao spoke up, you lost. A flash of blue light from Xiao Jiao shot straight forward. Ah, how ironic. It seems the title of trash still belongs to you. The group of youths was astonished. How did you know? Leng Fan replied coldly. This was obvious at a glance. They took turns repeating Leng Fan's line. This was obvious at a glance. Was this really obvious at a glance? Xiao Jiao turned away coldly, telling him to go train for a few more years. His current skills were only enough to bully ordinary people. Xiao Jiao silently compared in his head. This guy was not worth comparing to Leng Fan. He didn't know where he got the confidence to challenge him. Jiang Yong called out from behind, making Xiao Jiao turn his head. Wait, Jiang Yong with a look of unwillingness said, I haven't lost yet, I can still fight. Xiao Jiao put his hands on his hips and said, what else can you fight? Even 100 more tries would end in defeat. Jiang Yong shoved his hands into his trouser pockets. I must. Pulled out a red bottle. I must win, I am not trash. The crowd murmured, is that doping? Probably, or Red Bull, I'll guess concentrated juice. Leng Fan touched his chin. That was... Leng Fan quietly recognized it, the smell of violent rage pill. A type of pill that forcibly stimulated power for a short time, but after its effect wore off, the user would temporarily lose all their strength, and the most terrifying point was... Leng Fan continued thinking. During the drug's effect, the user would lose their reason, fully activating frenzied emotions, turning into an uncontrollable person. Jiang Yong muttered, Father, I am not trash, I am not. The image of his father appeared along with scolding words. Unable to even reach 5th rank superpower, you are 24 years old. With strength like this, how can you inherit the Jiang family? Jiao Jiao from the Bai family is about to reach 4th rank. Are you even worthy of being a son? Jiang Yong brought the bottle to his lips and drank it all. He threw the empty bottle to the ground, shattering it completely. Xiao Jiao was confused. What did you drink? Spit it out quickly. My dad said eating randomly will make you stupid. Jiang Yong's entire body suddenly burst into flames, claws growing from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Jiang Yong roared, I am not trash. Xiao Jiao was surprised by Jiang Yong's new appearance. That guy's aura was several times stronger than before. The crowd murmured, he looked just like a superhuman. Clearly he had activated blood rage. Leng Fan frowned and said to Xiao Jiao, back off, he has lost his reason. Fighting a madman is not logical. Xiao Jiao disagreed, saying how could she run away in front of Jiang Yong? This thing, she could take it down in one hit. Jiang Yong's fist flew straight at Xiao Jiao's face. Xiao Jiao panicked. How was this guy so fast? Having her face slapped before she even finished speaking. How could she face Leng Fan and herself later? Xiao Jiao began to fear. This punch would surely smash her face. No, please, her beautiful face. Suddenly, a man appeared blocking Jiang Yong's path. He shouted, raising a hand against a girl. Revealing your superpower identity before ordinary people, you have made a grave mistake. He threw a punch at Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong was sent flying backward from the punch, roaring to retaliate. That was the head of teaching affairs at the Imperial Capital University, Zhang Wei. Don't dare touch my students. The crowd got excited. It's Teacher Zhang from the Teaching Affairs Office, so cool. Even though they said not to reveal superpowers, he was still exceptionally cool. Zhang Wei seemed to realize something. He turned and shouted at the group of youths, all of you get lost. Anyone still watching will have their points deducted. Forget about graduating. The group of youths immediately turned and ran away. Zhang Wei approached and asked Leng Fan and Xiao Jiao, aren't you two leaving yet? Xiao Jiao hesitated. Leng Fan interrupted. Teacher, you can't. I don't think you can beat that guy. While Zhang Wei was speaking, a punch flew straight at his face at lightning speed. What nonsense are you talking about? He immediately stepped back to dodge Jiang Yong's punch. Jiang Yong hooked a reverse punch from his other hand straight up at Zhang Wei's face. He fell to the ground with a thud, dust and smoke billowing. Jiang Yong turned around with a face full of fury. He charged towards Xiao Jiao and Leng Fan. At this moment, Xiao Jiao was terrified. How is this possible? This is bad. The speed is too fast. Lang Fan remained calm and taunted Jiang Yang, truly weak but loves to show off. Jiang Yang roared and launched another punch at Lang Fan's face. Lang Fan countered, next time remember to improve your strength before taking the drug. Forcing it like this. When you wake up, all the meridians in your body will be severed. Lan charged in, and Jiang Yang fell backward. Lang Fan full of confidence, the big shots like this style, Lang Fan needs support, I'll lead. Jiang Yang lay sprawled on the ground, everything was done. Lang Fan turned his head to look at Xiao Jiao, you can go now, I forgot what you came here for. Lang Fan walked away, it's this early, should he eat a bowl of snail noodle soup? Wait. Xiao Jiao ran over to ask Lang Fan, earlier you said after Jiang Yang wakes up, all the meridians in his body will be severed. Lang Fan calmly replied, exactly, such powerful medicine not costing a price would be unusual, the world is always fair. Xiao Jiao suddenly asked anxiously, then do you have a way to cure him? He is my cousin, I just like to tease him. Lang Fan pointed to his head, do you see a divine light on the back of my neck, the kind with rings around it? Xiao Jiaongu looked closely, there was nothing behind his head. Lang Fan continued, so that is right, I am just an ordinary person, not an immortal. Now quickly take him to the hospital, he can still be saved, late then it will only be a funeral feast. Actually Lang Fan thought to himself he had a way to save him, but that woman slandered him in front of Zhao Jiaqi, she had made an enemy of him, and he held a grudge. As he walked, Lang Fan thought, there should be a good street stall outside. There was a commotion among the tree branches. Lang Fan started to pay attention. Lang Fan turned around, stop jumping. I know you, Master Zhang Wei. He joked, I was just trying to create a fun atmosphere. Zhang Wei jumped down, indeed you are the Lang Fan who has been causing a stir in the capital recently. Lang Fan interrupted, stop the flowery talk. What is the matter? Zhang Wei began, I do have a favor to ask, you are indeed a straightforward person. Lang Fan frowned, do not call me brother, I have long admitted defeat to you. Master says I am still a child. Zhang Wei coughed a few times, then Lang Fan, the Zhang family has a big problem. Then he looked straight at Lang Fan, asking you to go and pull out a sword. Lang Fan was surprised, sword? Pull out a sword? Can you not go pull it out yourself? Zhang Wei explained, it is a cursed sword. It is stuck in the ancestral land of the Zhang family, preventing us from breaking through to the innate realm. For generations, our family has suffered its curse. He grabbed Lang Fan's hand and said, to pull out the sword requires a powerhouse above the innate realm. We cannot invite one now, so we can only rely on you, Brother Lang. Lang Fan looked embarrassed. This person had just met him for the first time. Even if he would study at this school in the future, there was no need to start flattering him for free now. Zhang Wei continued to persuade, as long as you pull out the sword, at Capital University you can walk sideways or crawl. I guarantee your graduation. Lang Fan was not interested. I do not have a diploma yet. How I graduate is none of my concern. Besides, what does a degree from this school mean to me? Zhang Wei, the teaching director of the top university in Huaxia, now completely doubted his life. It turned out years of work were all in vain. Zhang Wei closed his eyes and lowered his head. I understand. I will use something better in exchange for Brother Lang's help. Lang Fan was surprised. Something better? Zhang Wei made a different offer. To be honest, I have an older sister born in 1979. She is still unmarried. Lang Fan immediately turned and ran, farewell. Zhang Wei chased after him. Wait! Zhang Wei still called out, born in 1979 is not that old either. Lang Fan. No, brother-in-law, do not run. Lang Fan hid behind a wall. Zhang Wei was still searching everywhere. Lang Fan broke out in a cold sweat. Scared me to death. It felt like he did not come to ask for help but to peddle his sister. No, to peddle his old aunt. Lang Fan's phone suddenly rang. A voice from the phone. Hello, is this Lang Fan? I am Elder Su. Come to my house for a meal. My son is back. You two meet and get to know each other. Lang Fan thought as he listened. Elder Su's son was rumored to be the top figure in Jiangnan province. But strange, he should not be back in the capital at this time. A friendly voice came from the house. Lang Fan, you finally came, hurry up and eat. Su Jiaguo shook hands to greet. Hello, I am Su Jiaguo. Thank you for treating my father's leg. I have always wanted to thank you in person. Lang Fan shook hands, no need for formalities. I have heard of you, you are young and talented. Contrary to his hospitable appearance, Jiaguo thought to himself, this kid was not as simple as his father said. Lang Fan looked at Elder Xu. Elder Xu, you must have something to ask me. It is not just for a meal, right? Elder Xu raised his glass. You have become smarter lately. We have found the location of the church's holy maiden. The three of them sat at the table, but the place she is hiding is a bit troublesome. Lang Fan said while chewing, no problem as long as she is still in Huaxia. I will catch her and bring her back to you. Elder Xu continued, currently she is hiding in the Sidu family home. Lang Fan froze. Elder Xu raised his hand to his mouth. Did you not say you wanted to go catch her? Why are you silent now? Lang Fan swallowed a gulp of saliva. Lang Fan wondered, the Sidu family hiding the church's holy maiden. Does that mean they have betrayed? In his mind, he worried the Sidu family was Zhou Jiaqi's maternal family. Elder Xu swirled his glass, not sure. At least it cannot be concluded yet. We also do not know their stance. Logically, they should not help an outsider. Lang Fan stood up. I will make a trip. What is there to be afraid of? enough. Asking will make it clear. Elder Xu asked further, so if they have betrayed Huaxia, what will you do? Lang Fan did not hesitate. Do what needs to be done. Hearing this, Elder Xu clapped his hands. Good. Do what needs to be done. You understand righteousness clearly. I will give you one more piece of information. Suddenly, Jiago interrupted. I heard the Sidhu family possesses an immortal treasure. If that thing exists, you will face difficulties. Elder Xu glared at Jiaguo. This kid dares to interrupt his father. Lang Fan wondered, an immortal treasure from which immortal? Jiaguo explained the 33 golden relics of the 7 treasures sacred record of the noble supreme devota the great king. Elder Xu suddenly burst out laughing, making Jiaguo freeze and ask, Father, what are you laughing at? Elder Xu waved his hand in the air. If the Sidhu family had such an immortal treasure, why would they need to cooperate with the church? If it were real, they would have been a mid-tier family long ago. You talk big all day. But Lang Fan seemed to lean towards Jiaguo. No, what you said might be true. He remembered his master's instruction, that after descending the mountain he must be careful. The information left behind below had many secret treasures in the mortal world. Master looked very serious. Anything that unleashes its power was not something he could resist. Lang Fan recalled the memories with his master, the heaven-piercing realm, secret treasures. Master, what are those things? Master asked Lang Fan, have you ever read fairy tales? Lang Fan scratched the back of his neck. The book The Plum in the Golden Vase I flipped through in someone's room last night, Master. Master turned his head to look at Lang Fan, his gaze shooting sparks. Lang Fan immediately knelt down. Master, I have met my match. This disciple was wrong. Master taught that it was a world where omniscient gods were worshipped by the people. The secret treasures were merely imitations of true divine artifacts. The master's eyes turned stern, but even an imitation possessed power beyond mortal resistance. Lang Fan lingered at the dining table with Elder Xu and his son, recalling the teachings from his master's youth. Then suddenly he pushed off the table and stood up. He turned his back towards the door, saying that this time he would go alone. Elder Xu then asked his son if the kid was being serious, and whether his words were true. Jiagul picked up some food, saying he had only heard some vague rumors and was not certain. Under the shower spray, Lang Fan braced his hands against the wall, thinking if his maternal family, the Zhaojiaqi, had truly committed treason. What should he do? Could he really make a move? They were all Zhaojiaqi's family. After showering, Lang Fan dried his hair with a towel and picked up his phone, seeing Li Yan was calling. Why would she call at this hour? Lang Fan answered, hello. The voice on the other end came through. Is this Lang Fan? Lang Fan sat on the bed. It's me. What is it? Go ahead. Li Yan proposed, I want to invite you to refine a pill. Is that okay? Lang Fan repeated, a pill. Lang Fan recalled, you want to concoct a pill for Jiang Yang, right? Li Yan was surprised he knew that man was injured, and asked if he was in the capital city. Lang Fan confirmed, which made her more anxious. Lang Fan rested his head on his arm, saying it would be useless. Spiritual energy must first warm his meridians, and only then use the pill. You ladies should help him warm up first. Li Yan cheerfully asked if he had agreed. Lang Fan hesitated, feeling strange with his sister. Then he propped himself up to sit. I don't want to talk anymore. Right, tell Dad something for me. Li Yan asked back, what did you say? Tell who for you. Lang Fan hurriedly ended the conversation to hang up. Nothing, just forget it. Beeping sound signaled the call had ended. On this side, Li Yan was still puzzled. Did he just say dad or uncle or what? Lang Fan exhaled. He nearly let it slip. He closed his eyes to calm himself. Don't think about it anymore. There is still big trouble tomorrow. Lang Fan left the house wearing a discreet black baseball cap, heading to the Sidhu residence. A man and a black car were already waiting in front of the house. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Today I will accompany you to the Sidhu residence. Lang Fan asked that man, Zheng Qi, why are you coming with me? Do you want a piece of the pie? The old man crossed his arms. Is there a pie to share here? I am just guiding you. With my status, persuading the Sidhu clan to turn back is appropriate. The old man explained the reason. Elder Xu talked for 3 hours yesterday before I reluctantly agreed to come as a useful person. Lang Fan turned his head. He looked up and saw Elder Xu peering out from the window. Lang Fan silently affirmed Elder Xu was a good person. Zheng Qi turned his back, raised one arm as if to wave goodbye to Elder Xu. Let's go, stop looking. The car began to roll down the road. Zheng Qi warned while driving Lang Fan, I know you are strong, but the families firmly established in the capital are not weak. Lang Fan listened while drinking water. The Sidhu clan might be much stronger than you imagine. Lang Fan looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Noticing the strange look, the old man asked, what are you looking at me for? Lang Fan said, I did not come to cause trouble for the Sidhu clan. Whether they are strong or weak has nothing to do with me. Seeing him rest his chin and look out the window, Zhang Qi thought to himself, this kid is really careless when it comes to matters of the heart. We will have to take it one step at a time. If he gets sucked into a trap, I can only give up on everything. Zhang Qi drove while devising a plan to eliminate this disaster for the nation. The two's car had arrived at its destination, the Sidhu Situ residence. Someone immediately opened the car door. The Situ young master, one of the capital's 4, waiting so early, truly honored and worried. The young man warmly shook hands with Zheng Qi, saying both Master Yun and young Leng were honored guests. They dared not delay. Parted his hands to invite them inside. Please follow me. The clan head has been waiting for a long time. Zheng Kai adjusted his tie and followed. After the last beating, he seemed much more docile. Old man turned his head and subtly reminded Leng Fan, this kid used to be the leader of the younger generation. Now he is subdued by you. The young man gave a wry smile. Master Yun, please no more. Ahead is the living room. The clan head is inside. He thought to himself, was this a disaster or an opportunity? He hesitated. I do not want to be forever beneath others. Leng Fan walked inside, joking that the house of a mid-level family was not bad, much better than the National Security Bureau. The old man scowled. Damn it, he could not refute that. A dignified voice sounded, my honored guests, pardon for not greeting you from afar. The clan head of the Situ family, Shang Tian, appeared with 2 henchmen, asking them what business they had. Shang Tian sat at the table with Leng Fan and Zheng Qi. The old man looked at Leng Fan and said softly, follow the plan. Leng Fan adjusted his baseball cap slightly and gave a grunt of agreement. Zheng Qi stood up and spoke calmly, clan head Situ, greetings. The main reason we have come this time is... Suddenly, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket. He wanted to ask if the family had smoked. This sudden friendliness from Zheng Qi caught the Situ family head slightly off guard. Zheng Qi felt embarrassed. Despite his age, he was completely unskilled at this. He urged silently in his heart, Leng Fan, hurry up. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Leng Fan's eyes. It was his spiritual sense. Those eyes opened wider with a stronger burst of light open. The light from Leng Fan's eyes began to sweep through every nook and cranny. It was every corner of the room they were sitting in. His gaze continued to sweep across the entire compound outside. Then Leng Fan's vision stopped at a room where a girl was lying down. She was lying on the sofa and tapping on her phone. Leng Fan paused for a moment. Around that girl were 3 people in red robes. Suddenly, Leng Fan's gaze swept over one of those 3 people. That person in red robes seemed to sense something strange. He looked up. Leng Fan also widened his eyes as if he had just seen something. On this side, the old guide was still trying to engage the Situ family head in a conversation about cigarettes, saying he usually liked to smoke Huang Lang, and asked what brand he preferred. Suddenly, Leng Fan smiled, took off his hat, and asked the Situ family head if there were guests in his living room. The Situ family head stammered, telling him not to talk nonsense, feeling flustered because that room was very secret. Leng Fan looked calm, saying he would soon see if he was talking nonsense, and asked if he could go over there and greet them now. Situ Shang Tian flew into a rage, shouted that he did not know what nonsense he was talking, and ordered him to be stopped. 2 of his henchmen immediately rushed out to block Leng Fan's path. Leng Fan ignored them, saying, you are people of the Situ family. I do not want to fight. Step aside. Leng Fan clenched his hand into a fist. Zhao Jiaqi was calling continuously. She must have found out about this. He began to feel troubled. She probably did not want him to go and make trouble for her maternal family. Zheng Qi remained seated. He told the Situ family head that the Eastern supernatural world was currently very weak, with no power to fight back against the West. The Situ family head asked him irritably what exactly he meant. The old guide then reminded him, perhaps he had already seen him. He waved the cigarette in his hand, saying, we all know Leng Fan's strength. Have you ever wondered? The old guide put on a mysterious expression and asked who was the one who taught a disciple like him. The Situ family head started to break out in a sweat, asking him what he meant. The old guide continued, the Huaxia supernatural world did not only have this much energy, the country still hid countless masters. The old guide suddenly charged forward and grabbed the collar of the Situ family head. Zheng Qi grabbed his collar and threatened, saying since he had betrayed Huaxia, how could he stand firm in the future? Situ family head glanced to signal his henchmen to back off. Leng Fan was still thinking about Zhao Jiaqi, but he knew he could not avoid it. He had to talk to her about this matter. Leng Fan opened his phone to check. He saw Zhao Jiaqi's message telling him to be careful no matter what he did. He breathed a sigh of relief knowing she was just worried about him. Leng Fan immediately ran off, determined to protect Huaxia if only for Zhao Jiaqi's sake. Leng Fan shot forward at lightning speed, his eyes blazing. He opened a door and rushed straight into a room. Inside, a girl was sitting applying lipstick. Leng Fan spoke, saying, we meet again. How was the prison break? Come back with me obediently to avoid a fight. She replied quite calmly, of course. She slipped her feet into her socks, saying that she had to wait for her to put on her socks first. Leng Fan grew impatient, telling her not to waste time, go or fight. A group of people in red robes raised their hands to stop him, saying it would not be so easy to take the saint away. Leng Fan said to one of the red-robed men, you are very special for having sensed my spiritual sense. He took off his hat, saying Leng Fan was also very special, the first person he had met in Huaxia who used spiritual sense. He flashed a sly smile, saying killing Leng Fan would probably be very interesting. Leng Fan sighed in annoyance, saying everyone from the church who came said the same thing. Did they not have any new phrases? He immediately charged straight at Leng Fan. He leaped up with a sharp green light in his hand. This time it was certain. Leng Fan frowned, quickly ducking to evade the attack. Leng Fan grabbed hold of his arm. He sneered mockingly, asking Leng Fan if he wanted to catch him. He slammed his hand down hard, creating a long gash that overturned the floor. He said they would have to see if Leng Fan could stay alive. Suddenly, something made him turn his head to look back. Leng Fan was already standing right behind him. How interesting, he was very fast. Got close to my face, but I was even faster. After saying that, Leng Fan used one hand to throw him to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was completely subdued. Before he could understand what happened, his back slammed heavily against the floor. Seeing him unconscious, the remaining ones shouted anxiously, "My lord." Sophia stood frozen, watching the scene before her. Leng Fan calmly told her to come with him. Two men in red blocked the girl's path, vowing to protect the saintess with their lives. Leng Fan replied, "Then if I don't touch her, you won't risk your lives." He was worried about something else. If he touched her, Zhao Jiyaki would find out and it would be bad, so he used magic. The two men in red wondered, is there something wrong with this guy? Leng Fan began chanting a spell. Immediately, a giant black shadow appeared behind him. The shadow spread to the feet of the two men in red. What is this? One man swung his hand to try and stop it, quickly block him. The ground exploded. Leng Fan still stood chanting. The black shadow continued advancing toward Sophia. Then the shadow suddenly split into many small branches. Suddenly, the shadow tightly coiled around the two men in red. How infuriating, they could not escape. The shadow continued to surge forward. Sophia was terrified when she saw the shadow coming toward her. What is that? Stay away. The shadow coiled tightly around Sophia's limbs and lifted her up. What is this? Leng Fan flicked his finger, taking her away. The shadow had lifted her up next to the window. Two fingers were making a spell gesture. The shadow tightly binding Sophia suddenly froze. She glanced behind to see who had acted. Do not rush, it was a hand. The man in red whom Leng Fan had knocked unconscious earlier. He was propping himself up to sit. We have not yet settled the score. The girl urged, quickly break the spell, put me down. The shadow immediately coiled tightly around her mouth. Leng Fan was in no hurry to turn around. If you have the skill, you can only take a few more hits. The henchman raised one hand, grabbing his red coat. He roared and tore off the coat. I will see this through to the end. Before the outcome is decided, no one touches the saintess. He tiptoed and then jumped out the window. If you dare, follow me. Leng Fan looked at Sophia, who was tightly bound. I will leave and come back. Do not try to escape. Leng Fan jumped out the window, leaving Sophia tightly bound. Seeing the situation turn more favorable, she thought, a little provocation, and he chased after him. Is this a man? She began to strain herself. Such a small Daoist technique wants to hold me, how knave. Suddenly, the shadow tightened further. It caused her to groan in pain. She glanced at what was binding her. This thing even retaliates. I underestimated it. I have to use that thing. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in the middle of her forehead. Divine manifestation. After a moment, the shadow was burned away and gradually dissipated. In a forest, Leng Fan faced the henchman from earlier. Impressive, you caught up to my speed. Leng Fan replied confidently, that should be my line. He threw a kick. Here it comes, I have to get serious now. Leng Fan caught his leg, is that so? He used both hands to punch him hard in the chest, sending him flying backward. He groaned, blood spurting from his mouth. He was flung high, his back crashing into a tree trunk. But he still had the strength to stand up. Damn it, I will show you that I am invincible. He raised his hand to his chest. A blue glowing cube appeared. This was the key to victory. Leng Fan asked in surprise, what is that? He raised his hand forward. The cube flew straight toward Leng Fan. This grand formation will kill you. The cube burned as it flew with blue flames. Then the entire forest lit up with a green glow. Leng Fan was surrounded by that cube. It was a formation. The henchman raised two fingers to his chest, grinned smugly. Then strong winds began to appear. Leng Fan raised his hand to cover his eyes, and he seemed to notice something. His hands were entangled by a blue light and pulled up. It continued to tighten around Leng Fan's neck. He looked at Leng Fan with a cruel gaze. This formation will steal your power, leaving only a tenth of your strength. Then you won't be able to fight me. Leng Fan looked in surprise at his own hands being held tight. His hands were surrounded by rays of blue light. The lackey raised his hands in delight. Don't waste your effort. This chain does not bind your physical body. It cannot be destroyed. Lan suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder it shattered upon touch. If now only a tenth of the power remains. He smiled softly. Suddenly an extremely strong golden light appeared, connecting his two hands. So I can try that move now, right? Leng Fan asked him if he could really withstand that move. The lackey raised his hand, sneered coldly. I am not an ordinary person to be bullied easily. He shouted loudly. His hands slowly turned black in this area. I can also release all my power now. Then he charged straight at Leng Fan. Die already. Suddenly he disappeared, leaving only patches of black smoke surrounding Leng Fan. Leng Fan looked at the swirling black smoke around him, jumping back and forth. Are you trying to make me dizzy? His voice rang out again. Constantly increasing speed helps me surpass my limits. You have been weakened. You definitely cannot keep up with my speed. This is my strategy. Leng Fan smiled lightly, very reasonable as long as he is fast enough. Leng Fan had not even finished speaking when the lackey appeared right behind him. He rejoiced inwardly, got you. He quickly thrust his arm towards the back of Leng Fan's neck. A leaf brushed Leng Fan's face. He realized he had missed Leng Fan. Suddenly a cold, sharp sword was pressed right against his neck. He was stunned to realize Leng Fan was the one holding that sword. And immediately, Lang Fan stood holding the sword at a distance from him. Lang Fan, sword in hand, your evasion is indeed fast, but unfortunately, he raised his hand to touch his neck, asking how you did it. He began to doubt, you cannot possibly keep up with my speed. Lang Fan raised the sword again, it is very simple. Then he jumped up, swinging the sword at him, just focus. He was startled by a slash from Lang Fan. He charged again, you dodged it, did you? Then let's do it again. The lackey held the wound on his chest. Thankfully, has he really been restricted to only a tenth of his strength? Zheng Qi stood on the balcony with the head of the Sidhu family observing the battle. Head of the Sidhu family, do you see clearly now? Sidhu Shangtian broke into a sweat. This is the power of our Huaxia. Our Huaxia possesses such great power. Old Man Led stood with his arms crossed. Then do you really want to betray Huaxia? The head of the Sidhu family glanced sideways. He worriedly denied, it is not what I want. The head of the Sidhu family explained that the relic of the Sidhu family had fallen into her hands. Moreover, she knew how to use it. He bowed his head slightly, we were forced to submit to her. Old Man Led turned his head to look at the family head, meaning you before Old Man Led could finish his sentence. That is correct, she is holding that celestial treasure. Zheng Qi was surprised, how could this be? But how did that thing fall into her hands? The head of the Sidhu family frowned. Because of one person, a traitor appeared within the family. He clasped his hands before his chest. My third younger brother, Sidhu Kanghai. He led his followers to betray Huaxia and defect to the church. Old Man Led asked again, Sidhu Kanghai is Zhao Qi's maternal grandfather, is that not right? The head of the Sidhu family nodded in confirmation. That is correct. Lang Fan soared into the air, goodbye. He unleashed a slash towards the lackey. His eyes flew open wide. A surge of violent power erupted. A corner of the forest shook. A tree trunk burned fiercely. Lang Fan firmly grasped the sword in his hand. Then he landed on one knee on the ground among the burning trees. Lang Fan touched the invisible wall surrounding him. This thing still cannot be broken. How to open it? Maybe try smashing it. Suddenly the lackey appeared and struck from behind Lang Fan. Lang Fan dodged his arm. He grabbed that arm and wondered, how are you still alive? Lang Fan tore the arm off his body. Lang Fan's eyes flew open. The lackey still stood firm with his remaining arm, while his other arm was in Lang Fan's hand. Lang Fan stared intently at him. Lang Fan slowly knelt down on one knee. How do you feel? On Lang Fan's leg the blue veins bulged prominently. Suddenly Lang Fan caught a pool of fresh blood. He began to panic, not understanding what was happening. The minion gloated, proclaiming himself invincible within this space. His severed arm slowly dissipated into thin air. That part of his arm quickly healed back to normal. He explained that in this space he was immortal. He threw another punch at Lang Fan, taunting that he had no chance of winning. Lang Fan's eyes widened, feeling that everything was highly unusual. Minion's punch sent Lang Fan flying. Lang Fan asked if he had merged with the formation. He sneered, praising Lang Fan for being clever. He spread his arms wide, declaring he had bound his life to the formation, immortal as long as the formation stood. He added, however, that the weakness was that when the formation was broken, he would die too. He said without hesitation that everything was worth it to kill Lang Fan for the saintess. The minion clenched his fist tightly. He yelled loudly, cursing the people of Huaxia. As he spoke, he threw another punch, insisting Lang Fan was unworthy of the Holy See. Lang Fan observed closely, noticing the minion's speed had increased. Suddenly, Lang Fan crouched and dashed quickly towards him. He immediately delivered a powerful kick to his neck. His cervical vertebrae shattered from the kick. A large cloud of dust billowed up. The dust cloud slowly spread outward. Behind the smoke, the minion appeared with his body twisted. He knelt slumped, his upper body wrenched backward. He stood up instantly, sneering that Lang Fan's attack was useless. He waved his hand and two pitch-black spheres flew toward Lang Fan. Lang Fan swung his sword and blew up the two spheres. His hand gripped the sword tightly, ready for battle. Lang Fan's entire body glowed intensely. He admitted he had underestimated his opponent. He remained confident, thinking that Easterners could not understand the power of faith. Lang Fan angrily slashed his body in two with his sword, telling him to shut up and fight. His upper body and head suddenly broke into a smile. His hand reached out, touching Lang Fan's waist. His remaining half-body clung tightly to Lang Fan's waist. He suddenly shouted loudly, calling Lang Fan a lost lamb, banishing him to hell. Lang Fan was startled as a terrifying force descended upon him. When the dust cleared, fragments of human flesh were scattered everywhere. Lang Fan stood there, encased in a violent ring of light. Lang Fan glanced behind him, saying that all his efforts were in vain. The fragments quickly recombined. He declared himself undefeated within the grand formation. Lang Fan calmly repeated his master's words about not casually setting goals. The minion was viciously aggressive, mocking Lang Fan for being stubborn to the point of death. He raised his hand toward Lang Fan, challenging him to break the barrier. The black sphere shot swiftly towards Lang Fan. Lang Fan squinted, staring intently at the incoming spheres. Lang Fan stepped back, praising his cage as not bad but its strength. He lifted one toe, breaking his body to a firm stop. Then he charged forward, striking him with a sword slash, thinking it was still weaker than the iron coffin once punished on the mountain. The minion was sent flying again, his back slamming hard into a tree trunk. He lowered his head, then suddenly became drawn to something. He turned his head to look back at the point of impact, amazed by the grand formation's power. Lang Fan continued his spellcasting, explaining that if the tolerance was exceeded, the formation could be broken. A golden chain wrapped around the minion. Lang Fan humbly repeated his master's words. Lang Fan looked at the bound minion, feeling that he intended to self-destruct. Lang Fan sneered, "Then I would save my strength. If you have the skill, then go ahead." Lang Fan continued, "Uncle, is there something wrong with your head? Who would ever think about self-destructing when everything is fine?" Henchman flew into a rage. "Let's see your luck this time." Lang Fan replied, "First, this afternoon I plan to use a very great force. I had instructed before coming down the mountain not to use it recklessly." Lang Fan began to cast the spell. "Now I can just borrow your cage to test it." Henchman started to panic. What kind of monster is this brat? The center of the formation is starting to collapse. Suddenly more figures in red cloaks appeared. The girls struggled. "We have arrived." They landed on the ground. They tried to block Lang Fan's power. "This guy is too terrifying. He cannot be kept. He absolutely must not be allowed to ruin the Pope's plan." Blazing golden flame appeared. "Has someone come to help?" Lang Fan prepared to raise his sword. "No matter. These monkeys always like to gang up." Henchman's eyes went wide. "This is..." Lang Fan raised the mighty sword to eye level. He slashed down fiercely. A terrifying surge of power shot forth, charging straight at the henchman and the two figures in red cloaks. The henchman screamed and ran fast, taking the Santis away from this place. Surge of power from Lang Fan continued to violently attack Guo Xiang. Everything was immersed in thick dust and smoke. Lang Fan was also startled by this terrifying destructive power. From Lang Fan's position, an area was formed by the power just released. Sima family head was shocked. They were dead. All of them were dead. He could not believe that the cardinal who could destroy Huaxia could not withstand a single blow. He laughed loudly. "Didn't expect me to be this powerful, right?" He placed his hand on the Sima family head's shoulder and said, "Before meeting young Lang, I also didn't expect Huaxia to have someone so strong." He warned the Sima family head, "You should trust the country and stop going down the wrong path." The Sima family head agreed and replied, "Let's go. We'll go to the bag to drain that young woman's power." In the middle of the courtyard, the young woman stopped. "Resistance is useless. Hand over the treasure pagoda. We will let you leave Huaxia safely." The Sima family head confidently challenged, "Your allies have been defeated. You should quickly surrender." The young woman held the treasure pagoda in her hand. "This is something I worked hard to obtain. If you want it, come take it." Sima family head grew angry. This girl is truly arrogant. He stretched out both hands. A surge of power appeared, and he shouted, "Hand over the treasure pagoda now." Suddenly, a man appeared and blocked the Sima family head's attack. Window was knocked outward. The Sima family head gritted his teeth at the newcomer. "Old Simon, I didn't expect you to come too." That was Simon Shenhong, the Simon family head. "Since the saint has come personally, I cannot refuse to help." The Sima family head gritted his teeth. "Simon Shenhong, helping the enemy cause chaos will not end well for you." Simon Shenhong retorted, "Traitor, then what kind of person are you?" Suddenly someone spoke up. "Stop wasting words with them." That was Sima Kanghai. "Quickly finish off these two. There is still official business to attend to." The Sima family head scolded, "Third uncle, why did you do this? How did it come to this? This is betrayal of the clan and the country." Sima Kanghai laughed loudly. "I have been a traitor for over 40 years. Sima Zhenki, still do not understand me?" Elder Xu replied, "I understand your ideals, but your methods are too extreme." Elder Xu continued, "If I let you do as you please, it will affect the foundation of Huaxia." Sima Kanghai sneered, "It is the existence of that rotten bunch that affects Huaxia." He denounced those decaying families who gnaw at the nation's interests. If they are not eliminated, Huaxia cannot prosper. Zhang Qi argued vigorously, "You say we understand, but things must be done slowly. The consequences are unpredictable." Sima Kanghai closed his eyes, raised his hand. "Enough. Too much talk is useless. Young woman, make your move." Meta spoke up and rose up with the pagoda. "Let me test the power of this treasure pagoda." A great flame erupted from Etta's hand. "Come the first sacrifice for the pagoda's manifestation in the world." Elder Chu and the Sima family head tried to withstand it. "What kind of fire is this? The temperature is too high." Elder Chu realized the situation was bad. "If this continues, it will be dangerous." Elder Xu asked frantically, "Lang Fan, have you not recovered yet?" From the sky, a sword shot down. The sword plunged straight into the ground. Lang Fan appeared and said, "Sorry for being late." Lang Fan commanded sternly for the two to step back. "Let me deal with the saintess of the church." The young woman looked down at Lang Fan. "Thought you had run away. Didn't expect you to dare to come back." Her eyes shone brightly. "The Linglong Pagoda is no ordinary item. You may not be able to withstand it." Lang Fan adopted a defensive stance. "Is that so? How will you know without trying?" Sophia waved her hand. "I will grant you death." Lang Fan swung his sword up. "It is useless." They sneered. "Oh, is that so?" A massive wave of fire swept in, surrounding the area. Elder Xu called out loudly, "Lang Fan." Sophia raised the pagoda in her hand. "Even if you have earth-shattering abilities, before the Linglong Pagoda, you are useless." Her face was full of confidence. It is a pity I cannot teach you a lesson personally. Elder Xu yelled, damn it, I will make you pay. A surge of power from Elder Xu appeared. You bastard dogs. Do not think you will leave the Sima residence today. Simon Shenhong said worriedly. Not good, he intends to self-destruct. Sophia spoke up, let me deal with him. Suddenly Lang Fan appeared with his sword. Please, Zheng Qi, do not be angry. I have not died yet. A little warm fire cannot break my defense. Elder Xu was overjoyed. Well done, boy. You scared me to death. If something happened to you, I would have no face left. Lang Fan's eyes flashed with fire. You reap what you sow. If I die, I have no one to blame. Sophia interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. I will show you the power of the Pope's secret technique. Ada began to chant. Lang Fan also eagerly spoke up. He looked straight at the opponent. The pagoda had too many functions. He could not let her use it as she pleased. He raised his sword. Lang Fan slashed down hard on Sophia. Why was it so tough? Suddenly, a strong force knocked Lang Fan away. Sophia spoke again. This thing was not just simply hard. Lang Fan was slammed hard into the wall. Lang Fan could not move. This was not right. How could a Westerner so easily control the pagoda? Sophia continued to clasp her hands in front of her chest, casting a spell. Lang Fan was surprised. Pity for the beloved. He panicked. It was given away. Sophia began to float up. I also know the origin of this pagoda. This thing is suitable for dealing with you. Lang Fan struggled to break free from the restraint. Do not be easily fooled anymore. Once caught by this love rope, even immortals would be useless. Lang Fan thought to himself, the master was right. Even if it was a fake, one should not be stubborn. Sophia lifted Lang Fan's chin, looking at this expression. My boy, you seem really excited. She leaned in close to his face. Lang Fan looked at the pagoda. He discovered a stream of energy nurturing the pagoda. It turned out the source came from Grandpa Zhou Jiaqi. He used his blood essence to connect with the Linglong pagoda. Sophia continued to taunt Lang Fan. Obediently give up. Think of some flattering words. As long as I am happy, I might spare your life. Lang Fan looked at Western Boundless Mercy Sea. Since he began cultivating, he had never seen anyone with such complex karmic good and evil. It turned out Grandpa Zhao Jiaqi was not acting out of fear of the church. Sophia lost patience. I do not have much time. Give me an answer quickly, or else. Lang Fan spoke up. Western Boundless Mercy Sea up. Sima family head did not understand. What was Lang Fan saying? Zheng Qi also found it strange. The third uncle was standing right there. Sima Kanghai nodded. Little friend, you are quite skilled to have discovered me. Lang Fan immediately said, old man, I do not know why you are helping the church, nor do I know your hardships. He continued to persuade, but if the Linglong pagoda keeps absorbing energy, you will not be able to hold on to your life. The old man and the Sima family head were startled. What? Lang Fan was bound tightly, leaning against the wall. Old man, stop this. The Western supernatural community will not keep their word. Sima Kanghai replied coldly, things have come to this. I have no way back. Sorry, little friend. Sophia raised her hand, ready to strike. Lang Fan was bound, thinking of a way to escape. The rope tightened. He had to find a way to break his golden light. As he was thinking, Sophia leaned down, a provocative expression on her face. Still not giving up. Then I will increase the intensity. A surge of power suddenly appeared in his eyes. That power blasted the saintess far away. Lang Fan secretly sent a message to the Sima family head, you go and hold off Sophia for me. Closed his eyes, continuing to relay the message. Zheng Qi, I will try to shake Sima Kanghai's resolve. You find a chance to take him down. Zheng Kai agreed. Alright, this old man will hold her off even if it costs me my life. Sophia was frustrated at being blocked, shouting at the old man to get out of the way. Shang Tian replied, forgive me, but I cannot obey. Lang Fan observed and calculated. Every person had a weakness in their heart. He looked at Sima Kanghai, wondering what the old man would do. Speaking of weaknesses, the first was family. He thought of Zhou Jiaqi. Indeed, even a decisive man would care for his own flesh and blood. Seeing him silent, the old man grew worried. Lang Fan, have you not thought of a way yet? The Sima family head cannot hold on much longer. After a period of deliberation, Lang Fan suddenly asked, have you ever thought about the safety of Zhao Jiaqi? Hearing that name, Sima Kanghai turned his head towards the sound, Zhou Jiaqi. Sophia saw her comrade distracted, attacking while shouting, Sima, old man, your energy is weakening. Sophia looked over at Sima Kanghai, asking loudly, what are you doing? He frowned, his hand resting on his staff, replying, the Pope promised if I help retrieve the pagoda, he will protect my family. Lang Fan seized the key point to refute. Do you believe that yourself? At your age, are you not clear on the ways of the Westerners? Hearing this, Sima Kanghai became agitated. No, Lord, Sophia is not like the people in our country who say one thing and mean another. The words shook him, and his power also weakened. He tried to break the chain. It was about to snap. Just a little more strength. Seeing the effect of his words, he continued, you do not even believe in yourself. How can you believe outsiders will not deceive you? Finally, he widened his eyes and directly concluded, I am afraid that after the Pope gets the pagoda, he will eliminate all of you. That was his fear. Hearing the word eliminate, he could no longer remain calm. They wanted to burn the bridge after crossing the river. He could not let Zhou Jiaqi get hurt. While he was distracted, Zheng Qi had silently moved behind him. Seeing the plan was nearly complete, he shouted loudly, Zheng Qi now. Sensing something unusual behind him, Sima Kanghai turned around, but it was too late. Zheng Qi launched his move, sorry about this, old man. Seeing her comrade careless, Sophia cursed. Damn it, truly a useless old man. Sophia glanced towards him as she fought. Solved, he was dealt with. At this moment, he had already freed himself from the last strand. The pagoda's primal power was immense. Its varied functions truly could not be underestimated. Just as he broke free, Lang Fan immediately grabbed his weapon. Sophia, now it is your turn. Sophia saw that he had freed himself from the bindings and did not hesitate to praise him, not expecting that he not only had great skills, but also a clever mind. Massive surges of power continuously emitted, enveloping his every powerful step. Stop struggling. Without energy supplied to the pagoda, you are no match for me. Sophia was not flustered at all. She raised her middle finger in a curse as she returned the treasure, saying, "It is true I cannot defeat you, but..." Sensing Sophia's intention, Lang Fan became wary. Not good, she wants to escape. Then he quickly raised his weapon high, intending to strike down. With a clang, his sword swing cut through empty air. Sophia had successfully escaped. Before leaving, she left a taunting remark, "If I want to run, you cannot stop me." Lang Fan withdrew his weapon, somewhat frustrated. He still could not keep her, claiming this pagoda was too difficult. The Sidhu clan leader also ran over regretfully. "If my third uncle had not betrayed us, this woman would not have escaped either." He looked at the old man and asked, "Sidhu clan leader, our strength is insufficient now. Can you go support the Daoist?" The old man answered while holding his chest, "I was also injured earlier. I cannot intervene, but Zheng Qi is strong enough to deal with that thieving monk." On this side, the two people Zheng Qi and Salmon Shenhong were still locked in combat, their massive surges of power illuminating the entire area. "Old thief, take this move." The power streamed like lightning, flashing continuously, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Simon Shenhong rubbed his wrist, privately praising, "I have not fought in years. I did not expect you old man to be this strong." Zheng Qi, his body enveloped in lightning-like streams of light, said proudly, "I have been steeped in the first-rank realm for a long time. I am confident that no one of the same level can oppose me." Zheng Qi cast his eyes downward and said, "Unless you can immediately ascend to the innate realm, you might as well surrender now." Hearing this, Simon Shenhong looked at his own hand and wondered, "The innate realm, is it?" He recalled a scene he witnessed in the past, but the power I once saw was far more than the innate realm. Then he channeled his power, emitting radiant crimson light streams. "Want me to surrender? Do not dream." The power stream grew larger and larger, soaring up to strike directly into a man's head. Zheng Qi immediately dashed forward to attack. "How dare you play tricks?" The power stream entered the body, turning it into a withered corpse, its eyes wide open in death. At that moment, the Daoist had already approached him, reaching out a hand forward to deliver a finishing blow. However, Simon Shenhong's body was completely unharmed. Zheng Qi shouted in surprise, "What?" With a bang, he unleashed a move that sent everything around blasting backward. "Scram!" Zheng Qi held his belly and asked, "Simon, old thief, what demonic technique have you used?" He looked proudly at the power surging from his own hand and replied, "This is true power." His eyes turned red, he laughed loudly, full of malice. "Draining others' life force to feed myself is the only way to reach the innate realm and break through it." Having said that, he lunged forward. "Die!" Zheng Qi's eyes widened, seemingly thinking he would truly die here. Suddenly, a power stream intercepted his move. Lang Fan frowned and said, "With me here, you cannot kill anyone." His appearance only infuriated him more. "Fine, then let us see if you can take this move." Seeing him prepare to unleash a stronger attack, his eyes widened. Then he swiftly countered, two powerful golden and black power streams radiating out, the surrounding space seemingly about to tear open. A loud bang echoed. Dust and smoke billowed out thickly. After the white smoke cleared, Lang Fan was still standing straight on the ground. Seeing the situation before him, Zheng Qi anxiously reported, "He is gone again, that old man has escaped." Zheng Qi stood up, disheartened. "I thought he wanted to fight to the death. Who knew it was just a feint? This operation failed to reclaim that pagoda. What a pity." Lang Fan quickly comforted him. "That may be so, but our efforts were not entirely in vain." He turned to look at Sidhu Shanghai lying on the grass and said, "At least we have captured Sidhu Shanghai and prevented the Sidhu clan's rebellion." Zheng Qi looked towards Shang Tian and asked, "Sidhu clan leader, we will take Zheng Qi back for imprisonment and interrogation. Is that acceptable?" The old man immediately replied, "My third uncle colluded with the enemy, almost causing a great disaster. Of course, the state should handle him." Suddenly, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated. Seeing the caller, he was a bit troubled. Why is Zhou Jiaqi calling now? If she finds out I arrested her grandfather, what will she think? He imagined her reproachful expression. Why could you not spare my grandfather? His heart was full of hesitation, unsure how to face her, wondering if Zhao Jiaqi would still care about him. Lang Fan picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Zhao Jiaqi." On the other end, worried inquiries sounded. "Lang Fan, are you not injured?" Zhao Jiaqi chided. "I could not reach you earlier, I was worried sick." He quickly soothed her. "I am fine, I just finished handling the Sidhu clan matters here." After hesitating for a while, he decided to tell the truth. "Your grandfather has been arrested by the National Security Bureau, i.e. A trace of sadness crossed her eyes, but she kept saying, "It is good that you are safe. Grandfather committed such a grave mistake, there was no other choice." She recalled her mother's words, "Zhao Jiki, you must help your grandfather this time." Then she continued telling him, "But my mother still wants to go to the National Security Bureau to make arrangements. She might come to cause you trouble in a couple of days." Leng Fan on this side frowned upon hearing this. "I understand Auntie's feelings. It is just, well, I will personally speak with Auntie when the time comes." She then said reassuringly, "Thank you. I will also try to persuade her. You go ahead and handle your work." Then he hung up, closed his eyes and thought, "At least Jiaki did not blame me. Otherwise, I truly would not know how to face her." Zheng Qi slapped his shoulder in praise. "Leng Fan, if not for you this time, the Sidu clan might have made a grave mistake." Leng Fan replied, "Zheng Qi overpraises me, I just did my best." Then he voiced his concern, "However, the pagoda was stolen by that woman again, I am afraid." Zheng Qi immediately answered, "So what? Without the blood essence empowerment, those Westerners cannot use it again in the short term." Then everyone departed. "Let us go. You are tired today, let us go back and rest." The next morning, at a residential building, Elder Xu stepped in from outside the door, inquiring about Xiaofan's health condition. He replied with a loud laugh, still a bit out of breath, but nothing serious. Seeing Elder Xu's expression, Lion asked tentatively, "Elder Xu, is there good news that makes you this happy?" The greatest joy was the notice from the Security Bureau. After yesterday, they had defeated a large number of Western bugs infiltrating Huaxa. People from those families who had done evil deeds knelt and begged for mercy, swearing never to betray the nation again. Many families that often acted in secret also submitted, not daring to cause trouble. Huaxa's safety was thus more secure. Seeing that his health was not good, that person advised, "Xiaofan, are you really okay? Let me take you to the hospital." He realized his body was injured and spoke up, "It seems I have suffered some internal injuries. Elder Xu, could I trouble you to get some medicinal herbs?" Hearing that he wanted medicinal herbs instead of going to the hospital, Elder Xu was somewhat surprised. "Medicinal herbs are simple, Xiaofan. Do you know medical arts?" Leng Fan replied, "As long as I have the herbs, I will be fine." He quickly wrote down what was needed and then said, "I am troubling Elder Xu." Seeing the characters like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, Elder Xu's eyes dazzled. "What is this?" Although he did not understand, he still agreed. "Alright, I will go arrange it immediately. You rest for now." Sitting alone on the chair, he sighed a little. It was really good to have help. Before on the mountain, he had to gather all medicinal herbs himself. The sky quickly turned to night, the moonlight shining brightly in the black sky. Elder Xu happily opened the door and spoke, "Xiaofan, I am back. Look who this is." Li Yan ran over worriedly to ask Leng Fan, "Are you injured anywhere?" He was also surprised to see the person approaching. "Li Yan." Leng Fan frowned slightly, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Why are you here?" She recounted the events of the previous day. After learning that he had fought a great battle with the Saintess, "My parents and I were truly very worried. I thought I would come over and check on the situation." Elder Xu, standing behind with folded arms, added, "I ran into this girl as soon as I went out. All these medicinal herbs were bought by her. The price was not cheap at all. Moreover, this girl kept asking about your condition the whole way, so you can't say she doesn't care." Hearing this, her face turned as red as a beet, her embarrassment turning to anger. "Elder Xu, you shouldn't say that." Elder Xu teased even more relentlessly. "Why are you embarrassed now? Young people, matters of the heart should." Leng Fan closed his eyes, coughed lightly and said, "Li Yan, thank you, but regarding this gift, I will settle it later in the form of medicinal pills." From his palm a pill furnace appeared. The spiritual energy radiating from it made the two people admire it. "I am increasingly unable to see through you, kid. Is this the legendary pill furnace?" He raised one hand and performed a technique rise. Following that, the medicinal herbs flew into the pill furnace one after another, each step very professional. That series of actions surprised Elder Xu. "Xiaofan, you also know how to refine pills." He lifted the pill furnace, replying confidently, "Not only do I have extremely high talent in the way of the sword, but I also have some insight into pill refining. The medicinal herbs just now were all used to refine a healing spirit pill. Let me refine a healing pill first." Elder Xu could not stop marveling, truly incredible. The medicinal herbs continuously swirled inside the pill furnace, gradually taking form. When he saw it was time, he raised his hand high and shouted, "Gather." Seeing the pill take form before his eyes, he spoke, "Success." Elder Xu stared fixedly at the spirit pill floating in the air, then said in surprise, "I heard that this pill refining technique was lost. I never thought I would be lucky enough to see it with my own eyes today." Then he turned to look at him and scolded, "Xiaofan, do you still have any secrets hidden from me?" He looked at the pill in his hand and replied perfunctorily, "What I know is just a small trick. Elder Xu, don't overpraise me." Hearing that, Elder Xu crossed his arms and turned his face away. "If you are too modest, doesn't that prove that us old people know nothing?" Then Elder Xu left, leaving space for the younger generation. "Alright, this old man will take his leave. We will talk about everything after you recover." Li Yan looked at him and asked, taking this pill requires someone to protect you, right? I will stay here with you. Lang Fan hesitated. Isn't that not very proper? She immediately retorted, there's nothing proper or improper about it. You did a great thing for our family. This is my duty. Since she was sincere and he was also willing, he agreed. Alright, later when the medicine takes effect, I might have chaotic emotions, so I will rely on you then. He put the pill into his mouth. He sat in meditation, closing his eyes to cultivate. But this gift was getting more and more complicated. He hoped it could end quickly. Seeing him silent, she felt a bit speechless. Being alone in a room with me is something many men dream of, but you are this calm. Say it again, my feelings for you are very close, very caring, but it's not romantic love, it's strange. Lang Fan's brows were tightly knitted, cold sweat dripping. Stop, father, mother, everyone, please don't go. Then he comforted himself. Don't be afraid, it will be okay. He lay down, still calling out nonstop. Why did you want to abandon me? Seeing that expression, she called out worriedly, Lang Fan, what's wrong with you? He turned his head to the side, revealing a scar on his neck. Li Yan saw it and was stunned. This can't be. She covered her mouth with her hand, asking herself, why does he have a scar like this? The memories of the past flooded back, the image of her playing happily with her younger brother. She was running and playing, her younger brother chasing after her. Sister, wait for me. Suddenly a tree root raised up, causing her brother to fall, cut by a branch until he bled. She quickly ran over to help her brother up. Don't cry, little brother, let's go home. Li Yan covered her mouth tightly, looking in confusion at the location of his scar and her younger brother's old wound. Why is the scar on the back of his neck exactly the same as my younger brother's? She reached out to touch his scar, asking herself, who are you? Li Yan touched the scar on his neck and murmured to herself, whether you are him or not, from now on, I will take care of you like my younger brother. The sunlight shining in woke him up. After collecting himself, he suddenly remembered. Is it morning? I remember today is the day to meet Zhao and Auntie. A voice spoke up. Lang Fan, are you awake? Li Yan looked at him worriedly. You were trembling the whole night. You only fell asleep in the morning. Is there anywhere you still feel unwell? Didn't expect she was still here waiting, so he spoke. I'm fine now, why haven't you left yet? She lowered her head, replying vaguely. I was just worried. I stayed by your side in case something happened. He sat up with effort and prepared to leave. Thank you, I have some business to attend to. Make yourself at home. She took over and called out loudly Lang Fan. She wanted to confirm if he was truly her younger brother, if he had been on the mountain as a child. Seeing that the question was unclear, she asked again, I'm asking if you remember what your parents looked like. Lang Fan pulled his hood tightly over his head, not turning back, and replied that ever since he could remember, his master had raised him, and he didn't remember his parents at all. After saying that, he left, the door slammed shut, and the room fell into silence. He recalled Li Yan's earlier words about the divide between the two of them. He thought to himself, he had thought coming down the mountain this time would sever the karmic ties. Who knew the relationship would only deepen? Thinking this, he shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away, deciding to stop thinking about it and go meet Zhao first. The scene shifted to a large building, where Lang Fan arrived. While waiting for Zhao, he was restless with anxiety, wondering what if the aunt was angry and wouldn't let him get close anymore. His master hadn't taught him how to handle this. From a distance, a voice called out to him, Lang Fan, over here. She ran over and hugged him tightly, asking if he had been well recently and if he was injured. Lang Fan smiled and replied, Zhao, I'm fine, how are you and your mother doing? Behind her, Tulan walked over and said, Xiao Fan, sorry to keep you waiting, Zhao and I were delayed on the road, I'm truly sorry. He was nervous meeting his future mother-in-law and quickly replied, Auntie, don't say that, I just got here myself. She led her mother inside saying, Mom, don't stand here, let's talk inside, but understanding her mother's worry, she comforted her, saying it was nothing, Xiaofan will come in with us. Seeing the situation was stable, he breathed a sigh of relief because the aunt seemed easy to talk to. At the table, Tulan picked up food for him, telling him to eat more. The food at this restaurant was really good. He smiled and replied, Auntie, you're too kind, but I'm already full. Seeing her mother do that, Zhao stopped her, telling her not to scare Xiaofan. Tulan breathed first. She laughed awkwardly and said she was afraid the hospitality wasn't thorough enough, because now Xiaofan held a special position in the National Security Bureau. Hearing this, he immediately understood the trouble that was coming. She reminded her mother the meal wasn't over yet, to talk later, but she insisted, because the grandfather didn't have much time left. He clearly knew the purpose of the meeting and spoke up first. Auntie, I know you're looking for me because of Zhao Jiaqi's grandfather. He firmly refused, saying that even he couldn't get a pardon for such a big mistake. Tulan's eyes widened with worry, saying that was Zhao Jiaqi's grandfather. There must be a misunderstanding, please help us. Lang Fan was surrounded by those words, covering his ears. Zhao Jiaqi grabbed her mother's hand and pulled it down, telling her not to make things difficult for Xiaofan. The crime of betraying the nation was unforgivable. Lan knelt down to beg, Xiaofan, consider it as me begging you, save Zhao Jiaqi's grandfather. Seeing Tulan kneeling and hugging his leg, Lang Fan awkwardly told her not to do that, and Zhao Jiaqi was also embarrassed. patting her mother's shoulder and telling her to stand up. Dulan stood up and wiped her tears, and Lengfan explained that her grandfather was originally a good person, treating everyone kindly. She covered her face and lamented why he had committed such a big mistake this time. Zhao Jiaqi, with tear-filled eyes, told her mother to go home. There was a reason for everything, and no one could bear the burden for him. Seeing this scene, Lengfan thought to himself it was karma, but compared to Zhao Jiaqi's heart act, touching a little karma was nothing. Then he handed her a tissue. He comforted her, telling her not to be sad anymore. Lengfan added that he would go look into her grandfather's matter. There might be a chance to turn things around. Hearing this, Zhao Jiaqi wiped her eyes and said if it couldn't be changed, then forget it, don't offend anyone. Lengfan retorted, what offense was there? Elder Su and Zheng Qi and the others were very easy to talk to. Dulan bowed her head gratefully, saying this time she truly thanked him. He opened the door and smiled, saying he would go back to the national security first and would contact them when there was news. Zhou Jiaqi ran after him, saying she would see him out. As they walked, she said, Xiafan, I'm sorry for putting you through this trouble. Suddenly, she leaned close to his ear and whispered something. It made both their faces turn as red as tomatoes. Wait until this is over. I'll give you a surprise. After saying that, she ran off, leaving Lengfan stunned with red ears. How was Zhou Jiaqi so like the mother monkey on the mountain in a hurry? Then he let it go, deciding to resolve Sidhu Kanghai's matter first. The scene shifted to the interrogation room, from which arguing voices came. Sidhu Kanghai, if you don't cooperate, I won't be polite anymore. Zheng Qi angrily slammed the table, asking what other conspiracies the people from the church had. Kanghai didn't move, his face tearful, and replied, I'm just a confused old man. I only offered the pagoda to save my own life. He pretended to know nothing. How could he understand any conspiracies? The answer only made Zheng Qi angrier. Old man, you're talking nonsense. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Old Zhang, don't be hasty. That person was Elder Su, who had come with Leng Fan. He said they had been busy for hours. Let Xiaofan try. Seeing Leng Fan arrive, Zheng Qi patted his shoulder and said he was going out for a walk, leaving it to him. Leng Fan calmly pulled out a chair and said, Old man, I know you don't get along with them. Tell me what's on your mind. Zheng Hai asked in surprise, Young man with such high strength, why are you colluding with these old farts? Hearing this, Leng Fan asked back in surprise, In my eyes, Zheng Qi and the others are for the nation. How is that colluding and wrongdoing? He retorted, ridiculous. If they hadn't stopped me that day, how could the Huaxia anomalous community have become so weak? His gaze was firm as he looked at him. Now a single cardinal priest could force me into a corner. The more he spoke, the more resentful Kanghai became, clenching his handcuffed fists. If the initial plan had succeeded, he wouldn't be suffering to protect his family's lives, currying favor with those Westerners. Hearing this, Leng Fan understood the problem, frowning. So it was desperation from the power gap. This problem was easy to solve. He took a red pill and placed it before Shanghai, the old man whose body concealed the aura of a cultivator, and asked him if he knew this pill. Seeing the pill, his face flushed with excitement, and he stammered that he had seen it in his youth, that this was a pill of the immortals, a divine medicine that could revive the flesh and bones of the dead. Hearing that he also knew it, Leng Fan immediately probed further, asking if since he knew this medicine, he must also know the matters of the immortals. The moment the question was uttered, Shanghai became even more agitated, his voice booming as if shouting in his face, asking him what relation he had to those immortals and what Gulun immortal was to him. Leng Fan only calmly explained that he was his master. The two words master startled Shanghai, his eyes bulging as he exclaimed, What? Shanghai could not hide his surprise, saying that those old seniors had already agreed to take action. Leng Fan then replied that his master told him to go down the mountain to train. At this moment, he did not fully understand his meaning regarding going down the mountain to train at this time. He suddenly realized that the immortal must want his disciple to face the Western supernaturals while he himself stood behind to support him. Thinking of this, Shanghai rejoiced, saying that Huaxia was saved. Seizing the opportunity, Leng Fan asked directly if since he had grasped the matter, he could reveal the church's conspiracy. Shanghai smiled and agreed immediately, saying, Of course. Then he shouted with utmost seriousness, calling for old Jian and Elder Su to come to him. Hearing their names called, those two, though very angry, sullenly walked in, Zheng Qi shouting loudly, asking what this old man who wouldn't die was yelling about. Seeing the two acting this way, Shanghai explained for them not to get agitated, to talk about the important matters first. He recounted the whole story from beginning to end, then concluded that the Pope of the Church would personally come to Huaxia to destroy the entire supernatural world. Hearing to the end, Zheng Qi said that if that old man dared to come, he would fight him to the death. Seeing his momentum, Shanghai retorted, saying he was only afraid that his old bones couldn't withstand the torment, and Zheng Qi angrily shouted for him to say that again. Seeing things were getting a bit out of hand, Leng Fan intervened, telling the two old men to stop arguing and that he would deal with this so-called Pope. Elder Su heard this and was somewhat fearful, saying that little Fan, the Pope was more powerful than the cardinal he had faced before. Leng Fan firmly said that he was just an old monk and that he had his own methods. Seeing that determined look, Elder Xu felt a bit more at ease, saying that if he was confident, then he was reassured, and told him to go rest first. Then he looked towards Shanghai, saying, "As for Shanghai's private gambling," before his apologetic gaze, Elder Xu said that considering he had not made any major mistakes and had provided reliable information, the organization had decided to spare his life. Shanghai was very grateful to Leng Fan at this moment, standing up abruptly to thank him. Leng Fan did not care much, only leaving behind a polite remark of, "It's nothing, I did it all for Zhao Jiaqi." As soon as he left the interrogation room, his phone beeped with a notification. Looking at the message, he frowned and asked if Zhou Jiaqi had already arrived at the National Security Bureau. Zhao Jiaqi was currently alone, worrying about Leng Fan, wondering how little Fan was doing. With a worried expression, she frowned and wondered if she would be considered an accomplice of her grandfather and be arrested. As soon as he opened the door, Leng Fan saw Zhou Jiaqi sitting there. He asked in surprise why she came. Didn't he tell her to wait and not worry? Zhou Jiaqi's eyes clearly showed her worry. She said she really couldn't relax, so she came to check. Seeing her worry, Leng Fan told her everything to ease her mind. Said Elder Xu did not make things difficult for him. Her grandfather was fine, and to inform her aunt. Hearing him say that, Zhou Jiaqi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was resolved. Now her mother would not do anything reckless. Leng Fan looked at the time on his phone, then turned to tell her it was late. He would take her home. She looked at Leng Fan's hands and said, "Wait, Xiao Fan." Zhao Jiaqi's face suddenly flushed red. She was about to say something with a shy look, asking him if he remembered she once said she would give him a surprise. Leng Fan turned at this, dumbfounded, asking what surprise was she trying to tease him. And suddenly she lunged forward, catching him off guard. Zhao Jiaqi pinned him down on the sofa, hanging right on top of him. Seeing this, Leng Fan yelped, asking what she wanted to do. Zhao Jiaqi found Leng Fan's reaction amusing. Her face growing redder, she looked at him and said it was not about what she wanted to do, but what he had to do tonight. Hearing Jiaqi's words, Leng Fan's head. Then he suddenly remembered his master's words, wondering what he wanted to do. At that time, his master's gaze was extremely serious, and he had engraved every word his master said. Now they echoed in his mind. His master instructed him to remember, when a woman wants him to do something, he must follow his original intention. Now Zhao Jiaqi's face was close to his, both of them blushing. She said anything was fine. Seeing Zhou Jiaqi on top of him, he silently recalled that saying, "Follow his original intention." Leng Fan seemed not to understand the implication. He blurted out an unrelated invitation to watch the stars together, stunning her into a blank exclamation. The two went up to the rooftop. Zhao Jiaqi crossed her arms and grumbled in annoyance about him missing such a good opportunity. Leng Fan heard this, his eyes on the starry sky, explaining that precisely because such opportunities were rare, he wanted to do something they both enjoyed. Zhao Jiaqi was puzzled by his personality, thinking he truly was strange, but inwardly she thought that was exactly why she liked him. Leng Fan took her hand and looked at her, hoping that in the future they could try traveling through time together to gaze at the stars. Shooting star just flew by. That night, the two stayed in the romantic atmosphere, simply watching the stars, ending with the remark that the night sky was truly beautiful. The next morning in the meeting room, the only one in the country who remained stubbornly unyielding now was Shimen. Elder Xu spoke first, saying that after fleeing that day, the old scoundrel Shimen had used a barrier to protect his entire clan. Then Zheng Qi also chimed in, saying that barrier was very strong and they could not conveniently use nuclear weapons, making it very difficult to break. Then the old man patted Leng Fan on the shoulder, asking Xiao Fan if he had any way to deal with them. Leng Fan was somewhat thoughtful. He replied that perhaps they could use some forceful criminal law measure, and he would go check it out himself. Elder Xu was grateful to hear this, saying it was good that Xiao Fan was willing to act, and also added that when he returned, Elder Xu would certainly reward him handsomely. Leng Fan stood up and gently explained that this was also a consequence of his entanglement with the Shimen family. He would go resolve it himself, and for them to wait assured for news. At this time, at the Westgate Manor, Shen Hong was meditating, asking his younger brother if everything was settled. He respectfully replied, "Big brother, rest assured, many commoners have been captured as reserve materials." He raised his hand, confidently unleashing his magic, stating that as long as they sucked their blood, the blood-like grand art would be unbreakable. Shen Hong stood up in satisfaction to praise him, saying with this grand formation, the security bureau's people could not enter. He then asked with a stern face, how was the other matter prepared? Upon hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat, his eyes shifting, saying Uncle San's granddaughter refused to let Big Brother examine her. Shen Hong grew angry, swinging his hand to strike that man, refusing. His eyes turned red. He said in a harsh tone, "A junior dares to defy my orders." Frightened, he explained, with Uncle Sam protecting her, "I found it inconvenient to force the issue." Shen Hong threw a skull token, telling him to give it to Uncle Sam if the girl did not cooperate. He emphasized he would personally rip out her sinews and break her bones. The man trembled as he accepted the order. Yes, big brother. Shen Hong turned away, looking at the book in his hand, thinking that brat Lang Fan would surely come to cause trouble. The book was the dual cultivation secret art, his last chance to elevate his cultivation. He walked into a room and saw a girl in tattered clothes, tears streaming down her face. Shen Hong slammed the door shut, threatening the girl. Today you will dual cultivate with the family head. His younger brother burst in and yelled, since you are a descendant, you must contribute to the family. The girl gripped the handkerchief in her hand tightly. The pitiful girl asked, Uncle, is there no other way? He angrily shouted, what big brother says, you cannot refuse. The girl fiercely waved her hand. No, I absolutely will not do this disgusting thing. He cast his magic to suppress her, saying things have come to this. Accept your fate. Suppressed by the magic, she spoke with difficulty. Kill me then. I will not agree. The man's eyes were cunning, his teeth bared just like Uncle San. Then he slowly stopped the energy, saying they are all equally stubborn. She collapsed helpless against his supernatural ability, saying anyway, she could not escape. He brandished the skull-shaped command token, advising her to make proper arrangements for herself. She looked at the token in despair, wondering if she had to submit to them. At this moment, Lang Fan stood before the blood-light grand formation, thinking that old thief was not human. Seeing the bound commoners, Lang Fan felt pity. Their lives were tied to the grand formation. He flew down using his ability to find another way. At this moment, Fei Shui stood before Shen Hong. He took off his shoes to welcome her, saying she had finally come to her senses. Her eyes were lifeless. She only wanted to die, but she still forced herself to say, Head Fei Shu will cooperate with the cultivation. Shen Hong smirked smugly, rest assured, I will not let you suffer a loss. She began to remove pieces of her clothing, thinking you want to humiliate me, I will not let you live in peace. Behind Fei Su's back was a knife, hidden to kill him when he was off guard. Lang Fan witnessed everything from the air, thinking this girl held a grudge against the old thief. He fell into thought he could try to win her over. Suddenly Lang Fan's voice echoed in Fei Su's ear, Hey girl, can you hear me? She turned her head. He said, I am not an enemy. Nod if you agree to cooperate. Hearing this, Fei Chu gently nodded. Lang Fan gave an order. See that stone statue? It is the Eye of the Blood Light Grand Formation. Fei Zhui looked at the stone, her face blank. He continued, destroy it, and I can help you. Fei Shu was suspicious and hesitant, wondering if this person's words were true. Should she believe him? She began to walk towards Shen Hong with the knife hidden behind her back. He smiled cunningly. Fei Shu activated her ability, frowning. She could not worry about that much. Arcs of lightning emitted from her hand, surrounding the head of the statue behind Shen Hong. He let out a loud yell, stop. That thing had already exploded from her ability. Fei Shu said smugly, it seems you are afraid of this thing being destroyed head. His face turned ugly, he gnashed his teeth and cursed, you fool, I need to discipline you on behalf of Uncle San. He was seething, shouting and cursing, half a life wasted serving me. Shen Hong could not restrain himself, his ability affected Fei Shu, and she let out a scream. Seeing this, Lang Fan immediately flew over. He used his ability to shield Fei Shu, counterattacking Shen Hong. After blocking the attack, he frowned, old man, we meet again. Shen Hong trembled in shock. When did you arrive? Why did I not notice? Lang Fan's face darkened, advancing closer. If you had noticed me, that would be too embarrassing. He swung his magic sword, saying surrender obediently. He resisted, raising a shield to block the sword tip, but with great difficulty. Impossible. How is he stronger now? The shield could not stop Lang Fan's sword tip. It began to crack. The shield shattered, and the sword tip thrust straight through. The sword tip pierced through the Divine Lord's body, blood splattered everywhere. Only then did the Divine Lord fear his power. He clutched his wound, tremblingly begging Lang Fan to spare him. He said he would give him anything, just to stop. Lang Fan calmly looked at him, replying that he needed nothing else. He only wanted to settle the grievance between them. Hearing this, the Divine Lord knelt to the ground, admitting his mistake and pleading for his life. He promised he would no longer collude with the enemy, hoping to be forgiven. Fei Xiu saw this but remained vigilant. Though her body was not yet shielded, she shouted a warning to Lang Fan, certain that he was up to some trick. As soon as she finished speaking, the Divine Lord's face twisted into a sinister smile. He said that stalling for time was enough. He began to use his ability, lifting the bound ordinary people high into the air, causing them to scream in terror. His expression grew even more smug. They were lifted into the air, tears and snot streaming, crying out in despair. Someone please delete the study documents on my computer. No, I do not want to die. Save me. Seeing this scene, the Divine Lord grew even more manic. He laughed loudly, want to catch me, then think about saving them first. He then continuously tossed the ordinary people up high, raising and lowering them. Fei Xiu panicked. This is bad. There are too many people. We cannot save them all in time. Lang Fan began to use his ability, looking at him and speaking contemptuously, using ordinary people as a shield, truly despicable. He channeled his magical power, creating a net made of energy cords, catching everyone and landing them safely. Watching them be saved, he only said softly, such a small matter cannot trouble me. Seeing Lang Fan's ability, Long Fei Xiu could not help but exclaim, that is incredible. Who is he exactly? Suddenly, Lang Fan turned to her and said, you seem to have some skill. watch over these people. Feixu was surprised but still replied immediately, okay, no problem. Lang Fan looked a wide open door. He said, old fox, let us see where you can still run to. At this moment, the wounded Divine Lord was trying to call for help to his younger brother, second uncle, hurry up, where is the item I need? He had anticipated everything and arranged it properly. He glanced at several boxes containing hearts. Big brother, I have brought all the clan members here. As long as you absorb the essence, you will surely break through to the next realm. The Divine Lord rejoiced, opening the box lid that Lang Fan forced me to push the entire Semen clan to death. I will surely make him pay. His younger brother added, as long as you survive this tribulation, rebuilding the Simon clan will be as easy as turning over your hand. The Divine Lord's expression grew more manic. He used his ability to draw up those hearts, and said indeed, the Simon clan survived until today because of us. Suddenly the Divine Lord used his magical power to attack his own brother, catching him off guard, and he collapsed on the spot. The younger brother broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, brother, big brother, why? Before that evil face, the Divine Lord showed no mercy. Even if he were his brother, for himself, he would do anything. This medicine needs the blood essence of a strong cultivator. He had already dug out his own brother's heart. Looking at that heart, he said greedily, the Simon clan only needs me.